Chapter 1 Major Action. Why did you fire me? I'll tell you quietly. Did you offend Director Xiao? This was instructed by Director Xiao. Jiang Tian's face was calm. More than a decade ago, his father was the deputy mayor and the director of the Public Security Bureau, and his mother was a leader in the finance department. He had just joined the drug enforcement team, while Xiao Bo was just a person from a remote mountain village. Yet, Jiang Tian treated Xiao Bo like a brother. Due to an unexpected incident, Jiang Tian's mother was arrested, his father fell from grace, and Jiang Tian himself fell into despair with no hope. In the end, Jiang Tian used the last of his family's connections to help Xiao Bo rise to power. Over 10 years passed, and Jiang Tian was still struggling at the bottom, while the person he once desperately helped, Xiao Bo, was promoted, received raises, married a wealthy beauty, and reached the peak of life. More than a decade ago, without his help, Xiao Bo would have been just one of many at the bottom. However, Xiao Bo not only lacked gratitude, but also took the opportunity to fire Jiang Tian from his last position. Jiang Tian, dejected, took the bus home. Since he had been reassigned to a remote town, he rarely had the chance to return home. Taking advantage of this trip back to the provincial capital, Jiang Tian planned to visit his family. Creak. He opened the door. What he saw was an affair. Seeing Xiao Bo and a woman being intimate on the sofa, his mind exploded with disbelief. Boom! Just as Jiang Tian was about to erupt in anger, a sharp pain struck his head from behind. Lying on the ground, he couldn't believe it when he looked up and saw his son, holding an iron rod, standing behind him, having just attacked him. His wife, Wang Yifei, wore a cold smile. Useless, let me tell you. I've known Brother Xiao longer than you. It was only because his family arranged a marriage that I had to endure you, you useless piece of trash. Not just you, your whole family is trash. All right, don't corrupt Jiangyu. Xiao Bo sneered. Dad, don't call me Jiangyu. This trash isn't my dad. I don't have such a useless dad. We did a paternity test, and you're my biological father. I should be called Xiaoyu. This old man should have died long ago. He doesn't deserve to have a son, Jiangyu flattered. Yes, Brother Xiao, we mother and son rely on you now. This useless man, his family genes are also trash. They don't deserve to inherit anything. Every time I'm with him, I secretly take medicine. Brother Xiao, is definitely your son. Beast! Jiang Tian was furious. Bang! A wave of pain engulfed him as he fell into darkness. Jiang Tian, wake up! There's an emergency meeting. In his daze, Jiang Tian heard someone calling his name. He opened his eyes to see a familiar yet strange face. Don't be dazed. This action is very important. I heard that senior leaders are personally overseeing the command. The voice echoed again. Jiang Tian looked at the speaker. It was his comrade and roommate, Zhao Wei. Reborn? And at this time, could it be the most crucial turning point of his life? Jiang Tian's heart raced. Recalling his past life, his eyes turned cold. Didn't expect it, did you, dog? I'm back. Jiang Tian clenched his fists. At this moment, his father had not yet been double-regulated, and his mother had not yet been arrested. He could still redeem his family's regrets and take revenge on his enemies. It was not too late. Just then, in the world, there are always endless evils appearing. The brighter the light, the more terrifying the evil. Oh, you have a sense of justice and wish to uphold society? A voice emerged, and Jiang Tian was pleasantly surprised to find two options in front of him. Yes or no. As expected, with his rebirth, the system appeared. I agree, Jiang Tian quickly chose. Swish! In an instant, a glow appeared in front of Jiang Tian that only he could see, resembling a panel. Name, Jiang Tian. Entry, basic gun skills white, average martial arts white. Basic gun skills white. Your shooting talent is quite ordinary, unremarkable. Average, martial arts white. You have no martial arts talent and will never achieve anything significant in your life. Jiang Tian glanced at the panel, his face turning green. There were 6 types of entries: black, white, green, blue, red, and gold. He never expected that. Not only was there not a single green, but he was also so pathetic. You have a novice gift pack. Would you like to receive it? Claim. Jiang Tian took a deep breath. You randomly upgrade 1 entry to the maximum level. Basic gun skills white upgraded to unerring shots gold. Jiang Tian's heart raced the next moment. Countless memories flooded into his mind. These memories extended even to his muscles and various body parts. His eyes became like a scope at that moment. He felt an overwhelming confidence that as long as it was in his sight, he could hit without fail. This is amazing. After a preliminary understanding, Jiang Tian realized how terrifying the golden entry was. It was simply invincible. Point one could say that no matter what gun, even a bow, an arrow, or a dart, as long as it was a projectile, if Jiang Tian wanted to, he could hit without fail, aiming and hitting. Precisely. The most amazing part was that now Jiang Tian even had confidence that he could perform sniper-like operations with an AK in rapid fire. Wasn't this invincible? Jiang Tian's mind surged with excitement. They're coming, the leaders are here. I heard they are leaders from the capital. This is a very, very important operation, and they will personally oversee the command this time, Zhao Wei said breathlessly. Jiang Tian suddenly raised his head. Only then did he realize that he had unknowingly arrived at the operations meeting room. At this moment, the pre-mission meeting was underway. The entire meeting room was filled with people. A rough glance revealed at least a few hundred people. They were all part of this operation. And not only were they narcotics officers in police uniforms, but also a large portion of the meeting room was occupied by armed police officers, the joint action of the armed police and narcotics officers. The next moment, a figure appeared on the podium, and when Jiang Tian saw that familiar face, he couldn't help but tremble all over. It was him. On the podium, there was only one person, one seat, and only one name. Gao Xiaolong, the man who changed Jiang Tian's life. Gao Xiaolong quickly stepped up to the podium, scanning the room. Jiang Tian could clearly feel that the other party's gaze was mainly searching for him, and it lingered on him for a long time. Now, he'll announce the operation mission, Gao Xiaolong said in a deep voice. Jiang Tian's heart raced with excitement. Initially, everyone thought this was a small-scale conflict. The armed police and narcotics officers would act together, and there wouldn't be any accidents. However, no one expected that this conflict would be so brutal, so terrifying. It was during this mission that Gao Xiaolong encountered an unexpected situation. Jiang Tian's father was implicated and double-regulated, and his mother was arrested. This meant that as long as Gao Xiaolong survived, he and his past life would walk on completely different paths. Intelligence reports that a major drug lord from abroad will carry massive amounts of drugs into the country through our Yunhai border. Chapter 2 Commander supervises the battle. It really is a big fish. Hiss, Jiang Tian. Our brothers need to seize the opportunity to make a great achievement. Zhao Wei couldn't wait to say, "Look, is the leader looking at me?" Jiang Tian's mouth twitched, but Gao Xiaolong took off his police cap, his face dark and seemingly able to drip water, and with a fierce expression said, "Today, a lady called my frontline drug enforcement command center, asking me to take care of her son, a troublemaker who managed to sneak in through the back door to my place. But I quite like it. Why do I like it? Because what I love most is to see these useless cowards fighting at the front lines against drug dealers. It makes me very happy to see these cowards scared to the point of wetting themselves. Wow." With this statement, the scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone almost stopped breathing. Heads turned to look around. It seemed they were trying to find the person Gao Xiaolong mentioned who sneaked in through the back door. Zhao Wei, sitting next to Jiang Tian, wore a face full of glee and said, "I wonder which unlucky guy ended up at Gao's back door, haha." Jiang Tian glanced at Zhao Wei, then looked at Gao Xiaolong, who was now staring intently at him. Memories of his past life gradually overlapped. Jiang Tian's mind was racing. In his past life, it was precisely because of this. Put it simply, Jiang Tian's family situation was quite good. His father was the director of the Yunhai Police Department and the executive deputy mayor. His mother was a leader in the finance bureau. In the eyes of ordinary people, they wielded immense power. And indeed, it was so a position like Jiang Tian's father's could even control the entire Yunhai. However, compared to Gao Xiaolong, Jiang Tian's father could only be considered insignificant. Gao Xiaolong was someone from the capital, a person who had come down from the heavens. Jiang Tian's mother was worried about his safety and had originally arranged for him to come over for a gilded experience, but who knew he would run into such a major operation. The cause of this task, or the turning point of Jiang Tian's past life event, was very clear in his memory. That it started when the younger brother of the big drug lord Tu Cha from the Golden Triangle was captured by the Dragon Kingdom police at the border a few days ago. Currently, Tu Cha's brother had not leaked any information on the Dragon Kingdom side. He was just treated as an ordinary drug dealer during the arrest. Meanwhile, Tu Cha intentionally leaked traces of his drug trafficking. The Dragon Kingdom took this very seriously and launched a large-scale operation. But Tu Cha's purpose was far from over. He dispatched a large number of drug dealers to split into two groups. one to ambush the police on the operation, and the other to secretly attempt to rescue Tu Cha's brother. That's why this is considered a turning point in destiny. Because in his past life, Gao Xiaolong, in his fury, personally went to the front line to oversee Jiang Tian. As a result, he fell into Tu Cha's trap and unfortunately sacrificed himself. This caused an earthquake of magnitude 18 across the entire Dragon Kingdom, and amidst the huge uproar, all the causes and consequences were investigated. Jiang Tian's mother's backdoor dealings and other issues were magnified infinitely. Ultimately, this led to Jiang Tian's parents being put under double regulation, while Jiang Tian was transferred to a small local police station to do clerical work, living a mediocre life until he faded away. What should have been a bright future for Jiang Tian's family was completely plunged into the abyss. This was the turning point of Jiang Tian's fate. My old man didn't come as he deliberately kept away by Gao Xiaolong. After the meeting concluded, Jiang Tian scanned the room. This operation saw the presence of the Deputy Director Yanhai, the Drug Enforcement Team leader, the armed police leaders, and others. Logically, for such a large operation, Jiang Tian's father, as the director, should have been here to convene a meeting and even give a speech. In his past life, Jiang Tian hadn't thought much about it. But now, Jiang Tian understood that this was most likely due to Gao Xiaolong's fury, targeting him specifically. This ruthless big shot was indeed targeting them. He thought of himself as someone who was scared of death, believing his family was corrupt. But a smirk appeared on Jiang Tian's lips. The scenes from his past life would not play out again. He instinctively touched the handgun at his waist. A feeling of mutual understanding surged within him. Next came the change of attire for everyone. They put on bulletproof vests, received standard weapons, the QBZ-95, also known as the Type 95 automatic rifle, which had been in service not long. As soon as the gun was in his hands, all the data flooded into Jiang Tian's mind. The QBZ-95 automatic rifle uses a small caliber 5.8mm bullet with an effective range of 400 meters, firing 40 rounds per minute in single fire and 100 rounds per minute in continuous fire, equipped with 5 magazines, each with a capacity of 30 rounds. Drug Enforcement Team 1, report headcount. Inside the transport vehicle, the Drug Enforcement Team leader, Song Ligua, was counting heads. The Yinhai and a drug team action group should have 35 members, all present, report complete. Soon the deputy team leader reported. Song Ligua nodded slightly, then glanced at Jiang Tian with a hint of worry in his eyes. To be fair, he bore the main responsibility for this situation. Originally, Jiang Tian's mother had called him, but coincidentally, Gao Xiaolong was there and picked up the call because he saw it was a government phone number. This instantly sent Gao Xiaolong into a rage. "Xiao Jiang, you'll follow me on the operation later." After a moment of thought, Song Ligua said, "Yes." Jiang Tian replied, his mouth twitching. Having experienced his past life, he knew that their anti-drug team was supposed to be on the sidelines, with the armed police taking the front line. After all, the main task of the anti-drug police was to investigate and conduct small-scale arrests and pursuits of drug dealers, engaging in large-scale firefights with drug dealers was the responsibility of the armed police cooperating with their actions. They were the supporting force. In fact, Jiang Tian also knew that Gao Xiaolong was only fierce on the surface and harbored a deep hatred for evil. But at a critical moment, he could step up and save him. Although the unfortunate beginnings were all due to Gao Xiaolong, Jiang Tian had never held a grudge. Even if Gao Xiaolong said he would make him a part of the suicide squad, the main combat target on the surface was still the armed police as the front line. Their anti-drug police were on the sidelines, but no one expected that Tu Cha's main forces would all be on this small path, leading to horrific casualties. It became known as the largest loss since the founding of the country and one of the most impactful and notorious cases in recent years. In his past life, Jiang Tian was stunned when he first encountered the situation. But in this life, Jiang Tian held the QBZ-95 tightly in both hands, his eyes filled with unprecedented excitement and determination. In his past life, at the critical moment of fighting drug dealers, Jiang Tian had been so scared that he was targeted and shot at by the drug dealers ahead of time. And it was Gao Xiaolong who pushed him away at the crucial moment. Jiang Tian survived, but Gao Xiaolong died. But in this life, everything would be rewritten. Through the window, Jiang Tian gazed deeply, taking deep breaths to adjust his state. The next moment, crack! The doors of the armed police transport vehicle opened. Gao Xiaolong entered the vehicle accompanied by 2 heavily armed bodyguards. "Chief!" Everyone instinctively stood up, all members of the Yunhai anti-drug action team looking shocked and surprised. Even team leader Song Li was heart raced. Chapter 3 Changing Fate. Now begins, everyone. Don't be nervous. This time, I will act alongside you for easier command. Gao Xiaolong smiled and gestured with his hand. His gaze subtly flickered towards Jiang Tian, filled with coldness and anger. Chief, you can't come. Song Li's face turned pale. Gao Shouchong acting together. Is this not madness? If something goes wrong, the entire Yunhai from top to bottom, Song Li couldn't bear to think about it. In fact, it was indeed like this in the previous life, as it not only implicated Jiang Tian's parents, but also included Song Li himself. It was later discovered that the phone call that went through the back door was made to Song Li. This led to Song Li being implicated all the way down. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian exhaled. Fortunately, he had crossed over to now with a golden finger. It wasn't too late. At this moment, Gao Xiaolong not far away cast his gaze at Jiang Tian, his face filled with cold laughter. Why can't I come? If I don't come, I wouldn't know there are such cowardly people in the team. Since they are so afraid of death, I don't understand why they want to join the anti-drug team, harming others and themselves. Gao Xiaolong was filled with anger towards Jiang Tian. Drug enforcement police work on the front lines, which is extremely dangerous. Joining the anti-drug team, especially in Yunhai, which is at the forefront of the national anti-drug efforts, yet they are so cowardly. The final result is not only harming themselves, but also risking their comrades at critical moments. Tumors. This is the tumor within the team. Gao Xiaolong's anger burned within him. Chief, Song Li wanted to argue a bit more. Gao Xiaolong directly interrupted. You don't need to say anything. As the team leader, you can't escape responsibility yourself. Bringing in a useless person, do you not know how much harm it poses to the entire anti-drug team? In his eyes, Jiang Tian was just a useless second generation who was uneducated and afraid of death. Hearing this, Song Li's face was covered in cold sweat, but he didn't say anything. His family wanted someone to take care of him, right? Fine, I will personally take care of him. In this operation, I will be right behind him as an inspector. If he dares to retreat secretly when the fight starts, I will shoot this useless person first. The anti-drug team is not a place for useless people to show off. Previously, there were many people, so there was a need to save face, but now that there are fewer people, Gao Xiaolong's words became increasingly harsh and his voice louder. Inside the transport vehicle, everyone's expressions changed. Their gazes exchanged constantly, scanning their teammates. Gao Xiaolong did not name anyone, so no one knew who he was referring to. Jiang Tian's identity, of course, could not be publicly proclaimed. However, those who could join the anti-drug team had sharp eyes, and through Gao Xiaolong's gaze, they constantly paused on Jiang Tian. They had already guessed something in their hearts. Do you all understand? Song Li shouted to everyone. Understood. Everyone responded, including Jiang Tian. He did not refute or say anything, as it was unnecessary. Actions speak louder than words. Now, no matter how much he said, it would only give the impression of impotent rage. This time, you will eventually look at me differently, Jiang Tian thought to himself. Action. Song Li instructed the driver with a bitter face. The Yunhai anti-drug action team had 35 people with 4 or 5 cars in total, including the large 12-seat official vehicle that Jiang Tian and Gao Xiaolong were in, which conveniently left 3 seats for Gao Xiaolong. Chief, you sit. Song Li was in the front seat, offering his seat to Gao Xiaolong. But Gao Xiaolong directly shook his head and walked straight towards Jiang Tian. Next to Jiang Tian was Zhao Wei, who, upon seeing Gao Xiaolong approach, suddenly shivered and stood up to salute. Gao! Zhao Wei opened his mouth. Gao, go find a place to sit. I will sit here. Gao Xiaolong directly pushed Zhao Wei aside. Zhao Wei didn't dare say a word and quickly ran to the back, watching Gao Xiaolong sit beside Jiang Tian in shock. Jiang Tian was startled, observing with a calm demeanor, but his mind was racing. Just now, Zhao Wei's reaction upon seeing Gao Xiaolong and Gao Xiaolong's attitude towards Zhao Wei was unusual. After years of ups and downs in his previous life, Jiang Tian keenly sensed that Zhao Wei's background was likely not simple either. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian trembled all over. Indeed, the team was full of hidden talents. In his previous life, he had wasted away in a clerical job, but he also knew that there were many anonymous individuals in the team. They seemed ordinary, but they often acted as if they had divine assistance. It could be said that achievements fell into their laps. At first, Jiang Tian envied their luck, but later he realized they truly had divine assistance. Being connected to Gao Xiaolong. Hissing. However, Jiang Tian did not dwell on it deeply, because for him, the most important thing now was how to deal with a major drug lord Tu Cha. Without a doubt, as the armed police force ahead moved towards the ambush route, the only 35 people took a different small path. The atmosphere in the vehicle was quite oppressive, but there wasn't too much psychological burden, because many, including the team leader and Gao Xiaolong, had never considered that the detour they were responsible for was the true intention of the major drug lord Tu Cha. The key was that Jiang Tian could not say anything. At first, Jiang Tian considered whether to warn Song Ligua to be cautious. But now, due to the misunderstanding with Gao Xiaolong and being so disliked by him, Jiang Tian could only remain silent. Any rebuttal or statement would seem like a clown dancing in Gao Xiaolong's eyes. Besides being annoying, it would have no effect. Along the way, Jiang Tian kept recalling the scenes from his previous life. Soon, the convoy entered a dense forest. Jiang Tian scrutinized the surroundings. After decades, the memories of his previous life had become somewhat blurred. However, the moment they entered the dense forest, a familiar feeling, as if it were yesterday, instantly engulfed him. It was in this dense forest. Jiang Tian trembled all over. It was here that Zhao Wei died. Gao Xiaolong also died here, including the 35 people in the team. Along with the 3 of them, only 8 survived. Recalling the scenes from his previous life, where Zhao Wei was shot and bled to death, Jiang Tian never learned Zhao Wei's true identity. And Gao Xiaolong. Oh no, the commotion caused in the previous life likely wasn't just because of Gao Xiaolong. There was even more. Jiang Tian glanced at Zhao Wei and took a deep breath. I gripped my Type 95 tightly. This time, it will be different. Every shot will hit its mark. Jiang Tian was eager to test his shooting skills. From now on, I will completely change the fate of my father, mother, and even myself. Chapter 4, Deceiving Heaven, Feeling Nervous? Next to Jiang Tian, Gao Xiaolong glanced sideways at him. His sharp gaze immediately noticed that Jiang Tian was gripping his Type 95 tightly with both hands. In Gao Xiaolong's eyes, this was a sign of weakness and nervousness. Unable to suppress a sneer in his heart, Gao Xiaolong thought, a waste is just a waste. This kind of second-generation waste, mixing with the underworld elsewhere, is one thing. But to bring that twisted atmosphere into the anti-drug team is unacceptable. This made Gao Xiaolong increasingly angry. Inside the transport vehicle, there was a dead silence as everyone heard Gao Xiaolong's voice. Instinctively, except for the driver, all eyes turned to Jiang Tian. Report, not nervous, Jiang Tian replied instinctively. In fact, he had been thinking about things he had not noticed in his previous life. In his past life, the sacrifice of Gao Xiaolong and Zhao Wei caused a huge uproar. The first issue was the erroneous intelligence, which led to this significant sacrifice, and as a result, Jiang Tian's family was also implicated. Even without the incident involving Jiang Tian's noblewoman status, his father would have been dismissed and investigated. After all, the entire Yunhai seemed to undergo a major purge from top to bottom following this incident. The top leadership was almost completely replaced, causing a terrifying uproar nationwide. Originally, Jiang Tian would have definitely been dismissed, but he recalled a beautiful girl from his mind who had arranged to meet him to inquire about Zhao Wei. Later, Jiang Tian learned that she was Zhao Wei's sister, very beautiful. He did not know so much in his previous life, but now, Jiang Tian thought that his ability to transfer to a civilian position and stay there for so long was probably due to Zhao Wei's sister's influence. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian took a deep breath, and his gaze gradually became resolute. He was determined to rewrite the ending of his past life. Moreover, since he couldn't change the combat plan in advance, and was in a position where his words carried little weight, he could only rely on the weapon in his hand. He looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar faces in the vehicle. These were the police officers fighting on the front lines, earning only around 3,000 a month, yet risking their lives. They had no ability to speak out. However, now that he had the capability, Jiang Tian felt he needed to do something. Though he felt anxious inside, he remained tough on the outside. Don't think that just because we were providing cover, there won't be any fighting. After the drug dealers clash with the armed police, they will definitely retreat, with a 90% chance of taking this route. So we will likely have to engage in battle with the ruthless drug dealers. Bullets have no eyes, and if you run away in the heat of the moment, I will shoot you first, Gao Xiaolong said expressionlessly. With Gao Xiaolong's continuous disdain, Jiang Tian's anger surged. Yes, you're the leader up there. You are righteous and hate evil. However, Jiang Tian's anger continued to rise, and with a swift motion, he stood up. This startled Gao Xiaolong, causing him to lean back. All eyes were now on Jiang Tian. In the next moment, Jiang Tian's confident voice rang out. If I take a step back, I will shoot myself first without your help. Wow, good lord. Zhao Wei was stunned. It was the first time he had seen someone so assertive in front of Gao Xiaolong. Even Gao Xiaolong looked confused. This guy doesn't seem like a waste at all. He can talk back to him like this, and Gao Xiaolong actually liked this kind of person. But then the question arose. If he was really this tough, would he let his family call the leaders for special treatment? That was impossible, thus. This guy must be pretending. After confirming this, Gao Xiaolong sneered coldly in his heart, realizing that this kid almost tricked him. However, even a clay figurine has some temper, let alone Jiang Tian, who had been insulted repeatedly. Jiang Tian could endure, but he could not tolerate the insult to his marksmanship. Since that was the case, he would give it to him big time, Jiang Tian thought. Before Gao Xiaolong could speak, Jiang Tian continued. In the battlefield, I run faster and charge deeper. For your safety, it's best you don't follow. Otherwise, if anything happens to your precious self, we won't be able to handle it, and you'll be a burden. Boom. What is a bomb? This is a bomb. Song Li was spat out, staring dumbfounded at Jiang Tian. Zhao Wei looked blank, as if he thought he was dreaming. The colleagues on site watched this scene with their scalps tingling. Originally, it was Gao Xiaolong insulting Jiang Tian, calling him a coward and a waste, but now, Gao Xiaolong stared dumbfounded, and in the next moment he suddenly stood up, his face flushed. Deceiving heaven. Turning the tables, Gao Xiaolong clenched his fists, repeatedly roaring in his heart. You're talking nonsense. Gao Xiaolong gritted his teeth and said word by word. Jiang Tian exhaled, looking around in surprise, seemingly not understanding why Gao Xiaolong was reacting so intensely. Because Jiang Tian was very clear about his combat capability, and with so many drug dealers, he would definitely need to penetrate deep into enemy territory to minimize casualties. If Gao Xiaolong supervised him like in his past life, he would definitely lag behind. And even if he kept up, it would be fraught with danger. Gao Xiaolong could not afford for anything to go wrong. When Gao Xiaolong looked at Jiang Tian with a face full of anger, he found that Jiang Tian actually had a concerned expression. This made Gao Xiaolong want to spit out a mouthful of old blood. This bastard. Gao Xiaolong's clenched fist trembled. In the next moment, Gao Xiaolong seemed to think of something and smiled. Do you think that by saying this, I want to keep an eye on you? That I want to supervise you? Dream on, this kind of provocation doesn't work on me. Jiang Tian was speechless, but said nothing. It was useless to say anything now. Gao Xiaolong had already determined him as a second-generation waste, and no amount of explanation would change that. Jiang Tian remained silent as the vehicle arrived. At this moment, it was already 2 in the morning. The mountain roads were difficult to navigate, winding and turning. After reaching an intersection, everyone got out and concealed themselves. Song Ligua arrived at a small road junction. In fact, in his past life, the intense battle had another important reason. There was erroneous intelligence. Initially, only 4 or 5 drug dealers quietly approached, and after they were captured, they did not take it too seriously. But then, large numbers of drug dealers rushed in from all directions. After getting out of the vehicle, Jiang Tian took the night vision thermal imager and found a spot behind a tree to hide. Don't be too nervous. It's like this the first time. After all, you just graduated. Just adapt, Gao Xiaolong said, squatting not far from Jiang Tian. After they got out of the vehicle, the armed police car had already driven away. At this moment, the 35 people were hidden quietly in the dense forest. To be honest, Jiang Tian was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Gao Xiaolong to have this attitude. Chapter 5. You got it right at this moment. Gao Xiaolong recalled the stubborn words Jiang Tian had said in the car and couldn't help but sigh. After all, he was just a kid in his early 20s who had just graduated, looking at the other person sitting silently behind the dark tree. Gao Xiaolong smiled to himself and thought, what's the point of getting angry with a kid? Although his behavior was somewhat bad, he still had some character. He was just a bit overly cautious, but those things could be changed. Jiang Tian did not respond to Gao Xiaolong at this moment. To be honest, Gao Xiaolong's status was indeed very high. He was a big shot who had come down from the sky. However, for Jiang Tian, the most important thing was to change the misfortunes of his past life, to reduce the sacrifices of the team, especially to ensure Gao Xiaolong's safety. At this moment, Song Ligua, holding a walkie-talkie, addressed everyone. The mission objective is clear. We have received intelligence that a major drug lord from abroad is planning to transport a large quantity of drugs into the country tonight via another route. Our task here is to prevent that drug dealer from escaping. Protect yourselves. Stay alert, Jiang Tian whispered quietly. What a joke. Gao Xiaolong's eyes widened. What was this kid saying? He, Gao Xiaolong, was being advised by Jiang Tian, this rookie, to protect himself. Gao Xiaolong was almost laughing out of anger. Here they come. Just as Gao Xiaolong was about to say something, he heard Jiang Tian's voice. Someone's coming? Song Ligua was also surprised because he hadn't received any news about a fight breaking out with those armed police. 5 people. Jiang Tian's gaze was sharp, and through the night vision thermal imager, he saw the figures from a distance. To be honest, wearing the night vision thermal imager affected visibility significantly. It was different from what the naked eye could see. Without very strict training, it was hard to adapt to the thermal imager, especially when shooting with it. Many people didn't even know where their guns were aimed and shot randomly. How could they be here when nothing has started yet? Gao Xiaolong's gaze slightly narrowed. Song Ligua, who was not far from Gao Xiaolong, leaned in closer, fearing for Gao Xiaolong's safety. It seems this drug lord is quite cunning. He may have split his forces, and there might be people lying in wait over here. Gao Xiaolong speculated after thinking. It could also be that he released some smoke bombs to divert attention, intending to pass through this side without engaging first. Both Gao Xiaolong and Song Ligua were seasoned criminal investigation experts. Based on their life experiences, when a major drug lord entered the country, their main goal was to transport drugs, playing the role of a mouse. It was absolutely impossible for them to confront the police head-on. However, they overlooked a more important issue. The main purpose of the other party this time was not drugs at all, but to rescue someone and seek revenge. Jiang Tian, hiding behind the tree, listened to their discussion with a heavy expression. It seemed that there were only 5 of them, but in reality, the other party was already approaching. According to the detailed information Jiang Tian learned from his past life, at this time, the drug lord's accomplices had already taken the drug lord's brother from the escort vehicle. The other party deliberately released this information to attract a large number of police forces, and they already knew that the drug lord's brother would be transferred from the border detention center to Yinhai City tonight. Unfortunately, during the rescue process, the drug lord's brother was accidentally shot dead by a stray bullet. So, they were not only facing this drug lord, but also a group of elite mercenaries. What was even more terrifying was that this would lead to a frenzied retaliation from the drug lord. They would carry out a crazed retaliatory operation. After shifting the mission objective from rescuing the brother, Jiang Tian's mood grew heavier. The key was that he couldn't say any of this because even the entire drug enforcement team was unaware of these causes and effects. Moreover, he was still misunderstood by Gao Xiaolong. Is there a possibility that the drug lord deliberately released smoke bombs and his other plans, such as a group suddenly appearing behind us to launch an attack? Jiang Tian spoke calmly. Impossible. Our intelligence is foolproof. Besides, if it weren't for drug trafficking, he wouldn't even be preparing to enter the country. You just joined the drug enforcement team not long ago. There are many things you don't know and need to learn slowly, Song Ligua patiently taught. Jiang Tian sighed and didn't say much more. Young man, you have a lot to learn. You don't seem beyond redemption. Let me teach you. These few people are probably sent by that drug lord to scout the way, thinking of splitting forces to transport drugs. You just graduated, study hard, and you'll understand with experience. Gao Xiaolong's perception of Jiang Tian also changed somewhat. However, specifically, it still depended on whether he would be overly cautious during combat. Thinking of this, Gao Xiaolong observed with the thermal imager while speaking to Jiang Tian. He mainly focused on the road ahead, noticing that Jiang Tian didn't seem as hopeless as he had imagined. It was normal for a young person to take the wrong path. Being a bit naive was also normal. Making mistakes was fine. As long as one could recognize and correct them, there was still a chance for redemption. After all, it was quite normal for someone who had just joined the drug enforcement team to be a bit overly cautious. With proper guidance, there was still a chance for improvement. Thinking of this, Gao Xiaolong switched the thermal imaging back to observe a few people and continued to teach Jiang Tian. Young man, just starting a mission. It's common to overthink after watching too many police and criminal movies. Things like being ambushed from both sides. Gao Xiaolong suddenly paused here. He seemed to have seen something. It looked like he spotted a thermal image in the direction behind them. Gao Xiaolong's expression changed in shock. Is it an animal? Captain Song, do we have a second batch of support personnel behind us? Gao Xiaolong asked in astonishment. Song Liguo waved his hand. Chief, we're just assisting. Even if there is support, it's not coming to us. It's all gone over there. A chill ran through Gao Xiaolong's heart, and he hurriedly looked up. In the next moment, Gao Xiaolong's head felt like it exploded. Not good. Something's wrong. In Gao Xiaolong's line of sight, towards the jungle behind, there were numerous figures displayed on the thermal imager, roughly counting at least a dozen. In the next moment, Captain, we have a situation. The thermal imager shows a large crowd gathering. Just then, the lookout suddenly spoke through the walkie-talkie. Buzz! Gao Xiaolong abruptly turned his head. Indeed, he saw a large number of red dots appearing ahead. Surrounded? Gao Xiaolong was stunned. He looked at the figures appearing on the thermal imager in front and behind him, then looked at Jiang Tian. He opened his mouth and exclaimed, "You really got it right, kid." Chapter 6, a critical moment at this moment. Jiang Tian actually had no time to respond. In this life and the last, the events of today had plagued him countless times in his midnight dreams, as he sought a way to break the deadlock. At first, he only wanted to ensure Gao Xiaolong's safety, but now, Jiang Tian found himself staring at the faces of his teammates, aside from Zhao Wei. Drug enforcement officers. They fought silently on the front lines, protecting the people's interests and property safety with their own flesh and blood. Having been reborn, Jiang Tian felt that he needed to do something. Since that was the case, he thought, let us find a way to annihilate the enemy completely. We need to find a way to retreat and eliminate the drug dealers behind us. Song Liguo decisively stated. There was no time to waste on words now. The red dots of the drug dealers were increasing and getting closer. Everyone, don't act and prepare to retreat. Song Liguo's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Today's situation was off. Something was definitely wrong. Yet Jiang Tian quietly spoke up. I feel that instead of retreating, we should directly engage the enemy in front. Huh? Song Liguo and Gao Xiaolong were taken aback. Especially Gao Xiaolong, who gravely said, do you know what you're saying? The number of people in front, as seen from the thermal imager, is at least in the hundreds, and more are continuously coming from behind. But didn't you notice? The drug dealers in front are chaotic, but the more than 10 behind us are well-organized and coordinate very well, Jiang Tian replied. If not for the memories of his past life, he wouldn't have observed so carefully and understood so clearly. It was this group of mercenaries behind that would strike hard when they retreated. Their anti-drug task force was not professional, although they were trained. There was still a gap compared to professional armed police or even special forces in terms of combat effectiveness and coordination. They were skilled at dealing with drug dealers, but just think about how tragic it would be against professional mercenaries. At the very least, Jiang Tian knew that in his past life, when they encountered each other, their 35 men plus Gao Xiaolong S3, a total of 38, had 9 people killed in an instant. The enemy was professional. Even Jiang Tian, who never missed. Didn't he have 100 confidence against such well-coordinated mercenaries who had cover and equipment? Swish! Just as Jiang Tian finished speaking, Gao Xiaolong and Song Liguo were in disbelief. Kid, are you sure? You have to know that the consequences of a misjudgment are something no one can bear. If that is the case, there might be foreign forces involved. Both of them spoke, each sweating coldly. If well-trained foreigners were involved and coming from behind, it meant the intelligence was wrong. Both had rich experience in criminal investigation, and in just a moment, they realized the dangerous situation. Gao Xiaolong quickly glanced around, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat because it matched exactly what Jiang Tian said. A closer observation revealed that unlike the disorganized drug dealers in front, the more than 10 behind had strict formations. If they really broke through from behind without noticing the problem ahead he couldn't bear to think of the consequences. Taking off the thermal imager, Gao Xiaolong stiffly turned his neck to look at Jiang Tian. Good kid. You've really done well. Gao Xiaolong took a deep breath. I've done well. Jiang Tian's eyebrows jumped. Was this really a contribution? To be honest, he was quite surprised himself. If it weren't for you, we would have recklessly charged in, and many would have probably sacrificed. Song Ligua said with a look of fear. You have to know the difference between ordinary drug dealers and a group of well-trained foreign forces. At that moment, bang, 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 a series of rapid gunshots rang out. The faces of everyone present changed slightly. The distance between the two paths was actually quite far, but in the quiet night sky, the gunfire could still be faintly heard. What should we do, Chief? Song Ligua's forehead was sweating profusely. Jiang Tian turned his head and had a rough idea. This was probably the moment when Song Ligua had just contacted them. It seemed difficult for them to provide support, because whether it was the armed police or drug enforcement officers, they had all been dispatched, and Yinhai had no extra manpower left. It would be hard to gather reinforcements quickly. By the time the military arrived, the battle would probably be nearly over. Gao Xiaolong's face was serious. In a short time, he had made a decision. Order 10 people to cover and suppress the enemy from behind, and the rest will prioritize eliminating the drug dealers in front. Gao Xiaolong immediately slammed the table. If it was just a fire suppression, that wouldn't be too difficult, even if the enemy was well-equipped and well-trained. Song Ligua cursed. Tu Cha's gone mad. What is he doing tonight? As for Tu Cha, the big drug lord from the Golden Triangle, Song Ligua had dealt with him many times. After all, the only way for drugs to enter the country from the Golden Triangle was through Yinhai. The drug enforcement officers were on the front lines, and the Yinhai drug enforcement officers were the top of the line. This resume and experience would greatly benefit future advancements, which was why Jiang Tian was arranged here to gain experience. Generally speaking, the primary goal of drug dealers was always to transport drugs and make money. No, something's wrong. If Tu Cha was here to transport drugs, how could there already be people entering the country ahead of time? It's completely different from the reports. And why didn't a large number of drug dealers come through the usual routes, but instead this one? In other words, Tu Cha's main purpose may not be drug transportation, Gao Xiaolong analyzed calmly. After all, he was a big shot, still able to analyze calmly in such a critical moment. Indeed, Song Ligua also realized with a cold sweat, if their purpose was to transport drugs, they wouldn't be in such danger. But if there were other objectives, they might be in grave danger this time. Cold sweat dripped from Song Ligua's chin. He wasn't afraid for himself, but for the drug enforcement officers who had fought alongside him through thick and thin. Even more so, he was worried about Gao Xiaolong. First, cover the chief's retreat. Song Ligua decisively ordered. Nonsense. According to the combat plan, don't worry about me. That's an order. Gao Xiaolong shouted angrily. Before Song Ligua could say anything else, the next moment, he saw Jiang Tian standing behind Gao Xiaolong. His hands had raised a gun without him realizing it. Jiang Tian, what are you doing? Song Ligua's eyes widened, almost fainting from shock. From Song Ligua's perspective, Jiang Tian was aiming a gun at Gao Xiaolong. Had they gone mad? The next moment, bang! The gunshot rang out. At that instant, as Gao Xiaolong turned his head, he clearly felt a bullet was past his ear. He even sensed a slight touch on his ear. Puff. Chapter 7. Upgrading the entry. Exploding you shot at me? Gao Xiaolong felt a cold sweat suddenly break out on his forehead, truly startled and drenched in cold sweat. It was too sudden. Simply too sudden. Do you have an opinion about me? I admit, my voice was a bit loud during the meeting, but you wouldn't go and shoot at me. Would you? Gao Xiaolong spoke, still in shock. Before Jiang Tian could explain, Song Ligua rushed forward, gripping his Type 95 tightly. Song Ligua, trembling with fear, said, "The chief scolded you for your own good. You must not act on impulse." "No, I just saved the chief." Jiang Tian shrugged. "You shot at me to save me?" Gao Xiaolong exclaimed in disbelief. Jiang Tian nodded firmly. Song Ligua and Gao Xiaolong turned their heads, their faces stiff. Just then, a noise came from where Jiang Tian had just fired. Then, from the bushes, a body fell, already shot in the head. Buzz! Upon seeing this, Gao Xiaolong and Song Ligua felt their scalps tingle with shock. Their heads buzzed. A person? An enemy? When did this happen? Why didn't the thermal imager detect it? When did they arrive? They felt a chill all over, terrified that the enemy had snuck up behind them without them noticing at all. In fact, this person's disguise was very good. If Jiang Tian hadn't been reborn and had a strong impression of this situation, he might not have remembered it. Because in his previous life, it was also at this location, in this direction, yet no one discovered this enemy. How did you know someone was here? Gao Xiaolong asked in shock. Jiang Tian chuckled. This person evaded the thermal imager, but even if they did, we had guards around after getting out of the vehicle. In other words, this person has been hiding here for a long time. I just noticed a little through thermal imaging. Goodness. As soon as Jiang Tian finished speaking, both Gao Xiaolong and Song Ligua were astonished. Which good person uses thermal imaging to look at the ground? Sure enough, after a few people gathered around, they saw the person from the bushes was covered in mud. They were using mud to evade thermal imaging. In other words, this person had been here for a long time. These members of the anti-narcotics team had already exposed themselves early on. You brat hiss. After looking at the body, Gao Xiaolong stared at Jiang Tian in shock, as if meeting him for the first time, observing the details, but this detail was too outrageous. If he remembered correctly, this kid hadn't been officially appointed yet, right? Gao Xiaolong's mouth dropped open. Song Ligua immediately replied, to be precise, he is still a senior this year, currently an intern police officer, just joined the team for a little over a month. You are a genius. Gao Xiaolong gasped. Thinking about it, from discovering and analyzing drug dealers to calmly shooting and directly killing a lurking drug dealer, indirectly saving significant losses twice. Such observational skills are absolutely extraordinary. This means that if this kid is in the anti-narcotics team, he is being underutilized. He would shine more in the criminal investigation major cases team. What a kid. Truly a genius. Although he's a bit scared of death, I didn't expect he had such skills. Gao Xiaolong's eyes brightened. This is just fresh out of school, and these veteran detectives didn't notice. Yet, Jiang Tian discovered it consecutively twice. Of course, there wasn't much time left for Gao Xiaolong to speak. With the sound of Jiang Tian's gunfire, they all knew time was running out. The movements of the drug dealers in the thermal imaging were speeding up. These people had gone mad. Xiao Jiang, what are you doing? Song Ligua turned his head and saw Jiang Tian crouched next to the drug dealer. Nothing. Jiang Tian replied with an odd expression. Then he turned to look at the muddy body on the ground and saw a green entry floating above it. A level 5 entry, white, green, blue, red, gold. Jiang Tian had trained for 4 years in the police academy and had only 2 white entries. Now he directly got a green entry. Jiang Tian squinted. Although the body was covered in mud, he could still see that the person was wearing mercenary gear. This was an overseas mercenary. Then, Jiang Tian reached out to touch the entry, and in the next moment, information about the entry appeared in his mind. Insight into human hearts, green. When criminals appear around you, you will have a special sense. His goodness. Jiang Tian couldn't help but brighten his eyes. If this upgraded to gold, wouldn't it directly become a scanning radar, allowing him to sense the crimes of everyone around him at a glance? Jiang Tian couldn't help but feel excited. What a huge gain. If I want to upgrade the entry, all entries can be upgraded through 2 methods. The first is to synthesize and upgrade with entries of the same level. And the second is to upgrade through the evil value obtained after the host captures and judges criminals. The evil value is determined by the crimes committed by the judged criminals. Current entries. Unerring shot, gold. Insight into human hearts, green. Mediocre martial arts, white. Current judgment, evil value. 352, upgrade mediocre martial arts. Jiang Tian's heart moved. In the next moment, he saw the evil value decrease by 100. This means it takes 100 points to upgrade from the lowest level to green. The purchasing power of this evil value is very strong. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. Mediocre martial arts, white, upgraded to minor accomplishment in martial arts, green. In the next moment, Jiang Tian felt a surge of strength throughout his body, and inexplicably, he suddenly remembered some combat techniques he couldn't remember before. It was magical. However, he could clearly feel that his physical fitness and the combat techniques learned in school had significantly improved. Just a green level gave an immediate effect. If it were gold, wouldn't he be a martial arts saint, combined with unerring shot? Hiss! Jiang Tian suddenly turned to look at the group of drug dealers. At that moment, these drug dealers were no longer a source of danger. They had become his tools for upgrading. If he crushed all these drug dealers and left them here, how much evil value would he gain? Besides the evil value, how many entries would explode? Hiss! Not even out of the novice village. Isn't this about to become a god directly? Jiang Tian's heart raced. Our position has already been exposed. We can't stay here. Xiao Jiang, follow me closely. Song Liguo was still somewhat considerate. Under normal circumstances, for a newcomer like Jiang Tian, they would assign a veteran as a mentor. However, Jiang Tian was currently in the internship period and had joined the anti-narcotics team for too short a time, so there was no arrangement. He could only follow Song Liguo. Moreover, Jiang Tian had Gao Xiaolong behind him. They had to ensure Gao Xiaolong's safety. Jiang Tian hid behind a tree, glanced sideways, and smiled slightly. At this moment, the drug dealers were less than 200 meters away from them, about 100 meters apart, and both sides were on the verge of confrontation. Your gunfire has made these drug dealers speed up their approach. Song Liguo exhaled, feeling a lot of pressure. This time, they were in great danger. Fire! Bang! In the next moment, before Song Liguo could finish a sentence, he saw Jiang Tian had already raised his hand and shot. At that moment, in Song Liguo's thermal imaging, he could see a drug dealer falling directly to the ground. In the dead of night, nearly 200 meters away, a single shot made a direct hit. Song Liguo was stunned. A blind cat has stumbled upon a dead mouse. Gao Xiaolong's eyes showed a hint of satisfaction. His previous thoughts were indeed correct. This kid was not beyond saving after all. Tonight's performance completely exceeded Gao Xiaolong's expectations. The luck was almost absurdly good. Just like playing cards, there is always a rookie protection period. Song Liguo wholeheartedly agreed. Chapter 8. You're a ghost, aren't you? Good luck and a certain level of keen observation. But anyway, in Gao Xiaolong and the others' eyes, Jiang Tian has already become a qualified narcotics officer. As for being afraid of death, after all, Jiang Tian is still young. Who isn't afraid of death? Kid, your shooting skills seem decent. Good luck is part of it. But we can't deny that your own strength plays a large role as well, Gao Xiaolong sighed. Bang! Just as Gao Xiaolong was speaking, Jiang Tian had already quickly darted behind a tree, raised his gun, and instantly shot a drug dealer in the head. Hiss! There is something there. Gao Xiaolong clearly saw everything through the thermal imaging. One shot, one down. That makes 3. Today, Jiang Tian has killed 3 drug dealers, and one of them was even dressed as an undercover mercenary. This is more than just having something. One after another, Gao Xiaolong was left dumbfounded. Bang! In the next moment, Jiang Tian fired again. The Type 95 automatic rifle, developed in 1995, was fully outfitted but had already been around for 2,000 years. This rifle, although using small caliber bullets, has obvious advantages. It's easy to carry, has low recoil, and is relatively simple to calibrate. The downside is its effective range, which is only about 400 meters. But for Jiang Tian, this is already sufficient. In fact, the lethal range can reach 600 to 800 meters. Normally, beyond 400 meters, you and T know where the bullet would land, but don't forget, Jiang Tian never misses. As soon as the opponent shows their head, Jiang Tian can instantaneously take them out, as if they were communicating telepathically. With the thermal imaging, Jiang Tian, in the darkness, seemed to see countless evil points, along with numerous entries waiting for him. Normally, how could there be so many opportunities and such rich resources? Each of these are notorious drug dealers. Any drug dealer has at least dozens of evil points, and occasionally even over 100. Jiang Tian took a deep breath, his eyes filled with greed, unconsciously licking his lips. If he is properly trained and overcomes this fear of death, he will definitely become an elite talent in the police force, Gao Xiaolong thought, his eyes growing brighter. He had completely forgotten how he had previously cursed Jiang Tian as a troublemaker and scolded him as useless. Rest assured, we will focus on training him. Song Liguo quickly stood at attention. He felt a heavy sigh of relief. It seemed this matter had passed. Gao Xiaolong wouldn't pursue it anymore. However, before Song Liguo could fully relax, he heard a burst of intense gunfire nearby. As Jiang Tian opened fire, both sides had already erupted into a fierce gun battle, and Jiang Tian showed no signs of backing down. What a joke. At this moment, these are all entries. all evil points waiting to be harvested. After this incident, Jiang Tian would level up directly. He couldn't hold back anymore. Jiang Tian took a leap, found an angle, and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Don't be impulsive, Song Ligua shouted from behind. Gao Xiaolong's face stiffened. Does it hurt? Just moments ago, he had said Jiang Tian was a bit afraid of death, yet now Jiang Tian had charged forward. In reality, despite Gao Xiaolong's earlier tough talk about being a suicide squad, the truth was that Jiang Tian hadn't even completed his internship. His experience was absolutely insufficient. Charging forward was just asking for death, wasn't it? Not to mention that even when Jiang Tian hadn't shown much performance, Gao Xiaolong would never put him in a situation where he would die. Come back, Gao Xiaolong shouted from behind, not even caring about being slapped in the face. But in the next moment, as Jiang Tian continued to fire, single shots were almost sounding like a continuous burst. Random fire, aside from exposing one's position, was useless. Such reckless shooting would only let the drug dealers discover your location, putting yourself at risk of being shot in the head, and it served no purpose at all. Gao Xiaolong said anxiously. Hastily charging in is pointless. Yeah, it's too reckless. He needs more training in the future, Song Ligua hurriedly agreed. Regardless, Jiang Tian's performance had already been excellent, and besides, his background was not simple. If something went wrong, how would he explain it to Jiang Tian's family? In the future, they needed to strengthen training in this area. This was simply reckless and suicidal. If there were teammates around, it would be harming both others and oneself. And one careless move could turn them into a cancer within the team. Gao Xiaolong said frantically. Their position was crucial. The urgent task now was for them to carefully relocate, especially for newcomers like Jiang Tian and Zhao Wei. They needed to be arranged to evacuate together, not following orders, acting recklessly, thinking that showing fearlessness would impress others, shooting randomly, and exposing their position was simply nonsense. Jiang Tian, stop, Song Ligua said. He wanted both Jiang Tian and Gao Xiaolong to find an opportunity to charge out. But now, with their positions hastily exposed, many drug dealers and red dots had already discovered them and were preparing to close in. Wasn't this just madness? Random shooting, what are you doing? Jiang Tian. Stop immediately, but the next moment, Gao Xiaolong's eyes swept over and saw 3 approaching drug dealers instantly shot dead. Hiss, what a guy. So fast. This defense line was only Jiang Tian, and with thermal imaging, Gao Xiaolong could see everything very clearly. After 3 almost simultaneous shots, the next moment, the figures in the thermal imaging collapsed to the ground. They truly fell to the ground, motionless, clearly shot in the head. This didn't look like random shooting. Did it? How did 3 people go down? Were they hit? Gao Xiaolong's expression stiffened, his mouth agape, unable to speak. His head buzzed. This kid, doesn't he, seem to be just a rookie protected by a probation period. It seems he actually has some skills. Did you just shoot? Gao Xiaolong still couldn't believe it. Yeah, what is wrong? Is there a problem? Jiang Tian innocently turned and blinked, seeming to question if there was an issue with what had just happened. Gao Xiaolong almost spat. Is there a problem? This was more than just a problem. Hitting the target isn't scary. What's scary is that in the dead of night, hitting 3 shots in a row, as if joking, directly killing 3 drug dealers. At such a distance, with thermal imaging, in the middle of the night in dense woods, firing 3 shots in a row, instantly shooting 3 drug dealers in the head. Are you a ghost? It's not just about having hands. Chapter 9. Acting on behalf of Heaven Kid. How did you do it? Song Ligua gasped. In fact, many times when carrying out a mission, thermal imaging is not usually equipped, but tonight's mission was special. So it was specially approved for carrying. It was to prevent drug dealers from escaping. As a result, with the thermal imaging, they instead witnessed Jiang Tian's godlike operation. Look at me, I'll just demonstrate once, Jiang Tian said as he fired a shot with a bang. He didn't even look at the drug dealer or aim. He just raised his hand and fired without turning his head, his neck still facing Song Ligua. In the next moment, in the eyes of Song Ligua and Gao Xiaolong, a drug dealer fell to the ground, clutching his neck with both hands. Mamma mia! Song Ligua's eyes widened. His eyeballs were about to pop out. It's that simple, Jiang Tian said. Silence. Gao Xiaolong fell silent. A slap in the face? No. He didn't have time to think about that now. What lay before him seemed like a deity. Gao Xiaolong took a deep breath, his heart unconsciously speeding up. Kid, your Uncle Gao knows that at the beginning. Your voice was a bit loud, and what you said was a bit unpleasant. I hope you don't take it to heart. However, you haven't completed your probation period yet, and the battlefield is very dangerous. Don't think that just because you have some shooting skills, you can do whatever you want, and don't let it get to your head. Gao Xiaolong suppressed the shock in his heart. After all, he had seen a lot of big scenes. This situation felt like witnessing a deity, but Gao Xiaolong could still endure it. Some elite soldiers in the military region could also do this. His shooting skills were impressive, even to the point of being a sharpshooter. However, the battlefield is not that simple. A newcomer without professional training is certainly not one of those specially trained special forces from the military region. Facing such a battlefield is very dangerous. This is a good seedling. Gao Xiaolong knew this was definitely a top-notch talent. He admitted that he had spoken too loudly earlier, but he could correct it. Now, Gao Xiaolong's eyes brightened. A talent like this had been discovered, and he felt a surge of admiration for talent in his heart. Hey! But before Gao Xiaolong could finish his sentence, Jiang Tian had already disappeared into the dense forest ahead. Faintly, he heard Jiang Tian's voice. It's safer here. You two stay here. The drug dealers behind won't come for a while. I'll handle the ones in front first. He couldn't stay put. For Jiang Tian, this was all raw experience points. Even more, it was a series of crimson evil values. Song Ligua hurriedly said, "Come back, Jiang Tian. I order you to come back immediately. It's dangerous ahead, and you're still in your probation period. I command you to return. This kid, so reckless? Simply lawless." Gao Xiaolong was furious. This is outrageous. It's simply outrageous. Song Ligua also felt indignant and angrily echoed, "Chief, aren't you supervising this kid? If he disobeys orders on the battlefield, just eliminate him. He's simply a tumor, a harmful element in our team that must be eliminated. If he dares to disobey orders now, he will dare to defy authority in the future. We absolutely cannot allow such a harmful element to remain in our team." Gao Xiaolong's scolding tone suddenly stopped, and he looked at Song Ligua with a gloomy gaze. He was supervising Jiang Tian out of anger at Jiang Tian's cowardice, wanting to rush him to the battlefield to vent his anger and to tell those who took shortcuts that the frontline combat team is not a place for them. But what was Jiang Tian's performance? It was simply a perfect answer. From the very beginning, he analyzed the correct movements of the drug dealers, then discovered and shot a dangerous enemy, indirectly saving him. Now he had already killed 5 drug dealers in quick succession, as easily as eating and drinking. Sharp insight, impressive shooting skills. Originally angry that Jiang Tian was afraid of death, yet he charged forward into battle, shooting drug dealers even against orders. You tell me, a good seedling like this should be executed? Is this guy being sarcastic? Xiao Song, just eliminate him and that's enough? Considering it's his first offense, there's no need. Absolutely no need, Gao Xiaolong said in a deep voice. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, more intense gunfire erupted. Gao Xiaolong quickly used the thermal imaging to look. Jiang Tian had already charged toward the drug dealers. He moved exceptionally swiftly through the jungle. Thanks to the thermal imaging, it was like a killing machine in Jiang Tian's hands. He discovered the hiding spots of the drug dealers, quickly maneuvered in the darkness, changed angles, and then shot them dead with one bullet. In a short time, anyone who poked their head out or was in Jiang Tian's line of sight was shot down in one hit. What? You say you can confirm it's Jiang Tian? At that moment, both sides were still advancing step by step, with the anti-drug team hiding behind trees, using thermal imaging, still maneuvering defensively. At this moment, only Jiang Tian had charged toward the drug dealers. He moved quickly. In the thermal imaging, the only thing that could obstruct it was being covered in mud. Otherwise, any heat source could be easily detected. Damn, Gao Xiaolong's eyes widened. This is insane. He had been in the police department for a long time and had seen some elite soldiers from the armed police and military. But none of them seemed as outrageous as Jiang Tian. Did this guy's bullets have a mind of their own? Song Ligua was dumbfounded. Gao Xiaolong fell silent. His face was hot. It even hurt a bit. What was going on? Who am I face? At this moment, Jiang Tian was charging through, and these drug dealers were basically one shot, one kill. A group of people who had not received any training, who didn't even have the most basic military qualities, were merely a bunch of ordinary people holding guns. Some of them had already exhausted their bodies due to drug use. Their combat effectiveness was shockingly weak. With Jiang Tian equipped with thermal imaging, he moved through the darkness as if on flat ground, combined with the perfect shooting skills that hit every target. It was a massacre. Whoever comes near, don't come over. Bastard, there's a sniper. Damn it. Where did the sniper come from? These drug dealers weren't fools. When one by one drug dealers were killed in the darkness in a short amount of time, they had already reacted. Firing their guns would expose their positions. The gazes of these drug dealers shifted from the anti-drug team to Jiang Tian. And Jiang Tian, like a ghost of death in the dense forest and deep night, silently harvested lives. These were the culprits who had harmed countless families and deserved to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a barrage of bullets came sweeping in, and Jiang Tian hurriedly dodged behind a tree for cover. 34. Crack. Jiang Tian, hiding behind the tree, calculated tonight's achievements in his mind, casually replaced the empty magazine. He loaded his gun, opened fire, and quickly stood up to raise his weapon. Bang, bang, bang. Another 4 drug dealers met their demise. Damn, this is too brutal. Chapter 10. The tremor of the cloud sea in a well-greened residential area. A series of quarrels erupted from within. I had just received the news that Xiao Tian had been personally sent to the front lines by Senior Colonel Gao. Fortunately, his luck wasn't too bad. He wasn't on the front line, just flanking from the side. Jiang Peng exhaled deeply. Looking at the woman sitting on the sofa with her head down, his gaze was filled with complexity as he sighed softly. I'm sorry. I really didn't know that the one who answered the phone was Senior Colonel Gao from Kyoto. Jiang's mother bowed her head in acknowledgement of her mistake. It's pointless to say these things now. I hope tonight's operation goes smoothly, Jiang Peng continued to sigh. After all, it was for Jiang Tian. It was just a bit of bad luck. However, I still felt a bit uneasy. Xiao Tian was just an intern. He hadn't even been officially hired yet. Was it wrong for me to do this? Now he's being overseen by Senior Colonel Gao, and Xiao Tian, a newcomer. Facing his first real battle, Jiang's mother clutched her heart, feeling restless, sensing that something serious was about to happen. As she spoke, she began to cry. Senior Colonel Gao is a decent person. He won't hold personal grudges or deliberately send Jiang Tian to his death, so you shouldn't worry too much. Moreover, over 100 armed police and all personnel from the Yunhai anti-drug operation are mobilized. There shouldn't be any unexpected situations. Jiang Peng tried to comfort her. Jiang's mother felt slightly reassured, but the next moment, Jiang Peng's phone rang. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air. After fully understanding the content of the call, a wave of dizziness surged through Jiang Peng's mind, nearly causing him to faint. His expression grew increasingly grim. At the Yunhai Police Department, brightly lit, Jiang Peng, as the police chief and also the deputy mayor, wore an urgent expression. Contact the military, the armed police, and the resting criminal investigation team to support us quickly. Jiang Peng felt a rush of adrenaline. So many major events had happened today. Originally, Jiang Peng was supposed to be present at the operation tonight, even during the meeting. But because of Jiang Tian's mother's phone call, he was directly sidelined by Gao Xiaolong. Thus, he wasn't required to participate in tonight's operation. He had been anxiously pacing at home when suddenly, the secretary called him, explaining the situation on site. Jiang Peng felt an explosion in his head as he rushed to the police station, where Secretary Zhou Zhao was already present, looking very serious and anxious. After making arrangements, Secretary Zhou patted Jiang Peng on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we have many people mobilized. We just found out that the brother of the drug lord Tu Cha has been captured, and those drug lords are trying to rescue him." The initial news was just a smokescreen. The military special operation team has already gone over. You can rest assured that there won't be any problems. However, despite saying this, Secretary Zhou was also feeling uneasy. It's dangerous. Too dangerous, especially for Senior Colonel Gao's safety. Jiang Peng asked, "How long until the military arrives?" "Most of the military is conducting exercises next door, and the nearest support will take about an hour," Secretary Zhou replied. "An hour?" Jiang Peng immediately stood up. It was too late to say anything now. Whether recalling the police personnel, initiating an emergency action, or calling for military support, There was simply no time. This is madness. Tu Cha's brother was accidentally shot dead during the rescue attempt. So now Tu Cha is likely to retaliate, Secretary Zhou said as he led Jiang Peng to the car. The convoy quickly gathered at the police station's entrance. This is all the personnel we can bring. Others are still on their way. Let us go check the situation first, Secretary Zhou stated. Secretary Zhou, whose full name was Zhou Zhao, usually had a professional relationship with Jiang Peng, with little contact outside of work. However, tonight was exceptionally different. Zhou Zhao grasped Jiang Peng's hand, his face full of urgency, and Jiang Peng sensed something unusual. Secretary Zhou, how many drug dealers are we dealing with? Jiang Peng asked heavily. Zhou Zhao sighed and then revealed a number. Buzz! Jiang Peng was completely blown away. Initially, it was said that the drug dealers had set a trap and the intelligence was wrong. Now, hearing the number of people involved made Jiang Peng's scalp tingle. There are over 100 drug dealers on the armed police side, and our Yunhai anti-drug team has nearly 200, including a team of foreign forces suspected to be mercenaries, Zhou Zhao explained. Wow! Jiang Peng's face turned pale. What about Jiang Tian? A terrifying and ominous premonition surged within him. Apart from Jiang Tian, he instantly understood why Zhou Zhao was taking such action. Because Gao Xiaolong was with the anti-drug team. If anything went wrong, Jiang Peng couldn't bear to think of the consequences. However, one thing was for certain. If Gao Xiaolong encountered problems, there would be a terrifying earthquake throughout Yunhai, from top to bottom in the political arena. No one would be spared, including Zhou Zhao. There are no outsiders here. We are now all in the same boat, Zhou Zhao said. They arrived at the scene. Zhou Zhao and Jiang Peng, along with a few combat-capable personnel from the police station, went to the first scene. The incident occurred suddenly. No one had expected that these drug dealers had set a trap. Neither Zhou Zhao nor Jiang Peng spoke of it, because they both knew it was over. Arriving at the scene was merely a remedy. By the time they got there, the anti-drug team would likely have already faced a disastrous situation. With more than 3 times the number of personnel and a team of professional foreign mercenaries. These were people who killed without blinking, professionals in the act of murder. Secretary, I'm sorry, Jiang Peng said, his voice trembling. He knew that if his son Jiang Tian had died, it wouldn't matter much to others. But Gao Xiaolong, because of a phone call from Jiang's mother, had personally overseen Jiang Tian's deployment to the front lines. This meant that if something happened to Gao Xiaolong, he couldn't escape blame. Given the current situation, even if they got there, they could only collect the bodies. It was too late to say anything. Xiao Tian, I reviewed the information. After all, he is just an intern and not officially hired. It's normal for someone to take care of him. You can't blame them. If Senior Colonel Gao knew about this, he wouldn't be so furious, Zhou Zhao sighed. At this moment, it was too late for any words. Gao Xiaolong and the anti-drug team thinking of this. Zhou Zhao felt anxious about the dark future. Jiang Peng thought of his son Jiang Tian, his heart aching. In his life, he had only one son and one daughter. His daughter had just been accepted into a prestigious university. Jiang Tian had also graduated from the police academy. No one had expected this turn of events. Be strong, Zhou Zhao said, looking out the window. Hearing those words, Jiang Peng's whole body trembled because he knew that the anti-drug team was likely finished. Chapter 11. The First World War annihilates 150 drug dealers. Shocking them, they were already prepared for the worst. Based on the information and circumstances they currently had, the situation at the front line was dire. Whether it was Jiang Tian or Gao Xiaolong, it was highly likely that both had already encountered danger. Whether they could survive depended entirely on fate. As for the 35 members of the anti-drug team, they couldn't hold their ground because the drug dealers had been planning for them from the very beginning. 35 against nearly 200, and in a situation where they had fallen into an ambush. Zhou Zhao and Jiang Peng felt increasingly heavy-hearted as they thought about it. Something had gone terribly wrong. This was going to be a big deal. A monumental catastrophe. If casualties were severe, it could be said that even without Gao Xiaolong, they would bear a huge responsibility. And with Gao Xiaolong involved, the negative impact would be considered one of the most devastating cases in recent decades. When they finally rushed to the scene, they saw a silent jungle in the distance. This silent jungle instilled a deep sense of fear, as if it were the mouth of a demon opening wide. Leaders, it's quite dangerous ahead, and we've lost contact with the anti-drug team. Those drug dealers are clearly prepared. We cannot recklessly charge in, said Sun Jianhua, the deputy director of public security, sitting in the passenger seat, his tone heavy. Something feels off, Jiang Peng said, after getting out of the car and looking ahead. How far are we from the ambush site? Zhou Zhao also inquired. The deputy director, standing beside them, was well aware of the situation. About less than 2 miles. 2 miles? A chill ran through Jiang Peng and Gao Xiaolong when they heard the deputy director's words. It was over. The sky had fallen. That was the only thought in their minds. Jiang Peng felt dizzy, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, the deputy director reached out to support him. Those bastard drug dealers. Damn them. Don't they fear our response? We could mobilize the military to wipe them out. Zhou Zhao said angrily. The armed police shouldn't have any issues for now. But the most dangerous ones are the anti-drug team. 2 miles. No matter what, we should be able to hear gunfire. But now, damn, these drug dealers really need to pay. Jiang Peng's eyes turned bloodshot as he clenched his fists. When the gunfire stopped, they felt that the anti-drug team had been completely wiped out. It was already a total annihilation. As for eradicating over 200 drug dealers and a group of mercenaries, 35 members of the anti-drug team? Don't joke about it. They hadn't even dare to think about it. Even if special forces arrived, they would probably still be unable to fight back that night. Ask when the military support will arrive. I want them to pay in blood. Zhou Zhao said through gritted teeth, then paused before continuing. The anti-drug team are heroes. We cannot let their sacrifice be in vain. He knew that everything was over now. In the entire Yanhai, everyone from top to bottom would be thoroughly reshuffled. As the secretary of Yanhai, he bore significant responsibility. This was the provincial capital, and as its leader, he was a high-ranking official of the provincial committee. However, in this situation, he could not escape blame, not to mention future promotions. It was highly likely he would be completely dismissed. Because this incident was too heinous, no one could escape the consequences. Let the criminal investigation team sneak over to investigate the situation, Jiang Peng said through gritted teeth, almost word by word. The leader of the criminal investigation team was about to take action when suddenly footsteps echoed in the dark, especially loud. Almost everyone quickly found cover and prepared for battle. Damn, those drug dealers are coming too fast. Zhou Zhao thought this was the drug dealers approaching. Everyone had already assumed the anti-drug team had perished. The criminal investigation team, brought along, was even ready with their weapons, aiming at the source of the sound, holding their breath. I don't care what methods you use. Hold these drug dealers off until the military arrives, Zhou Zhao ordered. Ensure the mission is completed. The leader of the criminal investigation team assured him with a serious expression, even though they only had 20 people. In the next moment, the criminal investigation team leader said heavily, "Don't worry, leader. I won't let the anti-drug team's sacrifice be in vain, nor will I let Captain Song's sacrifice in vain. I will hold them off with my life." Good. Zhou Zhao nodded gently. Just as they finished speaking, shadowy figures appeared on a distant path, gradually becoming clearer. When they finally revealed their outlines, Zhou Zhao suddenly jolted. Tonight's moon was particularly full. Under the moonlight, it illuminated the ground, appearing exceptionally bright, although it wasn't as bright as during the day. At least within a range of 10 meters, everything was very clear. Even from dozens of meters away, parts of the outlines could be seen. To be honest, tonight's moonlight mirrored Gao Xiaolong's mood, which had shifted from being overcast at the beginning to now, with moonlight spilling onto the earth. The feeling of surviving after a storm didn't excite Gao Xiaolong at all, because until now, until everything was over, Gao Xiaolong still felt as if he were in a dream. Gao Xiaolong thought he was seriously ill, deeply trapped in a dream. Otherwise, how could everything be so clear? In his dream, he witnessed a rookie anti-drug police officer who hadn't even finished his internship, wielding a gun, shooting with deadly accuracy. A CSGO super expert? Even a super expert shouldn't be able to do this. One man, charging into a flock of sheep, growing braver as he fought. He dreamed of that rookie cop, firing an automatic rifle. Or perhaps it was semi-automatic because he fired so fast it gave him that illusion, and he managed to sweep through a group of drug dealers, killing more than 20, with every shot hitting the target. Gao Xiaolong often organized military drills between the police and the army, and he had seen many elite soldiers. But those elite soldiers were in no way comparable to the person in his dream. He had seen top soldiers who could single-handedly reload and sweep through entire armies. But he felt that they were still far inferior to the person in his dream. Because this person had killed 130 drug dealers in a short time and had also taken down 2 mercenaries, forcing all the drug dealers to flee for their lives. He relentlessly pursued them and ultimately succeeded without losing his life. The total kill count reached 148. Using 150 bullets, and even the 2 empty shells had hit their targets. In short, he thought he was ill. In a daze, he walked silently at the front, contemplating when his dream would end. Until he finally exited the dense forest, he still had not awakened from his dream. In a daze, after stepping out with his hands behind his back, he saw a group of police officers, led by Xiao Zhou, excitedly walk up to him. Slap! Gao Xiaolong slapped himself. His palm hurt. This was not a dream. He was very happy because he was not ill. Everything seemed to have truly happened. The rookie police officer, Jiang Tian, whom he had deliberately targeted, was a sharpshooter, an absolute gun god. It wasn't a dream. It turned out everything was real. Gao Xiaolong looked at his hand, murmuring to himself, "Old Gao, you're still alive? I'm not dreaming." This slap also awakened Zhou Zhao, bringing him back to reality with tears in his eyes. Still alive. Old Gao is actually still alive. Thank the heavens. Yes, I'm not dreaming either, Gao Xiaolong said softly. If none of them were dreaming, then it meant everything was real. He recalled his earlier words, scolding Jiang Tian as a harmful element. Gao Xiaolong felt a wave of guilt rising within him. This was not a case of a bad apple. It was clearly a matter of a police god. Right, Gao Lao, don't worry. The army will support us soon and will definitely deal with those drug dealers. You all hurry and escape. We will hold them off. Zhou Zhao seized the opportunity to quickly make amends. The intelligence was wrong, and that was their fault. The chaotic situation in Yunhai had already attracted discontent from above, especially with the increasing number of drug dealers. The more they caught, the more appeared. The drug dealers were resorting to every possible means. As the first line of defense against drugs, and also the primary line of defense in the country, Gao Xiaolong had come from Kyoto specifically to inspect the situation. Given that Zhou Zhao was already under scrutiny from above, the emergence of this issue made him eager to remedy the situation. Drug dealers? When Gao Xiaolong heard these 2 words, a momentary confusion appeared on his face. Yes, drug dealers. Gao Lao, rest assured, we're here. You will be safe. Zhou Zhao quickly replied. Where are the drug dealers? Gao Xiaolong instinctively asked. Zhou Zhao's heart sank, his face turned pale, and he began to suspect that Gao Lao had been injured in battle and might be suffering from amnesia, or perhaps had suffered a head injury. Otherwise, how could he ask such a question? Meanwhile, Jiang Peng's first priority was to find his beloved son. Following Gao Xiaolong, there were many people, roughly estimated to be nearly 30. Some were injured, some were being supported, and about 4 or 5 had sacrificed their lives. After all, bullets have no eyes on the battlefield. Even if Jiang Tian was a sharpshooter, he still needed time. When the fighting broke out, faced with attacks from all sides, it was inevitable that some people were hit by bullets from every direction. After all, this is the Drug Enforcement Police. Beneath this peaceful facade, in this seemingly tranquil world, there are many admirable individuals silently bearing the burden and moving forward. In battle, how could there be no casualties? However, this was already 1,000,000 times better than Jiang Peng had anticipated. But among the casualties, was Jiang Tian one of them? Jiang Peng's mood was heavy. His feet felt like they were weighed down by 10,000 pounds, extremely heavy. He was also extremely anxious. Director. Upon seeing Jiang Peng, the members of the drug enforcement team all greeted him. Jiang Peng nodded with a smile, but deep down, he felt increasingly anxious. Each step felt heavy and made him tremble. Finally, in the next moment, he saw him. He saw Jiang Tian. From the very beginning, when Jiang Tian joined the drug enforcement team, he never told anyone that he was the director's son. It was an unspoken rule, regardless of your background. One must remain low-key within the system. Now, seeing his son, Jiang Peng felt as if he were witnessing the stars surrounding the moon, holding a gun with a newfound resilience on his face that was somewhat unfamiliar to him. Good. Jiang Peng smiled. After experiencing the flames of war, He could clearly feel that his precious son had completely changed. If he had to say, he had been baptized. However, why did the people around leave such a large space for Jiang Tian? What was this about? Were they isolating him? Jiang Peng frowned, feeling slightly heavier in spirit. After today's events, Jiang Peng had come to terms with it. Perhaps some things cannot be forced. If one does not have the ability, there is no need to forcefully help. Otherwise, it would not be helping him, but harming him. Maybe it would be a good choice to let this child settle down, marry and have children, take a civilian job, and live an ordinary life. Jiang Peng thought to himself. He had already started to consider having Jiang Tian leave the front line and move to the back as an ordinary civilian employee. If necessary, even working in a household registration office as a small police officer would be a good choice. After today's events, Jiang Peng had made up his mind. He decided to find Gao Xiaolong later to admit his mistake, take responsibility, and promise to transfer Jiang Tian to the household registration office as a small police officer as a form of punishment. Turning around, Jiang Peng hurriedly glanced and saw Gao Xiaolong looking at his son with a complex expression on his face. He also glanced at himself, and Jiang Peng sighed inwardly. His son's future seemed completely cut off, and his own future was also entirely over. With this thought, Jiang Peng pulled Song Ligua to the side of the road, shared a cigarette, and deeply inhaled, saying, "Old Song, I'm grateful that Xiao Jiang is alive. Thank you for taking care of him. I will remember your kindness and repay you if I have a chance." He knew that Jiang Tian was just a rookie fresh out of school, barely an intern. In such a dangerous situation, Jiang Tian could remain unharmed, which was certainly due to Song Ligua's care. Jiang Peng acknowledged this favor. However, Song Ligua, after taking a puff of his cigarette, felt his hand freeze at the words. "You must have misunderstood something? Director, let me explain." Song Ligua wanted to clarify. To explain what he had witnessed on the battlefield, Jiang Tian's heroic feats as a sharpshooter. To explain how he saw Jiang Tian single-handedly take down over 100 drug dealers, every shot a headshot, every shot a kill. Their guns were firing randomly, while Jiang Tian's shots seemed alive, tracking straight to the enemy's head. Even if Jiang Tian claimed he could perform gunfighting techniques, making bullets turn corners, Song Ligua would believe it. But just as Song Ligua wanted to explain further, Jiang Peng had already reached Gao Xiaolong's side. At this moment, Zhou Zhao was worriedly asking Gao Xiaolong if he had suffered a head injury. Jiang Peng's arrival interrupted him, as well as the deep reflection and regret that Gao Xiaolong was experiencing. "Director Gao, I was wrong. I hope you can forgive me. I know I have committed a grave sin and understand how severe this incident is, all because of my son Jiang Tian. Director Gao, I also know my son is a bad apple, a tumor of the team. After all, he is afraid of death. Therefore, I hope you can give him a chance to transfer to logistics. I have already thought it through. Let him go to the household registration office to be a small police officer. If you have any objections, I can have Xiao Tian leave the team." Jiang Peng's words were very sincere, filled with regret and remorse, as if he were lamenting his impulsiveness in allowing his son to join the police force. Thus, he was now deeply regretful, willing to suffer the consequences alongside Jiang Tian if punishment was necessary. Anger surged within him. Jiang Peng felt a sinking feeling. He could see through it. Being good at reading people, his mood grew heavier as he noticed the flames of anger burning in Gao Xiaolong's eyes. This made him feel cold all over. Chapter 12. The Hexagonal Warrior, invincible upon emerging the atmosphere at the scene, was somewhat silent. Even Zhou Zhao, at this moment, cast a slightly nervous glance at Gao Xiaolong. Gao Xiaolong held an esteemed position. He was truly a person descended from the heavens, someone whose words held immense weight within the police force. Even Zhou Zhao, the municipal party secretary of the high-profile Shenhui province, dared not utter a single word at this moment. After Jiang Peng finished speaking, he also did not dare to say anything further. However, Gao Xiaolong felt as if the sky was collapsing. The sky had fallen. Everything had turned upside down. Yuan Dong have completely turned against us. Xiao Tian is a troublemaker, I know. As a father, I did not correct him in time. I have my faults. He is a cancer in the frontline team. But even as a cancer, I hope Commander Gao can give him a chance, Jiang Peng pleaded. This request was reasonable. Even Gao Xiaolong could not detect any wrongdoing. It was a very reasonable request. Did he have a reason to refuse? No way. Gao Xiaolong woke up from his dream. The world was flipped. This situation was turning against him, because someone actually wanted to expel his warrior from his police team. Outrageous. Gao Xiaolong shouted angrily. The entire venue fell silent. Jiang Peng trembled, his eyes flickering. Could it be that Commander Gao really intended to hold on stubbornly and was unwilling to accept even this minor request? Jiang Peng's heart grew heavier. Just then, military support arrived, quickly passing by them to the recent battle site. The military leader had also arrived behind several people at some point. At this moment, he furrowed his brow tightly, because, similarly, having come here to request support and after understanding the situation on site, his heart felt cold, and he mourned for the anti-drug police of Yanhai. But upon arriving here, he seemed to see a familiar figure. Although the military was not part of the system, Gao Xiaolong was still someone who frequently appeared on national conference screens. Gao Xiaolong is fine? What a surprise. The military leader also felt a sense of surprise. But the next moment, Gao Xiaolong's voice rang out, instantly energizing the military leader. Gao Xiaolong's face was dark, seemingly the calm before the storm. The military leader understood. He knew that even if Commander Gao survived tonight's events, the leaders of Yanhai would likely have to face the repercussions. He silently prayed for the leaders of Yanhai and the police force, not knowing how far the fallout would reach. Sure enough, Gao Xiaolong was furious. In a fit of rage, he angrily questioned, "You actually want Comrade Xiao Jiang to leave the frontline team? What are your intentions?" Huh? A downcast Jiang Peng looked up in shock. Zhou Zhao, who had been silently mourning for Jiang Peng and calculating how to distance himself from him, also changed his gaze. At first, he thought something had happened to Gao Xiaolong, so he and Jiang Peng were in the same boat, making him close to Jiang Peng. But with Gao Xiaolong surviving and seeking accountability, implicating Jiang Peng meant he had to distance himself from Jiang Peng to ensure his own safety. This was merely a natural instinct to seek fortune and avoid harm. He had already prepared to watch the drama unfold, but Gao Xiaolong's tone was off, very off. This did not seem like a reckoning. The next moment, Gao Xiaolong's voice, filled with anger, came through. "Do you know how much contribution Xiao Jiang has made?" Contribution? Jiang Peng looked confused. Jiang Tian. Could it be that he performed exceptionally well? Gao Xiaolong continued with an angry, questioning tone. "Do you know that without Jiang Tian, we would all have perished there?" Huh? Jiang Peng's heart jolted. Zhou Zhao was even more astonished. "What is Commander Gao saying? Do you know that in this battle, Comrade Jiang faced over 200 drug dealers alone, fired 150 rounds, and killed 148 drug dealers?" Gao Xiaolong enunciated each word. Buzz! It exploded. Hiss! Zhou Zhao staggered and nearly fell. The military leader took 2 steps back, involuntarily retreating from this statement. As for Jiang Peng, his face was filled with confusion. His mind was not functioning properly. What is Commander Gao saying? Comrade Jiang, is that Jiang Tian? One gun, hitting every shot, facing over 200 drug dealers, and killing 148 with a single gun? Buzz! As the police chief, Jiang Peng knew the concept of shooting. During the anti-Japanese war, many veterans did not achieve double-digit kill counts. And now, what was he hearing? An automatic rifle is not a sniper rifle. An automatic rifle is a short-range submachine gun. Achievements that a sniper could only dream of? A single round from an automatic rifle achieved that? Wait, Commander Gao seemed to be implying more than just this. Gao Xiaolong's gaze swept over them as his voice continued. "We were caught in a pincer attack by mercenaries and drug dealers. Comrade Xiao Jiang infiltrated behind enemy lines. And you dare to say that Comrade Xiao Jiang is a cancer? A troublemaker? How can you slander our hero and suppress our police god? What are your intentions?" Staggering, Jiang Peng took a step back. This was done by his own son? Jiang Peng felt somewhat lost. Zhou Zhao looked into the distance at that shadow, which seemed to be Jiang Tian. He had seen him before. During the operation, Commander Gao paid special attention. So he also observed and understood that Jiang Tian's police academy grades were average, his combat skills were average, and his exercise abilities were average. An ordinary and mediocre person. Could such a miraculous feat be accomplished by an intern from the police academy? No, this is a dream. Commander Gao must be joking with them. At this moment, however, the captain, Song Ligua, could no longer hold back and stood up to criticize. Mayor Jiang, although we have a good relationship usually, I absolutely cannot tolerate you insulting our police god, who is also our lifesaver. If it weren't for Comrade Xiao Jiang, we would all have been annihilated by the drug dealers. Another confirmation came. Everyone was digesting this shocking news, leaving the military leader, who had just arrived, bewildered. If he did not know Gao Xiaolong, he would have thought that the Yunhai police were putting on a show for him. As a military leader, he understood too well what this achievement represented. It was an impossible miracle. The next moment, a military person rushed over and stood at attention, saluting. Report. We just checked the battle scene. A total of 167 drug dealers were counted, of which 5 are still alive but have been shot. 14 have died from gunshot wounds, and 148 were shot dead with a single bullet to the head. It was real. This was indeed true. Among those seriously injured and killed drug dealers, there were certainly those that Jiang Tian had taken down after eliminating a large number of drug dealers, followed by the remaining anti-drug team members rushing in. At the same time, this incident would completely send a terrifying shockwave to all drug dealers with ulterior motives. Wait. If all of this is true, the military leader's eyes instantly became fiery. Just now, he seemed to hear someone say that Jiang Tian was the cancer of the team. A troublemaker? Such an impressive person. If you police force do not want him, our army will take him. General Gao, I am the commander of the 346th Regiment stationed in Yunhai. The military leaders stepped forward excitedly. Shut up. Get lost. Gao Xiaolong didn't give him a chance to speak. You were supposed to support us, but it was either windy or rainy. Now, our police god has finally shown our prowess with a single shot, and you dare to come up here, hoping for something you shouldn't. After a moment, Gao Xiaolong's eyes seemed to be able to devour people as he said, If you dare to move, I will chop off your hand. There was a killing intent. The commander of the 346th Regiment was shocked, but with such achievements and such a hero, even the best soldier in the army would retreat. He couldn't let go of it. Gao Xiaolong ignored him and looked at Jiang Peng, who was currently shrinking back and cowering. Gao Xiaolong's heart sank. He never expected that his son was a police god, a hero, yet he was cowering like a coward. However, considering that Jiang Peng had cultivated such talent for the police force, Gao Xiaolong decided to temporarily forgive him. As Gao Xiaolong and the others were confronting, Zhou Zhao took a quick step and rushed towards Jiang Tian. He confirmed it. If it was true, Zhou Zhao could hardly hide his shock. He seemed to see a dazzling police god rising. At this moment, Jiang Tian was still counting today's gains. He had indeed made a fortune. Tonight, the entire Yunhai was in a frenzy. Tonight, the incident reached the capital, shaking it, and they contacted Gao Xiaolong overnight for inquiries. After confirming the details, they were even more shocked. After Jiang Tian returned, he first went to the police station. Inside the police station, he made a battle report with the narcotics team and General Gao. The only regret Jiang Tian had was that throughout the whole event, that damn Tu Cha never showed up. If he had taken down that Tu Cha, Jiang Tian couldn't even imagine how much evil value he could have earned. But now, Jiang Tian was quite satisfied. After all, greed can lead to downfall. After a busy night, when Jiang Peng returned home, he didn't tell his mother about what happened today, just briefly mentioning that Jiang Tian had made a contribution. When Jiang Tian returned to his room, he hurriedly counted his gains. The harvest was abundant. Opening the panel, Jiang Tian was excited. Unerring shot, gold. Insight into human nature, green. Scanning radar, gold. Martial arts small achievement, green. Martial arts master, red. Strong and robust, green. Disguise small achievement. Extraordinary memory, green. Gambling skill small achievement, green. Evil value, 1200. Glancing at his panel, he saw 2 golds, 1 red, and numerous greens. Most of the entries, like stealing, had been combined by Jiang Tian, and the useless ones had been slightly merged, so at a glance, it was all green. He had made a big profit. After taking down more than 100 drug dealers, this was all of Jiang Tian's harvest. Among them, a lot of money had been upgraded by Jiang Tian. For example, the golden entry, scanning radar, was dropped by the drug dealer Jiang Tian shot dead at the start, and then Jiang Tian prioritized upgrading it. The scanning radar could sense any criminal within 1,000 meters. Or rather, with a thought, the area within 1,000 meters seemed to turn into a map. and all criminals within that range could not escape Jiang Tian sensing. This was simply a divine skill, prioritized for upgrading in battle, just to make it easier for Jiang Tian to annihilate drug dealers. All disguises could not escape Jiang Tian. Next, he upgraded to the Red Martial Arts Master, just a step away from gold. Now, Jiang Tian could say in his mind that all existing fighting skills and techniques in the world, such as eye gouging and groin kicking, were almost all lethal moves. Coupled with being strong and robust, although it was green, it was still considered top tier among special forces. This harvest equipped Jiang Tian with an all-around invincible combat power. He was undoubtedly a hexagonal warrior. If he slightly improved his physical attributes to surpass human limits, Jiang Tian could be considered truly invincible. It felt great. Of course, these things were secondary. The most important thing was that his fate had changed. A crucial fate. The next morning, Jiang Tian opened his eyes and saw the ceiling. It was not the despairing scene of his previous life, and he finally understood that he had truly been reborn, not dreaming. Xiao Tian, it's time to eat, his mother's gentle voice rang out. Coming, Mom. Jiang Tian's eyes were a bit moist. This voice was what he had longed to hear day and night in his previous life. Sitting at the dining table, Jiang Peng was eating breakfast, and his mother poured Jiang Tian a bowl of millet porridge and handed him a peeled egg. At this moment, tears filled Jiang Tian's eyes. In his previous life, after the battle last night, Gao Xiaolong died in action. The next day, Jiang Peng was directly suspended and investigated. Jiang Tian was even put on leave at home, waiting for investigation. Soon after, Jiang Tian's mother was also investigated and sentenced. Yes, you read that right. She was sentenced to 2 years. She was convicted of abuse of power. In his previous life, Jiang Tian lived terribly, and fate had completely plunged him into the abyss. His mother fell ill in prison due to depression and passed away shortly after being released. Jiang Peng also became depressed due to his mother's death, and within a few years, he passed away as well. Jiang Tian became a wandering soul, drifting in this world, until he met that woman. During the years when Jiang Tian was depressed and ill, her words struck him. Useless. Do you even deserve to have a child? This child is Xiao Ji's. I'm not afraid to tell you. The child I've raised for more than 10 years is Xiao Ji's. Since you're about to die, I'm not afraid to tell you that every time I did things with you, I secretly took medication. You are useless. Your whole family is useless, and you don't deserve to leave a legacy in this world. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with a deadly cold light. Wang Yifei, are you ready to face my revenge? In Xiao Bo, Chapter 13, beating up the enemy Xiao Tian, you are currently at your peak. But you should also pay attention to being low-key in your daily life. Sometimes being too ostentatious is not a good thing. Jiang Peng reminded Jiang Tian while eating breakfast. This is all experience from someone who has been through it. Jiang Tian understood this very well. Being too showy can lead to jealousy from too many people. This is true no matter where you are, especially in the past life. Jiang Tian clenched his fists. In his previous life, he regarded Xiao Bo as a brother. Even after Jiang Tian's family fell from power, the connections left by his parents could still ensure some background support. However, all those connections were used by Jiang Tian to push Xiao Bo to the top. Although part of it was due to Wang Yifei's influence, more of it was Jiang Tian's belief that they were like brothers. He entrusted everything to Xiao Bo without hesitation. In the end, he was betrayed and ended up in that situation. But now, heaven has mercy. By the way, there's another thing regarding your colleague Xiao Bo. I've already arranged for his promotion. It should be completely resolved in a few days if nothing goes wrong, Jiang Peng suddenly said while eating. This brings up Xiao Bo's hypocrisy. Even a leader like Jiang Peng didn't see through Xiao Bo's true character. If Jiang Tian hadn't been reborn, he would never have imagined that Xiao Bo could do such things. What's wrong, Xiao Tian? Aren't you happy? Didn't you ask me several times for this? Jiang Peng looked confused, as he saw Jiang Tian's expression wasn't very pleasant. In fact, when he heard Xiao Bo's name, a cold aura emanated from him. This was killing intent. After Jiang Tian had killed over 100 drug dealers, his aura, from the inside out, unconsciously carried some killing intent that was very intimidating. Did I ask you for this? Jiang Tian was stunned. In his memory, he finally realized that in his previous life, there had indeed been such an incident. Although Xiao Bo had obstructed him in many ways, that dogwoman Wang Yifei had been whispering in his ear the whole time. So, Jiang Tian had guaranteed more than once that he could help Xiao Bo solve the promotion issue. He felt really stupid. Jiang Tian wished he could slap himself a few times. If he weren't so silly, how could he have done such a foolish thing? The two of them had clearly colluded, one whispering in the ear while the other pretended to be pure and noble, refusing to accept the promotion and acting so clean. Not only did he fail to see through at the time, but he even put more importance on Xiao Bo. He was really foolish. If it weren't for the events before his rebirth. Right, and there was Jiang Yu. Wang Yifei had always been aloof, but suddenly got close. She probably had already conceived Xiao Bo's child and was looking for him to be the one to take over. Jiang Tian's forehead throbbed with veins. Xiao Tian. Jiang Peng frowned slightly. Jiang Tian reacted. Dad, forget about Xiao Bo's promotion. What's wrong? Jiang Peng asked. Dad, Xiao Bo mentioned to me before that he doesn't like taking shortcuts, so I thought about it and decided not to force him. So let's just leave it at that. Jiang Tian lowered his head to eat, trying to suppress his killing intent. All right, hurry and eat. Xiao Bo is a good kid. Although he reminded me yesterday to call Captain Song to take care of you, which ended up causing trouble. He meant well, Jiang's mother said with a smile. Swish. Almost instantly, Jiang Peng's sharp gaze turned towards Jiang's mother. Jiang Tian stared intensely at his mother, because in his previous life, he had never heard his mother mention this matter. No, suddenly, Jiang Tian recalled that after his mother was released from prison and learned about his situation, she had hesitated to say something to him. At that time, she probably wanted to talk about this. But back then, he didn't pay attention. He was even bragging about his good brother Xiao Bo being promoted. Xiao Bo Jiang Tian clenched his fists, taking leave and also promoting his mother through backdoor means. If Xiao Bo wasn't aware of something in advance, no one would believe it. The truth that followed could only be one. Jiang Tian's eyes darkened. As the second-generation offspring, under normal circumstances, entering the system, 99 of them hide their identities. This is an unspoken rule. You can guess it, I know you can guess it, but you all can't say it out loud. Jiang Tian was the same. Jiang Peng casually mentioned that after returning home, he would temporarily set aside the extraordinary promotion of Xiao Bo without any indication. But Jiang Tian felt that Jiang Peng should have known something. Very good, very handsome. Jiang Tian looked in the mirror. Jiang Peng had already left for work. Jiang Tian also concealed his identity at work. Basically, apart from Captain Song, his comrades didn't know Jiang Tian's identity. It had been a long time since he wore the police uniform, and now it was back on him. In the mirror, he saw a sturdy figure, tall and upright, with a clean face but rugged features. Anyone who saw him would have to say he was a handsome young man. A new life starts now. After going downstairs, Jiang Tian rode his small motorcycle. Not long after the millennium, the country's economy was still lagging and rapidly developing. Public servant salaries were not high, although drug enforcement officers had high-risk jobs with good benefits during a time when everyone was tightening their belts. Even frontline narcotics officers could only barely make ends meet. Similar to narcotics officers, with bonuses and so on, they could earn about 1,000 yuan a month. Jiang Tian was an intern with a salary standard of about 500 yuan. On the road, feeling the cold wind, Jiang Tian saw a luxurious car pass by and was filled with envy. He thought about those drug dealers, all of whom were wealthy, while the lives of narcotics officers were hard to describe. Because of this situation, the challenge for narcotics officers was enormous. They had to resist the temptation of bribes from drug dealers. Timing himself, Jiang Tian arrived at the police station. Yesterday, Gao Xiaolong had told Jiang Tian before he left that he would give him surprise today. To be honest, Jiang Tian was looking forward to it. Personal first-class merit? Jiang Tian's heart raced. Or a direct confirmation of his position? Jiang Tian felt good. Xiao Jiang is here. What Xiao Jiang? Call me brother. Yes, haha. As soon as he entered, the teammates who returned yesterday showed Jiang Tian a very high level of respect. There was no other way. The lives of everyone in the narcotics team could be said to have been saved by Jiang Tian. Not only that, although the narcotics department had made mistakes in the events that transpired yesterday, they had eliminated so many drug dealers, and even if it didn't relate much to them, a collective achievement was absolutely unavoidable. As a result, everyone's attitude towards Jiang Tian was filled with smiles and greetings. Just then, an unexpected voice came. Jiang Tian, you're here. That's great. I thought you took a day off today. I heard that Gao Shouzhang scolded you yesterday, calling you a tumor and a harmful element. What happened? Voices full of concern and care filled the air. The entire narcotics department fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Jiang Tian's face was filled with sarcasm as he turned to look at Xiao Bo, who was sitting at his workstation, seemingly worried about him. That's right. It was Xiao Bo, the one he once considered his best brother in his previous life. In reality, all signs suggested that the entire situation was almost caused by this dog. On the surface, he was hypocritical, but secretly, he had harmed everyone in Jiang's family. Especially now, he seemed to care about Jiang Tian, but in reality, yesterday, the high-ranking leader didn't explicitly mention Jiang Tian's name, only referring to a certain comrade. With so many people present, who could tell it was Jiang Tian? This shows that the high-ranking leader was already lenient yesterday and gave Jiang Tian an opportunity. As a result, today Xiao Bo directly pointed out the matter, almost naming Jiang Tian in front of everyone. In other words, if Jiang Tian hadn't made great contributions yesterday, even if the high-ranking leader returned safely, the object of criticism in yesterday's meeting would still have to be relayed through Xiao Bo's mouth to everyone's ears. This dog, I guess, never expected that last night I wiped out more than 100 drug dealers, and the high-ranking leader even praised me as the god of police. Jiang Tian's eyes flickered as he coldly looked at Xiao Bo. Jiang Tian and Xiao Bo graduated from the same school. But Xiao Bo is 2 years older than Jiang Tian, and they have had a good relationship all along. From the very beginning, Xiao Bo knew Jiang Tian's true identity. It was also Xiao Bo who had been trying to befriend him, but in his past life, he was really foolish and deserving of it. Not seeing through this person's disgusting facade. Xiao Bo, what are you doing? Did you take the wrong medicine? Zhao Wei frowned and stood up directly. Xiao Bo quickly touched his mouth, looking apologetic. My bad, I shouldn't have said that, it slipped out. How about this, Xiao Tian? I'll treat you to dinner tonight, and we can let this matter pass. By the way, Xiao Tian, can you give me a glass of water? I'm a bit thirsty, and then I'll continue to teach you drug enforcement techniques. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian felt like laughing. He looked at Xiao Bo, who was sitting there with a calm face, showing no signs of apology. In his past life, during school, Xiao Bo had excellent academic performance and was even the vice president of the student council. Jiang Tian's grades were average, so after joining the anti-drug team, he had always followed Xiao Bo to learn. This was also the reason why Jiang Tian was so open with Xiao Bo. But now, he saw through Xiao Bo's true nature. Jiang Tian walked over with a blank expression. Xiao Tian, I'm a bit thirsty. Didn't you hear me ask for a glass of water? Xiao Bo frowned slightly. He felt that Jiang Tian was acting a bit strange today. What? A mistake can just be covered up with a few words? Jiang Tian's face was full of cold laughter. Xiao Tian, I find your attitude very problematic. This issue must be corrected. How can you be a qualified anti-drug police officer with such a narrow mind? Xiao Bo's eyebrows furrowed with some anger. Are you an anti-drug police officer? Jiang Tian asked. Jiang Tian, what do you want? This is working hours, and this is the anti-drug team. Not a place for you to vent your emotions. Xiao Bo slammed the table and shouted angrily. After saying that, Xiao Bo quietly waited for Jiang Tian to apologize. This had happened many times before, but each time he got slightly angry, Jiang Tian would panic and apologize, even treating him to a meal to make amends. Good kid. Today you dare to get angry at me. Tonight I want to stand up and kick Wang Yifei. Xiao Bo thought and unconsciously smirked. What if Jiang Tian is a second-generation rich kid? The goddess he couldn't bear to touch was still being toyed with by him, just as he was lost in thought. Slap. Still in his fantasy, Xiao Bo felt a sharp pain on his face. A loud slap echoed in the room. Xiao Bo covered his face in disbelief. You dare to hit me? Jiang Tian, you are a troublemaker, a tumor. How dare you hit me? Besides relying on backdoor connections, what else can a waste like you do? The next moment, poof! A terrifying pain shot through Xiao Bo's lower body. The pain was so intense, it reached his brain. Xiao Bo fell to the ground, clutching his lower body, trembling all over from the pain. That's right. I'm a tumor, a troublemaker. So what? You don't accept it? Jiang Tian sneered. Looking at the terrifying expression on Jiang Tian's face, Xiao Bo, who had known Jiang Tian for many years and gained countless political resources from him, had never seen such an expression before. This seemed to be a completely unfamiliar Jiang Tian. It was too terrifying. However, at that moment, Xiao Bo's hypocritical side re-emerged. "We want you, troublemaker. Do you want to be expelled? We have a good relationship. If you apologize to me now, I can still forgive you." Xiao Bo endured the pain, lost in his own world. Although Xiao Bo wanted to expel Jiang Tian right away, he still didn't fully understand what happened yesterday. But now that he had made a move, he also realized he was not Jiang Tian's opponent. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Bo changed his attitude. Given what happened yesterday, he didn't believe Jiang Tian could continue to stay in this team. Second-generation rich kids are generally not liked. Plus, with what happened yesterday, he didn't believe the high-ranking leader would let it slide easily. Jiang Tian, however, wore a cold smile. If it weren't for what happened yesterday, this guy might actually have a chance to succeed. This hypocritical expression made their differences instantly clear. "But now, you little brat, do you know how significant it is to save a life? Do you know how great the merit of providing for everyone is? Good, keep it up." Jiang Tian squatted down, grabbed Xiao Bo's hair, and patted his face. Even his enemies, Jiang Tian had to admire Xiao Bo's disguise. Unfortunately, Jiang Tian could now see right through it, the hatred and malice in Xiao Bo's eyes. His hands were almost digging into the flesh. Yet he still wanted to act nonchalant, which was truly commendable. Just a second ago, he was angrily cursing Jiang Tian as a troublemaker, exposing his past. And after sullying his own reputation, he immediately tried to whitewash his magnanimity. This move directly stepped on his own feet. Poof! Jiang Tian stomped down on Xiao Bo's face again. Chapter 14. First-Class Merit and Awards. Exploding mentality, Jiang Tian couldn't help but want to slap this kind of person who he considered a brother. How could someone be so despicable? Malicious. Moreover, Jiang Tian could roughly see the other party's thoughts. It stemmed from an imbalance created by Jiang Tian's second-generation status, leading to a kind of retaliatory mentality. If it were yesterday, Jiang Tian's performance wouldn't have been so distorted. Even if Jiang Tian had survived by luck, and even if Gao Xiaolong had survived by luck, Xiao Bo directly exposed Jiang Tian's connections and backdoor dealings, leaving all colleagues with an impression of him as cowardly and self-preserving. With the armed police involved, 100 or 200 people who knew who Gao Xiaolong was referring to. As long as Jiang Tian didn't stand up and admit it, no one would know that Gao Xiaolong was scolding him. But Xiao Bo deliberately brought it up today, looking at Jiang Tian, who was unharmed at work, intentionally mentioning it carelessly. Jiang Tian saw through this little scheme at a glance. He wanted to provoke public outrage against him, and with what happened yesterday, if he performed poorly today, he wouldn't be able to stay in this team. And if the consequences were worse, he could lose everything at home, just like how things developed in his past life. In his past life, Jiang Tian used the connections left by his parents to push Xiao Bo down, only to be blinded by Xiao Bo and Wang Yifei, this pair of scumbags. Jiang Tian spent over a decade muddling through, ultimately ending in a miserable state. Yet, after that, Xiao Bo seemed to have opened the door to miracles, marrying the daughter of a wealthy businessman. His position seemed to rise rapidly, something Jiang Tian had envied in his previous life. He fantasized countless times about whether he would have been as glorious if that incident hadn't happened. However, Jiang Tian's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he remembered that when Wang Yifei was whispering in his ear to ask for his help, she mentioned that Xiao Bo's current fiancée, he was the daughter of that wealthy businessman who looked down on Xiao Bo's conditions. Xiao Bo was 2 years ahead of Jiang Tian, having graduated more than 2 years ago and just recently became a third-level police officer a little over a year ago. There are second-level and first-level police officers before the police officer rank, but due to the conflict in the public service system, police officers are prepared for vocational school and high school graduates. Since the formal public police selection starts at the undergraduate level, police officers are rarely seen. Apart from the internship period as second-level trainee police officers, they directly become police officers upon formal employment. Under normal circumstances, for Xiao Bo to be promoted, he would need 3 years to reach first level. It would take nearly 2 more years to potentially advance from third level to second level, assuming everything goes smoothly. However, The path to promotion is fraught with challenges. One misstep could mean waiting an additional 3 years. Similar to most people who spend a lifetime as minor clerks, 1 carat per hole is the principle. The conditions set by the wealthy businessman's daughter required Xiaobo to be promoted to second-level police officer this year to prove his capabilities. At this moment, Xiaobo endured intense pain, supporting himself against the table as he slowly stood up, but with a serious expression said, "Brother, I misspoke earlier. I know your temper is volatile and shouldn't provoke you. After all, these words are from others who call you a harmful element and a tumor. Your brother was wrong. My mouth was out of control. Now we are even." After saying this, the anger burning inside, Xiaobo almost twisted him. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to stomp Jiang Tian into the ground. However, reason told him not to do so, because if he did, Jiang Tian, who was looking for a way to leverage his old man's connections for promotion, would be finished. He had already softened his attitude. As per usual, when he said this, Jiang Tian would worship him, believing Xiaobo to be a real man with a broad mind. Not only would they shake hands and reconcile, but Jiang Tian would also feel guilty and apologize, inviting him to dinner. But now, without Jiang Tian needing to say anything, Zhao Wei had already angrily interrupted. "Enough! Who are you calling a harmful element and a tumor?" Interrupted in the middle of his performance, Xiaobo frowned slightly. Yesterday, the big leader was furious about someone using backdoor connections at the meeting. "Oh, Jiang Tian, I'm not talking about you. Don't be angry. We did make a mistake, and mistakes must be endured. You can't hide the truth, right? It's normal to be cowardly. Everyone can understand since we are on the front line. It's good as long as you can correct it in the future." As he spoke, he seemed to encourage Jiang Tian with a smile, thinking himself to be profound and inscrutable. Crack! At that moment, Xiaobo noticed that everyone in the office was looking at him strangely. Before he could think deeply, the office door behind him was opened. A heavy voice rang out. "You say Jiang Tian is cowardly and a harmful element?" The heavy, questioning voice belonged to Song Ligua, who walked out with a grim expression. In fact, he had heard the commotion outside early on, but had not come out, just listening to what was happening. When he heard Xiaobo's words, he could no longer sit still. Did he know that the big leader was furious yesterday for not understanding the situation, and that he felt guilty and upset, still repenting? This bastard ran out today, and even the big leader couldn't hide this matter anymore. Not only did you jump out to announce it, but you also came in front of the person involved, looking like a green tea bitch for whom? Initially, no one knew that the big leader had called Jiang Tian a harmful element and a tumor, fearing for his life. They all thought it was some member of the armed police or drug enforcement team. But now, well, everyone knows that the target of the big leader's anger last night was Jiang Tian. This didn't just embarrass Jiang Tian. It embarrassed the big leader too. This bastard could deceive Jiang Tian in his past life, but he couldn't fool these seasoned veterans. He used to not care, feeling it was nothing and not wanting to get involved. But now it was different. Who was Jiang Tian? He was a police god, their strategic weapon in the drug enforcement team. "Captain," Xiaobo approached with a smile, submissively offering cigarettes. "Captain, it's my fault that this matter got exposed, but I believe everyone will find out sooner or later. We are teammates who have each other's backs. Hiding things won't last long." Song Ligua's face darkened, his anger building. His fists clenched unconsciously, and he gritted his teeth. "Xiaobo, you've gone too far." Xiaobo, not noticing anything unusual, continued with a righteous expression. "No, Captain, we are fighting on the front lines. Who would trust their back to a cowardly person, right? I think it's necessary for everyone to know the truth. This is also for everyone's responsibility." Xiaobo secretly glared at Jiang Tian. Did they have a grudge? Not really. But Xiaobo was envious of Jiang Tian, the second generation, especially since, on a deeper level, Xiaobo was after political resources. He understood clearly that with Jiang Tian in the team, the political resources wouldn't belong to him and could even become a stumbling block. He couldn't accept it. Defeating Jiang Tian, then with his understanding of Jiang Tian, he would just need to apologize slightly, and this fool would probably be grateful and forgive him immediately, then unreservedly use all his resources to help him. Xiaobo was calculating in his heart. Slap! Just then, intense pain shot through his face. Xiaobo was utterly stunned. Turning his face, he saw Song Ligua's furious countenance as he enunciated each word. You say Comrade Jiang Tian is a harmful element? Slap. After saying this, Song Ligua slapped him again. You say Comrade Jiang Tian is a tumor? Slap. You say Comrade Jiang Tian is cowardly? Each statement was punctuated by a slap. Previously, Song Ligua viewed Xiao Bo as a somewhat clever young man who could potentially be cultivated. But now, the rage within Song Ligua was about to explode. This bastard. Song Ligua was so angry that his eyes were filled with stars as he said, "Who gave you the courage to say that? Comrade Jiang Tian fought bravely on the battlefield last night while you were at home sleeping. Comrade Jiang Tian faced over 200 drug traffickers alone, risking his life, while you were at home enjoying the air conditioning. How dare you say that Comrade Jiang Tian is afraid of death? Who is the real cancer in the team?" Xiao Bo's face was in excruciating pain, visibly swollen. However, the physical pain was far less than the tremor in his heart. He turned to see everyone watching the spectacle. Many people seemed to be surrounding Jiang Tian, asking how he was. As for him, he thought Jiang Tian must have gotten the news and fled yesterday. He remembered that Jiang Tian had never taken a leave of absence in over 2 years and thought he was very serious, only to coincidentally request leave at the time of a major mission. Could it be that he knew there was danger and, out of fear for his own life, shamelessly came here to slander Comrade Jiang Tian? What a joke. Did they know that yesterday, Jiang Tian saved the entire anti-drug team? Did they know that without Jiang Tian, last night, they had even conducted tactical analysis and post-war simulations? They had run the simulations many times. Their only conclusion was that before help arrived, none of them would survive. After 10 simulations, all ended in total annihilation. Even surviving would be a matter of luck for 1 or 2. Knowing this outcome, who wouldn't feel fear? But because of Jiang Tian, they successfully preserved most of their strength at the cost of only a few teammate sacrifices. Jiang Tian gave them a second chance at life. He was the target of public scorn, almost becoming a public enemy. Xiao Bo, who had done this many times before, had many people supporting him. Even under his unintentional guidance, Jiang Tian had almost caused dissatisfaction and even hatred among many. The only friend he had was Zhao Wei. And now it was his turn. What happened? What on earth happened? Xiao Bo was almost going mad. Before Song Ligua could continue speaking, a group of people walked in from outside. Many leaders had arrived, including Director Jiang Peng and Deputy Director, among others. Of course, at the front was the big leader, Gao Xiaolong. There was a loud commotion with drums and gongs. The plaque for first-class merit was displayed. As expected, Comrade Jiang Tian, please continue to support us in the future. Yes. Everyone in the room was congratulating Jiang Tian. This waste impossible, Xiao Bo sneered darkly. Are you joking? This waste won a first-class merit? But the next moment, Gao Xiaolong's expression was extremely serious as he walked up to Jiang Tian, and everyone consciously made way. Comrade Jiang Tian, the urgent report to Kyoto last night regarding your miraculous performance has greatly shocked the higher-ups, and they have specially granted you a first-class merit. This was the surprise Gao Xiaolong had prepared for Jiang Tian overnight, processed with urgency. Jiang Tian looked at the medal on the plaque, and at that moment, it was so brilliant and dazzling. Jiang's father, following Gao Xiaolong, couldn't help but wipe the tears from his face. At that moment, he wanted to shout, "This is my son," but he knew he couldn't say it now. Jiang Tian took a deep breath, looked at his teammates who supported him, and then at Xiao Bo, who was the target of public scorn, before looking at Gao Xiaolong, who personally placed the first-class merit medal on his chest. It had changed. In that moment, he completely believed that the wheels of fate had turned. On this day, in his past life, he should have been suspended at home waiting for a notice. Then, a group of uninvited guests came and handcuffed Zhang's father and mother. After a few days of being in a daze, he met Zhao Wei's sister, and not long after, he was transferred to a desk job. But now everything had changed. The situation of his parents being arrested had turned into them being proud of him, bringing glory to the family. This first-class merit was of great significance. There is a saying, you stand to receive a third-class merit. Lie down for a second-class merit, and family receives a first-class merit. Although not absolute, it also indicates how terrifyingly difficult it is to obtain a first-class merit in peacetime. When the first-class merit medal hung on his chest, Xiao Bo's mind exploded. How could this be? How could he have a first-class merit? What does this represent? A glorious future. From now on, Jiang Tian would be prioritized for promotions, regardless of his family background. At this moment, Gao Xiaolong continued, "Comrade Xiao Tian, I apologize for the trouble you've faced." What? Xiao Bo's eyes widened. A first-class merit is a trouble? What kind of absurd words were these? Xiao Bo trembled all over looking around, but found everyone seemed to take this statement for granted, even agreeing with it. Don't you feel shocked? The shock made Xiao Bo forget the pain entirely. Yes, the big leader was right. A first-class merit was indeed a trouble. Given yesterday's situation, I feel he even deserves a special class merit. Commander, isn't this a special class merit? After 1955, everyone believed it was impossible to award special class merits in peacetime, so it was canceled. What a pity. No, it's insane. Is the world too crazy? Xiao Bo staggered back, his face full of shock, his pupils constantly contracting. Who would have thought that Gao Xiaolong also agreed, saying, "That's right, I originally applied for a special class merit for you, but the higher-ups considered that restarting the special class merit would have too great an impact. And since you're still young, there will be many opportunities in the future." He patted Jiang Tian on the shoulder. "The future belongs to young people like you. Xiao Tian, you did not disappoint me, nor did you disappoint everyone. I apologize for what happened yesterday. I was hasty and wronged you." Last night, Gao Xiaolong carefully understood the situation and found that the backdoor issue was concealed by Jiang's mother from Jiang's father, Jiang Tian. After his investigation, he discovered that it was all Jiang's mother's doing, and Jiang Tian was wronged. Jiang's mother considered that Jiang Tian was an intern just entering the police force, and asked acquaintances to look out for him, which was perfectly normal. Ultimately, it was all a misunderstanding. However, he almost wronged a genius. Last night, Gao Xiaolong was filled with guilt and couldn't sleep all night, and he fought hard to secure Jiang Tian a special class merit. But unfortunately, furthermore, Comrade Jiang Tian, in light of your outstanding performance last night, perfectly protecting the lives and property of the country and people, and making an extraordinary contribution, you are awarded the first-class merit medal, and your internship period is terminated early, promoting you to second-class inspector. He directly skipped the second class. Reaching second-class inspector, Xiao Bo, who had been striving for and planning for the second-class inspector rank for 3 years, watched in disbelief as Gao Xiaolong personally tore off Jiang Tian's intern police badge and replaced it with a 1-bar 2, which was the second-class inspector rank. This leap saved Jiang Tian 4 years, 1 year of internship and 3 years of promotion. 4 whole years completed by Jiang Tian in one night. Xiao Bo watched helplessly as Gao Xiaolong personally hung the first-class merit medal on Jiang Tian and apologized. This completely shattered Xiao Bo. For him, seeing Jiang Tian receive accolades was even more painful than killing him. At this moment, Xiao Bo, feeling agitated and overwhelmed, stood up and shouted angrily, "Why does he, and in turn, deserve a first-class merit? Why should he become a second-level police officer? He is just afraid of death." Chapter 15. Promotion and salary increase, explosive mindset. Jealousy gone mad within the system. Wanting to be promoted is truly a step-by-step climb to the top, starting from the third-level inspector after becoming a regular member. The basic requirement for promotion is a minimum of 3 years. There is one opportunity every 3 years. However, not everyone gets this opportunity. Among all the new officers who come in, the number of slots available is very limited. So why should you be promoted? If you miss one chance, the next opportunity will be another 3 years, which means a total of 6 years. As for Jiang Tian, he saved a year after becoming regular and also saved the 3-year wait. This resulted in Xiao Bo's explosive mindset. First-class merit, and he feels wronged? The top leader, Gao Xiaolong, personally apologized. Plus, he was directly promoted to a second-level inspector, making him a direct superior to the subordinates who had once served him tea and water overnight. This kind of mental explosion caused Xiao Bo to lose all rationality. There are dark secrets. At this moment, Xiao Bo firmly believes that Jiang Tian definitely has connections, acting recklessly and without fear of consequence. It's hateful. These second-generation individuals are simply lawless. He thought that the high-ranking officials would detest evil, but he didn't expect them to be in cahoots. Xiao Bo was trembling with anger, pointing at Jiang Tian and cursing. This is a useless person. Why should he receive first-class merit? Why should he be promoted out of turn? He is just a second generation who relies on connections. Many times, reality can drive a person mad, especially when there is a stark contrast. Watching Jiang Tian get promoted and receive a salary increase while he struggles in the mud, with the requirements from his fiancée already making him feel overwhelmed. He had been scheming hard. After all his efforts, the promotion he longed for was just an additional benefit for Jiang Tian's first-class merit. What did you say? Gao Xiaolong, who had patted Jiang Tian on the shoulder with a happy expression, suddenly frowned at the inappropriate voice. He looked at the unfamiliar face that was making sharp and piercing accusations. The unfamiliarity was because Gao Xiaolong had not seen him. After the operation yesterday, he had gone through the faces of everyone in the anti-drug team, including those who had sacrificed, and he was certain he had no impression of this person. The anti-drug team is an important unit, and strangers are strictly vetted. Who are you, and how did you get in here? Gao Xiaolong asked with a frown. Xiaobo quickly explained, Leader, I am also from the anti-drug team. Why didn't I see you last night? Didn't I say that everyone in the anti-drug team had to participate in the operation? Gao Xiaolong pressed. I was feeling unwell, Xiaobo said, his swollen face looking awkward. So, you don't recognize Comrade Jiang Tian's contributions and think he is a tumor, a harmful element? Gao Xiaolong's expression showed no signs of joy or anger. Xiaobo hurriedly nodded and said, Leader Gao, he is just a useless person. He was useless in police school, and this is not an insult, but for his own good. A person with such mediocre qualifications and abilities should not be promoted recklessly. It will be bad for his future. He still needs time to hone his skills. And how can something like first-class merit be awarded to such a useless person? This is simply outrageous. Jiang Tian's gaze from the side gradually turned sarcastic. He did not know who gave Xiaobo the courage to question Gao Xiaolong or to question his achievement of eliminating over 100 drug dealers yesterday. Jealousy had already driven him to madness. However, Gao Xiaolong had a fiery temper and would not tolerate it. Especially after understanding Xiaobo's situation, he was even more furious. Slap. But what Xiaobo faced was a slap from Gao Xiaolong. His already swollen face became even more puffed up, and his eyes were almost squinted into a slit. You take leave when your teammates are on a mission, sleep when your teammates are in danger, question your teammates when they achieve merit, and are jealous when your teammates get promoted. Slap. As he spoke, Gao Xiaolong raised his hand to strike again. But the next moment, Gao Xiaolong took a deep breath and forced down his inner anger. He was truly furious. Yesterday, it was Jiang Tian who created a miracle in a life-and-death situation, not only saving them from almost certain death, but also annihilating most of the drug dealers. And a person who took leave, turned around, and questioned Jiang Tian's achievements? What is your name? Gao Xiaolong's anger was burning. His voice was exceptionally cold, laced with a low growl. Xiaobo's heart sank. Leader, his name is Xiaobo, from our anti-drug team, first squad of the 1st Division. A robust, middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd. He was the captain of the 1st Division and also the captain of Jiang Tian's operational team. All right, Xiaobo, is it? From now on, you are indefinitely suspended and sent home for reflection, Gao Xiaolong said angrily. Boom! A thunderclap. The sky fell. Xiaobo's face turned pale. The sky had completely fallen. He came from a village in a mountainous area, the first college student to emerge from the surrounding villages in recent years. Especially after entering police school, his family had been overwhelmed with pride. Because of this, he had desperately climbed upward, and after entering university, he realized the vastness of the world. He began to resent why he was not born into a powerful and influential family, and even more so, he hated those second-generation individuals. But now, thinking about how his family would react after he was suspended, his mindset instantly collapsed. I refuse to accept this. Why should Jiang Tian, this useless person, receive first-class merit? Why is it that just because someone says a few words, he gets suspended? Has the police force become so dark? Yesterday you said you would clean up the harmful elements, but now, just because he has influential connections, ordinary people like us have no way to survive? Just because someone faced drug dealers without backing down, they can get first-class merit? If we all face drug dealers without backing down, why didn't we get first-class merit? Xiaobo attempted to evoke sympathy from everyone. However, when he looked around, he found no one was speaking up for him. Gao Xiaolong's face was cold as he said, "All right. Let me tell you why Comrade Jiang Tian received first-class merit. Because yesterday, Comrade Jiang Tian single-handedly wiped out 150 drug dealers." His Xiaobo's pupils constricted. 150 drug dealers? Are you kidding? Moreover, the reason for your suspension is not because of this. Yesterday, you were the one who contacted Jiang Tian's family to call the police station, and you even timed it to when I was in the office, right? That landline number was also given to Jiang Tian's family by you, wasn't it? Gao Xiaolong's face was dark. He never expected that upon arriving here, he would be schemed against by a petty individual and almost wrongfully accused a police hero, a genius. I was just concerned about Comrade Jiang Tian. Is there anything wrong with letting his family know about the situation? Xiaobo defended himself defiantly. All right. Everyone present was almost laughing in anger. Even now, he was still reversing right and wrong. This was simply malicious, narrow-minded, and filled with jealousy. You are the true harmful element, the real tumor, Gao Xiaolong said coldly. If it weren't for his rationality, he would have wanted to pull out his gun and shoot this scoundrel. At this moment, Jiang Tian looked at Xiaobo with disappointment. Xiaobo was now sitting weakly on the ground, feeling utterly defeated. To be honest, his combat power was too weak. He had originally wanted to take his time to retaliate and make him wish he were dead. But who would have thought that before Jiang Tian even had to exert himself, Xiaobo was completely finished. Indefinite suspension for reflection, but when Xiaobo said this, it was almost like he was directly saying that he would be fired from his public position. Xiaobo was completely finished. Jiang Tian let out a sigh of relief. It must be said this is fate. In his previous life, Jiang Tian was the same. After being stepped on by Xiaobo, he fell into hell completely. He lived in a daze for over 10 years, worse than death. His family members passed away one after another under extreme torment. In the end, even the son he thought he loved the most betrayed him. The wife he walked hand in hand with turned out to be his greatest accomplice in plotting against him. Unfortunately, he realized this too late in his previous life. But now it's not too late. Everything has been salvaged. Unexpectedly, Xiaobo, who usually seemed quite nice, turned out to be such a vicious person. Damn, I didn't expect Xiaobo to be so calculating, knowing that Jiangge had some connections at home. He secretly ran over to give Gao Shouzhang his phone number to help him get through the back door. How malicious. Ugh, it's simply disgusting. Everyone was shocked. Even Song Ligua didn't expect that there was such a thing behind this. All of this was actually orchestrated by this person. He truly deserves to die. With Xiaobo's departure, there were only flattering voices around Jiang Tian. Not only that, Gao Xiaolong even brought a bonus of 50,000 yuan and a collective second-class merit. A collective second-class merit is already quite good, mainly because Jiang Tian's contributions were too outstanding. Others could say that this second-class merit was all taken from Jiang Tian. Originally, the operation yesterday not only did not yield merit, but the incorrect intelligence caused significant losses, and the entire Yinhai anti-drug team would also be held accountable. However, with merits and demerits offsetting each other, plus Comrade Jiang Tian annihilating so many drug dealers, a collective second-class merit was specially awarded to you all. Gao Xiaolong then announced. Wow, this was an honor for everyone, and an enormous surprise. As Xiaobo reached the door, he turned his head, his eyes bloodshot with anger. Looking at Jiang Tian, who was surrounded by everyone in the center, with a first-class merit hanging on his chest and a second-class anti-drug badge on his shoulder. He was truly shining. And what about him? From now on, he had already been suspended. Xiaobo's jealous eyes were bloodshot. Jiang Tian could be said to be the person he hated the most. Watching Jiang Tian get promoted and raise his salary to reach the peak of life was even more painful for him than killing him. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Xiaobo was filled with jealousy, a ringtone rang out. Xiaobo immediately bent down to bow. Yuna, how come you have time to call me? Yuna. She is Xiaobo's fiancée, but the condition for their engagement is that he must be promoted this year. How is your promotion situation going? My dad said that if you can't get promoted this year, then our matter is impossible. You know, our family doesn't want useless people. A cold voice came from the phone. Xiaobo said with a face full of flattery. I'm confident. Yuna, wait for me. We will definitely get engaged by the end of the year. After hanging up the phone, Xiaobo's fawning expression turned into a grimace. The phone he was holding felt like he wanted to crush it. In his eyes, all of this should belong to him. Everything should belong to him. The one being pointed at by thousands should be Jiang Tian, who leaves dejectedly. The one standing in the spotlight being flattered should be him, Xiao Bo. It was him. He took everything away. As for Xiao Bo's departure, Jiang Tian paid no attention at all. Although everyone had achieved merit, don't celebrate too early. The actions of the two Cha are a provocation against our country, and also a provocation against our entire department. This is absolutely intolerable. Having said that, Gao Xiaolong paused slightly and continued. Besides Tu Cha, the situation in Yunhai is also very serious. Drug dealers are increasingly rampant, which has a deep relationship with the inadequate supervision in Yunhai. I don't care how you do it. I have only one requirement, and that is to clean up the drug dealers in Yunhai. This matter is taken very seriously. According to statistics, 70% of the drugs in the country enter through Yunhai. This is your dereliction of duty. The drug problem in Yunhai is severe. Because of its connection to the Golden Triangle, Yunhai has become the primary route for drug trafficking from the Golden Triangle. Additionally, the Yunhai environment is well connected, and the transportation channels are extremely convenient. This place is simply a paradise for drug dealers. With a massive number of drug dealers smuggling drugs into Yunhai every day through various means. Some can be searched, while others cannot be detected at all. Due to the numerous methods, it is simply unpreventable. After Gao Xiaolong left, Song Ligua directly canceled the celebration of merits. His face darkened as he called an urgent meeting, angrily reprimanding his subordinates. Now, everyone must take immediate action. Each team has assigned tasks. From now on, everyone will take action in a net-like manner to capture drug dealers. Also, Comrade Jiang Tian, your action team leader, was sacrificed yesterday. For now, you will lead your team. The personnel is tight, and adjustments will be made later. Song Ligua finally instructed. Goodness, promoted and given a raise? Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. Not only was his police rank upgraded, but his position was also promoted. Damn, Jianggu is awesome. Zhao Wei gave a thumbs up. Jiang Tian felt very pleased because, as the action team leader, except for designated tasks, he could basically carry out actions freely in groups of 3. This allowed his scanning radar, the scanning radar within a kilometer range, to directly activate the map cannon. Wherever he pointed, it would fire. The team leader who took Jiang Tian and Zhao Wei with him yesterday unexpectedly sacrificed. Jiang Tian just filled this vacancy. However, in fact, the team was still short one person. Currently, only Jiang Tian and Zhao Wei were acting temporarily. Getting into the official car, Jiang Tian and Zhao Wei fully armed themselves inside. Generally awesome. Jiang Tian was modest. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Tian squinted his eyes, looking at Zhao Wei, who was very low-key as the driver. If it weren't for his rebirth, Jiang Tian would never have known that this guy had such a powerful background. Ding, ding, ding. Jianggu, your phone is ringing. Zhao Wei reminded. Jiang Tian took out his phone and looked at the incoming call information. Wang Yifei? Seeing this name, Jiang Tian's brows furrowed deeply. A surge of unnamed anger rose from his heart. If it wasn't for her speaking out in his previous life, Jiang Tian would never have known that the child was actually Xiao Bo's. What was even more infuriating was that according to the situation in his previous life, when he was lost and dejected, it was today that Wang Yifei got him drunk and took advantage of him. A month later, she told him she was pregnant. In reality, Wang Yifei was already pregnant now. Chapter 16. Saving Jiang Xiaoyu. The drug lord of Yunda Jiang Tian was in a state of despair. His mother was arrested and his father suspended. Overnight, his past life felt like it had collapsed. He didn't even know the reasons behind it all. It turned out to be orchestrated by Xiao Bo, and that woman, Wang Yifei, was undoubtedly involved. Jiang Tian unconsciously tightened his grip on his phone. The cold light in his eyes grew sharper. The hatred from his past life would be repaid in this one. He hadn't forgotten the child in Wang Yifei's belly, the child he had raised for over 10 years in his past life, only to discover that it was the root cause of his suffering. Especially now that this call had come through, Jiang Tian guessed that Wang Yifei had just learned of her pregnancy and was hastily looking for a backup. After all, the woman Xiao Bo was pursuing could only see Wang Yifei as a spare, and Jiang Tian, he was merely a backup for this woman. It was lamentable that in his past life, after pursuing her for so long, she had treated him as a backup from the very start, always keeping him dangling. In the end, he had unwittingly become the one to take over her burdens. Countless times in his past life, Jiang Tian had regretted it. A beautiful family and a happy life had turned into such a nightmare overnight. He hung up the phone with a snap, choosing not to answer. Now that he understood the situation, his plan for revenge would slowly unfold. He had plenty of time. For now, he would let it be. Meanwhile, at the police station, Zhang's father and Gao Xiaolong had not left. They were all in Jiang Peng's office. Song Liguo was somewhat worried. Although Comrade Jiang Tian had strong personal combat skills, he was freshly graduated and lacked experience in criminal investigation. It might be a bit premature to let him lead a small team. Everyone present, including Zhang's father, nodded in agreement. Being accurate with a gun and agile in action on the battlefield didn't necessarily mean he was equally effective in capturing drug dealers. Young people, once they achieve some merit, can unwittingly become arrogant. It's good for them to occasionally trip up. Gao Xiaolong, shrewd and calculating, remarked, "So this was all part of your plan, Chief Gao." Jiang Peng was surprised, feeling a strange sadness for Jiang Tian. Ha. The drug dealers in Yinhai indeed pose significant problems. Their connections are complex and not easy to uncover. Otherwise, after so many years of strict crackdowns on drug-related issues in Yinhai, they wouldn't still be rampant. Without a seasoned narcotics officer leading them, they'd be like headless flies. Gao Xiaolong spoke slowly. As Gao Xiaolong said, the battlefield and the hunt for drug dealers were different. In drug enforcement, the most important thing was still the ability to find drug dealers. Once located, it was usually a matter of overwhelming force. There were various strategies to employ. However, it was rare for anyone to dare confront drug enforcement officers directly and engage in a firefight, which might not even happen once in many years. "Wait, Jiangge. Wait for me." At that moment, a hurried voice came from behind Jiang Tian's vehicle. Screech! Zhao Wei slammed on the brakes, and a woman quickly jumped into the car. "Sister Li, what are you doing here?" Zhao Wei exclaimed in surprise. "Captain Song just assigned me to your team." Li Zijing quickly replied. "What? No way." Zhao Wei was taken aback. He looked around at Jiang Tian, who had just been promoted after a stellar internship, and then at his own insignia, still a probationary officer, not yet confirmed. Then he glanced at Li Zijing, who looked quite proud. "What else with that look? I've been in the anti-drug team for 3 years. You two are just newcomers, and I know more than you," Li Zijing said proudly. Jiang Tian glanced at Li Zijing's proud demeanor and nodded subtly. She indeed had reasons to feel proud. He didn't feel any resistance to her joining, mainly because, in both his past and present lives, he had a good impression of Li Zijing. Before his rebirth, due to his Navi personality, he had often been belittled by Xiao Bo, and Li Zijing had spoken up for him more than once. Unfortunately, he hadn't taken it to heart at the time. In his past life, Li Zijing had also sacrificed during the drug dealer encirclement. Just before her sacrifice, she had warned Jiang Tian that Xiao Bo had a dark personality. Li Zijing often brought meals to Jiang Tian and took care of him. "Jiangge, where are we going now?" Zhao Wei asked. "Let's patrol the streets first," Jiang Tian said, fully armed and sitting in the back seat. In the 2000s, the only patrol vehicles used by their police team, apart from official duty cars, were Santanas. The windows were completely tinted black. "We've been assigned a task to track down the drug dealers. Running around like this won't help us find them," Li Zijing complained. "Who said that?" Jiang Tian smirked. "Scanning radar. This is a golden entry. With it, as long as a drug dealer appears within a kilometer of me, they can't escape my notice." As Jiang Tian activated the scanning radar, various small dots appeared in front of him. Ordinary people showed up as white dots, but those with a criminal record would have a slight red tint, indicating they had committed some illegal acts. However, Jiang Tian skipped over those with only a hint of color. He carefully observed the pedestrians on the street. "Stop the car." As they reached a school entrance, Jiang Tian suddenly straightened up. At that moment, his scanning radar clearly detected several bright red dots. "Huh? What is this?" Jiang Tian got out of the car, his face full of surprise. "Jiangge, this is Yunda," Zhao Wei explained. "Yunda." Jiang Tian frowned, pondering for a moment before finally recalling. Yunda was the university where his sister studied. It was the only double first-class university in Yanhai province, and Jiang Tian's sister had worked hard to get in. However, in his past life, his relationship with his sister had fractured due to Wang Yifei. After their parents left one after another, his sister returned home while still in school, and Wang Yifei targeted her in various ways. Jiang Tian, lost in sorrow, had not taken charge. After Wang Yifei drove his sister away, the homeless Jiang Xiaoyu had no choice but to return to the school to live. When Jiang Tian learned about it, it was too late. His sister had jumped to her death after experiencing hallucinations from drug use. At that time, Jiang Tian was heartbroken, filled with pain, and hated himself countless times, feeling as if his heart had died. Later, his sister's close friend found Jiang Tian and revealed the truth. That day, Jiang Tian's sister had been forcibly drugged by several people at the school. Unable to bear the humiliation, Jiang Xiaoyu had jumped off the school rooftop. Crack! Thinking of this, Jiang Tian unconsciously tightened his fist. Wang Yifei and Xiao Bo had completely ruined his life. Not only that, but there were also these drug dealers, or rather, drug users at the school. Jiang Tian later learned that the people who drove Jiang Xiaoyu to her end were led by someone who pursued her. And when Jiang Xiaoyu repeatedly rejected him, he went mad and tried to use drugs to control her, or rather, to possess her. Jianggu, it's time to go home, Zhao Wei said, leading the police dog eagerly. School's out, Li Zijing remarked, unaware of what Jiang Tian was doing there. All right, today is Saturday, Zhao Wei realized, scratching his head. Our holiday this week is gone again. Jiang Tian raised his hand and slapped down. As a qualified drug enforcement officer, the millions of people living in Yanhai are suffering under the threat of drugs. If you want to take a vacation and join the drug enforcement team, you must always be prepared to be away from your family, understand? Mainly, Jiang Tian thought of Zhao Wei's sister, whose eyes were very terrifying, as if she could see through people's hearts. To be honest, Jiang Tian did not want to see that woman in this lifetime. It was a bit scary. Zhao Wei trembled all over, his eyes shimmering with tears. Brother Jiang, I am guilty. As a drug enforcement officer, my ideological awareness is inadequate. Jiang Tian smiled with satisfaction. Brother, old brother here. Just then, a surprised voice rang out. Jiang Tian turned his head and saw Jiang Xiaoyu transform into a gust of wind and rush into his embrace. The fragrance was overwhelming, and Jiang Xiaoyu's head was rubbing against Jiang Tian's chest. The long-lost scent, the long-lost feeling. Jiang Tian's lips cracked. This familiar voice and smell made him think he was dreaming. In his previous life, for more than 10 years, he had dreamt countless times of this scene, dreaming that his sister was still alive. Damn, Brother Jiang, I misjudged you. Zhao Wei's eyes widened, almost spitting blood. Damn it, just a moment ago. He was talking about how drug enforcement officers should be pure and not only have no vacation, but also keep their distance from family. They should be self-aware and work overtime. Yet the next moment, his sister ran into his arms. Stop rubbing. Can we have a vacation now? Jiang Tian patted Jiang Xiaoyu's little head, and at that moment, the guilt in his heart seemed to turn into something tangible. Moreover, she was such a sensible and clingy good sister. Boo-hoo, brother, I'm hungry. Jiang Xiaoyu pouted. I'll take you for a feast. Jiang Tian waved his hand grandly. After all, whose sister wouldn't be cherished? Captain, we are still on a mission, and the higher-ups are strict. If the mission targets are not met, there will be penalties. Li Zijing, standing aside, felt a strong reluctance to interrupt. However, thinking of the urgency from above and the rampant drug dealers in Yanhai, she could only speak up to interrupt this warm scene. The world is vast, but accompanying my sister for a meal is the most important. Jiang Tian waved his hand. Brother, what about me? At that moment, a little girl following Jiang Tian perked up and asked. Jiang Tian squinted and turned to look at the little girl behind Jiang Xiaoyu. He had just been busy reminiscing with Jiang Xiaoyu and forgot about an important matter. Looking at this little girl, Jiang Tian's eyes sparkled with appreciation. Lian Xin. In his previous life, it was Lian Xin, Jiang Xiaoyu's best friend, who revealed all the truths to Jiang Tian. Later, Lian Xin even teamed up with Jiang Tian to find evidence against the drug dealers to avenge Jiang Xiaoyu after graduating from law school, which led to Xiao Bo gaining additional credit for promotion. However, everything has been rewritten now. Together, Jiang Tian waved his hand. Just now, there was a bonus of 50,000 yuan, and Jiang Tian was quite generous. Long live the old brother. Jiang Xiaoyu was overjoyed. However, Jiang Tian ignored Jiang Xiaoyu and instead scanned the area, instantly spotting a figure trying to hide. At that moment, Jiang Tian's eyes flashed with red light, and a murderous aura flickered. But soon, it was suppressed by Jiang Tian. Then he calmly said, "That classmate, I just saw you following Xiaoyu. You should be her friend. Come eat with us. Don't rush to leave." "That's not a friend, old brother. You've mistaken." Jiang Xiaoyu's face changed, and she hurriedly said, "How is it not?" "Xiaoyu, I was just about to mention you. How can you leave your friends behind when eating? I just saw that classmate talking to you from behind." Jiang Tian spoke gently. Jiang Xiaoyu was so angry that she raised her small fist and pounded Jiang Tian's chest. "Old brother, you're driving me crazy. I won't talk to you anymore." "Brother, hello, I'm Gao Fei, Xiaoyu's classmate." The male classmate following Jiang Xiaoyu stepped forward to shake hands with Jiang Tian, who smiled slightly. "We're all friends. Let us eat together. No need to be polite." "Thank you, brother." Gao Fei glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu. His heart filled with surprise as he nodded repeatedly. Since a car wouldn't be enough, Jiang Tian took everyone directly to the big hotel across from Yin University. On the way, Jiang Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Tian's police badge, her little eyes darting around, then looked at the two trainee police officers following Jiang Tian. "Old brother, aren't you a trainee police officer? Where did you steal your badge?" Jiang Xiaoyu whispered. "Don't talk nonsense. Does your old brother need to steal his badge?" Jiang Tian said with a black line on his forehead. "Brother Jiang, you really got promoted, right? I remember you just graduated, didn't you?" After ordering dishes at the restaurant, Lien Xin looked astonished. Lucky to achieve merit, promoted beyond the norm. Jiang Tian was humble. "But brother, just the three of us eating? Isn't it too extravagant to book a private room?" Jiang Xiaoyu hesitated a bit. "It's on the public account. What's extravagant about it?" Jiang Tian said while glancing at Gao Fei. "Exactly. Not extravagant at all. After all, compared to Gao Fei, spending more is worth it." Indeed. At this moment, Gao Fei's eyes lit up. His eyes kept turning, and he did not expect that this trip would bring him such a big surprise. Flies don't buzz around a seamless egg. Gao Fei was madly pursuing Jiang Xiaoyu. In addition to her beauty, he had also accidentally seen Jiang Peng picking up Jiang Xiaoyu. Coincidentally, Gao Fei knew that Jiang Peng was the director of the Yunhai Public Security Bureau. If he could handle Jiang Tian, wouldn't Jiang Peng be able to solve things easily and even use Jiang Tian to win over Jiang Xiaoyu? As for what means to use, Gao Fei had a plan in mind. Meanwhile, Li Zijing and Zhao Wei remained silent. Their attitudes had changed. Their Captain Jiang was not a police god. Xiao Bo and yesterday as high-ranking official were not wrong. He was indeed a bad apple. Publicly accounting for smuggling? Is it really okay to be so blatant? Ahem, Captain, our team's budget is quite tight. Li Zijing quietly reminded from the side. Unfortunately, it seemed that Jiang Tian didn't hear her. "I'll treat you. Brother, give me some face. I'm treating today." Gao Fei generously stood up and spoke. Jiang Tian smiled slightly. He was waiting for this moment. How arrogant the drug dealers in Yunhai are. Many people don't know this era at all. Chapter 17. I just want to cut watermelon. How did I become a murderer? For example, Jiang Tian brought people to a nicer hotel for dinner, which startled Zhao Wei and Li Zijing. As drug enforcement officers, their average salary was only a few hundred a month, even with the subsidies provided in the public service system. Normal civil servants might even earn just 3,000 to 4,000 a year. Furthermore, in the case of casualties, Jiang Tian specifically learned today that the teammate who sacrificed last night received an 80,000 yuan compensation. That's a human life. They only give 80,000 after someone dies. Even if there are preferential treatments for the martyr's children, what difference does it make? The pillar of a family is gone. However, because of this, it has further fueled the arrogance of drug traffickers. While drug enforcement officers barely manage to support their families with salaries of 600 to 700 a month, they face drug traffickers who casually offer bribes in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. The most terrifying part is that many drug traffickers have even infiltrated the anti-drug teams. They are aware of the family situations of the members within the anti-drug teams. Jiang Tian knows that there have been incidents involving teammates' families before, and it has happened more than once. The brutality of drug traffickers is unimaginable. Captain Jiang, I'm infatuated with Jiang Xiaoyu at first sight. Can you give me a chance to pursue her? I swear I'll treat her well, Gao Fei said, holding up a glass. Jiang Xiaoyu, sitting next to Jiang Tian, was furious upon hearing this, her hands sweating as she gripped Jiang Tian's hand tightly. Jiang Tian reached out to pat his sister's hand. Then, with an unreadable expression, Jiang Tian spoke. My sister is so beautiful. There are many suitors. Who do you think you are? Gao Fei was not angry. He looked around, his eyes flickering, and finally smiled at Jiang Tian. Captain Jiang, I wonder if we can step outside for a private talk. Oh, sure. Jiang Tian nodded in agreement. Bro, Jiang Xiaoyu said anxiously. Xiaoyu, just wait here, Jiang Tian instructed. And then he turned to see Jiang Xiaoyu's friend, Li Zijin, who was now constantly puffing her cheeks and talking about how delicious the food was. Today, Jiang Tian spared no expense, ordering expensive items like sea, cucumbers, and abalone. Damn, Captain, where are you going? Li Zijing asked urgently. She was eager to make a contribution. Now, Li Zijing seriously doubted whether following Jiang Tian was the right decision. She couldn't help but speculate if this guy was really a troublemaker. A troublemaker with decent shooting skills? Captain, we have police laws and civil service regulations. Accepting bribes is illegal, Zhao Wei said, swallowing hard, also worried. He sensed that the situation was a bit different. How did Jiang Tian's actions increasingly resemble those of a corrupt official? A small team leader, already being fought over for a meal. What's next? Is he going to accept bribes? Zhao Wei had little courage. Even a fool could tell that something was off about Gao Fei's demeanor. We are great public servants. What's wrong with the people treating us to a meal? Is there anything wrong with listening to the people's demands? Jiang Tian said with righteousness. Gao Fei's eyes brightened even more, and his smile became increasingly bright. Li Zijing and Zhao Wei were left speechless. Zhao Wei was furious and wanted to stand up. The next moment, faced with Jiang Tian's righteous yet shameless expression, Zhao Wei quickly sat back down. Captain, I saw nothing. Gao Fei's wariness lessened a bit. I have a few brothers who have long admired Captain Jiang. They've already booked a private room for you upstairs, just waiting for you. Gao Fei led the way. Jiang Tian adjusted his collar, a slight smile on his lips as he followed behind. How could he forget? In his past life, when these people were captured, Jiang Tian asked Gao Fei why he forced his sister to death. What Gao Fei said back then still echoed in Jiang Tian's ears. Women who don't know their place, if you had a father like your vice mayor. That would be one thing, but that old man is gone. Killing her means nothing. It's a pity I didn't get to enjoy her before she jumped. Gao Fei was nothing but societal trash. A scum, a drug dealer, a piece of garbage that, in his past life, could look down on them. It was then that Jiang Tian understood that in this society, without power and influence, even garbage could trample you underfoot. Fortunately, everything had changed. Just as he stepped out the door, Jiang Tian paused slightly. He turned to look at a woman, Wang Yifei. They were dining in a private room on the first floor, with accommodations on the top floor. At that moment, Wang Yifei was hugging Xiaobo's arm, waiting by the elevator. Seeing her, Jiang Tian's eyes flashed with hatred. In his past life, Jiang Tian was supposed to have a glorious life, but because of this pair, Xiaobo and Wang Yifei, he was not only harmed, but his father was also implicated. Their entire family was harmed by these two. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian took out a hidden camera from his pocket and aimed it at Wang Yifei and Xiaobo, capturing the moment. During this time, Jiang Tian and Wang Yifei had a very close relationship, even confirming they were in a romantic relationship. However, before this, Wang Yifei had always refused him, claiming she was a conservative woman who absolutely could not be open before marriage. At this thought, Jiang Tian suddenly paused. He suddenly remembered that on this very day in his past life, he was heartbroken, drunk beyond measure, and when he finally woke up, it was already the next morning. Wang Yifei was lying in bed, completely naked, and there was even a pool of blood on the bed. Besides the bloodstains, there was indeed a peculiar smell in the room at that time. Jiang Tian had truly thought he had done something with Wang Yifei. But wait, Jiang Tian suddenly recalled that when he helped Wang Yifei out of the hotel, Xiao Bo was sitting in the lobby, pretending to be concerned. In other words, from beginning to end, Jiang Tian might not have even touched Wang Yifei. Xiao Bo might have taken advantage of his drunken state to do something to Wang Yifei right in front of him. After confirming their relationship throughout the following year, Jiang Tian never touched her. They claimed it was because she was pregnant and couldn't engage in that kind of activity. What nonsense about purity and loyalty was just rubbish. She was nothing but a promiscuous woman. Jiang Tian sneered coldly. This pair of scum, even if they were directly killed, would still be too easy on them. But wait, Jiang Tian suddenly remembered something. The mysterious woman, Zhao Wei's sister, found him in the hotel. When he opened the door, both he and Wang Yifei were completely naked. At that time, Jiang Tian clearly saw the heavy disappointment in the woman's eyes, as well as her lonely tone when she said, "Originally, my brother said you're not bad. I didn't expect that just after such an incident, you could still do something like this in a hotel." This meant that even if he had fallen, he still had a chance. All because of the existence of this pair of scum. Captain Jiang? Gao Fei was startled when he saw the hidden camera come out, almost instantly turning wary. Jiang Tian explained, "Ha ha ha, Gao, that woman is my girlfriend." Huh? Gao Fei's wariness turned into confusion. He glanced at the affectionate couple by the elevator and then looked back at Jiang Tian, who was standing at the corner in an anti-drug officer's uniform, with 2 police insignias on his shoulders, looking handsome and dashing. He couldn't fathom what kind of extraordinary woman she was. "Captain Jiang, you really didn't lie to me?" Gao Fei was astonished. Jiang Tian smiled and took out his phone from his pocket, dialing a number. Sure enough, Wang Yifei, who was waiting for the elevator, reacted and took out her phone. As soon as the call connected, from dozens of steps away, Gao Fei heard the woman's angry voice at the elevator. "Jiang Tian, why did you hang up when I called? What do you mean? You just agreed to pursue me, and you do this? Are you having an affair outside?" "As expected. All men are no good. ISNT, it's just that you need to buy me a birthday gift? You poor thing, if you don't have money, just say so. Why act like this?" "Damn." The woman's voice was clear even from such a distance. "Captain Jiang, my condolences." Gao Fei silently consoled for a moment. But looking at Jiang Tian's calm expression, he felt a deep admiration. How could he remain so calm? Sigh. A penny can defeat a hero. After recording, Jiang Tian turned off the hidden camera. Gao Fei completely relaxed all his vigilance. His face brightened. He initially had only a 50 chance, but now he felt he had a 90 chance. A few minutes later, Jiang Tian and Gao Fei arrived at the private room upstairs. There were 4 people. Jiang Tian's brow furrowed. Something was off. In his previous life, when this group was captured, there were a total of 6 people. This meant 1 person was missing. Let me introduce everyone. Captain Jiang, the son of our Yunhai deputy mayor, currently also the leader of the drug enforcement team. Let's give him a warm welcome. Gao Fei introduced grandly. "Hello, Captain Jiang, the deputy mayor's son. We have a big shot here." The welcoming voices rang out. However, Jiang Tian remained non-committal. After the warm welcome, Gao Fei felt the atmosphere was about right and couldn't help but ask, "Captain Jiang, how much does a drug enforcement officer earn in a month?" Jiang Tian casually replied, 600 yuan. "Only 600? Captain Jiang, you risked your life, and you only get 600 a month?" The whole table erupted in laughter. Jiang Tian's gaze swept over each face. These people, Jiang Tian had a deep impression of, because each one of them was responsible for forcibly injecting drugs into his sister in a previous life, ultimately leading to her death. After all, it was for the protection of the country's and people's life and property safety. Jiang Tian showed a slight displeasure, which further excited Gao Fei, who secretly thought there was a chance. "Captain Jiang, just a small token of appreciation." Gao Fei took out a box from under the table and struggled to place it on the table. "What are you doing?" Jiang Tian pretended to be surprised. "Captain Jiang, this is a token of our brotherhood," Gao Fei explained. Jiang Tian lowered his eyes, opened the small box, glanced inside, and after a moment of contemplation, prepared to turn the tables. "Captain Jiang, there's 1 million in here. If you work, can you earn this much money in a lifetime?" Gao Fei inquired. 600 a month, 7,000 a year. Indeed, to earn 1 million, it would take at least 130 years. "What do you want?" Jiang Tian remained expressionless, but his heart was full of cold laughter. "We have a batch of goods we want to bring in, Captain Jiang." Which day are you on duty at the border? Please help us out, Gao Fei said. While he was speaking, Jiang Tian discreetly scanned the room and noticed that everyone at the table was tense and alert, staring at him intently, as if something was off, and they suddenly moved. You are all the pride of Yin University. How did you end up on this path? Jiang Tian asked knowingly. How much can the pride earn? Just like Captain Jiang. You graduated hard from Police Academy, and your father is the police chief and deputy mayor. But what use is that? ISNT, it's still empty-handed? We make one trip with goods and earn astronomical figures that we could never earn in a lifetime, Gao Fei continued. But Jiang Tian shook his head, righteous sigh. You guys, the risk is just too great. You should think of something yourself. Captain Jiang, everyone's expression changed. Jiang Tian shook his head and sighed. You earn so much from one trip, yet you only want to offer this little profit. The risk and the return don't match. Gao Fei obviously breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Jiang, just give us a number. Jiang Tian extended one hand. What? Gao Fei suddenly sat up straight. Returning to this era, Jiang Tian couldn't help but lament how rampant drug trafficking had become, openly bribing. Meanwhile, drug enforcement officers had to bear the dangers faced by their families while resisting such temptations and eliminating drug traffickers. One can imagine the terrifying price drug enforcement officers paid in this era. Every bit of peace was hard-earned. Captain Jiang, I need to make a call. Gao Fei's expression changed. He didn't expect Jiang Tian to have such a big appetite, and it seemed he couldn't make the decision. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian unconsciously tightened his grip. His expression remained unchanged, but Jiang Tian was deeply shaken, because this indicated that Gao Fei wasn't acting alone. In other words, there were others behind Gao Fei. Unintentionally, Jiang Tian didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. Originally intending to save his sister and take down a small drug dealer, he never imagined that there was a drug trafficking gang behind this drug dealer. Wouldn't this credit come to him? After Gao Fei left, he didn't know what he was doing, but an hour later, he returned with several boxes. 5 boxes, neatly stacked with 5 million. Rampant. This was rampant. How terrifying the drug dealers were in this era. Jiang Tian was also certain that the other party was being so generous because they wanted to drag him and his father down with them. As long as they accepted the money, they would be tied together completely. However, they probably never imagined. Captain Jiang, the money is all here. Gao Fei felt a bit sour in his teeth. He secretly hated Jiang Tian for being too greedy. But thinking that from now on he could control Jiang Tian's family, Gao Fei's heart trembled. He thought of Jiang Xiaoyu. Gao Fei smirked coldly. Whatever he eats now, he would eventually collect it back with interest, and not only that, he would also take Jiang Xiaoyu along. While thinking this, Gao Fei felt a bit less pain in his heart and picked up a fruit knife to cut the watermelon. Captain Jiang, this watermelon is nice. Gao Fei was in a good mood. What are you doing with that knife? Jiang Tian suddenly stood up in anger. Me? Gao Fei was completely bewildered. He then realized that the hidden camera had somehow been hung on Jiang Tian's chest, and at that moment, Jiang Tian's face was full of shock. You drug dealers are not only bold, but even dare to openly threaten the police with a knife? Gao Fei's head buzzed, becoming even more confused, just when he saw Jiang Tian pull out his gun. No, I was just cutting watermelon. Jiang Tian. Bang! Meanwhile, at the entrance of the private room, Li Ziqin was standing at the door with Jiang Xiaoyu and 3 others. They had heard every word from the private room without missing a beat. Is he? Jiang Xiaoyu covered her mouth in disbelief. Zhao Wei and Li Ziqin looked even more terrified. They didn't expect Jiang Tian to be so bold. Even more so, they didn't expect Jiang Tian was really going to become a bad apple. A tumor, this is a tumor. Li Ziqin gritted her teeth in hatred. Meanwhile, Lian Xin was trembling behind Jiang Xiaoyu. Just at that moment, bang! While they were still in shock, a gunshot suddenly rang out from the private room. The sound was deafening. Not good. Zhao Wei's face changed. The next moment, when they rushed in, what they saw was Jiang Tian holding a gun, seemingly calling out names. The people sitting at the table seemed to have not reacted. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Tian shot one by one at the head, expressionless. Gao Fei sat next to Jiang Tian, holding a fruit knife with a blank expression. Zhao Wei, please make the following record. Just now, 5 drug traffickers openly bribed me. A servant of the people with money trying to get me to assist them in drug trafficking. I would rather die than submit. The traffickers attempted to attack with knives, and I had no choice but to fight back with my gun, successfully killing 4 and capturing 1, as well as seizing $5 million in drug money from the traffickers. Gao Fei, I just wanted to cut a watermelon. Why did it turn out like this? Chapter 18. Collapse. You're not a cop. You're a madman 3 minutes earlier, when Gao Fei had just entered the private room. Downstairs, Li Ziqin and Zhao Wei were worried and brought people down. Having been in the police force for 2 or 3 years, Li Ziqin had a keen sense of smell, and she quickly sensed that Gao Fei was definitely problematic. Coupled with Jiang Tian's actions, there was a hint of corruption about it. Jiang Xiaoyu was also anxious. Don't worry, Xiaoyu, Jiang Ge cares for you so much. He definitely won't allow Gao Fei to pursue you. Lian Xin comforted Jiang Xiaoyu. The 4 of them reached the door of the private room, and at that moment, the not-so-secure door allowed clear sounds of conversation from inside to seep through. Inside the room, Gao Fei and his 4 accomplices were laughing and eating. Who was Jiang Tian? A young anti-drug team leader. The most terrifying part was Jiang Tian's background. His father was the police chief of Yanhai. In this situation, dragging Jiang Tian into the mud could also drag his father down with him. In all of Yanhai, they would be able to act without restraint in the future. What did this represent? Huge profits. 5 million. Terrifying. Especially in this era, 5 million was an astronomical figure for people within the system. After all, Jiang Tian's salary was only 700 yuan a month, and that's after he was regularized. Before that, during his internship, he earned only 230 yuan a month. This was still a high-standard, high-benefit situation. Even now, Jiang Tian's monthly salary was higher than that of Jiang Peng, the police chief, whose salary was only 500 yuan. Yes, you read that right. That's the amount he took home each month. 5 million was indeed a terrifying number. However, for Jiang Tian, it was no less than a provocation from drug dealers. Gao Ge, your watermelon cutting skills are pretty good, nice and straight, haha. Captain Jiang, rest assured, our transportation routes are unimaginable to anyone, Gao Fei said. Yes. After a brief chat, Jiang Tian understood almost everything. In summary, it could be summed up in 4 words: audacious beyond belief. They had reached the point of treating Yin University as their drug den. They had rented a classroom in the university's entrepreneurship park to conduct their drug trafficking activities. They had taken the concept of darkness under the lamp to the extreme. No one would have thought that a drug den would be hidden inside a double first-class key university. If exposed, it would be a terrifying earthquake, because through them, it could quickly, even expediently, assimilate students within the school, turning some of the brightest into addicts. The case was huge and terrifying. Captain Jiang, what do you think? Is 5 million enough? Gao Fei said with a smile while cutting the watermelon, but inside, he was filled with contempt for Jiang Tian. Gao Fei believed he had come this far on his own. Although he had embarked on a path of crime, he had taken a crucial step towards wealth. According to his current output and situation, the future looked increasingly bright. As for Jiang Tian, he was just a second-generation rich kid who was living off others. If only the anti-drug team were all like this incompetent fool. While Gao Fei was still thinking this, he looked at Jiang Tian with a smile. Believing that 5 million would be hard for Jiang Tian to refuse, even to the point of being stunned by the money. 5 million. Do you think I would work for you? Jiang Tian sneered. What do you mean? Jiang Tian, don't be ungrateful. Are you trying to play us? Kid, just because you are with the anti-drug team, you think you can play us? We know your family situation. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Think about your sister too. Bang! An enraged drug dealer stood up. The result that awaited him was the dark muzzle of a gun. Huh? The drug dealer raised his hands in shock. But the next moment, he was horrified to see Jiang Tian had pulled the safety and almost without hesitation, fired. The bullet entered from below, came out his back, adrenaline surged, and his face turned pale as he sat on the bench. Quick, call an ambulance. But Jiang Tian, who stood up, shot him in the head. Blood spattered. So arrogant, a drug dealer can openly threaten an anti-drug officer, wanting to retaliate against my family? Sorry, you have no chance, Jiang Tian said pointedly. The 3 standing drug dealers were shot in the head one by one. The drug dealer, sitting across, looked dumbfounded, his face full of confusion. He seemed unable to understand how, just a moment ago, they were having a good conversation, and in the blink of an eye, 3 accomplices were killed. Wasn't Jiang Tian just an incompetent second-generation rich kid? Wasn't he bribed by them? You can't kill me. You're a cop. You can't kill me. This drug dealer immediately raised his hands. What are you doing with that fruit knife? Are you trying to threaten me? Threaten a police officer? Jiang Tian said with a cold smile. What a joke. Threatening him is one thing, but daring to threaten his family? In his past life, this gang had caused his sister's death. Jiang Tian had no interest in playing games with them. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the drug dealer instantly fell to the ground. So when a few people opened the door, they only saw 4 corpses lying in disarray in the room. The only person alive was Gao Fei. Gao Fei couldn't be killed yet, as Jiang Tian sensed that there might be a bigger fish behind him. It would be too cheap to directly kill Gao Fei, the mastermind. When Li Ziqin and Zhao Wei entered, Zhao Wei began to record. Just now, 5 drug dealers openly bribed me, a public servant, with money, trying to get me to assist them in drug trafficking. I would rather die than submit. The drug dealers attempted to attack me with knives, and I was forced to fight back, successfully killing 4 and arresting 1, while also seizing 5 million in drug money. Clatter! Gao Fei's fruit knife fell to the ground, staring blankly at Jiang Tian, bewildered. Gao Fei, who had been admitted to the Qiyun University, couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Just a moment ago, Jiang Tian had seemed greedy and willing to negotiate. So why had he suddenly raised his gun and taken them down? What had they done wrong? No, I didn't. I'm not a drug dealer. I was just cutting watermelon. I have evidence. This is the watermelon I cut. I want to report you anti-drug officers are killing innocents. Gao Fei stood up in despair and shouted. Bang! The next moment, a gunshot rang out. Gao Fei felt a terrifying impact on his leg. After being shot, adrenaline surged rapidly. It wasn't particularly painful, but when Gao Fei looked down, he saw he had been shot in the leg. The mastermind drug dealer attempted to resist when faced with capture, and this officer had no choice but to fire again. Jiang Tian calmly held the gun, blew the smoke from the muzzle, and then calmly placed it back at his waist. Gulp! Zhao Wei swallowed hard. Li Ziqin looked up at Jiang Tian, stunned. After being shot, Gao Fei sat on the bench, pale, holding his leg with both hands, looking at Jiang Tian with fear in his eyes. He was scared. A madman. This was a madman. Gao Fei looked at Jiang Tian in terror, unconsciously stunned. He recalled at the beginning, thinking of Jiang Tian as a little sheep. A second-generation rich kid living off others. He had thought it would be easy to drag him down and let these drug dealers manipulate him. Don't be fooled by the apparent calm in this private room. They had run into the most concealed camera here. As long as Jiang Tian accepts the money, both he and his father will never escape their control in this lifetime. This is a common trick used by drug dealers. A school leader was easily manipulated by him with a sum of 100,000 yuan, allowing them to almost recklessly place drugs in the school's South Entrepreneurship Park. Initially, it was thought that Jiang Tian and that school leader were equally matched, and, at most, they would pay a slightly higher price. But everything would be worth it in return. However, it discovered something. This is not a little sheep at all. This is a madman, a completely insane person. Just because he took a watermelon knife to cut a watermelon, he turned around and shot his own accomplices dead, firing rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. At this thought, Gao Fei slapped himself with his bloodied palm. He was really foolish to think he could bribe a madman, especially a madman who kills without blinking. What are you standing there for? Did you take notes? Having just killed a few people, Jiang Tian was brimming with killing intent, his eyes seemingly red. And when he spoke, a wave of murderous aura hit them. Zhao Wei shuddered, trembling hands quickly pulling out his notebook and pen, writing furiously. Got it. Don't kill me. Hey! Jiang Tian was speechless. Was he really that terrifying? If these drug dealers hadn't threatened Jiang Tian and his sister, it would have been fine, but these drug dealers actually dared to openly threaten his sister and family. How could Jiang Tian tolerate that? Moreover, it is only right for the police to crack down on drug dealers. Furthermore, the anti-drug police have strict regulations in the police law that allow for unrestricted self-defense against drug dealers if they believe they are in danger. The extent of this self-defense can be said to be quite significant. Jiang Tian looked at Li Ziqin in a daze, sighing internally. No wonder they said that with this kind of quality, It's no wonder drug dealers are so arrogant. For Jiang Tian, to eradicate drug dealers, he has to be even more arrogant, more ruthless, and more brutal. Jiang Tian pulled out handcuffs from his waist. Click! He handcuffed Gao Fei's hand behind his back. I'm bleeding, I need to go to the hospital, Gao Fei cried out in despair. As time passed, and the adrenaline gradually wore off, he felt an excruciating pain. His face turned pale almost instantly. Slap! Jiang Tian slapped him. Shut up. Didn't you see I'm on duty? Obstructing official duties adds to the crime, don't you know? As Jiang Tian spoke, he was scanning the radar, watching the bright red point. That was Gao Fei. He couldn't wait to know how terrifying the number of judgment points would be from judging Gao Fei. I'm going to sue you, you insane bastard. You're not a police officer. You're an executioner. You're a madman. You're just a lunatic. Gao Fei was almost going insane. He felt Jiang Tian was definitely a madman, a completely insane person, a police officer who turned out to be countless times more brutal than them, the drug dealers who had been shot dead by a police officer for no reason. Don't you need a trial to be shot dead? Don't you need evidence to be shot dead? Just because he took a fruit knife to cut a watermelon. He claimed I was holding him hostage. Wow. At that moment, a sudden sound of vomiting erupted. Jiang Tian turned his head and saw Jiang Xiaoyu and Lian Xian outside the door, vomiting uncontrollably. Two little girls still in school. Heaven knows what they went through. Gao Fei was their classmate. Although he had always pursued Jiang Xiaoyu annoyingly and without boundaries, they never imagined he would directly kill them or take them out with a gun. Gao Fei's accomplices, although not in their class, were from the same department, and they often saw them during large lectures. These people were their classmates. Now they were watching vibrant lives fall in pools of blood, even their faces becoming unrecognizable, pierced by bullets, blood everywhere. When have these little girls ever experienced such a shock? They were terrified. Lian Xian was on the ground, vomiting wildly. Jiang Xiaoyu, besides vomiting, was pale and almost unable to stand. Lian Xian was just scared and disgusted by the sight of dead bodies. But Jiang Xiaoyu was worried about much more. Just a few scumbags. How did they get shot dead one by one? Brother, you killed someone. Jiang Xiaoyu's face was filled with horror. At this moment, what Jiang Xiaoyu was most worried about was Jiang Tian. Killing is against the law, and murder means paying with your life. That's the education she received since childhood. Brother, you want to be shot, right? Jiang Xiaoyu was terrified. Jiang Tian was comforting her at the side. Meanwhile, inside the private room, Li Zijing was trembling as she held her phone, calling Team Leader Song. When Team Leader Song saw Li Zijing's call, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, seemingly anticipating it. After all, drug dealers are not so easy to find clues about, especially when searching like headless flies is even more impossible. To search for drug dealers, one needs technology and various situations like tips and reports. But these technologies are definitely not something Jiang Tian and his two companions can master. Killing a few of Xiao Jiang's followers is a good thing. Team Leader Song was in a good mood. Of course, the entire team received first-class merit, and he had a police god under him. How could he not be comfortable? Even the higher-ups had named and praised him. With a smile, Team Leader Song asked, Shaoli, is there no clue? If there are no clues, you can take your police dog to the border to assist the border police in searching for passersby. Maybe you'll find something. Team Leader Song, it's bad. At the Shengxiang Hotel across from Yin University, Captain Jiang has killed someone. He shot dead 4 or 5 people, Li Zijing said, her voice trembling. There was silence on the phone. After an unknown amount of time, a trembling voice from Team Leader Song finally came through. Jiang Tian shot dead 4 or 5 people. Yes, 4 people were shot in the head, and 1 was shot in the thigh, Li Zijing reported accurately. He forgot. Team Leader Song suddenly remembered something. Due to the urgent task, Jiang Tian had returned early to rest last night and had forgotten to provide psychological counseling to Jiang Tian. At this thought, Song Liguo's heart sank. I just saw that they seemed to have prepared several million to bribe Captain Jiang, but in the end, they were all shot dead by Captain Jiang. Chapter 19. Breaking through the sky for the police force and military personnel. Any situation involving casualties during a mission requires psychological counseling. However, due to Jiang Tian's commendation for his achievements yesterday and the urgent award ceremony today, his psychological counseling was slightly delayed. Without immediate intervention, the personal impact, especially after committing murder, can be terrifying. As someone who has been through it, Song Ligua is well aware of this. A sense of foreboding gripped Song Ligua's heart. Damn it. After finally having a war god and police god in Yanhai, if psychological counseling was inadequate and led to mistakes or the indiscriminate killing of innocents, no matter how great Jiang Tian's contributions were, he wouldn't be able to pass this hurdle. Half an hour later, Song Ligua arrived at the scene. The sight before him revealed 4 bodies sprawled across the private room, along with 1 injured person who was bound. Jiang Tian's expression was very serious. For lives. This was an incident. A huge incident. The loss of 3 or more lives at once is a major event anywhere. And even an accidental loss of 3 or more lives is terrifying, capable of causing a major uproar. Moreover, 4 people had already died. Song Ji, all 5 people at the scene are students from Yun University, Jiang Tian saluted. Hiss. Song Ligua's face turned pale instantly. Damn it, still the pride of Yun University? Song Ligua felt his head about to explode. This was going to blow up. This was breaking through the sky. The sky was falling. After so many years in the anti-drug team, Song Ligua had not encountered many sky-breaking incidents. But in just 2 days, the sky had fallen twice. He didn't know if it was due to his age or the overwhelming stress he was under, but he felt symptoms of heart problems. The pride of Yun University, and they could kill 4 people? Song Ligua's mind was in a daze. Song Ji, they are not just the pride of Yun University, but also first-class university students and a group of insane and audacious drug dealers. Jiang Tian's eyes flickered. Huh? Drug dealers? Song Ligua looked up and took a deep breath. Good heavens, he thought to himself. 4 proud students from Yun University, and they were all drug dealers? Song Ligua's face turned even whiter. Was this a good thing? No. This was not a good thing. Damn it, university students, especially key university students, have turned to the path of drug dealing in Yanhai. This shows just how rampant drug dealing is. The higher-ups were already extremely dissatisfied with Yanhai, and now, good heavens, a drug dealer gang had emerged from a key university. Song Ligua couldn't bear to think further. If key universities had drug dealers, then how rampant were the drug dealers throughout all of Yanhai? Jiang Tian sighed as well. To be honest, in his previous life, his father Jiang Peng and Song Ligua had both been investigated together. To be honest, in the month since joining the force, Song Ligua had indeed taken good care of Jiang Tian, prioritizing him in many matters. Apart from their official relationship, they also had a good personal relationship. Song Ligua had been Jiang Tian's neighbor since childhood, and their families had always had a good relationship. There were 2 main factors in why his father and Song Ligua were investigated. This was also the truth that Song Ligua revealed after seeing Jiang Tian's decline after being investigated. The drug dealer forces in Yunhai were too rampant. In the 2 months before Jiang Tian joined the team, there had been a nationwide crackdown on a group of super drug lords, seizing over 100 kilograms of methamphetamine, commonly known as ice. This major case should have brought joy to everyone. However, apart from the people who solved the case earning merits, it exposed the insufficient efforts in drug prohibition domestically, which the higher-ups took very seriously. The dangers of drugs are well known. 300 kilograms can destroy countless families. 50 grams is enough for a death sentence, and 300 kilograms is simply breaking through the sky. After investigation, it was ultimately discovered that the source of these drugs was through Yunhai. This incident completely ignited the dissatisfaction from above. Furthermore, among the drugs that have been investigated, when tracing their sources, about 70% might be a bit much, but at least 50% were spread nationwide through Yanhai. The higher-ups were extremely dissatisfied with the entire drug prohibition efforts in Yanhai. From top to bottom, Gao Xiaolong was just a trigger. The real cause of all this was the insufficient drug prohibition efforts in Yanhai. There are already thoughts of replacing personnel. In other words, if achievements weren't made. Jiang Tian understood that both his father and Song Ligua might have to move positions to bring in someone who could manage the situation. Although the drug dealers Jiang Tian had eliminated yesterday could delay this trend, it was only a temporary fix. Fundamentally, the drug dealers in Yunhai remained rampant. He, as an anti-drug officer, dared to openly bribe. Jiang Tian couldn't imagine how terrifying and rampant the drug dealers in Yunhai really were. No. Jiang Tian suddenly recalled that in his previous life, after his father stepped down, the newly appointed director only lasted 3 months before an accident occurred. And not only him, but also family members were involved in a car crash. It seemed it was because of an investigation into a drug dealer. Jiang Tian took a deep breath. Overall, the drug prohibition in Yunhai was far from adequate. Jiang Tian clenched his fists. He absolutely could not let the tragedy of his previous life happen again. If he had no ability, that would be one thing, but looking at his terrifying status. Now that he had the ability, Jiang Tian believed he must absolutely clear out the entire Yunhai of drug dealers. Even Yun University has drug dealers. Song Ligua's eyelids twitched. Pills. How could it be so terrifying just to check a little? There's a saying that when you see a cockroach, there are countless others hiding in the corners you can't see. The pride of Yun University, destined for a bright future after graduation. How would they end up on such a path? How is Yun University educating its students? Song Ligua clutched his heart, which was racing from the shock. Jiang Tian did not hide the truth. Not only that, but they also used Yun University's entrepreneurship park as a drug trafficking transfer station. In the dark, under the light. To be honest, if they hadn't said it, I wouldn't have even thought they could be so audacious. Boom! Song Ligua completely exploded. His eyes wide open as he looked at Jiang Tian. His chest felt like it was going to explode. His head felt like it was going to burst. Jiang Tian, can you take responsibility for every word you just said? Song Ligua's voice trembled lowly. Breaking through the sky. This was another breaking through the sky incident. It couldn't be suppressed. It simply couldn't be suppressed. Song Ligua could hardly imagine how crazy these people were. Yes, Jiang Tian also didn't expect them to be so crazy and audacious. Because if it weren't for them, who would have thought that a first-class key university would become a den for drug dealers? Anti-drug officers probably couldn't even imagine that drug dens could be in such places. Crazy. Completely crazy. Song Ligua knew this matter was going to explode. The rhythm of breaking through the sky. I am 10% sure that they just offered me $5 million to bribe me. And even that person with a fruit knife seemed to want to attack me. To protect myself, I had to strike first and prioritize eliminating the drug dealers. This was the leader. I specifically took the risk to stay behind for this. No problem, right? Jiang Tian quietly explained. No matter how you look at it, for lives are not a small matter. If what you said is true, then none of this is an issue. Not only is it not an issue, but it's also a tremendous merit. Song Ligua said, feeling a pang in his teeth. The credit for this goes to Jiang Tian. He took the credit, but their Yunhai anti-drug team might not fare well. The higher-ups will hold them accountable from top to bottom. Fortunately, it was the idiot who broke it himself, redeeming his faults. If it were discovered by outsiders, TSK, Song Ligua couldn't even bear to think about it. By the way, I suggest we interrogate Gao Fei quickly. He has someone backing him, and there might be accomplices still at large. Jiang Tian said quickly. Song Ligua also understood the seriousness of the situation. I know without you saying it. He's a college student. Coming into contact with these criminal forces definitely means someone is guiding or even leading him. Captain Gua, take your team to the school immediately to investigate. Once the evidence is confirmed, seal off the entire school right away. Jiang Tian, come with me to report to Director Gao. Song Ligua stated, it's a key university. If this matter is mishandled, it will be a major incident. Song Ligua didn't dare to make decisions on his own and left with Jiang Tian. However, as Jiang Tian was leaving, he saw Xiao Bo, who was watching the commotion at the elevator entrance. At that moment, Xiao Bo was looking at him with a sinister expression, and not only that. He was holding a phone. Yes, Director's son, I guarantee it's absolutely true. It's simply outrageous, slandering college students as drug dealers, just because of a conflict of emotions. Several college students have been shot. Don't worry, I would never deceive you. I guarantee it with my character. Xiao Bo's character seemed quite useful. As soon as the other party hung up, he didn't know what he did next. Jiang Tian and Song Ligua, along with witnesses Jiang Xiaoyu and Lian Xian, two junior schoolmates, sat in the back of the police car, their little faces a bit pale. They watched the sirens wailing, piercing through the streets. In urgent times, they had to act according to the situation. Now, there was no time to conceal their whereabouts. The matter had become very serious. Before they arrived at the police station, Secretary Zhou Zhao from the Municipal Party Committee Director Jiang Peng and the deputy director were already waiting at the police station entrance. Gao Xiaolong took the lead, his expression very heavy and serious. If what Jiang Tian said was true, Gao Xiaolong could hardly imagine how rampant the drug trafficking forces were in the entire Yanhai. A key university turned into a drug den. Key university students becoming drug dealers. This was akin to a provocation against the authorities. Report, this is Action Team 2. We have discovered 20 kilograms of methamphetamine in the entrepreneurship park. When they arrived at the police station, the Yunhai University, closest to the hotel, had already been stormed by Captain Gui's team, and they indeed found evidence of drugs. At this moment, a voice came from the intercom. Jiang Peng's expression was heavy as he watched the anti-drug convoy enter the police station. The atmosphere was tense, and no one dared to speak. Who would dare to speak? At this moment, Gao Xiaolong's face was so dark it could drip water. Who just said Jiang Tian was a harmful element and a cancer? Gao Xiaolong turned his gloomy face toward the back. The shooting of 4 college students had drawn serious attention from above. The first thing Gao Xiaolong and Zhao did upon arriving at the police station was to demand accountability. Of course, the most important thing was the person who conveyed the message to them, who said Jiang Tian was unruly, a harmful element, a cancer in the police force, arrogant and proud, that because of a conflict of emotions as an anti-drug officer, he shot 4 college students and should be executed. Gao Xiaolong's voice rose even higher. He was furious. Gao Xiaolong was completely enraged. God knows, when he went to the municipal committee to understand the anti-drug situation in Yanhai, suddenly, people from the municipal committee barged into his and Zhou Zhao's office, slapping the table and saying, they were startled. The shooting of 4 college students was a huge matter. But when they came to understand the situation, they found out that it was not the case at all. Shooting 4 college students? Good job. It was simply good job. But it also indirectly indicated the situation, the rampant drug dealers. Anti-drug police face enormous pressure from drug dealers, enduring terrifying dangers and the constant risk of losing their lives. At such times, their own people were still dragging them down from behind. Gao Xiaolong suppressed his anger and looked at the person next to Jiang Peng. Sun Haiba, the deputy director of Yanhai. He was the one who called the municipal committee to report. Without understanding the situation, he directly made the call. And all of this was done without going through Jiang Peng. Jiang Peng glanced at Sun Haiba. The two weren't exactly on good terms usually, but it could only be said that Sun Haiba had a habit of secretly undermining him, and it wasn't the first time. Usually, Jiang Peng didn't want to bother with it, but this time it was too much. The news was relayed to the police station, but instead of informing him immediately, it was reported up the chain and even embellished. Gao Xiaolong was almost driven to murder. With such leaders, it's no wonder the drug dealers in Yanhai are so rampant. With leaders acting like this, how can the anti-drug police do their jobs? Who would dare to entrust their lives to someone who backstabs them? At this moment, the one with the most explosive mentality was Sun Haiba. He understood Xiao Bo's character. In the past, he valued Xiao Bo greatly. He admired Xiao Bo, believing he was a great asset, capable and balanced. Whether in professional knowledge or social dealings, he handled everything very well. He was well-trained and would take over the anti-drug team in the future. At that time, the anti-drug team would be under his control. This time, Sun Haiba decided to trust Xiao Bo once. If successful, he could bring down the currently shining Jiang Peng and take over the vacated position. But who knew? Damn it, when he didn't say anything, he was completely set up by Xiao Bo watching his own support from the municipal committee and the leader's disdainful looks. Sun Haiba's mentality was freezing cold. I valued and trusted you so much, yet you harmed me to this extent? Xiao Bo, you have ruined me. Sun Haiba's eyes were filled with resentment. However, at this time, Gao Xiaolong seemed to have no intention of pursuing the matter further because the most important thing at the moment was still the Yun University drug case. Comrades, this is a disgrace, a huge disgrace. The higher-ups sent me here, already prepared for the rampant drug dealers in Yanhai. But who would have thought it would reach such a terrifying level, with a key university becoming a drug den and key university students forming drug trafficking gangs? What is this? This is a dereliction of duty in the anti-drug effort. This is your dereliction of duty, the dereliction of duty of the entire Yanhai. Gao Xiaolong was furious. Chapter 20, I'm making contributions. Xiaobo, what are you doing? At this critical moment, we must seize the time to interrogate Gao Fei, the only survivor we have captured. At this moment, Jiang Peng could only brace himself to speak. As the police chief, to be honest, he cannot escape responsibility for such a large and terrifying oversight in his area of responsibility. As for Liu Haibo, who was later reporting behind his back, Jiang Peng could not care less at this time. However, it can be confirmed that Sun Haibo's political career is basically over now. Goodness. He escalated the report to the municipal committee and even caused such a blunder in the end. It was a massive shock to everyone. You must know, the indiscriminate shooting of several university students, especially those from Yunhai, over a dispute is something that no one can protect Jiang Tian from. Even Gao Xiaolong is no exception, because this is a matter that could truly cause a massive uproar. Don't you see, even if someone jumps off a building due to immense pressure at a university, it turns the entire school into a state of emergency, with everyone sweating profusely in response, let alone several deaths directly. But if these individuals were drug dealers, the impact would not diminish at all, because this represents an even more terrifying influence. Jiang Tian got out of the car, and at this moment, an ambulance was already trying to rescue Gao Fei. It can't be said to be a rescue, as he was only shot in the thigh, receiving some emergency measures. But it did not affect their interrogation work. As soon as he got out of the car, he turned and heard the scolding and discussions at the entrance of the police station. Jiang Tian's hearing was terrifying, with numerous attributes. He could be said to be an impeccable hexagonal warrior. His shooting skills were invincible with golden attributes. His fighting was also golden and invincible, both near and far. Coupled with a physical condition that exceeded the limits, although not yet golden, it was still far beyond that of an ordinary person, and his hearing was also frighteningly acute, able to hear clearly from such a distance. Sun Haibo. Jiang Tian squinted his eyes and suddenly thought of Sun Haibo. If anyone took the opportunity to kick them when they were down after their family fell in the previous life, it was undoubtedly Sun Haibo, who was the most active in suppressing them and the happiest to jump in. He blamed Jiang Peng for running a one-man show and attributed the uncontrollable situation of the drug dealers in Yunhai entirely to Jiang Peng. Besides that, Sun Haibo could also be said to be Xiaobo's mentor. Xiaobo's rise was inseparable from Sun Haibo's behind-the-scenes support. But Jiang Tian's eyes flickered. If you remember correctly, Sun Haibo's case broke out a few years later. After Jiang Peng fell, the parachuted chief had an accident, and after Sun Haibo's case broke out, it was confirmed that he was behind it, and this even involved a terrifying major case. The person who exposed it in the previous life, if nothing unexpected happened, was a Xiaobo. He had promoted himself. Xiaobo further advanced using this merit, and before Jiang Tian crossed over, at less than 40 years of age, he had already achieved more than Jiang Peng. At that time, he was truly in a position of unlimited glory. However, in the previous life, fate was indifferent. In this life, Jiang Tian wanted to know what path Xiaobo could still take. But now, I have seen through your true colors. It seems that this time, it was also your false report to Sun Haibo that caused such a big misunderstanding. Xiaobo, what capital do you still have in this life? Jiang Tian thought to himself. He felt somewhat insecure. He felt he could find an opportunity to hand over the photos he took to the fiancée that Sun Haibo was pursuing. Comrade Jiang Tian, you did very well. The case you cracked is crucial. Now time is of the essence. You must immediately take people to assist Song Ji in investigating all the drug trafficking forces behind Gao Fei. After Jiang Tian walked over, Gao Xiaolong immediately spoke to him. To be honest, just at the municipal committee, Gao Xiaolong lamented to Zhao that Jiang Tian's personal strength was sufficient. But drug enforcement officers are different from the military. It's not enough to just have good shooting and movement skills to be perfectly competent. It also requires extremely rich drug enforcement experience and criminal investigation experience. Drug enforcement officers are arguably the most dangerous and challenging type of police force. The professional knowledge and qualities required are all-encompassing. And relying solely on yesterday's performance, he acknowledged Jiang Tian's combat power, but still held a mocking attitude towards his criminal investigation and drug enforcement experience. The main reason was to train him, so he was given an exception for promotion. Because according to administrative levels, A squad leader could be said to correspond to a deputy section chief, and a team leader corresponds to a section chief. After working for a month, being promoted out of turn, Gao Xiaolong also had the mindset of honing Jiang Tian. Didn't he expect that on the first day, such a major case would be cracked, especially with such decisive and ruthless action? Drug enforcement officers lack such elites. Thinking of this, Gao Xiaolong looked at Jiang Tian with increasing admiration. Last night, he was still in a meeting scolding Jiang Tian as a harmful element. He even asked someone and found that many people were criticizing Jiang Tian as a tumor and a harmful element, someone who took shortcuts. He was extremely disgusted with Jiang Tian yesterday. But now, Gao Xiaolong just wanted to know who was spreading rumors, who was targeting the police god. Yes, Jiang Tian saluted. Witnessing Jiang Tian lead people into the interrogation room, Gao Xiaolong's eyes were filled with hatred. Such a genius. Who was it? Who was slandering this genius? Who was spreading rumors about this police god? In the police station's large conference room. This conference room was very large, at least 400 to 500 square meters, enough to accommodate dozens or even hundreds of people. Many matters cannot rely solely on Jiang Tian's word. Although the evidence is conclusive, the rules and regulations are still in place. Then Jiang Tian continued to give a statement about today's events, along with Jiang Xiaoyu. The statements were basically consistent. Jiang Tian didn't intend to hide anything and basically laid everything out in front of the leaders in the conference room, including the 5 million bribe, etc. Wait, how do we know this isn't initially soliciting a bribe, and then, upon discovering someone was eavesdropping outside, you suddenly resorted to murder? Sun Haibo seemed to have discovered something and spoke eagerly. The Jiang Tian father and son were becoming increasingly brilliant. For Sun Haibo, it felt as unpleasant as eating shit. As a deputy director, he had no voice or presence in the police station. What use was this deputy director, especially with Jiang Tian rapidly rising and his future looking bright? Sun Haibo felt even more uncomfortable, like eating shit. If Jiang Peng didn't fall, wouldn't he be stuck until retirement without any advancement? Now that he had finally grasped a handle, how could Sun Haibo let it go? After all, Jiang Tian's merit had already made waves yesterday, and now with such a significant contribution today, who could suppress the momentum of the Jiang father and son? Sun Haibo was now understanding the case. Jiang Peng couldn't help but knock on the table, his face dark. Sun Haibo's words carried a strong hint and inducement. A poor answer would imply that Jiang Tian was soliciting bribes, and when the time came, not only would he lose his credit, but he might even face a reprimand or worse. Now he was also understanding the case. Sun Haibo looked intently at Jiang Tian. Could it be that you initially intended to accept bribes, and according to surveillance, it wasn't enough at first? So Gao Fei later transported an additional 4 million? Did you ultimately want to kill to silence him? But didn't he expect that Li Zijing and the others suddenly barged in, and you could only shoot hurriedly, missing and not killing him? As Sun Haibo's words fell, everyone's gaze turned to Jiang Tian. This was no small matter. In fact, Sun Haibo's doubts had always existed within the police force, and the oversight on drug enforcement officers was the most stringent. Drug dealers have too many ways to tempt drug enforcement officers at all costs: money, beauty, and anything else they can use. They even resort to threatening the families of drug enforcement officers to force their cooperation. The bloody incidents of the past and every regulation that has been established represent one brutal lesson after another. The interrogation of Gao Fei is still ongoing, and Jiang Tian has not participated in this matter. The police department naturally has interrogation experts, and Jiang Tian was originally assisting with the case, but unexpectedly got called over halfway through. After Sun Haibo's analysis, he felt his mind open up. All the causes and effects were almost analyzed. The problem analysis made a lot of sense, and everyone listened with understanding. Criminal investigation is all about analyzing based on facts, but everyone present felt that something was off. Jiang Tian looked at the person who had the most joy when the previous life fell in his home. Then he thought of the major cases behind him, and no one expected how terrifying the connections of this deputy director, Sun Haibo, were. So terrifying that it would make Xiao Bo's political future shine brightly. But now, Jiang Tian smirked and disdainfully said, "You missed your shot. How about a bet, Deputy Director's son? let you run 3,000 meters, and with a sniper rifle. I can make you a one-shot kill. Everyone suddenly remembered Jiang Tian's terrifying record from last night, with every shot being a kill. Deputy Director's son, don't you know that if I don't ask for bribes, how can the drug dealers trust me? How would I know their hideout is at Yunda? At this point, Jiang Tian's expression didn't change at all. However, Sun Haiba's face had turned purple, yet he still forced himself to say, "You have good shooting skills. So why didn't you leave them for us to set up a trap and capture? Why did you act without informing your superiors?" At this point, Sun Haiba could only tough it out. Indeed, if they had set up a trap, there might have been more gains. But if they hadn't threatened Jiang Tian's family, he might have helped them find more evidence. I faced 5 drug dealers alone, and didn't you see they were armed? Jiang Tian slammed the table, pointing his finger at Sun Haiba's face and shouting. Now that Jiang Tian was on the upper hand, to be honest, even as deputy director, Sun Haiba didn't intimidate him at all. Jiang Tian's father, Jiang Peng, wasn't exactly weak, but he wasn't particularly strong either. His prestige in the police department was average, and Sun Haiba had often made things difficult for Jiang's father in the past. Now, even daring to cause trouble, Jiang Tian wouldn't indulge him. "You dare to scold me? I'm the deputy director, and what's wrong with asking you a couple of questions? They were just cutting watermelon." Sun Haiba's face turned completely dark. In front of most members of the anti-drug team, he lost face. "You say they're just cutting watermelon. They are ruthless drug dealers. We frontline combat personnel are constantly facing life-threatening dangers. What if they suddenly turn violent? For drug enforcement officers, ensuring our own safety is the top priority, as stated in the police law. Or should I say, Deputy Director's son, why don't you go find some drug dealers to communicate with? If they don't act, can we drug enforcement officers not act?" Jiang Tian rebuffed logically. At this point, Jiang Tian sneered. "Moreover, I'm the one who has made achievements, while you have achieved nothing. Yet you interrogate me as if I'm a criminal. What are your intentions, Sun Haiba?" Jiang Tian directly escalated the confrontation. Sun Haiba looked at all the leaders glaring at him, and his heart sank. He had aroused public anger. Looking at the drug enforcement officer's fiery glares, he realized Jiang Tian had just pulled him to the opposing side. In the past, Jiang's father didn't care, but Sun Haiba had been eager to show his presence and had maintained power by rallying support from the grassroots level. Otherwise, how could it be said that they were in cahoots? Sun Haiba and Xiaobo were essentially the same. They crazily sought to gather personnel. Many people were very protective of Sun Haiba, but now, after Jiang Tian's words, it was as if he directly accused him of sitting safely in the office while suppressing those of us who made achievements on the front line. Moreover, Jiang Tian suddenly remembered that Xiaobo's past deliberate suppression of him might have been instigated by Sun Haiba. Good. Jiang Tian decided that for the next case, he would investigate Sun Haiba. If he remembered correctly from his previous life, Sun Haiba had bought a villa where he hid a terrifying amount of cash. That's enough. Sun Haiba wanted to say something, but Gao Xiaolong had already slammed the table. "What time is it? Still arguing? And you, Sun Haiba, Comrade Jiang Tian has made achievements. Not only did you not commend him, but you were also aggressive. What do you want? Comrade Jiang Tian is a drug enforcement hero, not a criminal under your command." Sun Haiba's face turned green. "Comrade Sun Haiba's personal qualities need improvement," Zhou Zhao said with a faint frown. Simply put, he was sitting on the wrong side. Report. The interrogation results are out. Although Gao Fei initially clung to his silence, under the righteousness of our interrogation experts, he successfully realized his mistakes and has fully confessed. Just then, the door of the meeting room was pushed open by Song Ligua, who quickly walked in with a report. There was no way out. This matter was too much for the anti-drug team to handle. It had reached a critical point. It was even about to reach Kyoto. It was terrifying. Because of Yunda, the concept of this key university had a severely negative impact. So much so that this case couldn't even be made public. According to the interrogation of Gao Fei, indeed, he had concealed some things. Although he admitted to the facts of drug trafficking and the involvement of school personnel, the sixth person in Jiang Tian's memory had not appeared. Also, the people behind Gao Fei were not honest and had not been clearly identified. Jiang Tian looked at the confession and furrowed his brow deeply. He knew that this matter had to be handled quickly and in a very impressive manner. He also understood that the people behind this case were not just Gao Xiaolong and the others, but were being watched by people in Kyoto. As long as this case was resolved, at the very least, it would be Xiao Bo's position in his past life. A reversal of offense and defense. In this life, Jiang Tian really wanted to see what Xiao Bo's expression would be when the positions of both sides were swapped. I'm making achievements, and Xiao Bo, what are you doing? Jiang Tian tightly gripped the confession. Chapter 21. The arrogance of the dogman and woman must be doubled in retaliation. I feel the same way, Jiang Tian. I didn't expect you to observe so closely, Song Li was said with some surprise. As an experienced drug enforcement officer, it can be said that drug enforcement is closely related to criminal investigation. In some respects, the two are indistinguishable. For instance, many times, cases involving drugs require collaboration with the criminal investigation team to solve. But don't forget, Jiang Tian has already shown exceptional talent. Now, can it be said that even criminal investigation can understand him? Goodness, Jiang Tian seems to have just graduated, or rather, he just entered the police force a month ago. Strictly speaking, Jiang Tian has not even received his graduation certificate. The police academy begins the internship in the second half of the senior year. And if the internship goes well, the police department will issue an internship certificate. If there are no issues, he will then be officially employed by the original police department. Although there are also cases of not meeting standards or wanting to transfer to a different position. Jiang Tian entered the drug enforcement team directly in the second half of his senior year. This means that now, as senior student, Song Ligua feels that Jiang Tian's level of exceptional performance is more outrageous than that of this seasoned drug enforcement officer. It's quite normal. In his testimony, apart from revealing the school leaders and the routes of the drug dealers, how could a college student possibly be exposed to such things, especially a top student? Unless someone dragged him into it, Jiang Tian analyzed. In his previous life, he knew about this case, but at that time, he had already been transferred from drug enforcement and only learned of it through Wang Yifei's bragging. Indeed, for over a decade, every time Xiao Bo got promoted or made achievements, Wang Yifei would boast about it crazily and then step all over him. At that time, Jiang Tian felt he was indeed lacking, watching Xiao Bo step by step rise to a high position, and all he could do was sincerely wish him well, regretting countless times and dreaming of changing that incident. He never considered that the relationship between the two could be so close. Nor did he think that Xiao Bo would be shameless enough to that extent. Yes, we just immediately investigated the families of the 4 people you shot, and they're basically from remote areas. Their families are honest and straightforward, and there's basically no possibility of relatives involved in drug trafficking. Song Li nodded. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian was thinking about the 6th person. He felt a strong sense of crisis. Jiang Xiaoyu. The fact that this case is not over means that Jiang Xiaoyu could encounter danger at any time, especially since Jiang Tian thought of his family. Although they are all leaders and their safety is guaranteed, there is a saying, a thief may be caught for 1,000 days. But how can one guard against a thief for 1,000 days? On the way to and from work, as well as regarding Jiang Xiaoyu, he could not guarantee that the drug dealers would not retaliate. Jiang Tian, you need to be careful recently. Your sister should not go to school for the time being, Song Ligua advised. In this case, it can be said that all of Jiang Tian's information has been almost exposed to the drug dealers. In other words, Jiang Tian should actually plan more deeply to wipe them out. But the final result cannot be changed. Jiang Tian does not have the time and effort to accompany them, especially since the other party is using Jiang Xiaoyu as a threat. Jiang Tian cannot tolerate that. Never mind. Let's catch that involved leader first, Jiang Tian said as he got into the car and left. He felt a sense of urgency. The 6th person was secondary, but he had a target in mind and knew who it was. However, what Jiang Tian absolutely cannot allow is the big drug lord behind them. No matter what, this case is blown up. As a discoverer of this case, Jiang Tian has once again entered the sight of the upper echelons. In just 2 days, Jiang Tian's name has reappeared in front of the top leaders. As long as there are no accidents, his future is basically set for brilliance. When he reached the police station entrance, Jiang Tian called for team leader Song to have someone send his sister Jiang Xiaoyu home first. Be careful, big brother. Jiang Xiaoyu was also aware that those people were big drug lords. She further understood the terrifying implications of this case, looking at Jiang Tian with a worried face. "I'm fine," Jiang Tian reassured her. Turning around, he saw leader.After looking at him with admiration in her eyes, and unconsciously, Jiang Tian straightened his chest. It should be noted that in his previous life, leader.After looked down on Jiang Tian and was filled with resentment, because if it weren't for Wang Yifei, Jiang Xiaoyu and Ti have returned to school. Most importantly, Wang Yifei bullied Jiang Xiaoyu, and Jiang Tian turned a blind eye to it. But at that time, it was too late to say anything. No matter how much Jiang Tian beat himself up, it wouldn't change anything. Later, before crossing over, if Jiang Tian remembered correctly, there was an important case seminar in their area, where a partner from a prestigious law firm in Kyoto was chatting and laughing with a group of party leaders on stage, while Jiang Tian could only observe as he took notes for study. That partner was leader.After. More than a decade later, when they met again, leader.After seemed to still harbor resentment towards Jiang Tian, but she had also let go of a lot. She invited Jiang Tian to dinner and said she could help him get into the prestigious law firm if he wanted to obtain a lawyer's certificate. When Jiang Tian told Wang Yifei about this, she immediately scolded him for having an affair with that bitch leader.After. At that time, Jiang Tian got angry and wanted a divorce, but Wang Yifei turned around and apologized, saying she was too sensitive because she loved him too much. Jiang Tian thought her controlling nature was due to love. However, little did he know that this bitch was intentionally harming him. At that time, this bitch probably passed the news to Xiao Bo, fearing he would rise again, and then assigned him a task. But in this life, it will be different. leader.After, you and Xiaoyu should not go to school for now. Stay at my house until we finish this case to prevent the drug dealers from retaliating against you. Jiang Tian said, "Every rule and every warning comes from bloody lessons. Even if drug enforcement officers are highly skilled, they cannot reveal their identities. The retaliation from drug dealers against drug enforcement officers has never stopped and will never stop. Okay, Brother Jiang, Xiaoyu and I will listen to you." At this moment, leader.After seemed to be full of admiration for Jiang Tian. In the previous life, more than a decade later, Jiang Tian could only look up to her from high position, but in this life, she had become his little fan. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian felt a sense of satisfaction and nodded as he left fully armed. At the moment Jiang Tian turned around, the sunlight fell on his profile. His tall figure and fully armed sense of security made leader.After mesmerized. She swore that scene, frozen like a photograph, would be remembered for a lifetime. "Hey, wake up!" leader.After snapped back to reality and saw Jiang Xiaoyu puffing her cheeks like a little goldfish, her eyes full of vigilance as she looked at her. "Are you going to eat my big brother?" Brother Jiang is amazing. Once this case is over, it will at least be a first-class merit. Zhao Wei, who was driving, gave Jiang Tian a thumbs up. As someone who came down from Kyoto, Zhao Wei looked at Jiang Tian, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Goodness, he's simply amazing. After executing such an important task yesterday, he graduated and earned a collective second-class merit, even though he was just going along for the ride. But Zhao Wei felt he had met a deity. This is not just a big brother. He's a super boss. He originally thought that following Jiang Tian in a small team might lead to some achievements, but he never dreamed it would come so quickly. The next day, just the second day, Jiang Tian achieved great merit again. This is a thigh, an incredibly powerful thigh. Zhao Wei's admiration for Jiang Tian is almost driving him crazy. At this moment, Jiang Tian is simply his god. A few drug dealers. The amount of drugs they found is not too outrageous, but it's also not small. However, the key point is that it's a drug den in a prestigious university. It's simply outrageous. Holding on to this thigh, the more Zhao Wei thinks about it, the redder his eyes get. Damn, a red light, a red light. That's a major truck. Jiang Tian is already reaching for the seatbelt switch. Zhao Wei looks like he is about to explode with excitement. His eyes bloodshot and breathing rapid as he rushes through the red light, nearly colliding with a big truck coming from the side. Although Jiang Tian is impressive, he still can't withstand being crushed by the weight of a large truck. Brother Jiang, sorry, didn't he see that? Zhao Wei awkwardly smiles. Damn, 200 drug dealers didn't take me down, but I almost got taken out by you. Jiang Tian wipes the cold sweat off his forehead. Brother Jiang, we will definitely never doubt you again, Zhao Wei says excitedly. Jiang Tian rolls his eyes. Hurry up and go to Yin University. They're on break now. We need to conduct the investigation quickly. Currently, Jiang Tian can only investigate from the sidelines. Song Ligua and Captain Gua are following up. But no one can take away Jiang Tian's credit. They can only tag along and benefit from his efforts. At present, Jiang Tian has a lot of freedom in assisting with the case. Sirens blaring. They rush towards Yin University. By the time Jiang Tian arrives, the school security guard sees the police cars with sirens blaring and quickly steps out of the booth. I am Jiang Tian, the team leader of the anti-drug unit from Yunhai. Here is my ID. Jiang Tian hands over his identification. After all, it's a school, and they have to consider the impact, especially since the news must be contained due to the severe implications. Okay, comrade, I'll open the door right away. The security guard quickly jogs to open the door. Goodness, the security guard inside has already sensed something is off. The first wave had 3 anti-drug police cars enter, and now more are arriving. Anti-drug police at Yin University? Could it be that a student from Yin University is involved in drugs? The security guard thinks to himself, hey, they've all made it into Yin University. Their futures are bright. Who on earth would be foolish enough to get involved with drugs? The elderly security guard opens the door, watching the police cars enter the campus. Just as he gets into the car, Jiang Tian feels a radar alert. This radar alert means that if there are any criminals within a kilometer who harbor intentions to kill or have committed serious crimes, it will automatically give a warning. This is also the impressive and terrifying aspect of the golden entry scanning radar. In other words, if someone wants to harm Jiang Tian, he will know before they even attempt it. A sneak attack is simply impossible. There is intent to kill. Jiang Tian pauses, but his peripheral vision unconsciously glances towards the upper floors of the hotel across the street. Could it be Xiaobo? Jiang Tian furrows his brows. Sure enough, just as he gets into the police car, his phone rings. He takes it out and sees it's Wang Yifei. Seeing this name, Jiang Tian's anger rises. This woman is simply relentless. In his previous life, she caused him great harm, and in this life, before he even starts to take revenge, she is already entangling him again. Jiang Tian is not in a hurry. He answers the call without speaking. Jiang Tian, I was a bit loud at noon, I apologize. Huff. Wang Yifei's voice comes through. Jiang Tian smirks coldly, with her heavy breathing. He has already guessed that this woman is having a showdown with Xiaobo in the hotel. However, while at the police station, Jiang Tian conveniently copied the footage from the surveillance camera showing Xiaobo and Wang Yifei being intimate as they entered the hotel. This is footage from an anti-drug camera. Absolutely crystal clear. As long as Xiaobo's wealthy fiancé finds out, he will never have a chance to turn his life around. What is the matter? Jiang Tian replies in a flat tone. You don't love me anymore, you don't, care about me at all now, I've apologized. Don't you care about me at all? Yesterday, you were professing your love for me. Do you have a new love? Wang Yifei starts to question him gradually. Jiang Tian is almost laughing in anger. This woman, running off to the hotel with a man, then turns around to interrogate him? You think I don't know you went to the hotel with Xiaobo at noon? What face do you have to call me? Jiang Tian is completely amused by this shameless woman. You followed me? Wang Yifei suddenly questions sharply, her breathing stopping. After a moment, she seems to realize she let something slip and then slows her voice. Xiaobo was suspended today because of you, and you even got him a first-class merit. He came to ask me what happened. Do you guys have some misunderstanding? Why don't you trust me? Jiang Tian thinks to himself, this is ridiculous. She creates trouble and gets suspended, and now she is pinning it on him. And when she mentions a first-class merit, it sounds like it was given to him by Xiaobo plus they were being affectionate, calling him for a thrill, and then claiming he doesn't trust her. This bitch. If it weren't for the drug dealer case, Jiang Tian would have kicked the door down and taken care of both of these scumbags. All right, I forgive you. Let's not talk about this anymore. I have something important to discuss with you. Xiaobo said you are valued by a high-ranking officer. Go talk to the officer and have Xiaobo reinstated. Wang Yifei continues. Wow. Jiang Tian spits out in disbelief. This woman is directly giving him orders? You think I don't understand? What relationship do I have with you? You think I'm a pushover? Jiang Tian directly hangs up the phone. No need to endure. Jiang Tian starts with a 2 kings and 4 twos. He is working hard to solve cases and achieve great things, while Xiao Bo's chances of turning his life around are approaching zero. But that's not enough. Brother Jiang has arrived. Just then, Jiang Tian arrives at the entrepreneurship park. At this moment, the entrepreneurship park is surrounded by anti-drug police, and there are still many graduate students and undergraduates passing by, looking on with curiosity. Chapter 22, Political Legacy. Ultimately rising to the pinnacle of power, Jiang Tian frowned slightly. This was influence, a significant influence. Although it was Jiang Tian who exposed this case, he understood better the terrifying impact it had on society. During the meeting, Gao Xiaolong repeatedly advised Jiang Tian to be cautious about this case, especially that the details must not be leaked. If exposed, it could easily cause a massive upheaval in society. Thinking about it, Jiang Tian felt somewhat fortunate. Thankfully, this was not a decade or two later. If it were during the internet and social media era, as soon as their drug enforcement officers entered a key university, the entire internet would likely explode. But this matter absolutely could not be disclosed. Everyone, quickly go study. We are here just to investigate a small detail of the case. Please do not spread rumors. Spreading rumors is illegal. Do you all understand? Jiang Tian quickly addressed those who were still lingering to watch. Watching the excitement is a human nature. After casually dispersing the crowd, he swiftly walked into the corridor. Now, Jiang Tian's top priority was to find the sixth person. He had a vague feeling that this sixth person might be a core element of the case. Because in his previous life, while solving cases, Jiang Tian had learned a small part of it, mostly from leader.After. There were a total of 6 people who pressured Jiang Xiaoyu. But in the subsequent pursuit of the case, they only captured 5 drug dealers. leader.After later communicated with Jiang Tian, but ultimately found that the 6th person had disappeared. Jiang Tian felt that this missing 6th person was indeed the key to the case. Especially in this life, Jiang Tian initially thought the 6th person would appear together. But now he realized that was not the case at all. With a serious expression, Jiang Tian walked up to the entrepreneurial park. Captain Guo, Jiang Tian nodded in greeting. Captain Guo was the head of their team, classified as a junka in administrative rank, making him Jiang Tian's direct supervisor. In the past, the relationship between Jiang Tian and Captain Guo was rather ordinary, and due to Xiao Bo's instigation, Jiang Tian's relationship with the entire police force was not very good. Fortunately, after yesterday's drug dealer incident, everyone was filled with gratitude towards Jiang Tian. Captain Guo greeted Jiang Tian with a beaming smile. Xiao Jiang, you've done great work again this time. I've almost finished my investigation here. The school leader has already been captured. You've at least earned another first-class merit this time. 2 first-class merits in 2 days. As he spoke, Captain Guo looked at Jiang Tian with envy. Such things couldn't be envied. After all, the boldness of the drug dealers was one thing. But Jiang Tian was able to ignore the temptation of 5 million and directly execute the drug dealers. That was 5 million. Even someone of Captain Guo's level would feel shaken upon seeing it. How many years would it take for them to hope to earn 5 million? Of course, Captain Guo also thought Jiang Tian was afraid of having his credit stolen. So he subtly pointed out to Jiang Tian that the credit was his, and others could only share in the soup, unable to steal it away. After all, being just a newcomer, Captain Guo could understand. Captain Guo, I just thought of some case details and came here to investigate, Jiang Tian said. Captain Guo furrowed his brow. What do you mean? First, bring in the school leader involved. I need to ask about the situation. Jiang Tian was eager to find that 6th person. In his previous life, he had repeatedly entrusted Xiao Bo to help find that 6th person. But more than a decade had passed, and the 6th person seemed to have vanished. Reflecting on the case, Jiang Tian was horrified to discover that this case was far from as simple as he had imagined. The school leader corrupted by Gao Fei was actually not a high-ranking official, just an administrator of the entrepreneurial park. However, don't underestimate this small administrator. He had considerable power, managing the rentals and allocations of the entire park. The administrator brought to the large classroom looked pale. Jiang Tian even noticed that he could hardly walk, barely able to move under the support of 2 drug enforcement officers. What a pity, Jiang Tian shook his head. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have approved it in the first place. Do you know the other party is dealing drugs? Jiang Tian inquired. He carefully searched the classroom. It was a simple classroom with only two basic pieces of equipment inside. Although he had only been in the police force for a month, Jiang Tian could recognize this equipment at a glance. This was precision processing, the final step of refining ice. Unfortunately, there was no criminal investigation terminology that popped up. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow tightly. To be honest, based on the traces at the scene, he could not see any problems other than the bags containing drugs and some scattered methamphetamine on the tables, along with 5 stools. Could it be that the clues of the case were about to break off? Jiang Tian felt a chill in his heart. If this clue broke off, the missing 6th person could pose a terrifying threat to Jiang Tian's family at any time, especially if this missing 6th person was not resolved. Jiang Tian did not dare to think about it. If Jiang Xiaoyu continued to attend this school, she could face life-threatening danger at any moment. Drug dealers were a group of reckless thugs. I didn't know. They gave me 100,000 yuan just to help them open a small classroom. If I had known they were doing this, I would never have approved it, even if you killed me. The administrator's legs went soft, his face in despair. You dared to take 100,000 yuan? Jiang Tian said in a deep voice. The administrator was a man in his 30s, with no official position in the school, but he wielded considerable power. This reminded Jiang Tian of the cases in later years where employers hired trucks at prices far exceeding market rates to transport drugs. I was wrong, officer. Give me a chance. I'll return all the money. The administrator's eyes were filled with tears. Jiang Tian activated the scanning radar and took a look at the administrator. The evil value was very low. This proved that he was indeed not in cahoots with those drug dealers, which further disappointed Jiang Tian. How many people came in and out? Be clear. Jiang Tian directly asked. Gao Fei and 5 others rented it together, but often 2 unfamiliar faces from society would follow them in. The administrator replied directly. Are you sure? Jiang Tian's brow furrowed even deeper. I am sure there were 5 people. The administrator nodded repeatedly. The most important aspect of drug dealers is the connection between upstream and downstream. Gao Fei had disclosed all his contacts. 2 outsiders were dispersed among the lower-level dealers, and the transactions occurred in this classroom. Good heavens, a key university has become a drug transaction site. Have they had contact with anyone else? Jiang Tian asked with all his might. I guarantee no. They gave me so much money, so I paid more attention. The administrator hurriedly shook his head. This is troublesome. The lower-level dealers identified by Gao Fei had already been captured, while the upstream contacts were mostly in single-line communication, meaning they only contacted each other during deliveries. The delivery location was here, but they would only contact them when they arrived. Jiang Tian kept recalling the details of the previous case and comparing them with this life. There were many secrets, especially regarding the 6th person. No, perhaps in the previous life, it wasn't that the 6th person was not discovered. He might have been captured, but the identity of the 6th person could not be exposed, or it might have been deliberately concealed. Jiang Tian pondered in his heart. In his previous life, Jiang Tian had given this credit to Xiao Bo, and with the influence of his family, it propelled Xiao Bo's political career to great heights. But in this life, all the situations had completely reversed. Just as Jiang Tian was deep in thought, the phone rang. Jiang Tian picked up his phone, seeing that it was Song Ligua's call. Jiang Tian quickly answered. Jiang Tian, are you with Team War right now? Song Ligua asked directly. Yes, we are at the school investigating, Jiang Tian replied. Good. Your intuition was right. There is a 6th person involved. Gao Fei has just revealed this during our interrogation, Song Ligua hurriedly said. Jiang Tian's eyes brightened, and his heart emitted a dull sound. Indeed, Jiang Tian focused his mind. In his previous life, only 5 people had been exposed, which was itself suspicious. This case was so significant that there was no way someone could operate behind the scenes to escape. Gao Fei could absolutely not hide anything from the interrogation experts. In other words, the identity of the 6th person was classified. This belonged to someone with special circumstances. Wei Rong, a senior this year, the president of the student union at Yun University, and one of the top 10 outstanding students of Yun University. This Wei Rong could potentially be at the school. You should conduct a search at the school first. Also, according to Gao Fei's confession, Wei Rong has a strong sense of revenge, so you need to be careful. Song Ligua said, seizing the time to speak. Okay. Jiang Tian felt a sense of relief. As long as they knew who it was, that was enough. Although Jiang Tian still felt confused, a student union president, despite having a bad influence, wasn't at a level that required absolute secrecy. He sensed that there were significant entanglements behind this, and the credit for this would only grow larger. But no matter what, Jiang Tian felt completely relieved. Just then, a series of extremely hurried footsteps sounded. Jiang Tian turned his head and saw a group of well-dressed individuals, sweating profusely as they rushed in. Especially the leader, who, upon seeing the various equipment in the classroom and the small bags of white powder glaringly displayed on the table, turned pale and almost stumbled to the ground. Jiang Tian could understand this. Just think about it. If a student were to jump off a building due to pressure at school, it could cause huge social outcry, let alone their students being involved in drug trafficking. Jiang Tian thought, if he were the school leader, he would probably be in a panic right now. Comrade, hello. I'm the principal, Lianing. Your drug enforcement team has already notified and informed me about the situation. We are extremely outraged by the drug trafficking activities of those 5 individuals, Lianing said, shaking Jiang Tian's hand, his mood ice cold. God knows, what he thought would be a beautiful Sunday, a pleasant holiday, turned into a disaster when he woke up to find his students involved in drug trafficking. Lianing? Jiang Tian's ears perked up, thinking it couldn't be that coincidental. However, facing Lian Ying's enthusiasm, Jiang Tian expressed understanding and sympathy. We police understand Principal Lian's anger. We hope the school can strengthen management in the future. Of course, just now, Officer Song called me, and according to the latest case details, your school's student union president, Wei Rong, whom you awarded as one of the top 10 outstanding students, is the mastermind and instigator of this gang. We hope the school can cooperate with us to quickly capture the criminals. They may have already escaped. What? Wei Rong? Lian Ying's face stiffened. The leaders following Lian Ying also turned pale. What's wrong? Is there something off? Jiang Tian asked curiously. Comrade, Wei Rong's family is wealthy in Yanhai. Not long ago, they donated money to our school, and Wei Rong's father is a representative at the Yanhai conference, Lianing explained. Goodness, Jiang Tian exclaimed. He really didn't expect this connection. There was no time for Jiang Tian to ponder why Wei Rong, as a rich second generation, would be involved in drug trafficking. Where's Wei Rong's dormitory? Jiang Tian asked directly. When Officer Song called, a large number of police forces had already been dispatched to investigate and pursue Wei Rong. In addition to the police from their school, others had already gone to places Wei Rong might have visited. In the early 2000s, there weren't many surveillance cameras nationwide, which made solving cases and capturing criminals much more difficult compared to later generations. The crime-solving rate in this era was very low. I know the place. I'll take you there, Lianing hurriedly said. Goodness, how could I not know? Lianing had even visited Wei Rong's dormitory a few days ago to specifically chat with this outstanding student and inquire about his living conditions. Now, he was feeling an urge to get rid of Wei Rong. Watching Lianing run, Jiang Tian kept his mouth shut. At this moment, he suddenly understood why in his previous life, Xiaobo had soared after hitting rock bottom. It was because in his past life, he had handed over the clues and case credits related to Jiang Xiaoyu and others to Xiaobo, which not only brought Xiaobo immense exposure and credit, but also involved Lianing. As the principal, capturing drug dealers from a school would eliminate the evil at its roots. Why was Lianing not showing signs of anger over possibly being implicated? Because if this were not captured and exposed, the problem would be terrifying. At that time, through them, it could even drag down more students. It was horrifying to hear. If the situation became uncontrollable, Lianing might even end up in prison. Looking at it this way, Jiang Tian suddenly thought that in his previous life, Lianing might have been filled with gratitude toward Xiaobo, and Yin University, as a key institution, had a principal with political connections and status that even Zhang's father couldn't imagine. But now, what belonged to him, Xiaobo, would forever be out of reach. Jiang Tian let out a deep breath. If it were just this, it would be fine. But the key point was that Xiaobo not only had no gratitude whatsoever, but also suppressed him at every turn, ultimately trying to cut off all his paths for survival. Not only handling his resignation, but also directly causing the death of the livestock he had raised for over 10 years. But now, Jiang Tian's eyes sparkled. He would eventually rise to the peak of power. Comrade, ahead is Wei Rong's dormitory building. while Jiang Tian was lost in thought. Lianing looked increasingly amiable as he regarded Jiang Tian. Chapter 23. Save Principal Yun, drug dealers going crazy. He lived on the 3rd floor, in dorm 309. Right now, Wei Rong's whereabouts were uncertain. After all, today was Sunday, and Wei Rong's family lived in the city, so he might have gone home. Lianing spoke up. Goodness. Lianing knew Wei Rong all too well. This guy, due to his family's donations to the school and his own decent grades, not only served as the student council president, but was even awarded one of the top 10 outstanding students. Thinking of this, Lian Ying's expression was worse than if he had eaten feces. Jiang Tian looked at Wei Rong's expression and could guess what Lian Ying was thinking. Putting himself in Lian Ying's shoes, Jiang Tian felt that if he were in Lian Ying's position, he would spit out a mouthful of blood. However, Jiang Tian clearly understood that although Lian Ying's attitude seemed good now, he was the principal of a key university, highly influential. This was a true position of power, far beyond Jiang's father's administrative level. Compared to Jiang Tian, he was practically a figure from the heavens. However, now regarding this case, if it had been discovered earlier, it could be said without hesitation that it had saved Lian Ying's political career. This political legacy. Jiang Tian squinted his eyes. In his previous life, he sensed something was off because ever since his family fell, Xiao Bo's promotion had skyrocketed. At that time, he didn't think much of it. But now, Jiang Tian believed that he had provided Xiao Bo with clues about this case, ultimately giving him ample political resources and enabling him to pursue that second-generation rich kid. In the end, he successfully climbed higher and higher. One could say that he had given Xiao Bo a chance from above. And all these clues and whatnot were provided by Jiang Tian, yet Xiao Bo had no gratitude towards him at all. It must be this guy. Damn, pulling out 500,000 so easily is just typical of a rich second generation. Moreover, why would a good rich second generation resort to drug dealing? After secretly clicking his tongue in thought, Jiang Tian looked at Principal Lian and said, Principal Lian, you all wait here. We're not sure if the drug dealer has dangerous weapons. Sorry for the trouble. Thank you. Lian Ying's face was full of gratitude. Jiang Tian turned to glance at Captain Guo. Originally, Jiang Tian didn't plan to say too much. It was sufficient for Captain Guo to handle many matters. However, since Principal Lian went straight to him upon entering, Jiang Tian could only helplessly shrug. It's okay, you did very well. This time, you have saved Yanhai from a huge loss. It's just that the drug dealer was too arrogant, Captain Guo said with a smile, not saying much more. Because this case was significant, they could still benefit from it, possibly even sharing in the collective credit. Following Jiang Tian, who had just saved them, how could Captain Guo be angry or overthink it? He was as amiable as could be toward Jiang Tian. But just as Captain Guo and the others were about to enter, Jiang Tian suddenly pulled him back. Wait, what is it? Captain Guo looked confused. At this moment, they were very close to the dormitory building. Yin University, a key university, had a large campus. Initially, they hadn't noticed anything upon entering the school, but as they got closer to the boys' dormitory, Jiang Tian's map warning appeared. A crimson map alert. Jiang Tian frowned. That way Rome might have a weapon. He looked at the crimson target. A drug dealer of this level might indeed have firearms. Regardless, Wei Rong is still a student. We'll be careful. Nothing will happen. Captain Guo comforted. Lianing also comforted him from the side. Comrade, that Wei Rong should not be here. As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously glanced at the dormitory building. As they arrived, students came and went from the dormitory, all looking at them with curiosity. This was the boys' dormitory. As a key university, Yin University had many students from all over the country. Even during the holidays, most would spend weekends on campus. Lianing could hardly imagine if that Wei Rong had a weapon and openly used it in this dormitory building. Just thinking about it made Lian Ying's scalp tingle. Comrade, you all have worked hard. Lianing wanted to comfort them. But in the next moment, before Lianing could react, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Lianing almost spat out blood. Did you kick me? Meanwhile, inside the dormitory, in a 6-person room, only 2 students were present due to the weekend. Wow, so many police cars. What happened? One student was surprised, leaning out the window to look below. President, do you think something happened over here in our dorm? The student casually asked. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening sound rang in his ears, echoing throughout. The noise was so loud. It felt like a firecracker was set off right next to him, making his head buzz. The student widened his eyes, his peripheral vision gradually shifting. When he saw the president holding a gun aimed downwards, his whole body went cold. The gun's muzzle was still emitting faint smoke, indicating that the man had just fired. Just before the gunshot rang out, Jiang Tian's radar warning reached its peak in his mind. He felt a sharp pain in his brow. The police cars had stopped directly at the dormitory, and as everyone got out, Jiang Tian stood with Lianing, preparing to let the leaders stay outside while they rushed in. At that moment, a terrifying sense of crisis arose. Perfect shot gold, scanning radar gold, martial arts master red, strong and sturdy green, disguise minor achievement, exceptional memory green, gambling skill minor achievement green, evil value 2000 now. Jiang Tian's attributes were nearly explosive, especially the scanning radar, which could instantly alert him to any danger or enemies within a kilometer range. Particularly in life-and-death situations, it could sense a terrifying presence similar to a spider's sense, combined with the combat power and reflexes of a martial arts master. Jiang Tian almost kicked without a second thought. "You kicked me?" Lianing, who had held a high position for so long, had never been kicked before. But today was different. As Jiang Tian kicked him away, his body naturally toppled. Bang! In this critical moment, a gunshot rang out. Lianing instinctively covered his ears, his face paling drastically. "Quick! Second window on the third floor, fire!" Captain Gua, momentarily stunned for half a second, shouted. After all, they were veteran drug enforcement officers who had experienced gunfire and fought with drug dealers countless times. These were ruthless, inhumane individuals capable of anything. Captain Gua quickly determined the position from the gunfire and immediately gave the order. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian pulled the dazed Lian Ying and sprinted into the dormitory. Listening to the gunfire outside, Lian Ying's face turned pale. At this moment, he felt a slight itch in his ear and instinctively touched it, only to find his hand covered in blood. "Principal Lian, it was an emergency just now," Jiang Tian said, holding the handgun, feeling a thrill of fear. Just a moment ago, he and Lian Ying had been standing together, and when that extreme feeling arose, Jiang Tian didn't even have time to react to whether the bullet was aimed at him or Lian Ying. In an emergency situation, he could only resort to this desperate measure. However, Jiang Tian took a glance at the trajectory and basically confirmed that the bullet was aimed at Lian Ying. But upon reflection, it made sense. For Wei Rong, there was no way the other party could recognize him in such a short time, especially since he was fully armed and wearing a helmet. A stranger wouldn't be able to recognize him at all. "Thank you, comrade," Lian Ying said, his face somewhat pale, with cold sweat on his forehead and a lingering fear. He looked at Jiang Tian, knowing that it had been a close call. Was it really Wei Rong who did that? Lian Ying still found it hard to believe, as he had always had a good impression of him in the past. Jiang Tian nodded with the gun in hand. "Otherwise, why would we be so harsh on drug-related crimes? Once involved with this stuff, whether it's trafficking or using, they could do anything. It's ruthless." To be honest, Jiang Tian also felt a tremendous danger. After all, drug enforcement officers are among the few who still face gunfire during peacetime, because drug dealers can truly do anything. "Thank you so much, little comrade." Lian Ying repeatedly expressed his gratitude, still shaken. "Everyone, go back to the dormitory. Don't stick your heads out." Jiang Tian noticed some classmates peeking out from the dormitory and hurriedly spoke up. Fortunately, it was the weekend, and there weren't too many students around. Jiang Tian, gun in hand, was about to go upstairs when he glanced at the scanning radar and noticed the red dot moving continuously. Captain Guo looked at Jiang Tian, who wasn't following him. "Where are you running off to?" "The drug dealer is upstairs." "Forget it. The kid is still young. We'll teach him slowly later." Captain Guo's words trailed off, mainly because Jiang Tian acted on his own without following the assault on the drug dealer. If it weren't for yesterday's incident, Captain Gua would have nearly scolded the cowardly troublemaker. With a God-eye view, Jiang Tian was oblivious to Captain Gua's words. This God-eye view was a real killer weapon. He didn't go upstairs, but watched the direction of the moving red dot, directly passing through the dormitory and standing against the wall at another stairwell. From here, he could see the stairs above. Although there was no sound, Jiang Tian knew through the god's eye view that Wei Rong was right above. Sure enough, 2 seconds later, a foot slowly descended the stairs. Crack! Just then, a dormitory door next to Jiang Tian opened, and a head poked out. Jiang Tian frowned tightly, and that foot retracted. He made a shushing gesture to the student peeking out. Damn it, if it weren't for the situation, Jiang Tian would have slapped that person. What kind of excitement is worth risking your life? Fortunately, a few seconds later, the footsteps seemed impatient and hurried down. The next moment, the entire figure appeared in Jiang Tian's line of sight. Face to face, the other party was clearly startled upon seeing Jiang Tian, and when he faced Jiang Tian with a gun pointed at him, he raised his hands and said, "I surrender." Bang! Just as the words fell, Jiang Tian shot his gun hand directly. The handgun fell to the ground, and Wei Rong was completely stunned, even forgetting the intense pain in his arm. "I said I surrendered. Why did you still shoot me? You surrender first, throw down your gun. How does anyone know if you're going to resist with your gun raised?" Jiang Tian replied matter-of-factly. While speaking, Jiang Tian took out handcuffs and directly cuffed the other party's hands. Looking at Wei Rong's face, to be honest, this was Jiang Tian's first time seeing the last enemy who killed his sister. Even in his previous life, he knew there was a sixth person who killed his sister, but he had never seen him or knew what he looked like. It's all over. Jiang Tian let out a deep sigh of relief. To be honest, he had intended to kill him with that shot. In his past life, he had killed his sister, and although it hadn't happened in this life yet, the hatred from his previous life was something Jiang Tian hadn't forgotten at all. However, Jiang Tian thought about it and realized that this bastard was basically facing the death penalty, and besides, drug dealers are generally captured alive. After joining the narcotics police, Jiang Tian learned that many times narcotics officers bravely rush in just to capture them alive. Even if there's a risk of sacrifice, they have to do it. The main reason is that a living drug dealer has incredibly terrifying value, first as a source, then as a network, which holds immense intelligence value. A living Wei Rong can maximize his utility. Just then, urgent sounds echoed from the stairwell. Captain Guo and his team had already rushed down, and upon seeing the blood-soaked Wei Rong squatting on the ground, with a handgun fallen nearby, Captain Guo felt relieved. "We almost let him escape," Captain Guo said, relieved. He wouldn't have gotten away, but the key was that if he ran into a crowded area with a gun, the impact would have been too terrifying. As for the school and dormitory, that was a school issue. With a slight lockdown, the news wouldn't spread. Captain Guo rushed over and patted Jiang Tian's shoulder excitedly. "Damn, you predicted the drug dealer's movements? That's impressive. Damn it." When rushing in, Captain Guo saw Jiang Tian running to the first floor, thinking the kid was just showing off, or didn't he know how to catch drug dealers? His experience seemed insufficient. Who would have thought that he directly caught the drug dealer on the first floor, predicting the drug dealer's movements in advance? Especially when Captain Guo recalled that he thought Jiang Tian was hesitant and cowardly at the stairwell. He turned around and slapped himself in the face. Captain Guo felt a bit like a high-ranking officer. Captain Guo touched his weathered face, feeling a bit hot and flushed. Was this what it felt like to be slapped in the face? General dormitory buildings usually have 2 staircases. "I guessed it," Jiang Tian explained. Captain Guo looked at him with envy and jealousy. Such talent was simply beyond jealousy. This kid not only made a contribution, but Captain Guo clearly knew that Yun University would probably treat Jiang Tian as a VIP from now on, especially since Jiang Tian had just saved the principal of Yun University. That was a significant achievement. Captain Guo couldn't even imagine Jiang Tian's future. 2 first-class merits in the team, plus connections. Who could stop his promotion in the future? "You are a natural talent for becoming a narcotics officer." Captain Guo made an important evaluation. Chapter 24, The Perfect Goddess Muya. "You, Xiao Bo, are not worthy of this. I want to report you. I want to report this police officer. Just now, after I surrendered, he continued to shoot at me intentionally. He has broken the law, and I report him for breaking the law." Being forcibly held by 2 drug enforcement officers, Wei Rong could only feel the intense pain in his arm burning like fire. The flames of anger burned even more fiercely in his heart. Damn it, it really is damnable. The intense pain made Wei Rong's mood explode. But at the same time, Feeling the excruciating pain made him unable to help but want to kill the police officer in front of him. What is going on? Captain Guo furrowed his brows and looked at Jiang Tian inquiringly. If he fired after surrendering, it would be a major incident. Although drug enforcement officers have the highest right to self-defense among all departments and police types, after all, they usually deal with drug dealers. The level of danger is such that even criminal investigation police can only follow behind. I saw him raise his hands to surrender, but he still shot at me. This police officer has broken the law. I request that you arrest him as well. He is also suspected of intentional injury. Wei Rong spoke excitedly, continuously. Everyone present turned their eyes towards Jiang Tian. This matter is not a small accident, especially since Wei Rong is also a drug dealer. But his identity as a drug dealer is unusual. If a violation occurs, subsequent handling will be very troublesome. Hurry up and arrest him too. Wei Rong urged impatiently. Even if he dies, he wants to drag someone down with him. He raised his gun. How would anyone know if he was surrendering or shooting? Jiang Tian shrugged. What a joke. Did he do anything wrong by shooting? Indeed, just now he knew that the other party was surrendering. But does surrendering mean he gets to be comfortable? This person, in his past life, caused his sister's death. That is fine then. Captain Guo nodded in understanding. Wei Rong looked blankly at these people. Jiang Tian walked up, looking at Wei Rong with a cold face. Damn it, this bastard is the mastermind behind his sister's death in his past life. He has committed numerous crimes. Jiang Tian looked at the scanning radar, which was almost glowing red and purple. Now Jiang Tian could nearly understand all the functions of the scanning radar. The less the crime value, the less malice, which represents fewer criminal behaviors. Conversely, the brighter and redder the light, the deeper the crime. And obviously, Wei Rong is deeply sinful. I want to accuse you of mutual protection. Wei Rong felt a chill in his heart. Captain Guo was about to say something, but at that moment, Jiang Tian walked up and with a bang, raised his fist and struck Wei Rong in the face. This punch, Jiang Tian held back his strength. Otherwise, with Jiang Tian's martial arts mastery, he could have countless ways to take Wei Rong's life in a second. Just with this punch, even Jiang Tian's physical condition, which was close to the human limit, would not be able to withstand it. Puff! Wei Rong spat blood, and it seemed he had even lost a tooth. The next moment, a sharp pain came from his head, and as he opened his eyes in a daze, he saw Jiang Tian's mocking smile. One of Jiang Tian's hands was gripping his hair. I warn you, don't cause trouble here. You are a drug dealer now, and you have no human rights. You crazy drug dealers, it's light for me to kill you. Whoa, I want to report you all. Wei Rong mumbled indistinctly. As the top second-generation rich kid in Yanhai, he was publicly glamorous. Power, beauty, wealth, all within easy reach. Through money, he had corrupted many people, but this time, it was different. What a vicious person. Zhao Wei gasped. To be honest, Zhao Wei and Jiang Tian entered the police force at the same time. But in Zhao Wei's impression, Jiang Tian had been quite ordinary in the past month or so. Until yesterday. Bang! The next moment, as Wei Rong's words fell, Jiang Tian's fist struck again, simultaneously pulling Wei Rong's hair. Jiang Tian always couldn't understand one thing. Why did drug dealers still have the face to be so arrogant? Didn't they know that drug dealers have no human rights at all? No, if he remembered correctly, a month later in his past life. Due to the rampant drug dealing issue, Kyoto even sent a patrol team to Yunhai to specifically handle drug trafficking problems. And even the patrol team encountered threats from drug dealers. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes. From this, one could see how rampant and terrifying drug dealers were in Yunhai, even daring to threaten the patrol team. But at the same time, Jiang Tian also knew that this place was too close to the border, and it was a developed city. Yunhai was almost a paradise for drug dealers. Repeatedly banned, this is the drug dealers of Yunhai. Xiao Jiang, stop hitting. Stop hitting. If you keep hitting, you'll kill him, and it will be bad for interrogation later. Captain Guo was now panicking. Damn it. Jiang Tian was too fierce. With slaps left and right, he was not holding back at all. Wei Rong's face was about to be slapped to pieces. Now he was speaking indistinctly. It's not that I couldn't help but see the drug dealer so arrogant. Jiang Tian explained. The key is, such an arrogant drug dealer still wants so-called human rights? A vicious and ruthless thug also wants human rights? Captain Gua, I feel this person is definitely not just involved in commanding drug trafficking. There might be other cases as well. Jiang Tian looked at the bright red mark and reminded, "You're right." Captain Gua also recalled how this guy dared to fire a gun in public. By the way, where did that shot hit? The next moment, Captain Gua saw the president of Yun University, Lianing, covering his bloody ear, rushing over. "President Lian, why are you here? Didn't the ambulance come to take you to the hospital?" Jiang Tian asked. "Comrade, I couldn't rest easy and came to take a look. Thank you for saving me just now. If it weren't for you, the forensic department of your police team would have said that if you hadn't saved me, that shot would have blown my head off." Lianing spoke with lingering fear. Damn, the action was too hasty that Captain Gua overlooked many things. Now hearing the president's voice, Captain Gua was excited. Saving a president of Yun University represents what? It represents connections, huge connections. This is what we should do. Jiang Tian felt the other party was a bit overly enthusiastic, but he forgot that when a person faces a life-and-death crisis, the feeling of being saved by a benefactor is profound. "Comrade, I will definitely represent Yun University to your police team to present you with a banner." Lianing expressed his gratitude again. "This is not just my achievement," Jiang Tian said. Upon hearing this, Lianing's eyes flashed. He held a high position, and his connections in Yunhai were extremely formidable. Just now, he had even called to check. It was this person who solved this case and uncovered the drug trafficking case at Yun University. This saved his political career for the first time. And the second time, he was even saved under the gun. Twice in a row, and the other party could still humbly decline the credit, instantly making Lianing feel that the young man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. "Yes, my mistake. Your police team will also receive a banner." Lianing corrected himself. Jiang Tian nodded and left with the group. After they left, in the dormitory behind them, a group of students poked their heads out, as many had been secretly observing. "Did you see that? The police officer just now is about the same age as you, but he is already holding a gun, protecting the country, and fighting against drug dealers, while we as students from Key University even have people committing crimes. Are you ashamed?" Lianing's smile disappeared as he turned around, angrily scolding them. Unfortunately, Jiang Tian couldn't hear these words. He sat in the small, broken official car of the Kyoto Jeep, with Wei Rong beside him and Captain Guo on Wei Rong's other side. Although Wei Rong was bleeding profusely, the case was too important and complex, requiring immediate trial. As the police car drove away from the hotel suite across from Yunda, one could see the entrance of Yunda through the window. Xiao Bo stood in front of the window, watching the drug enforcement officers in their neat uniforms, armed with the newly equipped Type 95 rifles and handguns. So many police cars have arrived. What happened at Yunda? Wang Yifei appeared behind Xiao Bo, bare-skinned, and hugged him. "Those are the drug enforcement officers from our city bureau." Xiao Bo gritted his teeth. He should have participated in the operation. After all, it was a case related to Yunda, possibly a significant case that could earn him great merit if solved. But now he was suspended. All of this was because of Jiang Tian. Damn Jiang Tian, ungrateful and heartless, despite how much care I gave him in the police force. Xiao Bo's forehead throbbed with veins. While speaking, he forgot how he had plotted against Jiang Tian in the police force. If it weren't for Jiang Tian's sudden display of power yesterday, knowing the situation in advance, his family might have faced a terrifying crisis today. And all of this was due to his scheming behind the scenes. That bastard Jiang Tian actually had you suspended. After all the care you gave him, he still wanted to harm you. Even calling me a cheap person today, Wang Yifei said through gritted teeth. After all, after making achievements, that bastard got inflated with pride. Xiao Bo grabbed Wang Yifei's hair, venting his frustrations as if it could somehow get back at Jiang Tian. "Brother Bo, didn't you say he gained recognition from the leaders after making achievements? Tonight, I'll find a way to invite him out for dinner. Don't worry, Brother Bo. As long as I give him a little sweetener, he'll immediately act like a sycophant and plead for you to return to the police force," Wang Yifei replied. Pursing her lips, Xiao Bo was even more satisfied. But the next moment, his phone rang. He glanced at it and hurriedly shushed Wang Yifei, then quietly approached the window, carefully answering the call. "Xiaoya, what's wrong? Is there something? Are you at the police station?" "I've come to your police station," Xiao Ya's voice came from the phone. Hiss. Xiao Bo's face changed dramatically. Muya was the second-generation girl he had been pursuing all along. A few years ago, the police organized a study opportunity at Yunda, and Xiao Bo lucked out, getting a spot to learn more advanced drug enforcement knowledge. It was during that time that he inadvertently learned about Muya's background, which no one at school knew. What circulated was that she had some money, but in reality, the wealthy second-generation status was just her father being a businessman. Her grandfather had an even more terrifying background. After learning this, he began to pursue her madly. Not only was her background impressive, but her appearance was also the purest and most beautiful he had ever seen. He was terrified of losing Muya, using all means to try and make contact, but to no avail. It seemed that Muya was always consulting her family, hence her reluctance to agree. But he was happy to wait. Recently, when he was trying to get closer, Muya's family didn't seek high or low. They only required her to demonstrate her abilities, which was a minimum requirement to achieve a promotion this year based on her own merits. This was a small test, but Muya's father also required him to not lay a finger on Muya until he fulfilled this requirement. Thinking about Muya's background, he didn't even dare to have any thoughts, but it was not easy to get a special promotion. It was only when Jiang Tian entered the police force that he began to plot against Jiang Tian, hoping to get Jiang Tian's family to promote him. But now, not only had he not been promoted, he was even suspended. Moreover, he had offended a high-ranking leader. If Muya's family found out, Xiao Bo was on the verge of going mad just thinking about it. Xiaoya, don't come over, Xiao Bo hurriedly said. Why? Xiaoya asked curiously. I'm out on a case, a very big case, Xiao Bo replied casually. Really? Muya's voice was filled with excitement. Her father said that the city bureau's drug enforcement officers had cracked a major case and received a collective second-class merit award. It seemed that everyone had the potential for special promotions, so she was specifically allowed to come see Xiao Bo today. She even felt somewhat moved. Thinking about how Xiao Bo had worked hard on the case yesterday and was still busy with a major case today, she felt like she could choose him. The next moment, Muya said into the phone, I've just arrived. Swish! Xiao Bo's face turned pale, and he was filled with a frantic fear that Muya would know the truth about everything, as it would mean she would leave him. Just then, a familiar male voice came from Muya's phone. Comrade, you look familiar. Are you looking for Xiao Bo? Buzz. Hearing this voice, Xiao Bo's head spun, nearly causing him to faint. He recognized that voice. It was Jiang Tian's. If Jiang Tian exposed his current situation, and if Muya found out he was suspended, and if her family learned about it, he would lose Muya, lose true love, and lose all future promotion opportunities. Muya was more important than his life. Beauty, power, wealth. Muya's family combined all three, making her the dream girl of Xiao Bo's life. No, Xiao Ya. Don't talk to him, Xiao Bo shouted frantically into the phone. But unfortunately, Muya seemed not to hear him. Instead, she was talking to the person on the other end. Hello, police comrade. My name is Muya. Can you tell me where Xiao Bo has gone? No, don't say it. Xiao Bo's hand trembled as he held the phone, filled with fear of the other party revealing the truth. Chapter 25. A kick shattering the drug dealer's arrogant dream at the police station entrance. Jiang Tian was forcefully pulling Wei Rong down from the police car. His movements rough and brutal. Wei Rong's arm had already been shot by Jiang Tian, causing him excruciating pain. And now Jiang Tian was unleashing a merciless barrage of punches and kicks on him. The narcotics officers understood this kind of behavior well. After all, Wei Rong had dared to fire a gun, and it was a miracle he wasn't dead yet. So what if the actions were a bit rough? It hurts. Wei Rong cried out in pain, his eyes flickering with hatred and anger as he glared at Jiang Tian. This police officer was one he would remember. Especially the grudge from today, he would not forget it. It hurts, and it should. Why else would I hit you? Smack. With no one around, Jiang Tian casually slapped Wei Rong across the face. My dad is Wei Yudao. You dare to take personal revenge on me? I'll remember you, kid. Wei Rong's eyes were swollen to slits, yet he continued to glare at Jiang Tian with venomous intent, his mind racing with thoughts of revenge. If you ask why he was so arrogant, the answer is simple. His father, Wei Yudao, was a name that carried weight. In Yanhai, that name meant power and wealth. Jiang Tian had learned about Wei Rong's family background before arriving. After having Wei Rong in the 1980s, Wei Yudao rapidly amassed wealth, and Wei Rong was his only son, lavished with extreme affection. He initially made his fortune through transportation, controlling the market channels for vegetables and other products in Yanhai, later investing in real estate and skyrocketing to prominence. Today, his company was a dazzling star enterprise, a local symbol of Yanhai. So the question arises, why would the wealthy son of Wei Yudao get involved in drug trafficking? Jiang Tian squinted, sensing something was off. Scared? If you kneel down and beg me, I might just forgive you. Wei Rong sneered, a mocking smile on his face. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Wei Yudao, as the head of a major enterprise in Yanhai, must have some ruthless methods behind his success. The brighter the surface, the darker the underbelly. If Jiang Tian were an ordinary police officer, he would definitely not withstand Wei Rong's revenge. Big you. Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Kid, do you think you know about the revenge tactics of drug dealers? Haven't you heard about what happened to some of your predecessors? Wei Rong's face twisted into a sinister grin. Buzz. Jiang Tian's mind ignited in anger. Nothing mattered to him but family. Ever since he was reborn, that was his Achilles heel. He had gained clarity about the world and people's hearts. Now, using his family to threaten him was crossing a line. You little bastard, kneel and beg me. And maybe I'll let your family go. Wei Rong continued to laugh maniacally. Our police files are confidential. How do you know about my family? Jiang Tian gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage. You little trash. We know more about your police department than you do. If you kneel and crawl between my legs, I might just spare your family. Wei Rong said with a brazen, menacing smile. His arrogance was infuriating, and at that moment, Jiang Tian felt a surge of anger and alarm. What was even more shocking was that Li Feng, another squad leader and veteran narcotics officer, who was also pressing down on Wei Rong, was now keeping his head down and silent. Jiang Tian noticed that Li Feng, faced with the arrogant Wei Rong, chose to remain quiet. This showed the terrifying dominance of drug dealers. Jiang Tian clenched his fists. This horrifying chaos was undoubtedly a microcosm of the entire Yanhai. With both of them holding him down, Wei Rong stopped in his tracks, even spreading his legs apart. Jiang Tian looked up, and when he met Li Feng's gaze, Li Feng shook his head, signaling Jiang Tian to endure and not provoke further conflict. This made Jiang Tian's heart sink. Regardless of background or personal achievements, he was not afraid. But seeing Li Feng, who had no background, facing such a vicious drug dealer, made him think deeper. Who leaked the information about the narcotics officers? Come on over, Wei Rong growled menacingly. In a crowded school, he could tolerate it, but in a deserted place, he decided to teach this little police officer a lesson. At the police station entrance, not far from where the police cars were parked, Muya was still on the phone with Xiaobo, but her gaze had been fixed on the scene from the start, especially when the criminal arrogantly revealed his background and threatened the police to kneel. This made Muya, who despised evil, clench her fists tightly. How can it be like this? The criminal is threatening the families of police officers. How can they do this? Muya was stunned. Her worldview, shaped by a sheltered life, was shattered. She couldn't believe the scene before her eyes, that a drug dealer could be so brazen. So, would the threatened little police officer kneel? Even if his family was threatened, kneeling down might not be such a big deal. Muya bit her bright red lip, feeling increasingly outraged and heartbroken for the narcotics officers who faced gunfire and danger every day, not only risking their lives, but putting their families in danger as well. How great was that? It was precisely for this reason that Muya had an extraordinary admiration for police officers, especially those on the front lines, which is why she did not directly reject Xiaobo, but gave him a test. But now, she was witnessing the darkest side of the world. What would this little narcotics officer do? In the next moment, she saw the criminal spreading his legs, waiting for the little narcotics officer to crawl through. The little officer knelt down. Was he yielding? Was this capitulation in the face of the drug dealer's threat? Muya's lips nearly bled from biting them. Not out of embarrassment for the little officer, but out of heartbreak for the humiliation he faced as a proper narcotics officer forced to compromise and kneel with his family threatened. Wei Yudao was the richest man in Yanhai and a representative of the conference. How could the police officers resist his son's threats? If they didn't TC it, it would be one thing, but having witnessed it, she could not let this scene unfold before her eyes. With a clench of her silver teeth, Muya prepared to step in. But just as she lifted her leg, bang, the kneeling little narcotics officer struck. He wasn't kneeling to submit. He was raising his leg. In Muya's eyes, the little officer lifted one foot, while the other seemed to spring up, leaping high into the air, his body twisting midair. Then, with a back kick, the foot landed squarely on the criminal's face. Crack! Even watching from over 10 or 20 meters away, Muya instinctively winced, feeling the pain in her own nose. But compared to the brutality of the scene, her eyes couldn't help but shine with bright light. The dim light became bright. Jiang Tian's kick was quick, precise, and ruthless. Wei Rong's nose was nearly shattered by the blow. With just a bit more force, Wei Rong's entire body was lifted off the ground, suspended for a moment before crashing heavily to the ground 1 or 2 meters away. At that moment, Wei Rong's face was unrecognizable. At that moment, Wei Rong's eyes seemed unable to open, but the pain in his body was nothing compared to the confusion in his mind. Why? How dare he? Why would he dare? My dad is a representative of the conference. My dad is a wealthy man in Yanhai. How could a mere police officer dare do? Wei Rong's body twitched from extreme pain and fear. A kick shattered his arrogant dreams. It was too brutal. So brutal that Li Feng, the captain of another squad from the same action team, instinctively lunged to grab Jiang Tian, who was about to go further. Xiao Jiang, stop hitting. If you keep going, something bad will happen, Li Feng shouted, holding on to Jiang Tian's chest in a panic. That kick had completely stunned Li Feng. The grace and power of that kick made him believe he could never execute such a beautiful move in his lifetime. Spee. Li Feng quickly shook off the thoughts in his mind and dragged Jiang Tian away. Meanwhile, Dui, who had just gotten out of the car and was almost at the police station entrance, turned around in realization. His eyes nearly popped out. He had just gotten out with documents and wanted to report to Songji quickly, but in the hustle of running, he turned around and saw the grace of Jiang Tian's kick. The move was too cool. Even though Dui had undergone a lot of training and considered himself strong in combat, he knew he could never kick like that. Xiao Jiang, are you crazy? What are you doing? Dui was about to explode as he rushed over. Good heavens, I can't just stand here. Jiang Tian pulled away from Li Feng, then rushed towards Wei Rong, who was lying on the ground. Quick, help! Dui shouted as he rushed over to grab Jiang Tian. At that moment, Jiang Tian looked down at the two people holding his legs, Zhao Wei and Li Zijing holding his arms, while Li Feng and Dui frantically clung to him, trying to stop him. Although Jiang Tian could easily shake them off due to his combat skills, he thought better of it. If he used his full strength, it would almost be a killing move. No, don't hit me. Wei Rong, with his arms incapacitated, a face full of blood, and a shattered nose, could only tremble and struggle backward on his legs, retreating while looking at the 6 people who were holding and pulling Jiang Tian with fear. This kick had brought him back to his senses. However, Jiang Tian, with a slightly calmed fury in his eyes, pointed at Wei Rong and said, "Do you see? The drug dealer is arrogant, and he needs a couple of kicks to wake him up. We can't indulge these harmful drug dealers. A kick to wake them up is necessary." He could tolerate the arrogance of drug dealers, but his family was his bottom line. The officers holding Jiang Tian nodded, swallowing their saliva. Some officers were already dragging Wei Rong, who was lying on the ground. After the criminal left, Dui, having understood the situation, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This kid really deserves it. Not to mention facing it. Even just hearing it made Dui's anger rise. All right, I understand this matter. Xiao Jiang, calm down. Don't participate in the interrogation for now. We need to gather information from him, Dui quickly said. Jiang Tian hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Just now, Jiang Tian hadn't gone all out. In fact, he was quite fierce, but also controlled himself. Otherwise, one move could have cost Wei Rong his life, but sometimes the life of a drug dealer was a valuable clue. If Wei Rong were to be killed, that clue would be easily cut off. You are impressive, Li Feng panted, having just held Jiang Tian back, using all his strength, only to horrifyingly discover that Jiang Tian didn't budge at all. It was as if he was facing an elephant, terrifying to the extreme. The most terrifying part was that he had already backed down, not just for himself, but also for his family. However, facing the arrogance of drug dealers made him angry. Jiang Tian's actions undoubtedly made him feel a rush of admiration. A kick shattered the drug dealer's air of arrogance. It was truly a severe blow. Li Feng swallowed hard. After spending more than a month together, he now realized how terrifying Jiang Tian was. Don't be afraid when facing drug dealers. Only by being fiercer and more ruthless can you stop them. Jiang Tian had a cold smile on his face. Kill his whole family. Before this, Jiang Tian wanted to take down the entire family of drug dealers. Although using violence to counter violence was not a good behavior, it was undoubtedly the most effective one. Captain, what are we doing now? Zhao Wei asked in confusion while following Jiang Tian. They had sat in the back of the car and had heard about the situation but hadn't arrived in time before Jiang Tian took action. Haven't you heard? Guo Dui told me to take a break for now and not to participate in the interrogation. Just wait for the psychologist to help, Jiang Tian replied irritably. Just as Jiang Tian finished speaking, he suddenly noticed a beautiful figure out of the corner of his eye. Oh no, it even looked a bit familiar. The next moment, as expected, the memories of his past life overlapped. Muya. This life, es Muya Ti no Jiang Tian. But the Jiang Tian of his past life understood Muya far too well. In his previous life, Jiang Tian had never known the true face of Xiaobo. But it seemed that after getting married, Muya gradually realized the ugly side of Xiaobo. Even so, Muya did not choose to divorce. She merely separated from Xiaobo. According to Muya, one person, for a lifetime, made Jiang Tian so envious that his eyes nearly turned red. How many women like that could there be in this era? In his previous life, Jiang Tian had been disturbed by Wang Yifei, who constantly threatened divorce. Jiang Tian had endured it because of his animal son, and at that time he had even thought, denying himself, that only someone like Xiaobo deserved Muya. But looking back now, Jiang Tian wished he could slap himself a few times. He truly was pathetic. Otherwise, why would he have such thoughts? Why hadn't he seen through Xiaobo's true nature sooner? In his previous life, Muya took great care of Jiang Tian, perhaps having seen through Xiaobo's character. Muya had not once hinted to Jiang Tian that Xiaobo was a petty person and not as upright as he appeared. However, in his past life, Jiang Tian seemed possessed, only recognizing Xiaobo as the team leader, perhaps just entering the police force. He had been fooled too badly by Xiaobo and couldn't see through it. After reminding him several times, Muya was also very disappointed when Jiang Tian didn't get it, especially since in many instances, when Jiang Tian quarreled with Wang Yifei, he couldn't help but confide in Muya because in his heart, Muya was like his closest elder sister. But in her past life, whether due to guilt or something else, Muya's attitude towards Jiang Tian was definitely good. Even when Jiang Tian was timidly brought home by Xiaobo, where Xiaobo mocked him in front of Muya, Jiang Tian still tried his best to cooperate, even though he was as weak as an ant. Muya never looked down on him and even encouraged him continuously. In a moment of confusion, Jiang Tian quickly regained his senses. He had to admit that the future Jiang Tian knew Muya's true identity. Because he knew, Jiang Tian understood how excellent Muya was, not only in family background but also in appearance, figure, and even inner qualities that seemed flawless. At this time, Xiaobo seemed to still be pursuing Muya, and she had never agreed, which meant, what could Jiang Tian say? Such a woman must not be allowed to fall into Xiaobo's hands. Comrade, where is Xiaobo going to carry out a mission? Muya, hearing about the recent situation where even the son of the top representative of Yuhai was caught, couldn't help but swallow her saliva, secretly thinking that Xiaobo had indeed not lied to her. It was a significant operation. Was Xiaobo not present because there were follow-up arrangements for capturing? Drug enforcement officers were truly great. Muya's eyes sparkled with an increasingly bright glow. Chapter 26, The Truth Exposed. Xiaobo is actually a beast. I'm not called Little Comrade. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian's eyes flickered. In his past life, he had no opportunity, but in this life, since he had the chance, how could he allow such a beautiful flower to be ruined by that beast Xiaobo? Reborn. Jiang Tian merely thought for a moment and understood how many times Xiaobo had harmed him overtly and covertly, tarnishing his reputation. Ordinary, mediocre, and a second-generation rich kid looking to gild his image. Prior to this, there were already rumors circulating in the police force, leading many to have a negative perception of Jiang Tian. All of this was Xiao Bo's doing, for money and murder. The son he had raised for over 10 years was actually Xiao Bo's. His family destroyed, also due to Xiao Bo's machinations. In this life, Jiang Tian decided that a goddess with a good personality and perfect looks would be in his hands. Jiang Tian? Muya exclaimed. You know me? Jiang Tian was momentarily stunned. Muya felt a bit embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Because Xiao Bo had spoken to her more than once, both openly and secretly, about a gilded second-generation official named Jiang Tian who had joined their police force. And her hatred for evil made her have a bad impression of him, especially since she had secretly undermined Jiang Tian more than once, labeling him as a good-for-nothing who just came to eat and wait to die, dragging them down and making them take risks to gild this useless person. Moreover, he was placed under her command, making her risk everything for a second-generation official, which further fueled her resentment. Perhaps this credit belonged to Xiao Bo, only to be snatched away by Jiang Tian. Thinking of this, Muya took 2 steps back to maintain her distance. Officer Jiang, I'm sorry. I called you by mistake just now. Muya's tone was somewhat distant, looking at Jiang Tian with a bit of disdain. With the change in attitude, Jiang Tian instantly understood. Damn it. Jiang Tian quickly realized that son of a bitch Xiao Bo, while appearing to care for him openly, was secretly enjoying blackening his name everywhere, using his status to elevate himself without fear of authority. Jiang Tian was furious. In his past life, Jiang Tian had suffered so much, but in this life, he was slowly rewriting his destiny. Because he clearly understood that Muya was definitely not the kind of person who changes her mind easily. Despite Xiao Bo's betrayal, Muya never had any thoughts of divorce, steadfastly helping Xiao Bo to resolve the troubles he created in silence. She was a true virtuous partner. Yet, she was still secretly maligning him, and he also had a shameless girlfriend named Wang Yifei. Under normal circumstances, pursuing Muya would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, Jiang Tian was not angry. Because he had a trump card, Jiang Tian looked forward to the moment when Muya learned that while he was out in the line of fire executing missions, his teammate Xiao Bo was behind the scenes messing with his girlfriend. He was very curious about what expression Muya would have when she discovered the truth about everything. Officer Jiang, I'm here to find your colleague Xiao Bo. Yes, right here, also a narcotics officer. May I ask if he is still out on a big mission? Muya's expression was cold, and she spoke to Jiang Tian with some disgust. Just now, when Jiang Tian kicked out, Muya had subconsciously put away her phone, even forgetting to hang up. P.S. Executing a big mission? Jiang Tian's eyes flickered. But Zhao Wei and Li Zijing behind Jiang Tian almost burst out laughing. Not knowing how to respond, both looked at Jiang Tian. Unknowingly, Jiang Tian had completely won over these 2 little brothers. Oh no, there was also a little sister. At this time, a smile appeared on Jiang Tian's face. Executing a big mission? Looking at the expectant expression on Muya's face, it was indeed a big mission. But that big mission was playing with women in a hotel, or rather, Jiang Tian's current public girlfriend. Just then, Muya continued to ask, I see you just caught the son of our city's wealthy Dao. This must be a major case, right? What? Xiao Bo, who was in the hotel getting dressed and listening on his phone, was completely stunned. The police force had a big operation again, and it seemed to involve the son of a wealthy family from Yanhai. They had already been caught, which proved that the evidence was conclusive. Yet, he and T participated in this mission. Thinking of this, Xiao Bo's expression turned green. On the other hand, Xiao Bo felt some fear. The fear of what would happen if the truth came out. His scalp tingled. He absolutely could not lose Muya. She was his life. Xiao Bo, why are you in such a hurry? Someone is still waiting for you. It's only the 2nd time today. Come back. Wang Yifei seductively whispered to Xiao Bo while hugging his back in bed. If Jiang Tian saw this scene, he would definitely ridicule this shameless woman for her double standards. In his past life, she became pregnant with Xiao Bo's child, and even then, she didn't let Jiang Tian touch her, claiming it was to protect the child. This meant that Jiang Tian had never touched Wang Yifei, yet she had made him raise her child for over 10 years. But when facing Xiao Bo, she did everything to tempt him. Get lost, I don't care what method you use. You must get Jiang Tian that good-for-nothing out today, and find a way to make him believe that this child is his. Xiao Bo ruthlessly pushed Wang Yifei away. But Wang Yifei was not at all angry. She just kept nodding in agreement. Brother Xiao, I've already planned it out. It's absolutely foolproof. Xiaobo said nothing and hurriedly left. Although he had been suspended, he needed to go back to gather information. He couldn't just sit around here. Jiang Tian, you beast. Letting you raise a child for me is already a favor to you. As Xiaobo pushed the door, he thought about how much he was granting Jiang Tian. Letting a second-generation official have a child raised by a kid from a mountain village. Thinking about this made Xiaobo's spirit invigorate, almost trembling with excitement. Before leaving, Xiaobo looked back at Wang Yifei with disdain. This shameless woman was indeed very flirtatious, but in front of his goddess Muya, she was nothing more than an ugly duckling, unworthy of even holding her shoes. However, as Xiaobo rushed over madly, he listened to the voice on the phone. His mood tensed to the point of almost exploding. He didn't even know that Jiang Tian had recorded the video of him and Wang Yifei entering the hotel. If he knew, his mood at this moment would surely be at its darkest hour. On the other end of the phone, Muya frowned slightly. She felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. The two people behind Jiang Tian seemed to be holding back their expressions, as if they had something to say. What's wrong? Did you leave him behind to carry out a dangerous mission? Muya continued to ask. Who told you Xiaobo was on a mission? Jiang Tian was quite curious. Good heavens. Today, he stumbled upon this case due to a special situation, primarily because he hadn't expected the drug dealers to be so arrogant. Xiaobo had long been suspended. What's this? Do they want to steal his credit too? Jiang Tian was about to laugh. Xiaobo said, this mission should be led by him, right? Although she wanted to keep her distance from Jiang Tian because of Xiaobo, Muya hesitated for a moment and still asked, because she seemed to remember that Xiaobo had said Jiang Tian, this rich second generation, often dragged him down. However, the truth was that although Jiang Tian's ability had been mediocre in the past, he had always been Xiaobo's loyal little brother, serving tea and running errands. Working hard. What he received in return were Xiaobo's malicious slanders and various traps. Miss Mu, this case has nothing to do with Xiaobo from start to finish. Jiang Tian smiled slightly. Muya's face turned red. She is not an unreasonable person, nor is she one to make trouble for no reason. Her attitude towards Jiang Tian is influenced by Xiaobo's covert brainwashing and slander. It's quite awkward. Muya feels her face burning, and she fans herself with her snow-white hand, trying to cool down. Jiang Tian, you beast. Xiaobo punched the taxi, his face ablaze with anger. He didn't expect Jiang Tian, that beast, to actually dare to reveal the truth. Couldn't he just help him hide it for a bit? Couldn't he, in front of Muya, take the credit for it? Xiaogo treats you so well on a daily basis. Why won't you help with such a small favor? Ungrateful beast. Xiaobo seemed to forget that he had never really helped Jiang Tian, and instead, it was Jiang Tian who served him tea and water. However, hatred and fear clouded his mind. He knew that Muya despises being deceived, and he had just told her he was on an important mission. If Muya found out the truth, combined with his suspension, he was already drenched in cold sweat from fear. Jiang Tian, you worthless piece of trash. You deserve to die. But just then, a voice came through the phone. It was Muya's voice. Xiaobo listened nervously. Muya seemed awkward and tried to lighten the mood. Maybe he was executing another big mission. Xiaobo's heart raced. Jiang Tian, you worthless piece of trash. Surely you wouldn't dare to tell the truth, right? Because Xiaobo remembered bragging to Jiang Tian more than once about how he was pursuing Muya, mentioning her family background, hoping to use emotional leverage to persuade Jiang Tian to help him get promoted. Thinking this way, Xiaobo relaxed for a moment. Unfortunately, the next moment, you mean Xiaobo? He was suspended. Jiang Tian seemed to have thought for a long time before remembering. But his calm words were like a cold wind, chilling Xiaobo's heart. Jiang Tian, you worthless piece of trash. You really deserve to die. Xiaobo's eyes turned blood red. Sure enough, with this sentence, everyone at the scene was stunned. Muya was indeed taken aback. She never expected this answer. Are you sure you're mistaken? How could someone as outstanding as Xiaobo be suspended? At this moment, Zhao Wei came in with a timely assist. No way. It was a direct order from a high-ranking official from Kyoto. Why? Muya found it hard to believe. Even harder to believe was that Xiaobo would actually deceive her. She couldn't quite feel heartbroken. After all, She was just observing and still in the investigation phase. So there were no feelings involved. However, being deceived did leave her somewhat disappointed. She hoped even more that Xiao Bo was wronged. Were you mistaken about him? Muya looked at Jiang Tian and asked. Xiao Bo hung up the phone and frantically redialed, wanting to end Muya's conversation. Zhao Wei stood up angrily beside Jiang Tian and said, Yesterday that scoundrel Xiao Bo went to Jiang Ji's house, using some connections. And when he saw a high-ranking leader coming to the police station, he tricked Jiang Ji's mother into calling the police station to pull strings, causing Jiang Ge to be severely criticized by the high-ranking official at the conference. This beast framed his own colleague. Buzz. Muya's eyes widened. Her breath halted. He did such a thing? How malicious. It was so malicious that it chilled her heart. She even forgot to be embarrassed, staring blankly at the faces of the three in front of her. The two behind Jiang Tian looked furious, clearly not lying. However, Muya could hardly believe it. Her worldview was shaken to the core, because Muya clearly remembered how Xiao Bo portrayed Jiang Tian as worthless, as a beast, as a burden, and how great he considered himself to be. On the other hand, he also showed off his own greatness, looking down on power. But she never imagined it would turn out like this. The image Xiao Bo had constructed in her mind was collapsing. Just then, Muya's phone rang. She took it out and realized it was the call she had just forgotten to hang up on. Xiao Bo wanted to interrupt them, hung up the phone and frantically called back, but Muya just glanced at it and put it back in her pocket. She had deep doubts about Xiao Bo, not only because of Zhao Wei's words, but also because of Jiang Tian's earlier display in dealing with the drug dealer. That fierce kick, which almost incapacitated the person, was ruthless and decisive. And when it was time to be calm, he showed no anger at all. Such a person, Muya did not believe could be the worthless second-generation rich person Xiao Bo described. By the way, may I ask what your relationship with Xiao Bo is? Zhao Wei, feeling satisfied, asked casually. Friends, I suppose. Muya's face flashed with a hint of discomfort. It's best to keep your distance from him. This person is quite scheming. Jiang Ge has always treated him well, but who knew he would secretly harm Jiang Ge like this? Previously, he even made Jiang Ge seek connections to get him promoted. And Jiang Ge agreed. But unexpectedly, this person was so treacherous behind the scenes. Zhao Wei vented his anger with curses. He was harming Jiang Ge. It was simply a matter of life and death for him. Zhao Wei even had the urge to deal with that scoundrel. Gulp. Did he do that? Muya's face showed confusion. She didn't know if she should believe it. Rationality told her that the 3 drug enforcement officers in front of her, including one female officer, were all full of righteous indignation and couldn't possibly deceive her. But emotionally, the only person she had ever had a slight good impression of turned out to be such a beast. She couldn't accept it. All right. Don't scare Miss Mu. The captain has given us a break. Let us go do what we need to do. Jiang Tian clapped his hands and laughed. Wait for our achievements. Jiang Tian wanted to go back and spend some time with his sister. More than anything, he wanted to talk to her. In his past life, he felt guilty for over a decade, never seeing his sister again. Now, he had finally made up for that regret. All the criminals would face justice. His sister would never encounter danger again. As for Muya, Jiang Tian was not in a hurry to reveal the video that could determine life and death. It wasn't the right time yet. If he revealed it now, although Xiao Bo would be finished, Jiang Tian and Muya weren't very familiar, making it hard to approach her. This still required an opportunity. If he remembered correctly, Jiang Tian recalled that in his past life, Xiao Bo had boasted excessively about his glorious history of pursuing Muya. There was an incident where Muya went camping in the suburbs, and, coincidentally, a major drug dealer sentenced to life imprisonment managed to seize a gun during renovations and escaped in a construction vehicle to that mountain, taking Muya hostage. During the search on the mountain, Xiao Bo, by chance, heroically saved Muya. Officer Jiang, can I have your contact information? If there are any issues, I'd like to talk to you later. Muya askit koshisi. Rationality told her to accept this heavy truth that was hard to digest, and she felt a bit guilty for misunderstanding Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian provided his phone number, but just then, Xiao Bo rolled out of the taxi, running towards Muya like a madman. Muya, I'm sorry, there's an urgent task. It's a big case, I'm late. Xiao Bo wiped his sweat, pretending to be busy. Then he whispered in a voice only they could hear, don't believe them. Jiang Tian is a second-generation rich kid. You know, I came from a mountain village. Those two are his lackeys, deliberately slandering me. Muya, believe me, I just worked hard on a dangerous drug dealer case. But this worthless beast was secretly defaming me behind my back. Simply inhumane. Muya hesitated about whom to believe, but at that moment, she suddenly saw a large bus coming behind Xiaobo. The bus clearly had Yunda School Bus written on it. What is this? Muya was confused. But moments later, a large group of well-dressed people got off the school bus, and surprisingly, they were holding a banner. Muya's eyes flickered with hope as she looked at the banner. This is to be given to Xiaobo. Does that mean I wronged Xiaobo? Muya frowned slightly. She glanced at Jiang Tian, biting her silver teeth slightly. If that's the case, Jiang Tian deserves to be punished. If it is true, she must explain the situation to his grandfather. Muya made up her mind. But in the next moment, the leader holding the banner saw Jiang Tian and seemed to see a benefactor. With a loud voice, he raised the banner and said, "Comrade Xiao Jiang, thank you, and thank you to the Drug Enforcement Police. On behalf of all the teachers and students of Yin University, I present this banner to you. Oh, and there's another one for your police team, and as for this one, it's my personal gratitude for saving me. Comrade Xiao Jiang, you saved all of us at Yin University." Jiang Tian personally received 2 banners. Xiaobo's head was buzzing, but it wasn't over yet. In the next moment, a loud slap echoed, and Xiaobo felt a sharp pain on his face. Chapter 27. Paving the way undergraduate student, starting to soar. A loud slap echoed, and Lianing looked up, feeling that the girl who slapped someone seemed a bit familiar. However, Lianing had no time to think deeply, as the most important thing for him now was gratitude. Grateful to Jiang Tian. Grateful to the drug enforcement officers for everything they had done for them. Without Jiang Tian and the presence of these drug enforcement officers, Yunda would have unknowingly turned into a drug den. However, Lianing did not recognize Muya. But Muya and Xiaobo were very familiar with Lianing. Muya was once a prominent figure at Yunda, a dream girl in the hearts of countless people, a perfect goddess. Xiaobo had also furthered his studies at Yunda, learning advanced drug enforcement knowledge. Therefore, both of them recognized Lianing at a glance. It was precisely because they recognized him that they were shocked. Lianing personally came forward and even presented 2 banners for Jiang Tian alone. One banner was presented in the name of Yunda, a double first-class key university, and another in the personal name of the president of Yunda. What does this mean? Damn, Xiaobo even forgot the pain of being slapped on his face. Envy and jealousy made his face contorted. Impossible. This can't be. This waste. No way. How could he? This waste must have used his connections to achieve this. People like them, the second-generation officials, rely on family connections to gain achievements and promotions. Xiaobo was almost driven mad with envy and jealousy. After a fleeting moment of shock on Muya's face, she turned to Xiaobo with a hint of disappointment. To be honest, Muya had a bit of a good impression of Xiaobo before, and after this incident, she still had a sliver of trust in him, believing that he had really been bullied by the powerful. If that were the case, she would definitely ask her grandfather for help. However, when she heard this statement, Muya was completely disappointed. Are you saying that Jiang Tian, with just a director father, could make the president of Yunda bow down? Do you know that the president of a double first-class key university is at the level of a department head, with students all over the world? Such a person would bow down and thank a mere second-generation director? Muya said coldly, almost word by word. Lianying's position is very high. To put it bluntly, Jiang Tian's father is even a level lower, because he is currently only a deputy department head and hasn't even reached the executive level yet. Is it possible for such a person to bow down to a second generation like Jiang Tian? Not only is it jealousy of talent, but it is also short-sighted. Impossible. Xiaobo's entire body trembled. Then his face turned even redder, and the flames of jealousy in his eyes burned wildly. Letting Jiang Tian achieve merit and receive such important treatment was simply more difficult for him to accept than being killed. And at that moment, Lian Ying's voice continued. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I have specially reported to the higher-ups. To put it bluntly, you have saved our Yunda and countless teachers and students. It seems that this is just a case of a few people trafficking drugs, using Yunda as a base. However, There are too many poor students in this era. From the beginning of 5 or 6 people, they could corrupt with money, even corrupting teachers and students. Don't believe in a person's inherent flaws and bottom line. It won't take long. The consequences are terrifying. Fortunately, everything is under control now. Everything hasn't escalated too horrifically yet. There is still a chance to save everything. And Jiang Tian even indirectly saved all the leaders of Yunda. Everyone looked at Jiang Tian with piercing eyes. Lian Ying's words made Xiaobo tremble with jealousy all over. Why? This waste, why? Until now, Xiaobo still looked down on Jiang Tian, and he had always looked down on him. In his mind, Jiang Tian was just a waste, only able to follow him like a fool, at his mercy, and still being grateful to him as a waste second generation. He enjoyed this feeling because it gave him an unprecedented sense of achievement. So what if he was a second-generation official? So what if his father was a director? Wasn't he still being toyed with by him? But now, he found that this waste he looked down on the most had unexpectedly had 2 strokes of luck in a row, achieving great merit. The first time could be excused, but the second time was also a stroke of luck. Yes, that's right, just luck. If I hadn't been suspended, Jiang Tian's job should have been mine, and the merit should have been mine. The credit should have been mine. This waste robbed me of my credit. Thinking of this, Xiaobo was almost jealous to the point of spitting blood. He looked angrily at Jiang Tian, as if Jiang Tian had really robbed him of his credit. At this moment, Jiang Tian didn't care about Xiaobo at all, because before he could respond, a man wearing glasses stepped out from behind Lian Ying. His hair was half white, but his gaze was bright as he looked at Jiang Tian and asked Comrade Xiao Jiang, "May I ask where you graduated from university, and how long has it been since you graduated?" Jiang Tian scratched his head in confusion, but still answered honestly, "Well, I graduated from our Yunhai Police Academy. I'm currently interning in the second half of my senior year and haven't graduated yet." "Hiss, not graduated yet?" The leaders of Yunda exchanged glances, and the speaker's face lit up with joy as he said, "That's great. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I am the dean of the law department at Yunda, and we formally invite you to apply for the graduate program under me." Jiang Tian blinked. What is Yunda? A double first-class, key university. To be honest, Jiang Tian's grades just met the admission scores for the police academy, and his studies were mediocre. He had never thought about being able to attend Yunda's graduate program. But then Jiang Tian suddenly thought of his previous life, where Xiaobo, that bastard, seemed to have directly entered Yunda's graduate program after he provided him with clues for a case, and subsequently became a well-known expert in criminal investigation and law. So this should be Yunda's way of thanking him. In his previous life, Xiaobo had claimed that he was admitted due to his excellent grades. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian couldn't help but sneer. In his previous life, Xiaobo had relied on the help and clues he provided to rise step by step. But how did Xiaobo treat him? He constantly set traps for him, and in the end, even teamed up with the bastard he had raised for over 10 years to have him killed. And now, all of this was just returning to what originally belonged to him. Comrade Xiao Jiang, you must not underestimate Dean Qin Gang. He is not only a renowned legal expert in our country, but he has also made significant achievements in criminal investigation. Sometimes he is even invited to join the investigations at the headquarters, Lian Ying explained to Jiang Tian. Buzz, standing not far away, Xiaobo's eyes widened. Such a big shot actually wanted to take Jiang Tian as a disciple? What did this represent? Jiang Tian had not expected the return from Lian Ying to come so quickly and so fiercely. Xiaobo also did not expect that Jiang Tian was directly invited. What does this mean? The graduate examination might just be a formality. Whether or not he passes is another matter. Even if he doesn't pass, since Yunda invited him, they would find a way to let him in. This is equivalent to being a designated student of a well-known expert in criminal investigation and law at Yunda. And the most terrifying thing is that such a big shot would have a large number of students under him, and they would certainly achieve great results. For Jiang Tian, this means connections, the connections of a teacher. Jiang Tian obviously also thought of this and quickly nodded. Did he have the right to refuse? Absolutely not. Moreover, Jiang Tian knew that the limitations of his professional field were here, and no matter how much merit he achieved in the future, there would be restrictions. But with a research certificate in law, the future will be much broader. No wonder Xiaobo, over the next decade, even became the executive vice mayor. in charge of important work related to public security in Yanhai. From this, Jiang Tian has thoroughly understood the key reasons for Xiao Bo's rapid rise in his previous life. One is the help of Muya, and the other is this incident. However, Jiang Tian is very curious about what the outcome will be for Xiao Bo after losing these two factors, this scheming beast coming from the mountain village. Thinking of this, the desire for revenge in Jiang Tian's heart suddenly erupted. "Thank you." Lianing patted Jiang Tian's shoulder, very pleased. "I should thank you." Then Jiang Tian led Lian Ying and the others into the police team. On behalf of Yin University, he expressed heartfelt gratitude to the entire anti-drug team of Yunhai's criminal police. Finally, he presented a banner belonging to Yin University. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted. The expressions of everyone present were extremely invigorated, as this was recognition of their work. Of course, the most important thing was that everyone's gaze was focused on Jiang Tian. Outside the police station, Xiao Bo was still trying to salvage the situation and pleading, "Xiaoya, you have to believe me, I really didn't lie to you. Jiang Tian is really a waste. From now on, let's not meet again." Muya turned around and left with a look of disgust. After understanding the situation, even the president of Yin University came over. Could it be that just because Jiang Tian has a father who is a director, all the leaders of Yin University came to express their gratitude? Isn't that funny? Ultimately, it's because Jiang Tian has made great contributions. Meanwhile, Xiao Bo not only schemed against colleagues behind their backs, but also spread rumors about them everywhere. While others were achieving success, what were you doing? Muya was very disappointed. She began to ponder whether what her father said was true, that Xiao Bo was not a good person. Indeed, Muya's family did not approve of Xiao Bo. They didn't care about social status, but they placed great importance on character. They could see at a glance that Xiao Bo was not as upright as he appeared. However, Muya insisted. But now, Muya was disappointed to realize that perhaps her family was right. This left Muya even more confused, not knowing what to do, or whether she should forgive Xiao Bo. "This is all mine." Outside the police station, Xiao Bo listened to the enthusiastic applause coming from inside. He looked at Jiang Tian with jealousy, as if he were the center of attention, enjoying the flattery around him. This made Xiao Bo tremble with jealousy. However, unfortunately, Jiang Tian didn't take him seriously at all. Or rather, he hadn't made his move yet. Jiang Tian, who was basking in the limelight, glanced at Xiao Bo, whose eyes were red with jealousy, and saw that Muya had already left. Jiang Tian slightly curled his lips. He understood that it wasn't enough to completely disappoint Muya yet, because he knew too well how traditional Muya's character was. Once she set her sights on someone, it would definitely be a lifelong commitment. Although she hadn't developed a relationship with Xiao Bo yet, Muya was certainly not the kind of person who could sever ties completely. Such a girl is truly hard to find. If the two really agreed to get engaged, even if Jiang Tian revealed the video, she probably wouldn't turn back. Once she made a decision, it was for a lifetime. Damn, Jiang Tian is so awesome. What, Jiang Tian? Call me brother, call me Jiang. Damn, that was ruthless but very cool. In this era, the underworld forces are rampant, and drug traffickers are even more outrageous. There are all kinds of criminals with backgrounds, and when they handle cases, they are suffocated with caution. Because even if not for themselves, they must consider their family. Those people are truly insane. With one careless move, they could be wiped out by those mad drug traffickers. Yet, Jiang Tian dared to deal such a heavy blow to a drug trafficker with such a big background. Many people couldn't help but click their tongues in admiration. But inside, they felt exhilarated. This is what they should be as anti-drug police. Uncle, where's my dad? Why can't I find my dad?" Just then, Jiang Tian felt someone tugging at his pant leg. Looking down, he saw a little girl about 5 or 6 years old, her eyes pure and curious, looking at him. Jiang Tian was stunned and squatted down, asking, "Little girl, what is your father's name?" "Jiang, my dad is Meng Yang. He sacrificed himself yesterday." A rookie from the police station whispered beside Jiang Tian. Yesterday, although Jiang Tian fought fiercely amidst the gunfire and chaos, the battle was intense. Those drug traffickers were not without means and had strong firepower. Jiang Tian found it difficult to infiltrate the enemy lines, and it was Meng Yang who led 3 others to launch a fierce attack from another side to draw fire. allowing Jiang Tian to successfully change positions and begin a frenzied side attack, catching a drug trafficker off guard and securing victory. However, Meng Yang was tragically shot 3 times and sacrificed his life. This morning, after being reported, he was posthumously awarded first-class merit overnight. Sigh. The family is here to claim him today. Meng Yang just got married 5 or 6 years ago and has a 3-year-old son. His father is nearly 70. And now, they don't know how to go on. Those who knew the situation couldn't help but sigh. At 5 or 6 years old, they still didn't understand death. At this moment, Jiang Tian had a complex expression. The celebratory atmosphere faded, even in times of peace. Looking at fallen comrades and the tragic sight of families claiming their loved ones was heart-wrenching. These were all the pillars of their families. With the pillars down, everyone felt low. In peacetime, there's always a group of people that everyone fails to see silently moving forward. Jiang Tian felt a heavy heart at this moment. Meng Yang died, attracting fire for him, leaving such a small child without a father. 5 people sacrificed their lives last night. Out of 38 who went, only 33 survived, and 3 others were injured and hospitalized. Little girl, what is your name? Jiang Tian forced a smile on his face. At this moment, even Jiang Tian's excitement from his achievements had disappeared. Uncle, my name is Meng Tingting. Where's my dad? The little girl asked eagerly. Tingting, come here. We need to go. Just then, an elderly man with a hunched back and white hair slowly walked out of the Song branch office. His face was covered in wrinkles, and his eyes were dim, seemingly devoid of any light. Jiang Tian knew that this must be Meng Yang's father, followed by a middle-aged woman whose eyes were red and clearly had been crying for a long time. At this moment, Jiang Tian's mood was very heavy. He felt the need to do something for this era, to change something. If he lacked the ability, that would be one thing, but now, Jiang Tian felt he should rise up, step by step to the peak of power, and eradicate all the evil forces. Chapter 28. The high-ranking officer is shocked. The young man remains calm. Song Ji. Was that just now a family member of Meng? Jiang Tian walked into Song Ligua's office. Bang! Song Ligua lit a cigarette. As a narcotics officer, the risks of the job and the psychological pressure are immense on a daily basis. More than half of them are chain smokers. In his past life, Jiang Tian had never touched cigarettes or alcohol during university. But after joining the police force for a month, he had become a heavy smoker. However, after being reborn, Jiang Tian didn't have much of a craving for cigarettes. But he also didn't deliberately quit. With Jiang Tian's physical condition, smoking didn't pose much harm to him. Through the swirling smoke, Jiang Tian faintly saw the despondent expression on Song Ligua's face. During his internship in the police force, Jiang Tian had followed Meng. But unfortunately, Meng had sacrificed himself. Although Jiang Tian was promoted, seeing Meng's family made him lose all joy in his promotion. Over the past month, Meng had taken care of Jiang Tian a lot. In the end, he sacrificed himself to draw fire away from Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian clearly remembered that in his past life, Meng Yang had survived. In this life, because of him, Meng had instead sacrificed. When you went to apprehend Wei Rong today, the family of the officer who died yesterday came. They received a compensation of 100,000 yuan, Song Ligua said. 100,000 was already a very high standard. However, Jiang Tian frowned. Song Ji, Meng's family. With no earning ability from the parents and 2 children to support, how will they live on 100,000 yuan? 100,000 seems like a large number, but for a family's expenses, it's merely a drop in the bucket. This has already been specially granted. Normally, they wouldn't even receive 100,000. Do you understand? Part of it was even supplemented from our case handling funds. Song Ji knew exactly what Jiang Tian was thinking. However, there were some matters that even he couldn't decide. Didn't I just seize 5 million? Jiang Tian suddenly said. Huh? Song Ligua looked at Jiang Tian in surprise. Without showing any signs of emotion, Jiang Tian continued. You apply to the higher-ups and say that our case handling funds are severely insufficient and that the welfare treatment for officers is too poor, which is not conducive to eradicating drug dealers. Moreover, due to the difficult lives of narcotics officers, drug dealers are audaciously bribing them. We can apply to keep that money in our narcotics team to improve welfare. Exactly. Jiang Tian was targeting that sum of money, but it wasn't for his personal expenses. Ultimately, Jiang Tian couldn't bear to see the treatment of narcotics officers. It wasn't that it was bad, but they needed to fight against wealthy and extremely vicious drug dealers. Necessary living conditions must be guaranteed. Jiang Tian always believed that the more one contributes, the more one should receive in return. Keeping $5 million for funding was far more useful than handing it over. This is going to be difficult. Song Ligua thought about the merits they had recently achieved, but he felt the hope was slim. You write the application, and I'll approve it. Just then, the office door was flung open. Gao Xiaolong, leading the way, had an excited expression on his face. Especially upon seeing Jiang Tian, he looked even more pleased. Heaven knows how he felt when he learned that drug dealers had firearms at Yunda and almost assassinated the president of Yunda. Wei found out that the president had personally come to deliver a banner of thanks. Gao Xiaolong's sense of gratification was almost indescribable. Because all of this was accomplished by Jiang Tian, Gao Xiaolong had already thoroughly understood the situation regarding Yunda and was aware of its dangers. Most importantly, this time they had apprehended a heavyweight drug dealer. He rushed over, and although the president of Yunda had already left, Gao Xiaolong felt no disappointment. Upon arriving at the office door, he heard Jiang Tian's voice. At this time, the year 2000 had just passed not long ago. At least, for Jiang Tian, who was familiar with the future, the police station felt dilapidated and filled with a primitive atmosphere. The office door was made of iron, and there was no soundproofing. Conditions were far from ideal. Gao Xiaolong heard Jiang Tian's voice. This proposal is excellent. Only by improving the welfare of officers can we ensure that they fight bravely on the front lines without worries. After entering, Gao Xiaolong directly spoke. Following Gao Xiaolong was Jiang Peng, almost like a small follower, lacking any presence. No, one should say that in recent days, Jiang Peng had been exceptionally brilliant in the official circles of Yanhai. Everyone knew that he was Jiang Peng's son, and Gao Xiaolong, the high-ranking official, greatly appreciated Jiang Tian. The so-called fortune and misfortune are interconnected. Jiang Tian had reversed the situation yesterday, and in doing so, completely rewritten Jiang Peng's fate. He not only wasn't suspended, but had also been subtly favored by the leadership of Yanhai, especially since Jiang Peng knew that before coming. Secretary Zhou had specifically sought him out for a conversation, subtly saying how to cultivate Jiang Tian and mentioning that in the future, he should report to him more often. This was a groundbreaking first. It was as if Zhou Zhao regarded him as one of his own. And all of this was thanks to his son, Jiang Tian. Jiang Peng never imagined that one day the benefactor supporting him would actually be his own son. He hadn't provided any resources to Jiang Tian, but instead, he was reaping the benefits of his son's success. This made him feel quite emotional and secretly delighted. After Gao Xiaolong finished speaking about approving the application, he approached Jiang Tian and patted him on the shoulder. "Xiao Jiang, everyone looked down on you, including me initially, but it turns out you are the most capable." Hiss. At this moment, the entire office fell silent. What does this mean? It represented Gao Xiaolong's full recognition, ignoring the astonished gazes of others. Gao Xiaolong continued, "Regardless of whether it's luck or strength, achievements are achievements. You have saved the country and the people from massive losses twice in a row. Your contributions are undeniable." Jiang Tian's heart shook. This was the greatest recognition for him. Jiang Tian clenched his fists. His fate had been rewritten, and his father's fate had also been rewritten. The man who had sacrificed himself to save him in his past life, ultimately dragging him and his whole family into the abyss, had now given him clear and ample recognition. And I can make the decision. If you have the ability, whatever you seize, just keep it for our narcotics team. No need to hand it over. This is my promise to you. Normally, this issue needs to be resolved by the state, but right now our capabilities are very limited. Gao Xiaolong sighed as he said this. To be honest, the conditions in the police force were rudimentary, and the welfare treatment for narcotics officers was too low. These were pressing issues that he knew all too well. But knowing was one thing. There was no way to solve it. The higher-ups lacked funding, and right now the entire country was tightening its belts to get by. This also meant that every officer had to face ruthless drug dealers day and night, and they also had to deal with terrifying bribes of tens of millions. A moment's thoughtlessness could send them straight to hell. Thank you, Chief Gao Songji. I hope this money can be given to the families of the officers who sacrificed yesterday. Without the pillar of support, they won't be able to survive. 100,000 or 80,000 is merely a drop in the bucket, Jiang Tian spoke. Gao Xiaolong looked at Jiang Tian with even more appreciation. He had teammates, strong capabilities. How many such talents could there be in the world? This was a talent, a genius. Gao Xiaolong thought that he must cultivate him seriously in the future. One must admit that Jiang Tian, unknowingly, had already accumulated terrifying political resources. With Gao Xiaolong in front and Yunda behind, in the future, as long as Jiang Tian didn't encounter any issues, he would naturally rise to prominence. Leader, I'm leaving first. I still need to conduct a psychological assessment later. After resolving these matters, Jiang Tian will file a report. It is strictly stipulated that a psychological assessment must be done after a murder, and Jiang Tian cannot avoid it. You stay here for now, don't leave. The case is a bit complex. I don't know much from what I learned on the way. And the person is the one you arrested, the case you discovered. The assessment report is not urgent. Just listen for now. Gao Xiaolong made a decisive statement. This case is complex, but not overly complicated, yet it is also quite challenging. Wei Yudao made his fortune 20 years ago and eventually became the leader of the Yuhai enterprise, which concerns various aspects of people's livelihoods. Given the size of his business, it shouldn't have much to do with him. Recently, during our drug enforcement operations, we found that many young people seek thrills. They come from good family backgrounds but still engage in drug use and trafficking. Song Li sighed. He didn't know how to describe this trend. This is an issue that needs improvement in education, but precisely because of this, drug prohibition has become urgent. We must resolutely eliminate this unhealthy trend. Gao Xiaolong frowned deeply. The impact of this case is significant, and Gao Xiaolong understands that it has already attracted the attention of higher-ups. How is Wei Rong's interrogation going? Jiang Peng quickly asked. Song Ligua glanced awkwardly at Jiang Tian. Goodness. Song Ligua looked and almost didn't recognize that this was a human face. He is currently in a coma, and there are doctors here providing simple treatment, Song Ligua explained. How could someone who was shot in the arm be in a coma? This is ridiculous. This case is very serious, and the higher-ups are always paying attention. We must set a deadline to solve it as soon as possible. How can we interrogate someone in a coma? Who is his superior? How did he traffic drugs? We must interrogate him quickly. Jiang Peng felt something was off. This kind of injury is easy to handle. Just remove the bullet and do a simple bandage, and we can proceed with the interrogation. Song Ligua stammered. He couldn't just say that Jiang Tian kicked him directly. Such a thing could happen, but it shouldn't be spoken out loud. At the police station entrance, this drug dealer was too arrogant, threatening to wipe out our entire family, and I kicked him. Jiang Tian explained. However, Jiang Tian rubbed his chin. He knew the force of that kick. He had controlled it, and Wei Rong could not be in a coma. These damn drug dealers, let's go check on them. Gao Xiaolong's brow twitched. Jiang Tian's words reminded him of some unbearable memories. No, or rather, the tragic fates of the predecessors in drug enforcement. Because these heinous criminals are not just talk, there are many precedents. Each incident is a massively shocking case, but cannot be publicized easily as it would cause great panic. Drug enforcement officers are, after all, human, fearless in the face of danger, resilient in character. Unafraid of threats, what good kids they are. Who says they are the bad apples? Gao Xiaolong couldn't help but constantly praise Jiang Tian in his heart. What good kids? The behavior of standing firm against drug dealers is even more admirable. Soon, Jiang Tian arrived at the treatment room. It was just a simple bed, and Wei Rong's limbs were bound on the makeshift bed. Two doctors were constantly calling out to Wei Rong, but he seemed as if he were dead, showing no reaction. Leader, we administered some anesthetic while treating his wounds, but he should wake up soon, the doctor explained. Gao Xiaolong frowned deeply. As soon as possible. However, just as Gao Xiaolong was speaking, Jiang Tian's gaze was fixed on Wei Rong, and he noticed that Wei Rong's eyebrows moved slightly. Damn it, he's faking it. It's no wonder Gao Xiaolong didn't notice. Mainly, Wei Rong had been kicked by Jiang Tian, making him unrecognizable. In a coma, it really is quite possible. High-ranking leader. No need, I have a way. I can definitely wake him up immediately. Jiang Tian had a sudden idea. In a coma, what method do you have? Don't make trouble. Song Ligua quickly stopped him. The doctors all suggested waiting for him to wake up. Don't mess around. Jiang Peng also frowned slightly, mainly trying to remind Jiang Tian not to get inflated just because of a good performance, no matter how many achievements he had in their eyes. Yesterday proved Jiang Tian had strength, and today could only mean Jiang Tian was lucky, coincidentally encountering a bribed drug dealer. After all, Jiang Tian had only joined the drug enforcement team for a month. He shouldn't get inflated just because of a success. Xiao Jiang, Wei Rong's identity is unusual. Gao Xiaolong also spoke. I hereby swear an oath, Jiang Tian insisted. To be honest, Jiang Tian also wanted to solve the case quickly. He didn't know if there were others behind Wei Rong. If there were, they must be caught. And there is Wei Yudao. Jiang Tian's heart sank. For Jiang Tian in this lifetime, he didn't dare to gamble. So he couldn't wait. Let us give it a try. Just as Song Ligua was about to say something, Gao Xiaolong made a decisive statement. Good. Jiang Tian took out a black stick the size of a flashlight from his waist. When the three saw what Jiang Tian was holding, they were instantly stunned. What the hell? Jiang Tian, what are you doing? Song Ligua's forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was nothing. Right now, Wei Rong looked very scary, his face unrecognizable, and his arm shot. Song Ligua really feared he might directly be killed during the interrogation. What the hell? Calm down, young man. Gao Xiaolong gasped. Others might not know, but didn't they? Zizi. Sure enough, the next moment, the electric baton in Jiang Tian's hand emitted a crackling arc of electricity. Gao Xiaolong felt his scalp tingle. This young man is too ruthless. He is still a newcomer in the police force. To be honest, Gao Xiaolong still wanted to give Jiang Tian some lessons. But the next moment, Jiang Tian, holding the electric baton, directly pressed it against Wei Rong's groin. Before pressing it down, Gao Xiaolong saw Wei Rong's face covered in cold sweat, and sure enough, this guy was faking it. He had been schooled by this young man. What the hell? Gao Xiaolong looked dumbfounded. The next moment, he watched in disbelief as Jiang Tian clearly saw the other party open his eyes. Yet the electric baton was still pressed down. Ah, a horse. Painful scream echoed for dozens of meters, until Wei Yudao, who had just received the notification and stepped into the police station, faintly heard this scream. Why does this scream sound a bit like my son's voice? Chapter 29 Revenge from the Drug Lord. At this moment, Jiang Tian was conducting a rigorous interrogation. In his previous life, he had no opportunity, but in this life, since he had a platform, Jiang Tian was unwilling to miss any chance. The more than 10 years of falling to the bottom in his previous life had allowed Jiang Tian to witness the warmth and coldness of human relationships. While Jiang Tian was intensely interrogating, Wei Yudao was at the door, making a phone call. How could there be such a huge oversight? Wei Yudao furrowed his brows. This time, it was purely because they found a drug enforcement officer named Jiang Tian, and they tried to bribe him, but in the end, that Jiang Tian shot several of them dead. Wei Rong was also arrested after getting shot at school. A voice came from the phone. This made Wei Yudao's expression change drastically. Are they crazy? No, it seems that Wei Rong has taken a liking to Jiang Tian's sister, and he asked his subordinate Gao Fei to make contact, hoping to drag them down through Jiang Tian. According to their investigation, Jiang Tian is very mediocre. Who would have thought he would dare to act directly? This is probably your instigation. Wei Yudao suppressed his anger. Don't get angry. Don't you have connections? You can use them. Besides, with your status, isn't it easy to protect your son? The voice on the phone was very relaxed. Wei Yudao angrily hung up the phone. He turned around and was about to enter the police station, but he was muttering Jiang Tian's name with a gloomy face. Wei Yudao is here. Is there any possibility that he was involved? Gao Xiaolong proposed a hypothesis. Just now, Jiang Tian had severely jabbed Wei Rong with a stun baton, waking him up with a scream. As for the specific interrogation, there would be professional interrogators to handle it. Jiang Tian stood behind Gao Xiaolong and the others. In front of them was a one-way mirror, allowing them to see the scene inside the interrogation room clearly. Since Wei Rong was captured, although no trial had taken place yet, Jiang Tian had already gained 2,000 points of evil value. This meant that Jiang Tian's accumulated evil value was now 4,000 points, and he hadn't randomly allocated points mainly because there were no suitable attributes. The martial arts master was already sufficient, and his physical fitness could still hold up, so he hadn't allocated points for the time being. Wei Rong alone contributed 2,000 points. Now, the red dot appearing in Jiang Tian's scanning radar was even twice as crimson as Wei Rong's. Knock, knock, knock. The next moment, a knock sounded at the door. A moment later, Li Zijing opened the door and said, "Leader, Wei Yudao is here." Wei Yudao? Jiang Tian's eyes became serious. At this moment, he realized why there had been no subsequent oversight in this case in his previous life. From what Jiang Tian knew, the number of people involved was only Gao Fei and a few others. Even Wei Rong didn't know. Was it really that he didn't know? Or was it that at that time, Xiaobo didn't dig deeper, or that digging deeper would involve too much? But regardless of the reason, Jiang Tian stared at the terrifying crimson light spot on the scanning radar, knowing that Wei Yudao definitely had major issues. "I'm going to talk to him." Song Ji stood up. After Song Liguo left, Jiang Peng tentatively analyzed. He has quite a reputation in Yanhai. It shouldn't be possible. Yes, he has no motive, has prestige, wealth, and even power. It's unlikely he would take such a risk, Gao Xiaolong analyzed. Indeed, if it weren't for Jiang Tian's scanning radar, he wouldn't have known that Wei Yudao had such terrifying problems. In comparison, based solely on the performance of the scanning radar, Wei Rong was simply a minor character compared to Wei Yudao. Maybe he's a big drug lord. Jiang Tian licked his lips. This is simply too red. In his previous life, even more than 10 or 20 years later, the drug problem was hard to eradicate, thanks to the complex geographical and cultural environment here. Even the terrain was full of mountains and paths everywhere, making it a paradise for drug dealers to transport drugs. Wanting to eradicate, it was simply a hellish difficulty. Jiang Tian slowly pondered. In his previous life, Wei Yudao had not encountered any problems, and he had even remained active until 5 years later when the case finally broke out. Crack! The next moment, Song Ji pushed the door open and walked in, saying, "I just talked to Wei Yudao. Based on his expression, he seems completely unaware, not like he is acting." As expected, Jiang Tian let out a breath. This Wei Yudao had not been discovered from the beginning to the end. Jiang Tian then became excited, because this Wei Yudao was a big drug lord. Capturing him would be a significant achievement. If you remember correctly, 5 years later, this achievement would help Xiaobo advance further in a key position. Jiang Tian thought to himself. Suddenly, he understood why Xiaobo liked to harm him so much in his previous life. This feeling of revenge was indeed quite satisfying. Of course, the most important thing was reciprocity. What Xiaobo owed him in his previous life, he would make Xiaobo repay it double in this life. "Chief, the interrogation is complete and is basically consistent with what Gao Fei explained." The interrogation expert walked in. "Okay, I understand. Take him down for treatment." Gao Xiaolong nodded. "Xiao Tian, the police station has made an appointment for you at Yanhai First Hospital Psychology Department. Go there later to do a psychological evaluation report," Jiang Peng said to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian left the police station. After changing out of his police uniform, he put on plain clothes, but he still carried his handgun. People like him on the front lines would have special permission to carry firearms. After all, drug enforcement officers could encounter various sudden dangers or retaliation from drug dealers at any time. Jiang Tian put on his leather jacket, which he hadn't worn in over 10 years. Since returning, he had been in his police uniform, and suddenly switching back to this era's characteristic outfit felt a bit uncomfortable. Overall, it felt somewhat strange, but Jiang Tian didn't think too much about it. "Young man, can we have a chat?" At that moment, a Hummer pulled up next to Jiang Tian, and he stopped in his tracks, watching the blood-red emblem approaching him. He turned to look at the open window of the back seat, where a warm, middle-aged face leaned out. Jiang Tian knew that this was Wei Yudao. To be honest, if it weren't for the terrifyingly crimson mark in his mind reminding him, even he wouldn't have realized that the man in front of him, with a warm face and an honest appearance, was actually a major criminal. In fact, he was very likely a big drug lord. "My name is Wei Yudao. My son has caused you trouble," Wei Yudao began to explain. "Oh, so you are that drug lord's father. Looking at you so honest. How did you raise such a crazy thing?" "Boss Wei, there is something wrong with your education. Are you looking for me to take revenge?" Jiang Tian seemed surprised. Hiss. A flash of fierce light crossed Wei Yudao's face, but he disguised it well, maintaining a smile as he said, "My mistake. I heard you caught him. I want to thank you for bringing him to justice. That beast will be executed soon. You don't need to thank me." Jiang Tian waved his hand casually. Hiss. Wei Yudao felt a pain in his teeth. No matter how strong his tolerance was, at this moment, he also had an impulse to kill Jiang Tian directly. Poisonous. Wei Yudao felt that this bastard was simply toxic, bringing up the wrong subject at the wrong time. "No, Officer Jiang. You eliminated a disaster for the country and the people. I must thank you." Wei Yudao almost gritted his teeth, but he still forced a smile on his face. "You're quite nice. I'm about to execute your son, and you still want to thank me." Jiang Tian showed a strange smile, watching the red dot on the scanning radar that was about to explode. Now Jiang Tian had understood almost everything. The redder it was, the more it represented evil, and the brighter it was, the more it represented hatred towards him. Therefore, at this moment, Wei Yudao wished he could kill him, especially if one understands the situation. But similarly, Jiang Tian has also set his sights on him. "Jiang Tian, you bastard, why didn't you answer my call?" At that moment, a fierce voice rang out. Jiang Tian turned to look and immediately saw a woman with a barely above-average appearance, but a fierce expression approaching him. In a daze, Jiang Tian's memories flooded back. Familiar. Too familiar. Wang Yifei. That's right. Wang Yifei had arrived. Jiang Tian was unaware that while he was focused on solving the case, Xiaobo had endured hellish torment. Losing Mu Ye was like losing his life to him, and all of this was because of Jiang Tian. Xiaobo desperately wanted Jiang Tian to lose everything. But he was even more terrified of really being fired. For him, that would be the end of the world. After returning, Xiaobo took out his frustrations on Wang Yifei, completely disregarding the child in her womb. He frantically vented all his hatred towards Jiang Tian onto Wang Yifei. Then, he made Wang Yifei endure the weakness in her legs and the lingering redness on her face as she came to find Jiang Tian. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red with hatred. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes, watching Wang Yifei, who looked as if she had just finished exercising, causing his fists to crack with tension. This wasn't because Jiang Tian still had feelings for Wang Yifei, but simply because this vile woman was just too hateful. But then Jiang Tian thought again. That beast Xiao Bo loved this woman so much. Let them be together. And as for Muya, I won't hold back. This shameless woman could harm him so deeply. Jiang Tian knew she was heartless. In his past life, when Xiao Bo had power and influence, this woman might have been wholeheartedly devoted. But when Xiao Bo faced all his setbacks, Jiang Tian was curious if Xiao Bo would walk down the same path as him. With that thought, Jiang Tian suddenly felt a strong interest. In this life, with their positions reversed, Jiang Tian couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth up. Even if he killed them, it would still be too lenient for those two beasts. "Oh, I just blacklisted you, so you definitely won't be able to reach me." Jiang Tian had blacklisted Wang Yifei after being disgusted by her harassment twice. "You worthless piece of trash dare to blacklist me?" Wang Yifei's face was full of disbelief and shock. She seemed not to have expected that the former sycophant would actually dare to blacklist her. Wang Yifei and Jiang Tian were once college classmates. At that time, Jiang Tian didn't know why he had acted like a fool and became Wang Yifei's sycophant. Wang Yifei had kept him as a backup for 4 years, and after finally graduating, when Jiang Tian's background was exposed, she finally loosened up a bit. A month ago, Jiang Tian hit it off with Xiao Bo at first sight and introduced him to Wang Yifei. Jiang Tian speculated that at that time, the two of them had secretly gotten together and even gotten pregnant. It can only be said that birds of a feather flock together. This woman's chastity only existed in front of him. In front of others, she was nothing but a whore. "I don't know who gave you the confidence, you shameless woman, to act in front of me." Jiang Tian turned and left. In reality, Jiang Tian was prepared to take action today and investigate Wei Yudao. The biting dog doesn't bark. In this way, Yudao brought Jiang Tian a great sense of crisis. Before this, he didn't have the mood to play around with this shameless woman. "Officer Jiang, I was wondering why you didn't have time for me. It turns out you had a fight with your girlfriend," Wei Yudao joked from the car. It was as if nothing had just happened. Jiang Tian glanced at him without acknowledging him and directly left. Right now, Jiang Tian couldn't afford to alert the enemy, but he decided that tonight, no matter what, he had to deal with this guy. With a heart full of weapons, the desire to kill arose naturally. Oh, are you afraid of my revenge? So you intentionally had a fight with your girlfriend. But you wouldn't expect, would you, that I already see through it? Hee. The pain of losing a loved one must be very painful, and you, in front of me, are still far from it. Watching Jiang Tian leave, Wei Yudeo's gaze instantly turned icy cold. He had taken everything that just happened as Jiang Tian putting on an act, trying to protect the woman's safety. Chapter 30. The frantic attack. The disappearance of Jiang Yu. What should Xiaobo do? Today he caught us entering the hotel, and now he seems very disappointed in me and is ignoring me. Looking at Jiang Tian riding away on his bicycle, Wang Yifei unexpectedly called Xiaobo. At this moment, Xiaobo was racking his brains on how to explain things to Muya, hoping to take things a step further. Ignoring you? Can't you give him a little sweetness? Xiaobo scolded angrily. But you said he can't touch me, Wang Yifei said, feeling a bit wronged. That's right. They met because Wang Yifei once came to the police station to find Jiang Tian, who was then pursuing her fiercely. At that time, Wang Yifei also opened up, and their relationship was developing. Xiaobo happened to see it. When he saw Wang Yifei, he immediately had ulterior motives and could tell at a glance that she was not a good person. In the end, he only had to use a little trick, and Wang Yifei became grateful and attached to him, to the point where he couldn't shake her off. Xiaobo's mind then sparked the idea of having Jiang Tian raise a child for him, and the two of them conspired. They had never taken any safety measures, and Wang Yifei, with incredible luck, became pregnant within just a few days. Xiaobo even demanded that Wang Yifei maintain her relationship with Jiang Tian, while ensuring that Jiang Tian could not touch her. Wang Yifei was completely obedient to him. Although Jiang Tian is useless and has always been brainless, you can't give him nothing sweet. At least dangle something in front of him. Make a sacrifice, Xiaobo continued. But he refuses to see me, Wang Yifei said, distressed. All right, you come back first. Let's think of a way. In the afternoon, you go to Jiang Tian's house to find his family. Jiang Tian's mother is as simple-minded as he is and is easy to deceive, Xiaobo said. Up until now, Xiaobo still didn't believe Jiang Tian had changed. He thought Jiang Tian was still the same useless person in his memory. Such a useless person just happened to have good luck and took credit for his achievements. Okay, I'll go over. Wang Yifei hung up the phone. Looking at Jiang Tian's back, Wang Yifei bit her lip, her fox-like eyes revealing a hint of disdain. This useless person is getting off easy. It seems a small sacrifice is needed. Tonight, I'll sleep in the same bed as this useless person. I bet he will be grateful, and then I can slowly manipulate him. Just thinking about letting this kind of useless person touch me is disgusting. Wang Yifei thought this was because Jiang Tian was disappointed for not being able to get her. So giving him a little sweetness might make this sycophant turn back. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian was leisurely riding his bicycle. Today was an administrative holiday, still a paid leave. But he hadn't planned to rest. He intended to investigate Wei Yudao thoroughly. If he could uncover something, that would be great. If not, such a scumbag couldn't be left alive. Jiang Tian frowned deeply. At the same time, his gaze subtly shifted towards a certain direction. Indeed, at a distance, there was an old Santana waiting at a traffic light. Normally, there would be nothing out of the ordinary, and Jiang Tian didn't feel anything was wrong. However, if it weren't for the glaring warning in his mind, he wouldn't have realized that this could be a life-threatening situation. Damn, Jiang Tian took a sharp breath. It's easy to dodge a direct attack, but it's hard to guard against a hidden one. Jiang Tian was glad that when he wiped out the drug dealers, he had leveled up and had developed a scanning radar. Otherwise, dealing with these ruthless, organized, and premeditated criminal gangs would be extremely difficult. At that moment, Jiang Tian's hair stood on end. He appeared to be distractedly looking around, but in reality, his eyes were fixed tightly on the Santana at the opposite intersection. The next moment, the green light turned on. The Santana suddenly roared to life. Jiang Tian was about to dodge when, in the next instant, he blinked and suddenly realized that the car wasn't aimed at him. Not at me. Jiang Tian was indeed a bit stunned, but the malice was certainly real, and the scanning radar warning was not fake. Moments later, the vehicle, roaring fiercely, charged directly towards the person behind Jiang Tian. At that moment, Jiang Tian saw the face of the driver, a man in his 40s, looking somewhat inebriated. Jiang Tian had heard of such unexpected murders and now witnessed one firsthand. The next moment, a loud crash echoed. The distance was quite far, about 400 or 500 meters. The vehicle, after hitting someone, crashed into a utility pole. The car showed no signs of stopping, and the next moment it quickly reversed, clearly intending to flee the scene. Oh no! If it weren't for the scanning radar in Jiang Tian's mind, this would all be classified as a hit and run. Moreover, with the scanning radar, it indicated that this was not just an ordinary drunk driving accident, but a deliberate act. Stop the car. Jiang Tian ran after it, but that vehicle drove like crazy, showing no signs of slowing down. On a rooftop 2 intersections away from Jiang Tian, Wei Yudao, who had already left, was watching the scene with a mocking expression through binoculars, a look of comfort on his face. Let you taste the pain of losing a loved one. Some things are not for a little drug enforcement officer like you to touch. You haven't earned the right to be arrogant in front of me. Wei Yudao sneered. Tonight, arrange for old Lu to cross the border and hide in a neighboring country. Moments later, Wei Yudao said to his secretary behind him, Understood, boss. Wei Yudao nodded without speaking, his gaze turning to the distance. The so-called old Lu was the man driving the car. But at that moment, Wei Yudao's expression slightly froze. Then a sneer appeared on his face. This kid must be a bit crazy. Oh no, he might have gone mad after losing his beloved woman. Taking a broken handgun with an effective range of 50 meters to shoot at someone 300 meters away. At this point, Wei Yudao paused slightly. The smile on his face grew wider. He could clearly focus on Jiang Tian as his target. Why didn't he? Is it because he was afraid of the consequences? No. Simply killing Jiang Tian wouldn't be enough for him to vent his anger. His face gradually turned cold. After decades of navigating this world, a good person can never achieve this. I want Jiang Tian to feel despair. Just because he has a police officer father doesn't mean he can act tough in this world. Call this naive young man and tell him that today is just a lesson. Offer him some money and see if he accepts. First, find a way to rescue a wrong. I hope he doesn't bite the hand that feeds him. Wei Yudao's expression was indifferent. But the next moment, a gunshot rang out. Wei Yudao didn't take it seriously. Even a sharpshooter couldn't hit anything. Boss, the car isn't moving. The secretary exclaimed in panic. Is old Lu still trying to play games? Wei Yudao felt the need to teach old Lu a lesson. He couldn't be so arrogant. Boss, look quickly. Old Lu in the car has been dragged out, and seems he has been shot. The secretary continued. What did you say? Wei Yudao's eyes turned red in an instant. Old Lu was someone who had been with him since the beginning. Not only was he a powerful bodyguard, but he was also a brother who accompanied him as he rose from obscurity. Most importantly, old Lu knew many of his criminal activities. Damn, quickly go check. Old Lu must not survive. Wei Yudao lost his calm, his scalp tingling. Is he crazy? How could he hit? Oh no, old Lu must not survive. Wei Yudao was horrified. He absolutely could not let him live, because once old Lu testified, he would have no way out. Jiang Tian, who was dragging the driver, observed the situation and was very surprised because the crime value was not low, at least not lower than Wei Rong. However, there was no time for deep thinking as Jiang Tian wanted to check on the injured person. The next moment, he heard a voice beside him. Child, my child. Jiang Tian turned his head in shock to see Wang Yifei lying in a pool of blood, clutching her belly. So, Jiang Yu was gone before he was even born? Jiang Tian's face was filled with disbelief. In his previous life, this ungrateful child, oh no, he should be called a bastard, was killed by a single blow. And now he was lost in such an unexpected way. The butterfly effect? Jiang Tian's eyes pondered as he looked at the driver, certain that it was premeditated. So what was the killer's motive? Jiang Tian thought in his mind, feeling that he seemed to be on the verge of making a significant contribution. No matter who was behind it, this time, he was determined to uncover the truth. Chapter 31, Don't Let Him Get Cocky. What? He has accomplished something again? Who sent you here? Jiang Tian was dragging the man who was driving, and his keen senses detected something unusual. The situation didn't feel right. Although Jiang Tian had only been a drug enforcement officer for a short time, the most common figures he encountered in this line of work were drug dealers and users. At first, he thought the person in front of him was just drunk, but he realized that he was on drugs. Just now, Jiang Tian shot him, but didn't he kill him? The bullet grazed the side of his skull. This really speaks to Jiang Tian's exceptional shooting skills. Hitting the side of the head caused the man to momentarily lose consciousness. And as long as he received timely medical attention, his life wouldn't be in danger. But that was only possible because Jiang Tian had such incredible shooting skills. I. The driver swayed his head, looking dazed and covered in blood. Crack. However, Jiang Tian said nothing, took out handcuffs from behind his back, and quickly secured them around the man's arm. After finishing all this, Jiang Tian turned around. At that moment, Wang Yifei was holding her stomach, and while her other body parts were uncertain, blood was continuously flowing from her legs. Jiang Tian didn't expect this scene. An accident led to the miscarriage of the child that would have killed him in the future. How unpredictable. Jiang Tian was still feeling lost in his previous life. That rebellious child inherited the genes of Xiaobo and Wang Yifei and would definitely not be a good person, especially since he had killed Jiang Tian in his past life. Jiang Tian was contemplating how long he should wait to take revenge. Unexpectedly, before he could act, that little bastard was gone. I'll call an ambulance for you. Jiang Tian took out his phone and dialed for an ambulance. However, based on his experience, the situation was serious. Wang Yifei hadn't moved from the ground, and there was a real risk she could be paralyzed from the waist down. Thank you for saving me just now, Wang Yifei said, holding her stomach, her face filled with pain, yet she expressed her gratitude to Jiang Tian. One must admit that the reckless driver, upon seeing he hadn't directly killed her, still tried to run over Wang Yifei. Ultimately, Jiang Tian's gunfire gave her a chance to survive. Especially since Jiang Tian shot at a critical moment, it had a huge impact on Wang Yifei, reinforcing her desire for strength. Wang Yifei was a woman who admired strength, and her admiration had reached an extreme level. At that moment, as she looked at Jiang Tian's profile, she suddenly thought that if they could reconcile and live happily ever after, it might not be a bad thing. Initially, it was because of Xiaobo's minor scheme that led her to obsessively pursue him. In essence, she was still a shameless person. It's the first time I've heard you say thank you, Jiang Tian said sarcastically. This statement instantly stunned Wang Yifei. Jiang Tian, I'm like this, and you don't even think about caring for me, but instead get hung up on these trivial matters. I thought you had grown up a bit, but I didn't expect you to still be like this. Jiang Tian almost burst out laughing. He actually wanted to slap that bitch and thought, why should I care about you? I saved you, and now you think I owe you something? Jiang Tian checked the drug dealer's injuries, not caring about the blood on his hands. His main concern was that he was afraid the dealer would die. If he died here, it would be quite troublesome. He didn't respond to Wang Yifei's words, only lost in thought. What about Wang Yifei? This was clearly impossible. In his previous life, Wang Yifei hadn't encountered an attack, but now she had, which proved that the problem wasn't with her, but with himself. Until he figured out his identity and the enemies he had, it all came back to the actions of the past 2 days. So, it was highly likely that Wei Yudao had misunderstood something, and his actions were meant as a warning and revenge against him. Jiang Tian recalled Wei Yudao's sinister face as he left, and he was basically 80 sure. But it was precisely this guess that shocked Jiang Tian. It was no small matter. The arrogance of drug dealers made even Jiang Tian gasp. When he had seen cases in the past, he hadn't felt much, but experiencing it firsthand made him acutely aware. He couldn't even bear to think about how he would feel if it had been Jiang Xiaoyu lying here instead of Wang Yifei. Wei Yudao, Jiang Tian exhaled deeply. The dangers of being a drug enforcement officer were not only about personal risk, but also the danger to family members. However, the audacity and terror of drug dealers in this era exceeded imagination. Jiang Tian set his sights on the target, deciding that it was better to act sooner rather than later. He must resolve the issue with Wei Yudao by today, at the latest. He now had complete confidence in his abilities. Therefore, Jiang Tian took out his phone, preparing to report the situation to Song Ligua. Song Ligua squinted his eyes. At that moment, the office was especially quiet, but he was in a pretty good mood. After turning the tables on adversity yesterday, Jiang Tian had achieved such significant results today, especially in front of Gao Xiaolong. In just 2 days, Song Ligua's perception of Jiang Tian had undergone a complete transformation. How'd this kid do it? Song Ligua thought silently while sipping water. There was no other reason. In the past, Jiang Tian had performed too mediocrely. It wasn't that he was useless, but more like he had good looks but mediocre academic performance, barely scraping by in police school. Once in police school, whether it was because he couldn't learn or for other reasons, he had a history of failing courses year after year. In fact, in the past, Song Ligua had even suggested to Jiang Peng not to let Jiang Tian join the police force, because the most significant concern was Jiang Tian's somewhat cowardly demeanor back then. To put it bluntly, he seemed weak and easily bullied. His submissive attitude made Song Ligua doubt whether he remembered wrong. After all, Jiang Tian was a neighbor he had watched grow up. This kid had definitely hidden himself, not to mention last night, even today during the arrest of Wei Rong. His decisive actions were far from the submissive demeanor he had before. Captain Guo reported today's detailed actions to Song Ligua. Song Ligua nodded repeatedly. Jiang Tian's internship in the police force was under Captain Guo's team, Meng Yang. To be precise, Captain Guo of the first team was Jiang Tian's direct supervisor. You're not wrong, but this kid is still young. When he gets back from the first hospital, you should take care of him more, especially with his psychological state. Don't let him get cocky after making achievements. Young people are prone to arrogance, Song Ligua said with a smile, feeling good while sipping tea. Don't worry. I feel that with his extraordinary shooting skills, in less than 2 years, this kid will become a pillar of our team. Captain Guo stood up. Song Ji, I'll take my leave now. I need to check on the 2 distributors involved in drug trafficking with Gao Fei and Wei Rong. Just as Song Ligua was about to speak, the phone rang. He smiled slightly at Captain Guo, checked the caller ID, and hit the answer button. The caller ID was Jiang Tian's number. As soon as he picked up, what the hell? Really? Okay. What did you say? This person was driving under the influence and maliciously hit someone, and then attempted to run over them again? And you saved the person? Okay, I understand. Comrade Xiao Jiang. Well done. You did great. After finishing, Song Ligua's face was so excited that he trembled, his hands shaking. God knows how much pressure and terror Song Ligua was under. It's no exaggeration to say that the reason why Gao Xiaolong was sent from above was to supervise them. Gao Xiaolong had been there for so many days. Yet Yanhai hadn't produced any noteworthy cases. Meanwhile, the drug dealers in Yanhai were still rampantly committing crimes without any sign of restraint, and they couldn't catch them, which had pushed Gao Xiaolong to his limit. In this situation, the anti-drug team, eager to achieve results, finally found information about overseas drug trafficking. They intended to make a big arrest, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a huge case. If it weren't for Jiang Tian, they would have definitely faced a total defeat. In less than a day, this morning they apprehended another group of drug dealers, still from Yun University. While on administrative leave, they encountered drug users committing murder. As an experienced anti-drug officer, Song Ligua instantly sensed that something was hidden behind this. That's why he was so excited. Previously, Gao Xiaolong had scolded him countless times, and had even expressed more than once that if he couldn't handle it, someone more capable should take over. Jiang Peng had also faced serious accountability from Gao Xiaolong due to the unsatisfactory anti-drug efforts. Damn it, Song, is this guy going to take credit again? Guo's squad leader was bewildered. What the hell? In just a couple of days, this guy is all fired up, and now with the holiday, he can also snag some credit? However, Guo's squad leader was simply shocked and excited. Good grief. He used to be unable to hold his head high during meetings at the provincial department. He was often scolded by others, saying that the anti-drug efforts in Yunhai had failed, harming their jurisdiction. Most of the drugs flowed out from Yunhai, and no one knew how the anti-drug efforts in Yunhai were being conducted. There were countless such taunts. This kid was just too lucky. The first-class merit from Yun University was still under application. Surely he wouldn't get credited again, would he? Guo's squad leader swallowed hard. Yes, the first-class merit was easily obtained by others, while this guy was racking it up wholesale. He had to go check it out. If nothing unexpected happened, he would at least have a third-class merit. Song picked up his clothes. After all, this was about saving lives. In just 2 days, 3 merits. Good grief. Song thought about himself. After so many years in the police force, diligently serving in the anti-drug team, he was almost surpassed by Jiang Tian in just 2 days. Oh no, he hadn't surpassed in total, but in quality, he had already been outdone. because he still hadn't earned a first-class merit. Chapter 32. Collecting Merits. Rewarding the god of wealth's blessings when Song Ligua and the others arrived, what met their eyes was Jiang Tian restraining a prisoner. Not far away, there was a girl, and since it was closest to the police station, the ambulance had not yet arrived when Song Ligua and the others got there. How was the victim? Song Ligua's expression was serious. Drug driving is way more serious than drunk driving. The situation is quite severe. She is bleeding from below. We need to wait for the doctor to examine her. I didn't touch her, Jiang Tian explained broadly. As a righteous anti-drug officer. Even though Wang Yifei was a piece of work, Jiang Tian still maintained a professional attitude in this situation. During work hours, he wouldn't let personal feelings cloud his judgment. But asking Jiang Tian to show considerate care and fulfill the role of a boyfriend was just ridiculous. Well, that's good. Let us interrogate her properly. Song Ligua sighed, slightly in relief, glad that no lives were lost. Moreover, interrogating a drug user might lead to more clues. Wait, Xiao Jiang, isn't that your girlfriend? At that moment, Captain Gua, who had been following behind, took a closer look and was shocked enough to take a half step back. His face turned pale, obviously recalling some unpleasant memories. Having been in the police force for so long, especially as an anti-drug officer, Captain Gua had seen drug dealers retaliate against their families, and there were precedents for it. Hearing Captain Gua say that, Song Ligua turned his head. He couldn't help but recall a regret from the past. Song Ligua had a daughter who was classmates with Jiang Tian, and, most importantly, they had grown up together. At one point, Song Ligua thought his daughter and Jiang Tian could become a couple. Although Jiang Tian was a bit ordinary back then, he was at least honest, which made Song Ligua feel at ease. Unfortunately, Jiang Tian seemed to have no interest in his daughter, and Song Ligua didn't push the matter, letting it go. Later, his daughter went abroad to study. No, she is not. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Tian quickly shook his head. Damn it, at this point, Jiang Tian wished he could slap himself. How could he be so foolish to find a woman like that and to bring it to the police force? Have you broken up? Song Ligua was slightly surprised. Jiang Tian nodded decisively. We broke up a long time ago. Song Ligua patted Jiang Tian on the shoulder. Your sister Chiu Wan is coming back the day after tomorrow. Let us all get together. You two haven't seen each other for a while. Sister Chiu Wan is coming? Jiang Tian's expression brightened. Speaking of Song Chiu Wan, her fate in the previous life was quite tragic. Back then, when she was abroad, Song Ligua had already been suspended. Later, Jiang Tian heard when he was drinking with Song Ligua that something happened. A drug addict tried to assault her, and in a fit of rage, the addict shot her. However, in the previous life, there was no invitation from Song Ligua. At that time, Jiang Tian was still acting like a sycophant behind Wang Yifei, so Song Ligua probably didn't want them to meet and cause any bad outcomes. I understand. Jiang Tian nodded. While they were talking, the ambulance arrived and took Wang Yifei away. Jiang Tian didn't even look at her. This BTCH. Jiang Tian had just saved her, which was already a moral obligation as a police officer. Then, Jiang Tian returned to the police station and provided a basic report on the task. 200 or 300 meters away, a shot penetrated the side of the skull. But crucially, it didn't kill the drug driver. This marksmanship once again shocked the police team. Wow, that is impressive, a god of guns. Zhao Wei stared at his brother Jiang in disbelief. I think applying for a third-class merit for you won't be a problem. Third-class merit? Jiang Tian thought about it and felt somewhat dismissive. Just a third-class merit? Seeing Jiang Tian's somewhat disdainful expression, Song Ligua's face darkened instantly. Get lost. Go to the hospital for a psychological evaluation and consider it 2 days of paid leave. Okay? All right. Jiang Tian swayed and leisurely left the police station. The smile on his face gradually faded. In front of him, a light screen appeared that only he could see. Detected that the host has earned multiple merits. The postal achievement task has been activated. 1. Please collect 3 first-class merits to receive the reward, God of Wealth entry. After equipping, a certain amount of wealth can be generated every minute. 2. Please collect 1 each of first, second, and third-class merits to receive the reward, God of Body Control entry. After equipping, the host will obtain the most perfect body and coordination in the world. Damn, Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. Over at Yunda, relying solely on the case itself wasn't enough. Saving Principal Lin Ying would surely warrant a first-class merit. This means he only needed one more first-class merit. If he could take down Wei Yudao, that would definitely be a first-class merit as well. As for the second entry, Jiang Tian was even more eager. Although his physique had improved somewhat, he still looked a bit muscular but not coordinated enough. At least, from Jiang Tian's perspective as a martial arts master, many parts of his body couldn't exert force or perform corresponding movements perfectly. Muscle groups and physique could only be built through consistent training. With this, Jiang Tian would directly obtain the most perfectly sculpted body. How could he not be thrilled? The wealth entry was even better. Jiang Tian's father had a public bus, but he couldn't use it for personal matters. And the police's official vehicles were even less so. He still rode a little bicycle to and from work. Spending 50,000 to buy a car was still not enough. With the god of wealth, Jiang Tian would no longer have to worry about money. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian was filled with motivation, riding his little bicycle straight towards the city center. While at the police station, Jiang Tian had already checked information on Wei Yudao, especially since he had a bit of memory from his previous life. He recalled that Wei Yudao was discovered 5 years later due to a factory near the suburbs that emitted a strong metallic chemical smell every day. After a report was made, an investigation revealed it was a drug manufacturing factory, and the boss was Wei Yudao. Once you enter the underworld, it's as deep as the sea. Although Wei Yudao desperately wanted to wash his hands of this, black is black. Once you enter this line of work, it's impossible to escape. However, after it was discovered, Wei Yudao fled. An A-level wanted notice was issued. But until Jiang Tian was reborn, Wei Yudao had not been captured. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian felt that if he could solve this case, the first-class merit was definitely secured. Reborn, with 3 first-class merits in hand. Jiang Tian thought of this, his heart unconsciously racing. In a daze, he recalled his previous life. At this time, he was in the depths of despair, with his parents under investigation and himself suspended at home. Relatives who once fawned over him scattered in an instant, fearing any association with his family. This lifetime's fate has been completely changed. In the evening, the starry sky was dazzling. Jiang Tian arrived at the outskirts of Yanhai. The entire Yanhai was actually surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with various tunnels leading to different parts of the country and abroad. The well-connected forest environment provided a breeding ground for evil. Jiang Tian searched for an afternoon and finally found a hidden place outside a factory by evening. This is it, Jiang Tian sniffed. A strong, pungent metallic smell hit his brain. Although he had only joined the anti-drug unit for a little over a month, he had learned about drugs back in school. This was the production process of ice. After high temperatures, it would produce a very strong metallic smell, extremely pungent. Jiang Tian observed the environment and noted that the drug manufacturing factory was located on the edge of Yanhai, in a very remote area, with only a small village a few miles away, accessible by a mountain road through that village. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary small steel factory. If it weren't for the dense red dots on Jiang Tian's scanning radar, he might have struggled to discover it. Such concealment explained why the drug factory had gone undetected for so many years. Jiang Tian's eyes were sharp as he observed. He did not rush to act. Based on his observations, there were about 2 people on watch outside, but he easily infiltrated the area without much trouble. Inside the factory's walls, through the gaps in the windows, he saw at least 20 shadows moving back and forth. Undoubtedly, this was a huge drug manufacturing factory. Jiang Tian also noticed a luxury vehicle parked in the courtyard. It was Wei Yudao's. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. He was just about to take out his phone to notify the police. In the next moment, Wei Yudao walked out of the factory with some people, holding a large Tibetan Mastiff on a leash. "Old Ding, I'll leave this to you. Make sure everything is safe and be careful not to attract attention," he said. "Don't worry, boss. I know what to do," the factory manager, Old Ding, seemed to respond. "You should be aware that Yunhai is cracking down on drugs lately. I heard that a high-ranking official is personally overseeing the drug control efforts in Yunhai. A large operation may unfold soon, but this batch of goods is important. Once we finish this batch, we'll hold off temporarily until the storm passes," Wei Yudao said lightly. "This batch will be ready by tomorrow," Old Ding replied. Wei Yudao nodded. The sooner, the better. After that, he turned to his secretary and said, "Be more discreet lately. Don't touch Jiang Tian's other family members for now. But find an opportunity to take out that drug enforcement officer Jiang Tian." When Wei Yudao said this, it seemed like he was not ordering a human life, but as if he were talking about killing a cat or dog. He had become so indifferent to human life. "Boss, we found out that Jiang Tian's father is the head of our Yunhai Bureau. Is this really wise?" The secretary hesitated. "What about the bureau chief? If it weren't for the higher-ups already noticing Yunhai, I would have wiped out his entire family," Wei Yudao said with a calm expression, as if this was not the first time he had done such a thing. In the eyes of such a ruthless person, human life was perhaps worth less than a dog. Jiang Tian, hiding behind the wall, revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. Fortunately, he acted early. If he had been late, Wei Yudao might have been frantic enough to harm Xiao Yu and the others. Jiang Tian's face was filled with murderous intent, and he was completely awake to the reality that dealing with these drug dealers was different from dealing with criminals. The drug dealers faced by drug enforcement officers were organized and far more vicious. These people were inhuman, driven to madness, and capable of any form of retaliation. Moreover, most of the drug dealers had blood on their hands. Just then, barking sounded. In the quiet mountains and the silent factory, it was particularly jarring. The Tibetan Mastiff being held by Wei Yudao looked fierce as it barked loudly in a certain direction, even trying to break free and pounce. Wei Yudao turned his head curiously. "Are there newcomers in the factory?" Old Ding shook his head in confusion. "Boss, you know that those officers are patrolling everywhere for clues. We haven't dared to bring in newcomers for over half a year." The more Wei Yudao listened, the more serious his expression became. Finally, he suddenly looked at the wall, his scalp tingling, and shouted, "Who?" He couldn't help but panic. If discovered, he was a wealthy man in Yunhai, a representative of the conference, a well-known philanthropist who had donated to more than a dozen elementary schools. But if discovered, he would be a drug dealer. Over 50 grams would lead to execution. His drug manufacturing and trafficking had gone on for so many years that he had long lost count. He might have faced execution tens of thousands of times already. How could he not panic? This was a matter of life and death. Without evidence, he could do whatever he wanted. If discovered, going against the state machinery, Wei Yudao was still very rational. After a moment, noticing there was no movement around, Wei Yudao led the Tibetan Mastiff and his men to hide behind a vehicle, then gave a signal to the few security guards watching the factory. A total of 4 security guards exchanged glances and cautiously stepped out of the vehicle's range, moving toward the wall. 10 meters. 5 meters. In the next moment, a flash of silver light. Chapter 33. Upgrade. Triple limit. This is crushing in the brightly lit conference room of the provincial department, amidst the dark night. Gao Xiaolong sat in the main seat. Below him were the head of the provincial department, Shun Han, and Jiang Peng, the head of the Yunhai Bureau. Also present were Song Ligua and other heads of the anti-drug team, as well as the head of the provincial anti-drug unit. Sun Haiba sat in a lower position next to Jiang Peng. Every face was serious, brows furrowed, as they waited with bated breath for Gao Xiaolong to speak. Gao Xiaolong did not disappoint. He glanced at Shun Han, the head of the provincial department. Shun Han looked at the time, then spoke heavily. "This afternoon, the anti-drug unit found a batch of drug dealers at the bus station, but unexpectedly, they were armed with a large number of firearms, resulting in the sacrifice of 6 provincial anti-drug police officers." Without giving anyone a chance to react, Gao Xiaolong knocked on the table and said sternly, "Comrades, our provincial city has become a drug den. The drug-related crimes in Yunhai have reached a critical point. It's very serious. The most terrifying thing is that the entire Yunhai not only has persistent drug issues, but has actually become worse despite the efforts to combat it." Jiang Peng and Song Ligua, representing the city bureau, were sweating profusely, especially as they clenched their hands tightly, their palms sweating unconsciously. They couldn't help but feel nervous. They hadn't realized it before, but now they understood why Gao Xiaolong had come down from Kyoto. He was clearly here to investigate them, or perhaps to take them down. But because of Jiang Tian's heroic performance during the previous battle with drug dealers, Gao Xiaolong had given them a chance. "Gao Commander, let us explain." Jiang Peng attempted to justify. Gao Xiaolong raised his hand to interrupt, I don't want to hear any explanations. I want to see results. I want to see your determination to crack down on drug dealers and bring down major cases. Major cases were not that simple. Having fought against drug dealers for many years, Shinhan knew all too well that these dealers were ruthless, employing unimaginable methods to conceal drugs. Many tactics were simply untraceable. At this moment, Shinhan angrily pointed at Jiang Peng and accused, the provincial anti-drug unit oversees the entire province, so it's understandable that they can't cover everything. But what is your city bureau's anti-drug team doing? How are you solving cases? Jiang Peng wanted to argue, but felt powerless. Which drug trafficking organization wasn't experienced? Having rich combat experience against anti-drug police? Especially in some cases, once investigations went too deep, there could even be family issues for the investigators. Of course, this situation was a serious historical legacy and not something that could be changed in just a few years. After hearing that the provincial department had lost 6 anti-drug officers in the line of duty, everyone instinctively started to breathe heavily. This was not a small issue. It was a huge problem that could shake Kyoto. This fully demonstrated the incompetence of your city bureau. After all these years, do you even have a significant case to show? The anti-drug efforts are effectively non-existent, and drug dealers are rampant. Shinhan continued. Director, let me interrupt. Yesterday, one of our sharpshooters killed 150 drug dealers on the spot, Song Ligwa said somewhat defiantly. I know. Do I need you to remind me? Besides this, Shinhan's brow twitched. As the head, how could he not know such a big event? He even rushed to the scene afterward and vividly remembered the sharpshooter named Jiang Tian. By the way, today we have also cracked a drug trafficking case at Yin University, and Comrade Xiao Jiang is going to receive his second class 1 merit. Song Ligwa continued. Although it was all Jiang Tian's credit, they were from his sub-team. As Song Ligwa spoke, he felt his whole body stiffen with pride. Things have changed. Shinhan's eyelids twitched. He knew that this person, who had previously been the target of everyone's ridicule and scorn in the provincial department, had transformed starting today. Comrade Xiao Jiang is still excellent, but he is young and needs to grow, and more time for training is required. Now, I announce that regarding today's case, which has alarmed Kyoto, we require a joint task force of the anti-drug unit, criminal investigation team, and city bureau to establish a special task force 512 with a deadline to solve the case. Shinhan, as the head of the provincial department, you will serve as the leader of this task force, Gao Xiaolong said, slapping the table. As for Jiang Tian, Gao Xiaolong did not take him seriously. After all, Jiang Tian was still young, merely skilled with a gun and lucky, but capturing drug dealers was not that simple. Therefore, Gao Xiaolong did not mention Jiang Tian's matter further, nor did he suggest Jiang Tian join the task force. Ding, ding, ding. As everyone stood up, about to respond, a phone rang. All eyes instantly turned toward the source of the sound, Song Ligwa. If Song Ligwa had been stared at like this before, he would have been drenched in cold sweat. But now he stood tall. He had previously looked down at his feet when entering the provincial department, never daring to raise his head. This time, facing so many big shots, he boldly held his phone to answer the call. 2 major cases in 2 days handled so brilliantly by Jiang Tian gave him confidence. Hello, Comrade Xiao Jiang. You say, Song Ligwa, answer the phone. Song team leader. I'm on Jailing Mountain, and I've discovered a drug manufacturing factory. Not only that, but the boss is also here, Wei Yu Dao. Requesting immediate support, Jiang Tian said directly. But Song Ligwa's face changed drastically. What did you say? A drug manufacturing factory? Song Ligwa was completely speechless. Who was Wei Yu Dao? A mega-wealthy individual, a conference representative. Powerful and influential, having everything one could desire. So even if they couldn't catch Wei Rong, they had never doubted Wei Yu Dao's involvement. But now, to discover a drug manufacturing factory and even see Wei Yu Dao on the spot was shocking. Song Ligwa's heart raced. This pervert. Oh no, the treasure of our police force. Song Ligwa swallowed hard, his mind barely able to process the information. Okay, you must hide well. No matter what happens, ensure your safety. I will arrange for comrades to support you immediately, Song Ligwa urgently ordered. He was anxious, fearing Jiang Tian might face danger or problems. Jiang Tian's status in Song Ligwa's heart had skyrocketed. And now, before Song Ligwa could think deeply, the next moment, a loud barking sound came through the phone. Song Li's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Tian's voice came through. "I've been discovered. A dog has caught my scent." Song Li stood up abruptly and shouted, "Hang in there. I'll be there right away. Don't hang up." Looking up, he was surprised to find several unfamiliar faces in front of him, especially Jiang Peng, who leaned closer and exclaimed, "What did you just say Jiang Tian did?" "Xiao Jiang just discovered a drug manufacturing factory, and now he has been found out." Song Li explained succinctly. "A drug manufacturing factory?" The confirmation sent shockwaves through everyone present. What was a drug manufacturing factory? This represented a terrifying criminal organization. Being able to operate a drug manufacturing factory indicated a scale of drug dealers that was frightening. It also meant that the anti-drug operation would have a significant breakthrough. Just then, from the phone that hadn't been hung up, a piercing sound was heard. It was the sound of a sharp object piercing flesh. A brief moment of silence followed. Bang, bang, bang. Intense gunfire erupted as their entire team rushed out of the provincial police station with sirens blaring. Making their way through red and green lights, Jiang Tian was already engaged in a fierce battle. The location was quite remote. The provincial police station, located in the city center, would take at least half an hour to an hour to reach the suburban mountainous area, even at full speed. So Jiang Tian didn't plan on waiting for reinforcements. Of course, Jiang Tian was also eager to experience the terrifying combat power of such a formidable attribute. At points, damn it, system, upgrade the strong physique attribute. Jiang Tian said eagerly. Never miss gold, scan radar gold. Martial arts master, red, strong physique green, exceptional talent blue. Your physical fitness has been greatly enhanced. About 3 times beyond human limits. Disguise minor success, green. Transcendent memory, green. Gambling skills minor success, green. Sin value, 5000 to 4000. These 5,000 points were contributed by the arrests of Wei Rong and the drug-driving Lao Lu, as well as Gao Fei and his crew. Although Gao Fei's group was smaller, the majority came from Wei Rong and Lao Lu. Jiang Tian was frugal, saving up for emergencies. Black, white, green, blue, red, gold. Although these were 6-level attributes, Jiang Tian discovered that the entry-level ones were white, while black had rarely appeared. It took 100 sin points to upgrade from white to green, 1,000 sin points to upgrade to blue, 10,000 for red, and a staggering 100,000 for gold. Jiang Tian worked hard to take down over 100 foreign drug lords, along with countless low-level useless attributes, to combine and obtain 1 gold and 1 red, plus several greens. At this moment, fearing that his physique wouldn't be sufficient, Jiang Tian upgraded the physique attribute in advance. Sure enough, at that moment, Jiang Tian felt as if the power in his entire body had exploded. The green attribute brought him nearly to human limits, while the blue directly surpassed 3 times the human limit. This made Jiang Tian completely confident in his safety and combat power. So when facing 4 security drug dealers approaching for an investigation, Jiang Tian hid behind a wall, relying on the scan radar, without needing to look. Then Jiang Tian casually picked up a branch from the ground. With the martial arts master attribute, combined with a physique 3 times beyond human limits, Jiang Tian's close combat killing ability could be said to be unrivaled. Indeed, one of the armed security drug dealers cautiously peeked around the wall. The next moment, whoosh! Jiang Tian thrust the branch, instantly piercing the dealer's eye and driving into the brain. The drug dealer had no chance to struggle and died on the spot. The martial arts master allowed Jiang Tian to see all of his opponent's fatal weaknesses and flaws, along with countless martial arts moves merged to perfection. Every strike was a killing move, deadly. The nearest security drug dealer was startled and raised his gun to shoot. But the next moment, crack! The two were very close. Jiang Tian simply threw a punch, directly hitting the dealer's throat, causing him to fall to the ground, clearly unable to survive. Every move was a killing strike. Killing 2 people felt as simple to Jiang Tian as waving a hand, leaving him in shock. It seemed he was far more formidable than he had imagined, and these drug dealers were in for a tough time. Jiang Tian smirked. Chapter 34. Are you crazy? One person overpowers 28 drug dealers with the skills of a martial arts master and the extraordinary physical strength granted by his blue talent. Jiang Tian felt an explosive surge of power coursing through his body, reaching 3 times the human limit in conjunction with his mastery of martial arts. However, Jiang Tian sensed that he still lacked something. If he could elevate his physical attributes to the red tier, his combat power would likely increase several-fold again. But Jiang Tian merely thought about it. To elevate a talent to the red tier required at least 10,000 sin points, and he was still 6,000 short. Aside from that, what Jiang Tian wanted more at this moment was an upgrade for his criminal investigation attribute. While drug enforcement officers might not need it as much as criminal police, tracking and clarifying cases often made the criminal investigation attribute very important. A fleeting thought crossed Jiang Tian's mind. After shattering the throat of the second drug dealer, Jiang Tian deftly seized the AK from his hands. Jiang Tian was not out here on a mission today. As a drug enforcement officer, he actually had the privilege of carrying a firearm, as many accidents had occurred when drug enforcement officers were unarmed. Behind every system lay bloody lessons, especially since drug enforcement officers face tasks at any moment. The freedom regarding firearms was something even criminal police could not compare to. However, even with the freedom to carry firearms, Jiang Tian only had an ordinary handgun, which held just 1 magazine of bullets that could be expended quickly. With so many people present at the scene, the situation was tense. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, 2 more individuals opened fire. Yet, Jiang Tian's movements were always faster than theirs. He lifted a foot and directly kicked the body of the person he had just killed, sending it soaring into the air to intercept the incoming bullets. The AK in Jiang Tian's hands instantly spat fire, hitting the heads of the 2 attackers. For people, in the blink of an eye, they were all dead. The time taken was less than 2 seconds. From Jiang Tian's first strike to the demise of all 4 individuals, it was merely 2 seconds. With every shot hitting its target, combined with the skills of a martial arts master and 3 times the human limit in physical attributes. It was no exaggeration to say that Jiang Tian was practically a walking strategic weapon. Oh, and with the scanning radar, one could say Jiang Tian was fully armed in every sense. Very confused, very bewildered. Wei Yudeo's face was somewhat dazed as he looked at the 4 corpses sprawled on the ground behind the wall. There were no sounds of mourning at all. Because of the suburban location, the air quality was excellent, and the moonlight illuminated the scene, allowing Wei Yudao to even see the branch protruding from one corpse's eye. Hiss! Wei Yudao felt a chill run down his spine. So ruthless. Cops. Wei Yudao hid behind the car, his heart pounding. Boss, the cops have arrived. Old Ding was also sweating coldly. Just a moment ago, they had only seen a black shadow flash past, and they didn't even know how many people were outside the wall. It couldn't be the cops. How could they be so fierce? Wei Yudao swallowed hard, his face turning pale. The sudden death of 4 people had scared him. Who was this brave man looking for me? Wei Yudao shouted loudly. He understood the police just as drug enforcement officers understood drug dealers. In Wei Yudeo's impression, drug enforcement officers posed no real threat to them. This had been proven over many years. If there were such fierce drug enforcement officers, would his drug production facility have remained here for so many years? Wei Yudeo's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, unable to figure out who he had offended. But unfortunately, the people outside the wall remained silent, the atmosphere thick with fear, as if death itself were lurking nearby. You go tell the people inside to come out armed. Wei Yudao ordered. Old Ding crouched down. He had been very cautious. But the car was still some distance from the factory, making him sweat profusely. Glancing at the road conditions, he estimated there were a few meters of distance, which gave Old Ding some relief. He leaped and quickly ran toward the factory to take charge. In midair, Old Ding instinctively turned to look outside the wall. Firelight? Old Ding was taken aback. Where did that fire come from? The next moment, bang! A gunshot rang out, and Old Ding felt a jolt to his head. It was then that Old Ding's eyes widened in realization. So they were firing. What quick shooting! Old Ding's mind spun for a moment before he completely lost consciousness and became a corpse. With his left and right arms gone, Wei Yudao, who was hiding behind the car with a Tibetan Mastiff, turned even paler. It was no exaggeration to say that in the over 20 years in Yanhai, he had always gotten what he wanted, whether it was wind or rain. In Yanhai, who had not treated him politely. Now, after more than 20 years of smooth sailing, he had risen to power after getting involved in the lucrative drug trade over 2 decades ago, experiencing a seemingly charmed life. However, no other business could compare to the profits of drug production. He had thought about completely abandoning his illicit activities, but the terrifying profits kept him from letting go. Was it the drugs? No, it was about who he had offended. Wei Yudao kept thinking, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Big Tiger, you drive. Wei Yudao turned his gaze to the bodyguard beside him. This bodyguard, named Big Tiger, was Wei Yudao's nephew, who had followed him for many years. Strong and robust, but not very bright, he was used as a personal bodyguard. Big Tiger did not hesitate, quietly opening the car door and sitting down. Boss, what is happening outside? Why are there gunshots? Just then, chaos erupted inside the factory, and more than 20 armed individuals rushed out. That's why they say drug enforcement officers are dangerous. Because they face drug trafficking organizations with vast networks, not only are they in danger themselves, but their families can also be targeted for retaliation. On the other hand, criminal police mostly deal with case investigations, conflicts, killings, or pursuing wanted fugitives. Although there are risks, the individual dangers they face are nearly incomparable to those faced by drug enforcement officers. Just in time, a killer came and killed him at the wall. Wei Yudao breathed a sigh of relief. He had truly feared that the people inside the factory wouldn't react in time, and that the killer would directly charge in. In that case, the killer might be dangerous, but Wei Yudao had no confidence in surviving such terrifying and professional methods of murder. Brothers, let us go together. The personnel inside the factory exchanged glances, showing no signs of retreat. Although these people were all dressed in white protective suits and wearing masks, they must not be mistaken for scholarly experts. At the very least, from Jiang Tian's perspective through the scanning radar, they were all looking very red and purple. How many sim points would that take? Jiang Tian took a deep breath and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. But he did not let his guard down at all. Although he was impressive now, he was still immortal, and a single bullet could still be deadly. Adding Wei Yudao, there were 28. Jiang Tian calculated in his heart. Just then, 2 figures rushed towards Jiang Tian from behind. Upon seeing Jiang Tian crouched in the shadow of the wall, the 2 men looked delighted. These 2 were the lookouts at the gate, and upon realizing that intruders had come in, they knew they were in trouble and that the boss would not spare them. Now was their chance to redeem themselves, and they might even gain the boss's favor. They exchanged glances, and one of them whispered, pointing their gun at Jiang Tian. However, they were unaware that at that moment, Jiang Tian had already seen them through the scanning radar. He had just not taken action, instead leading the others out of the factory. Jiang Tian was mainly worried that they would damage the factory. After all, the things inside these factories were all achievements. This was a blatant first-class merit. Jiang Tian could even receive a special blessing from the god of wealth. After scanning the radar and ensuring that there was no one in the factory, at least no one with a crime value was in the crime factory, he realized that the scanning radar had its drawbacks. It could only locate those with a crime value. Bang! Bang! Jiang Tian didn't even look, raised the seized AK, and fired 2 shots. The 2 lookout drug dealers were instantly shot in the head, and before they died, they had no idea why they, hiding in the bushes, were discovered. 26 more. Jiang Tian silently counted in his heart. Just then, Jiang Tian suddenly stood up, holding the AK, without exposing himself. He fired 3 consecutive shots into the courtyard behind the wall, then leaped forward, rushing towards the bushes where the 2-shot drug dealers had been hiding. The drug dealers in white chemical protective suits in the yard swarmed out, crazily shooting in the direction Jiang Tian had just come from. If he had been a moment later, he would have been turned into a sieve. Boom! Amid the gunfire, an explosion was heard. It was the sound of a grenade explosion. Jiang Tian's heart skipped a beat. The firepower of these drug dealers was quite fierce. However, they were still a bit lacking when facing him. 23 people. Jiang Tian's eyes were sharp as he observed the bushes for a moment. The muzzle of his gun emerged, and in that instant, 5 drug dealers exposed themselves under his gun. For Jiang Tian, these were not only merits, but also crimson crime values waiting to be harvested. Chapter 35. Exploding terms, thrilling beyond words at this moment. Jiang Tian didn't even need to aim. He simply shot as his gaze fell. The golden term bullet never misses made Jiang Tian feel as if he could shoot without aiming, possessing a strong intuition about where each shot would land. As long as he fired, he would hit. It was a very simple feeling. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Tian shot without hesitation. The AK's recoil was challenging to manage. Though the AK had many advantages, it also had drawbacks, such as its not particularly long range. Moreover, it was an older firearm, which felt significantly worse compared to the Type 95 automatic rifle that Jiang Tian frequently used in the police force. However, he didn't feel any lack of control. Nobody? The drug dealers who rushed out exchanged glances, especially the leader, who looked bewildered. Just moments ago, when Jiang Tian fired, they were right here, and they could have dashed out of the wall within 2 or 3 meters. In less than 2 seconds, they had opened fire, and now, where did the people go? While he was still in a daze, bang, 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 a series of gunfire erupted. 5 shots, although fired one at a time, sounded like a continuous burst from Jiang Tian's gun. As the leader of the drug dealers was still in shock, the 5 men in protective suits beside him collapsed to the ground. Are you crazy? The leader looked at his 5 companions who had fallen with gunshot wounds to their heads, too stunned to feel sorrow for them. The gunfire in the dark night was bright, and the sound helped to identify the general location. He hurriedly shouted, "That bush, fire!" Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of handguns and automatic weapons echoed continuously. The entire bush was being shot at, shaking precariously. The intense sounds of gunfire reverberated through the night sky. But amidst this fierce gunfire, Jiang Tian found an opportunity. Anyone with even a bit of training knows that snipers never fire a second shot from the same position. Jiang Tian was no exception. After firing, he changed his position. His figure moved through the jungle like a cheetah. In this regard, the jungle provided Jiang Tian with significant concealment. With his nearly unmatched speed, he quickly moved after shooting, making it nearly impossible for anyone to detect him. Even with both sides so close together. Together with Wei Dao and the 2 bodyguards and secretary protecting him, there were 15 drug dealers in the factory wearing protective suits. Jiang Tian calculated in his mind. At this moment, these drug dealers could never imagine that Jiang Tian was crouched on a tree above them, looking down like the gaze of death. 10 rounds left. Jiang Tian checked the seized AK. There weren't many bullets left, but he had a backup handgun. Nobody. The leader of the protective suited drug dealers arrived at the bush, pushed aside the branches, and found it empty. Hiss! The leader's pupils constricted as he gasped. What is this? What drove them to despair was that within just a few minutes, from the 2 lookouts to their rushing out, they had unknowingly lost 10 people. But the most terrifying part was that they didn't even know who had attacked them. Including Old Ding and the initial 4, they had lost a total of 15 people. And now they were saying they hadn't even seen anyone, with each one gruesomely shot in the head. Wei Dao crouched behind the car, trembling as he lit a cigarette. After more than 20 years in the black and white world, he believed he had seen too many grand scenes. But facing such a terrifying and bizarre scene, he couldn't help but feel fear. The unknown is always the most frightening. Even the secretary was the same, his lips trembling as if he were about to gag. The scene was simply too bloody. "Boss, let's run." The secretary, trembling with fear, urged Wei Dao. Wei Dao nodded. "Run, but don't drive. That mysterious person is guarding the entrance. In this situation, they can still hit every shot. When did I provoke such a gun king?" Wei Dao couldn't even imagine that his appearance today had posed a tremendous threat to Jiang Tian. "Back door. Let's go through the back door." "Yes. Let's hurry through the back door." "Help me. We'll escape through the back door," Wei Dao immediately instructed. "What? You say those factory drug dealers at the front are carefully searching for the killer?" Wei Dao didn't take them seriously at all. Even if they all died, it wouldn't affect him in any way. As long as this place wasn't exposed, or rather, as long as he could leave safely, it didn't matter if the factory was gone. As long as he distanced himself from this place, even if all these people died, it was fine. He would still appear to be a person of status. Who is it? Who exactly is it? Wei Dao thought, feeling cold. The gunfire outside temporarily stopped. But Wei Dao did not believe for a second that the other side had left. With their almost merciless tactics, he had a strong premonition that the attack was directed at him. "Boss, could it be the drug enforcement officer from this afternoon?" A distance of hundreds of meters, and he could still shoot the 6th brother directly. The secretary suddenly thought of something. This made Wei Yudao pause. Such a gun skill, which he had never seen before, was impossible. That shot this afternoon was just luck. The information said he was a waste, barely passing police school, and apart from having a director for a father, he couldn't even get into the anti-narcotics team. Wei Yudao shook his head confidently. He had never thought highly of Jiang Tian, even if he had captured his son. It merely represented the fact that this person was a reckless rookie, frighteningly naive, like a headstrong fool, who just bribed him, yet had directly shot several people. Just a bit of a reckless waste. After saying this, Wei Yudao hurriedly left with the secretary. From another direction, the small path was planned from the start. It led to a hidden road behind the mountain, just behind the factory. Previously, there was no small path here, but after Wei Yudao established the factory, he specifically cleared a secret path behind the factory as a precaution. Now was indeed coming in handy. As they left towards the mountain path, they had no idea that every move they made was completely within Jiang Tian's radar. Jiang Tian, not wasting any time, had almost guessed their intentions as soon as they started moving. If Wei Yudao escaped, Jiang Tian's first-class merit might not be secure. Swish! Jiang Tian clung to a branch, his whole body hanging upside down like a bat while two drug dealers stood back to back, scanning the surroundings. The next moment, crack! They barely struggled as Jiang Tian easily snapped their necks like he was breaking a chick's. As their bodies slumped to the ground, they didn't alert anyone. Indeed, these two had a combined score of 800 in evil points. Jiang Tian felt a bit gratified. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of white terms falling. Two at once. Chapter 36 Total Annihilation. Looting, going all out. Jiang Tian had a strange expression on his face, but he still picked it up. However, what surprised Jiang Tian even more was another thing. Traditional Chinese medicine. This field is vast and profound, and Jiang Tian had never anticipated that there would be such talents among these drug trafficking groups. These two people are indeed talented, a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and one with a talent for exploring family ties, yet they ended up as drug dealers. Although he was a novice in traditional Chinese medicine, he wasn't just an ordinary person to have a title. At least he must have some expertise in this field to earn one, especially in traditional Chinese medicine, which is extremely profound. A truly skilled practitioner can even bring the dead back to life, their methods almost miraculous. Moreover, on the battlefield, Jiang Tian couldn't ensure he wouldn't get injured. Knowing some medical skills would give him an extra card to play. After picking it up, Jiang Tian was very satisfied. He licked his lips and glanced again at the two red dots that were leaving, especially his target, Wei Yudao. The scanning radar had a distance limit of only 1 kilometer, and at that moment, Wei Yudao's icon was moving quickly, almost out of the radar's range. Jiang Tian held his pistol, aimed at a drug dealer, and fired instantly. 9. Jiang Tian silently counted in his heart. In this jungle, it was practically Jiang Tian's hunting ground. He didn't even need to give these drug dealers too much time. Jiang Tian still wanted to chase Wei Yudao. Before that, he was unwilling to let any of them go. The speed of the hunt had obviously increased significantly. 6. At some point, Jiang Tian found himself standing behind a drug dealer in a protective suit, slowly releasing his grip from the dealer's neck, and the dealer slumped to the ground. 500 sin points, better than nothing. Jiang Tian's heart was no longer greatly stirred. After killing more than 20 drug dealers, his sin points had doubled from 4,000. After upgrading his unique talent to about 8,500, after killing the last 6, he could even accumulate enough points for 1 upgrade from blue to red. Especially since blue represented 3 times the human body's physical limits. Jiang Tian couldn't even imagine how terrifying red's physical qualities would be. Please, don't kill me. The person who led the charge with the drug dealers at the beginning was likely the head of the drug factory. Watching one subordinate after another die by various means, they didn't even dare to leave this dense forest, because once anyone approached the factory's open area, they would be met with a bullet. The key was that every time they shot at Jiang Tian, they could never hit him. The fear, as if the Grim Reaper had called their names, finally crushed their hearts completely. While Jiang Tian excitedly looted, one by one, they dropped their weapons. Are they surrendering? Jiang Tian was still unsatisfied, mainly because Wei Yudao had escaped, and he still needed to pursue him. Don't kill us, we surrender and drop our weapons. Are you a police officer? If you are, we won't resist. The last 6 people, under Jiang Tian's gaze, all placed their weapons at their feet. At that moment, Jiang Tian slowly walked out from the shadows. At that moment, the 6 tormented individuals finally saw Jiang Tian's face, a young face, and heard his calm voice. If you had waited 3 more seconds, you would already be corpses. Yes, Jiang Tian was standing right behind the bushes they had just shot at 2 minutes ago. Moreover, this was also behind them. Are you human or a ghost? The leading person's pupils contracted. It was simply because Jiang Tian looked too harmless. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he could never have imagined that in just a few minutes, more than 20 of their companions had died at Jiang Tian's hands, and each death was extremely tragic. All of you, put your hands on your heads and squat down. Jiang Tian did not respond. The 6 people all bowed their heads and squatted on the ground. Jiang Tian placed his gun at his waist, then approached them, preparing to tear some fabric to bind them. But as soon as he got close, 2 drug dealers suddenly lunged at him, their eyes bloodshot with ferocity. The remaining 4 rushed towards the guns on the ground. Oh no, I've been tricked. Jiang Tian's brow twitched. He had long been psychologically prepared for the ruthlessness of drug dealers. But experiencing the madness of these deranged drug dealers firsthand was something else entirely. They were truly willing to risk their lives. For these people, surrendering and being caught by the police meant death, no matter how well they behaved. And once there was even the slightest hope of survival, they would go mad. I've long known that you drug dealers are vicious, but who gets tricked is another matter. Jiang Tian smirked. The 2 bloodied drug dealers lunging at him momentarily showed confusion in their eyes. Jiang Tian glanced at the criminal record device on his chest and helplessly shrugged his shoulders, saying, I gave you a chance, but you couldn't seize it. While speaking, a fist was already in front of him, but Jiang Tian's expression remained unchanged. He single-handedly grasped the wrist of the drug dealer in the protective suit, twisted it slightly, and with a cracking sound before the drug dealer could scream, Jiang Tian exerted a bit of force, pulling the dealer closer. The next moment, Jiang Tian's elbow struck hard against his temple. Crack! The sound of a skull fracturing echoed. Before the other drug dealer could get close, Jiang Tian kicked him directly in the chest. Crack! At that moment, Jiang Tian truly unleashed his killing moves without holding back. A single kick resulted in a shattered rib cage, causing the dealer to lie on the ground, struggling a few times before losing consciousness. At that time, the other 4 had just picked up their guns. They barely had time to look up when they were met with Jiang Tian's cruel smile and the dark gun muzzle pointed at them. Don't shoot, The leader stammered, his voice trembling in the face of death. In your next life, don't be a drug dealer, Jiang Tian's eerie voice echoed. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and the scene fell into complete silence, with only the bodies lying scattered across the ground. Jiang Tian put away his gun, not looking at the scene. He hurriedly looted the bodies, taking a quick glance and finding 2 titles. Both were white titles related to being skilled in regulations, which almost made Jiang Tian smile wryly. But thankfully, these titles would provide value for Jiang Tian's future synthesis. Swish! The next moment, Jiang Tian's shadow flickered, and he sprinted at full speed in the direction Wei Yu Dao had escaped. His speed transformed into a phantom, demonstrating what it meant to be faster than a cheetah in the night, with 3 times the human body's physical limits. Even a cheetah could be killed with a single slap from Jiang Tian. In a 100-meter race, the cheetah couldn't keep up. Congratulations, host, for judging 25 drug dealers and earning a total of 9,300 sin points. Current sin points, 13,003. While running, Jiang Tian heard the voice in his mind and couldn't help but show a surprised expression on his face. Distracted by killing and looting, Jiang Tian hadn't even had time to check how many sin points he had left. Upon looking, Jiang Tian's face lit up with joy. Indeed, as reported by the system, his sin points had increased from 5,000 before his actions, then upgraded, with the remaining 4,000 turning into 13,003. This was enough for Jiang Tian to upgrade 1 blue title to red. However, Jiang Tian wasn't in a hurry. He was already thoroughly satisfied. Compared to enhancements to his body, what Jiang Tian urgently wanted now were titles related to criminal investigation and other aspects. He planned to decide how to use these sin points for emergencies. Chapter 37. Pleased with himself, Sun Haiba too early to celebrate in the quiet village tonight. Some villagers couldn't help but peek outside. It seemed they were trying to find out who was setting off firecrackers. However, in stark contrast to the silence here was the chaos in the entire public security system. At this moment, it was completely in disarray. Quick, quick, gather. Immediately gather. Immediately gather. Target Jiang Mountain. Gather at full speed towards Jiang Mountain. As fast as possible. It was a mess. A total mess. Especially for the narcotics police who were resting, they received the emergency gathering notice at the first opportunity. Fortunately, even though it was already evening, there was still an emergency action team available. Gao Xiaolong and Shen Han, although not participating in the emergency action, were at the command center, mobilizing all armed forces for assistance. The armed police, special police, and other forces quickly converged towards Jiang Mountain. It was chaotic. The entire Yunhai was in a state of turmoil, exhilarated and triumphant. This was a drug manufacturing factory, a major case. With such a massive drug production facility, checking the upstream and then the downstream would lead to a multitude of implicated individuals and drug trafficking scales, practically one batch after another. Those achievements were something the Yunhai narcotics police had long been exhausted by. In the past, they had faced condemnation from all over the country. Whenever there was a meeting, the Yunhai narcotics police would certainly be subjected to national censure. Even the narcotics units within the province harshly criticized them, pointing fingers at them. Out of 10 drug cases nationwide, 5 were related to them in Yunhai. Did the Yunhai narcotics police want to be seen this way? No. In the past, there was no choice. Now that they had the opportunity, the narcotics police surged in like crazy. Commander, we have now mobilized armed police action teams, narcotics teams, and special police teams, totaling 1,000 people, heading to Jiang Mountain to seal off the area. After Shen Han issued a series of orders, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Good, 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 Gao Xiaolong replied 3 times in quick succession. Don't think this is an overreaction. After all, such a major case is indeed enormous. The number of people involved is in the dozens. Without a doubt, the figures for both upstream and downstream dealers, etc., will likely double the number of arrests in the end. In other words, this time it's a big one. Pass it down, everyone. Rush to Jiang Mountain at the fastest speed, at all costs. Make sure to arrive as quickly as possible before Xiao Jiang encounters danger. Gao Xiaolong said with a serious expression. Below, Shen Han looked enviously. Hearing Gao Xiaolong affectionately call Xiao Jiang's name, he suddenly understood. This kid Jiang Tian had already captured the emperor's heart. Oh no. Although Gao Xiaolong still had a long way to go, he was indeed a high-ranking leader in the headquarters. In other words, with Gao Xiaolong's attention, Jiang Tian's future would surely be smooth sailing throughout the entire public security system. However, Shen Han also knew that such matters couldn't be envied. This was something Jiang Tian had earned through his own efforts, and those achievements were hard-won. Over 20 drug dealers, with no one to flank them, that kid, no matter how strong he is probably in grave danger. Shen Han hesitated. One person facing over 20 vicious drug dealers. Ugh. Just thinking about it made Shen Han's scalp tingle. That kid might have good marksmanship, but facing such a situation, having a shootout with childhood friends, want to hold on for over an hour. What difficulty that would be. Gao Xiaolong frowned. He was also very worried. Holding a walkie-talkie, Gao Xiaolong contacted Song Ligua. As for Director Jiang Peng, because of his connection to Jiang Tian, it was thought that having Jiang Peng present might lead to impulsive and extreme behavior. So he stayed at the command center and did not go to the scene. This is the command center. Have you arrived? Gao Xiaolong inquired. We're almost at the foot of the mountain, Song Ligua replied. Why so slow? Rush up as fast as you can. Gao Xiaolong glanced at the time. According to the schedule, they should be nearing Jiang Mountain by now. Why are you still at the foot of the mountain? Because Director Sun thinks we should wait for the armed police to prevent alerting those drug dealers. Song Ligua said solemnly. At this moment, at the foot of Jiang Mountain, Sun Haibao wore a pleased expression. Everything seemed to be under his control as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing thoughtfully at the mountain. Attention! There are no gunshots at Jiang Mountain right now, which proves that the battle has stopped. If we go up now, we might let those drug dealers escape. Let's surround the mountain and not let a single fish slip through the net. Sun Haibao felt a surge of ambition in his chest. He saw hope. Hope for tonight. Hope for great merit. With Jiang Peng and other leaders absent, and the higher-ups in the command center, Sun Haiba, the deputy director of Yanhai, was in charge of everything here, representing that all the credit would be his. Thank you. Sun Haiba's eyes sparkled with excitement. This Jiang Tian, although not remarkable, can still contribute such a merit for me, which is worth it. Sun Haiba's face turned red with excitement. He was already fantasizing about Jiang Tian sacrificing himself, stepping into the eyes of Gao Xiaolong and the director, and from then on, having a smooth career path. Sun Haiba took a deep breath. My decision this time is undoubtedly correct. Sun Haiba clasped his hands behind his back, took the walkie-talkie from Song Ligua, and said, "Report to leadership. The gunfire has completely ceased, and there are no sounds of battle. We have reason to suspect that Comrade Jiang Tian has been harmed. To reduce further losses, I strongly advocate delaying the armed police's mountain sealing action." Gao Xiaolong and Shun Han frowned deeply, exchanging glances. Both had a serious expression. However, in their hearts, they labeled Sun Haiba as impatient and opportunistic, lacking the cold-blooded nature of colleague. They didn't know what Sun Haiba would think after this. Comrade Xiao Jiang has acted impulsively. I hope he doesn't encounter danger, Gao Xiaolong said, frowning. They understood what the absence of gunfire represented. Especially now, no one dared. About 10 minutes later, when the armed police arrived, Sun Haiba met with the leaders of the armed police. One of our comrades may have already been harmed. Currently, we did not rush in immediately for fear that the drug lords would escape in the chaos. Your arrival is just in time to seal the mountain and search. Sun Haiba said lightly. We are here to cooperate with the operation. We will follow your lead, the armed police leader said without saying much. After all, while the main task of the armed police was counterterrorism, there weren't many such tasks. Many crimes occurred, but counterterrorism was quite rare. Most of the time, they were actually assisting the police in capturing criminals, especially the narcotics police. All right, search the mountain. The narcotics team, follow me in, Sun Haiba said with a face full of excitement. He seemed to see the merits beckoning, and this wave would surely allow the leadership to see his initiative, capturing a large number of criminals, especially a drug manufacturing factory. This was a major case. How could he not be excited? Just at that moment, 3 vague figures swayed out of the darkness. Who? Just as he was about to rush in to lead the search of the mountain. Drug dealers? Damn. Sun Haiba instantly became agitated. Not even having entered the mountain, was this achievement already in hand? Catch them. Quickly catch those drug dealers. At this moment, Sun Haiba was almost ready to kneel down. Such a merit was something he had never seen in his life. Just then, Song Ligua was about to go up, but quickly waved his hand. What are you doing? Sun Haiba approached angrily. According to Sun Haiba's expectations, Jiang Tian and these drug dealers would engage in a fierce battle and sacrifice heroically. He would lead the team to encircle and eliminate these drug dealers, particularly targeting a factory. Although he didn't discover the factory, he would still avenge Comrade Jiang Tian. The task was simple, but the impact was significant. He could at least receive a second-class merit award, and if he thought a bit deeper, maybe even a first-class merit award could be his, especially with the collective contributions. Sun Haiba had never fought such a rich battle in his life. Yet now there was someone dragging him down. You, Song Ligua, are not following orders. What if the drug dealers escape? But the next moment, Song Ligua's voice came through. Director Sun, it seems these drug dealers have already been handcuffed. Sun Haiba pointed ahead. Chapter 38. The high-ranking leader's fury. Who is causing trouble? Sure enough, the previous view was unclear. Now, Sun Haiba saw clearly. 2 figures, especially the leading Wei Yu Dao. He had just been to the police station this afternoon. Very familiar. He recognized him at a glance. And this confirmed, along with the intelligence passed on by Jiang Tian. The charges were solidified. Such a significant achievement from a big figure made Sun Haiba's eyes shine with excitement. It's important to know that previously, Sun Haiba could only sit at the lower end accompanying Wei Yu Dao, the wealthy of Yanhai, the representative of the conference, and the terrifying social status. But when Sun Haiba's gaze fell, he saw the handcuffs on Wei Yu Dao's hands, a pair of handcuffs connecting Wei Yu Dao to a drug dealer beside him. Behind the two, a shadow slowly emerged, And when Sun Haiba recognized it, his mind buzzed, almost collapsing. How could this happen? Jiang Tian, what is going on? Why is your phone off? Song Ligua didn't rush in immediately because during the gunfight, Jiang Tian's call was disconnected, and then it turned off. He even thought Jiang Tian might have encountered an accident. The phone just ran out of battery. Jiang Tian shrugged. What about those drug dealers? At this moment, Sun Haiba hurriedly approached. Looking at Jiang Tian, Sun Haiba couldn't help but grit his teeth. What does it mean for Jiang Tian to be alive? It was almost a groundbreaking achievement. In the past period, drug control management was not strict. Plus, many local families were banded together, and the management environment was complex. Even if the drug enforcement police acted, it was difficult to make any progress because it was too challenging. Now, cracking down on the drug dealers represented what Sun Haiba knew all too well. Oh, those drug dealers were all shot dead, leaving only the two of them. Jiang Tian glanced at Sun Haiba and said honestly, "You killed all 20 or so drug dealers." Sun Haiba sneered, his face full of disbelief. "I took out over 100 drug dealers yesterday." "All right, you weren't there during the operation," Jiang Tian said with a smirk, realizing sarcastically by the end. He didn't even get collective credit. Jiang Tian's mouth curled with irony. Sun Haiba's thoughts were easily seen through by Jiang Tian. However, this Sun Haiba was indeed a disaster. If Jiang Tian remembered correctly, this person seemed to have lost several undercover agents because of him later on. This made Jiang Tian feel the urgency to find Sun Haiba's villa. Sun Haiba smiled coldly. Yesterday, those were our sacrifice comrades, and our 30-plus comrades fought desperately to attract all the firepower, allowing your marksmanship to shine and achieve merit. Today, facing more than 20 drug dealers alone, Xiao Jiang, fabricating intelligence will lead to severe punishment. Damn it, Jiang Tian frowned. In fact, he felt that this Sun Haiba was not a good person in his previous life. He even suspected that Xiao Bo's actions at his house had a high probability of being instigated by Sun Haiba behind the scenes. After taking down Jiang Peng, he could smoothly take over the position. Moreover, there had always been significant conflicts between Sun Haiba and Jiang Peng. I wondered how Xiao Bo had such brains and information channels. It was mostly Sun Haiba plotting behind it. With this thought, Jiang Tian was already 90% sure. Damn it, Jiang Tian's gaze turned cold. However, Jiang Tian did not erupt because there was no need to argue with a person who was about to be imprisoned and facing execution once all crimes were exposed. Moreover, there were so many people present. Sun Haiba was still the deputy director after all. Jiang Tian's identity as a second-generation elite was, because of Xiao Bo, considered semi-exposed. He understood very well that if he directly confronted Sun Haiba now, regardless of the reason, it would give people the impression of a second generation oppressing others. The hard-earned impression created last time would collapse again in everyone's minds. If he had no ambition for an official career, Jiang Tian could naturally do as he pleased, relying on his ability to get by. But after more than a decade of decline in his previous life, Jiang Tian had become politically mature. Not speaking would instead help create goodwill. Director Sun doesn't believe it. He can check for himself, Jiang Tian said slowly. What is your attitude? Dashun. Take Jiang Tian back to the police station first. We need to investigate the case before Jiang Tian leaves the police station. Sun Haiba's expression was not good. Who could feel good watching a massive achievement slip away right before their eyes? At this time, Song Ligua couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. Director Sun, Comrade Xiao Jiang has just endured a battle. He should go to the hospital to check his injuries. The case is not clear yet, with such a big case. If there are mistakes, can you take responsibility? Besides, isn't he's standing here fine? Sun Haiba said righteously. Wei Sun is the captain of the second squad. Previously, he had little contact with Jiang Tian. However, facing Sun Haiba's order, Wei Sun looked at Jiang Tian. It's fine. Jiang Tian shook his head slightly. His methods were just facing more than 20 drug dealers. How could he possibly be injured? After Jiang Tian left, thousands of people led by Sun Haiba charged up Jailing Mountain. But when they arrived at the target location, the entire drug factory was eerily silent. So quiet it was nerve-wracking, especially as they got closer. Oh wow, even seasoned veterans felt their stomachs churn at this sight. Many people vomited. On the ground, over 20 corpses lay scattered, most of them shot in the head. However, the physiological reaction was far less than the shock in their hearts. Numb. Completely numb. The more than 20 drug dealers Jiang Tian reported were all truly dead. Various firearms. The unimportant ones were all dead, while the important Wei Yudao was even captured alive. What kind of merit is this? A tremendous achievement. Under Jiang Tian's halo, Sun Haiba's fists were tightly clenched, because this meant he wouldn't even get a sip of soup. Of course, this was not the most upsetting thing for Sun Haiba. What was most difficult for him to accept was the strange gazes around him. Every gaze felt like a loud slap. Slap, 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 silently slapping his face. His face was stinging painfully. Those strange gazes made Sun Haiba feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. This operation was far more sensational than imagined. At least, Gao Xiaolong and Shen Han at the city bureau stood up in shock upon hearing the situation at the scene. They had thought Jiang Tian's skills were extraordinary, but they never expected that without anyone's cooperation, he could single-handedly annihilate over 20 drug dealers. Looking at the preliminary diagnostic report from the forensic doctor, Shen Han felt horrified at the photos inside. Not only that, according to the forensic assessment, more than half had been shot in the head, and 10 corpses had all been killed by close combat strikes, with some having shattered sternums piercing into their hearts, and several had their throats slit directly, with others having branches piercing through their skulls from the eyes. Hiss! Close combat. Gao Xiaolong shuddered all over. A genius. This is a genius. Unmatched marksmanship. Terrifying close combat skills. And he is adept at uncovering and striking drug dealers. Hiss! This child is a natural-born drug enforcement body. Look, the entire Yunhai drug dealers are rampant, and for so many years, they haven't been able to present a decent case to the national people. Yet, Comrade Xiao Jiang, an intern, comes to the police station for a month and solves 2 major cases in one day. Do you feel ashamed? Gao Xiaolong stood up emotionally and questioned Shen Han. Director Shen, not ashamed. Xiao Jiang is also one of us in the Yunhai system. He is ours too. Ignoring the confusion, he directly asked, where is Xiao Jiang? Which hospital is Comrade Xiao Jiang in? I need to see him immediately. After experiencing such intense combat, it was essential to go to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup to prevent any injuries, especially since there are so many drug dealers. Even if there were no injuries, a checkup was still necessary. However, the personnel who came to the provincial department to deliver materials looked puzzled, saying, what hospital? Comrade, Jiang Tian? He's at the city bureau. Who did this? Who is responsible? If something happened to Xiao Jiang, who could take responsibility? Gao Xiaolong stood up in anger. Whether injured or not, many issues can't be detected without examination. 28 drug dealers. One person fought them all. Not going to the hospital for a checkup. Who is being reckless here? Comrade Xiao Jiang, who has achieved great merit, has encountered problems. Can you take responsibility for this? Chief Gao, where are you going? Shen Han hurriedly followed behind. To the city bureau. Meanwhile, Jiang Peng, who had been silent in the command center, broke into a sweat upon hearing the news of Jiang Tian's safety. Now weakly leaning against the wall. God knows how terrifying the pressure he just endured was. At that moment, Jiang Peng regretted countless times that perhaps he shouldn't have let his son come in. But now, it seemed everything was worth it. My son Jiang Tian, a drug enforcement genius certified by Chief Gao. Chapter 39. Seizing 800 kilograms. This is the rhythm of shock and explosion at the municipal bureau. Jiang Tian sat at the interrogation table, calmly answering questions. What? You ask why? Director Sun instructed it. Xiao Jiang, I apologize for putting you in this position first. Wei Sun, as the captain of the second team, also felt that Sun Haiba was being a bit excessive at this moment. No matter what, Jiang Tian had taken down more than 20 drug dealers and captured 2. Yet he was brought straight into the interrogation room first, where he was required to meticulously answer all questions about the case without any mistakes, especially since Sun Haiba had subtly reminded him of a few things. That is, why did Jiang Tian know there was a problem with Wei Yudao? Why was the drug factory so remote that the entire police department was unaware, only to be discovered by an intern? Was there something fishy going on? Moreover, there were over 20 people killed. Were they all criminals? Who knows? Is it just Jiang Tian's word? Sun Haiba's words were indeed straightforward. Because the case was too serious, Sun Haiba firmly stated that Jiang Tian should be detained first, and all issues investigated thoroughly before being released. As for whether it was personal vendetta, to be honest, Wei Sun didn't really know. Well, anyway, Wei Sun didn't agree with this narrative. I know you must be fine, and not only that, but it's a tremendous achievement. It's just that Director Sun asked me to keep an eye on you. Wei Sun handed a cushion to Jiang Tian. After all, the chair for the suspect was definitely uncomfortable. Captain Wei, don't worry, I know. Jiang Tian smiled. Wei Sun felt relieved. He was genuinely afraid Jiang Tian would hold a grudge against him. Everyone knew that today, if there were no issues, Jiang Tian would undoubtedly be recognized and highly valued by the higher-ups. And he had a director for a father. What? You say Jiang Tian is too young to be promoted? Jiang Tian's father has been in this position for so many years. Surely he could get promoted? In short, Jiang Tian definitely had a bright future ahead. If it weren't necessary, Wei Sun really didn't want to offend him. Sai, I don't know how you offended Director Sunday. Ever since you joined the police department, I've noticed he has some opinions about you. Let us have a meal together later, and we can clear things up. Wei Sun spoke helplessly. Jiang Tian scoffed. With over a decade of experience from his past life, how could Jiang Tian not understand what Sun Haiba meant? Especially after figuring out why Xiao Bo had so precisely come to his house. Moreover, it was a coincidence that Gao Xiaolong was in Song Ligua's office at the time. If you remember correctly, Song Ligua seemed to have been called out by Director Sun then. So now, Jiang Tian was almost 90% sure that this matter was being plotted and coordinated by Sun Haiba behind the scenes, taking advantage of Gao Xiaolong being in Song Ligua's office, and then directly having Xiao Bo manipulate Jiang Tian's mother. Such underhanded tactics had previously caused Jiang Tian's entire family to suffer greatly. But in this life, Jiang Tian managed to navigate through it smoothly, and Jiang's father finally kept his position. How could Sun Haiba be willing to accept that? Moreover, Sun Haiba was also afraid they would find out the hidden truths and retaliate, so he would definitely spare no effort in trying to make Jiang Tian make mistakes. The conflict had already become irreconcilable. What kind of conflict could I have with Director Sun? If he doesn't like me, there's nothing I can do about it. I can't just apologize to him because he doesn't like me, right? Jiang Tian sneered. Wei Sun could only helplessly smile when gods fight. A small administrative section chief like him couldn't possibly participate. At this moment, Sun Haiba was in a terrible mood. The autopsy report had come out, and they had rushed into the factory, indeed discovering a massive drug manufacturing facility hidden beneath the steel plant. At this moment, the drug factory was silent, filled with various raw materials and tools for making drugs. The director had discovered that there were 800 kilograms of drugs here, all pure. My goodness, if this were to spread out, how many families would be harmed? Just then, a drug enforcement officer ran out, full of excitement, leading a police dog and shouting loudly. What did you say? Sun Haiba's head was about to explode. 800 kilograms. This is the kind of ice that carries a death penalty of 50 grams. Sun Haiba clenched his fists. The entire team sometimes couldn't seize such a terrifying quantity of ice for months. This level of achievement, coupled with a drug factory, was enough for 2 or 3 people to earn first-class merits, and that would be personal merits. However, such a great achievement seemed to have nothing to do with him. All the fruits of labor had been picked clean by others. The more drugs found, the greater Jiang Tian's credit became. Director Sun, it has already been confirmed that this is indeed a group of drug dealers, and Wei Yudao's vehicle was parked outside, indicating that Wei Yudao is indeed the big drug lord behind this. This already shows that Comrade Xiao Jiang has no issues, right? Song Ligua couldn't help but speak up. Sun Haiba frowned, standing with his hands behind his back, and said blandly, Xiao Song, we represent the interests of the country and the people. We must set aside personal feelings. We have proven that this is indeed a drug manufacturing facility, but do we understand the ins and outs? I admit Jiang Tian's discovery here is commendable, but he acted without orders. Who gave it the authority? Who knows if there are any issues here? Believing his side of the story and considering personal feelings in the investigation would mean betraying the people and the public. You. Song Ligua clenched his fists. Looking at Sun Haiba, he felt a surge of anger. Jiang Tian had worked hard to solve the case, fighting fiercely all night yesterday, and today had broken 2 major drug trafficking cases in a row. Especially tonight, this major case was a significant achievement in the drug manufacturing facility. In this situation, instead of thinking about checking on Comrade Xiao Zhang's health, you, Sun Haibo, are doubting your own comrade. Xiao Song, do you have any objections? Sun Haibo, as the highest commander of this operation, asked unhappily with his hands behind his back. How dare someone disobey his orders? Ridiculous. Did he think that because he had a good relationship with Jiang Peng, he could disregard him? Sun Haibo's eyes flickered with gloom. But he didn't know that at this moment, Gao Xiaolong and Shen Han had just arrived at the city bureau entrance, and Shen Han, holding a phone, looked very excited. What's going on? Gao Xiaolong frowned and asked. Gao, good news. We seized 800 kilograms of eyes from the drug manufacturing factory. Shen Han exclaimed with joy. This seizure was unprecedented. 800 kilograms. What does that mean? If sold, how much money would that involve? It would be an 8-digit figure. Wei Yudao is indeed a significant figure, already accomplished. If it weren't for Comrade Xiao Jiang, who could have imagined that this guy was the big drug lord again high? Shen Han clicked his tongue. From what was interrogated out of Wei Yudao, Shen Han could hardly imagine how many people were involved in the entire operation. From top to bottom. Ultimately, the profits drive people crazy. Earning such terrifying profits while making hard-earned money leads to a psychological gap, which is why many drug dealers find it increasingly difficult to extricate themselves. Gao Xiaolong had long understood the criminal psychology of these people. However, one thing you said was right. Comrade Xiao Jiang is unexpectedly outstanding. Without Comrade Xiao Jiang, with your capabilities, it would indeed be very difficult to solve this case. Speaking of Jiang Tian, Gao Xiaolong's expression would soften. Shen Han also didn't know why, but whenever Jiang Tian was mentioned, Gao Xiaolong would be so amicable. Even murmuring, such a great achievement, first-class merit, might not be enough. However, Comrade Xiao Jiang is indeed a talent. Shen Han was already thinking about finding an opportunity to promote him. Such talent is simply too wasted at the grassroots level. Unknowingly, many people were actually standing behind Jiang Tian. Because of Gao Xiaolong, Shen Han had long admired Jiang Tian from afar. Although they had never met, he felt a sense of goodwill towards him. After all, Jiang Tian had given him an explanation in front of Gao Xiaolong. Although Jiang Tian was from Municipal Bureau, it could be argued whether he fell under the jurisdiction of their provincial department. However, seeing that Gao Xiaolong was angry, Shen Han could only helplessly explain, Old Gao, don't be anxious. He might just be coming back to inquire about the case. Comrade Xiao Jiang has been busy all day, and even if the task is important, you should go to the hospital for a checkup. Any inquiries can also be made at the hospital. How can this be so reckless? Chapter 40. Sun Haibo. The favor of leadership puzzles. Mi Gao Xiaolong walked into the municipal bureau with a blank expression. At this moment, the municipal bureau in the evening was not particularly quiet. Most of the people who were supposed to get off work had returned to work overtime. Not only the narcotics police, but even the personnel from other departments had come back to work late. In fact, many times, the narcotics police and criminal police would work together on cases. Sometimes, it required the cooperation of criminal police to trace some clues. Conversely, if the criminal police encountered a homicide related to drugs, they also needed to hand over the case to the narcotics police for joint investigation. The brightly lit municipal bureau came to a halt as Gao Xiaolong, with a blank expression, walked in. Everyone who was working overtime stood up in unison. It was a joke. Although Gao Xiaolong had only been there for 2 or 3 days, who in the entire bureau didn't know him? He was sent from headquarters. Some people even wanted to perform well, hoping that if Gao Xiaolong noticed them, they might get promoted and have a bright future. Unfortunately, Gao Xiaolong didn't even glance at them. Instead, he looked around as if searching for Jiang Tian. Where is Xiao Jiang? Gao Xiaolong's brow twitched. He raised his head and immediately saw 2 people at the door marked with the interrogation room sign, seemingly engaged in an animated discussion. Gao Xiaolong nodded to the crowd and quickly approached. Let me in. Team Jiang is not a criminal. Why are you locking him in here? If you have time, why aren't you interrogating Wei Yudao instead of just standing here? Zhao Wei felt perplexed. Zhao Wei considered himself Jiang Tian's #1 lackey. Under normal circumstances, he would have rushed to support him immediately, but because he had gone to the airport to pick up his sister, he arrived here only to find everyone had already acted. Before he could even react, he learned that Jiang Tian had been detained. In an instant, Zhao Wei was furious. Why was Team Jiang being treated like a criminal? Don't be ridiculous. No one said he is a criminal. It's just that too many people have died, and the situation is serious. We need to be cautious. Once the investigation is clear, he'll be out, and it will still be a great achievement. Wei Sun explained helplessly. Gao Xiaolong, who had just approached, was still thinking about how to reward Jiang Tian. First-class model? The narcotics police are too young. That wouldn't be good. They could easily be targeted, and if the news got out, it wouldn't be good for Jiang Tian's development. A second-class model would be just right, but reporting it could also lead to targeting. First-class merit? This achievement doesn't reflect Xiao Zhang's contributions in this case, which was a little bothersome for Gao Xiaolong. However, at this moment, that worry vanished. What were these two talking about? Jiang Tian was detained? Gao Xiaolong's eyes flashed with a moment of confusion, seemingly unsure if this Jiang Tian was the person he was thinking of. Comrade Gao, when Gao Xiaolong walked over, Wei Sun and Zhao Wei quickly saluted. Who was inside? Gao Xiaolong squinted and asked. Wei Sun smiled and explained, Comrade Jiang Tian. Buzz. In that instant, Gao Xiaolong felt his mind was overwhelmed. He looked back. At this moment, Wei Yudao, though handcuffed and shackled, was sitting openly on the sofa in the hall. Looking again at the tightly closed interrogation room. The interrogation room was not used for the drug dealer first, but for the hero who arrested the drug dealer. Was this nonsense? No. This was a reversal of heaven and earth. This was the sky falling. Who? Who was it? When Shan Han and Gao Xiaolong entered and scanned the room, they specifically glanced at Wei Yudao. Wei Yudao, a well-known powerful figure in Yanhai. How could they not know him? Especially after receiving the news and investigating the intelligence immediately, they recognized him at a glance. Just moments ago, they were curious why they hadn't rushed to interrogate. Goodness, they had indeed interrogated, but it was their own colleague. What is your name and position? Gao Xiaolong asked, suppressing his anger. Wei Sun didn't think much of it. After all, he felt that what Sun Haiyang said, though he didn't completely agree with, seemed to make some sense. Report. My name is Wei Sun, the captain of the second squad. Wei Sun reported honestly. Then tell me, why was the drug dealer not interrogated, but your own colleague was? Gao Xiaolong's tone carried a slight tremor, suppressing his anger. Shen Han could hear it the most. He understood that this was the reason Gao Xiaolong's patience had reached its limit. Wei Sun scratched his head. Well, Director Sun said that Wei Yudao has a special identity, and we need to investigate the situation clearly before proceeding with the interrogation, and the case is complex. Doing so is also to be responsible to the people. Good. Gao Xiaolong laughed in anger, repeating good 3 times. At that moment, even Wei Sun sensed that the atmosphere was not right, but he couldn't quite place what was wrong. However, when he looked up at Gao Xiaolong, he found Gao Xiaolong's eyes flashing with a cold light. Crack! At that moment, Gao Xiaolong directly opened the door to the interrogation room. Upon entering, he first scanned the room. Seeing Jiang Tian sitting in the interrogation chair, Gao Xiaolong's anger exploded completely. Right now, immediately, call Sun Haiba and have him come over. Gao Xiaolong said darkly to Wei Sun. He wanted to pursue this to the end. No matter who came, it was useless. He didn't explode at Wei Sun because Wei Sun's rank was still not high enough. However, don't think that Gao Xiaolong was not angry. That would be a big mistake. If that were the case, he wouldn't have directly lambasted Jiang Tian in the meeting. He was a leader who couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. Yes, I'll do it right away. Wei Sun took out his phone. Chief Gao, Shun Ting. At this moment, Jiang Tian hurriedly stood up. It's good if nothing is wrong. Gao Xiaolong forced a smile. At this moment, in Gao Xiaolong's heart, Jiang Tian had become a precious asset in the narcotics team. Chief, this is the recorder from that time. Jiang Tian took out the recording he had intentionally saved. He had a feeling that Sun Haiba would keep stirring up trouble, and it turned out to be true. Meanwhile, Sun Haiba, coming down from Gaoling Mountain, felt quite indifferent. Today was a wasted trip, and Jiang Tian's reputation would only grow stronger. This made Sun Haiba reflect on how he would choose next. Although Gaoling Mountain was somewhat remote, the environment in this location was good. From here, one could even see the lights of Yanhai. Wearing a uniform, Sun Haiba had his hands behind his back. The safety of millions of lives and property in the city and 5 districts rested on my shoulders. I must pull myself together, Sun Haiba muttered to himself, feeling a mix of excitement and pride. After a moment, with no response, Sun Haiba sighed. In the past, at this time, Xiao Bo would have already run out to echo him. Without Xiao Bo, it felt like he was missing an arm and a leg. Sun Haiba took out his phone and sent Xiao Bo a message. Come back to work in the next couple of days. I've already arranged everything for you. Just then, the phone rang. Sun Haiba answered the call casually, his gaze still fixed on the distant urban area, not even looking at the caller ID, and directly said, "What is it? I'm busy. Just say it." "Oh, okay. I'll be back right away." Sun Haiba hung up the phone and couldn't help but shake his head. Being in a high position is like this. One is always constrained, and the favor from leadership always leaves me astonished. After finishing his self-talk, Sun Haiba looked at the auxiliary police driver and asked Xiao Wang, "Have you heard of Chief Gao?" Sun Haiba thought about tonight's arrangements. Overall, he was quite satisfied, although it might not be fair to Xiao Jiang. However, it should allow the leaders to see his attitude towards the case, which is to never mix personal interests with public duties and to treat everyone equally. "Director, are you going to meet the high-ranking official?" "I've seen it on TV," Xiao Wang said with a surprised excitement. "You're a good young man. I have high hopes for you. Work hard, and you might get promoted soon." Sun Haiba was very pleased with this title. Soon, the city bureau was also getting closer. This is fine. Although he had no merits, he had some hardships. Sun Haiba suppressed his inner excitement and glanced at the bustling city around him. At that moment, he walked confidently into the city bureau. However, upon entering, Sun Haiba noticed something was off. Why were the people who usually greeted him and saluted him now hurriedly bowing their heads, as if afraid of being implicated by him? They didn't even dare to look at him. Chapter 41. The big shot is paying attention. We also have a big support meanwhile in the conference room. Jiang Tian was watching the video with Gao Xiaolong and others. Originally, Gao Xiaolong had suggested that Jiang Tian go to the hospital for a checkup and possibly get admitted to adjust and receive psychological evaluation and treatment. After all, the feeling of killing is completely different. Not to mention humans, even a dog will bite after tasting raw meat once. Killing is the same, if one's mindset is poor. The first time killing can easily lead to severe psychological trauma, and perhaps even a path to crime. How many people had Jiang Tian killed in just a few days? In 2 days, he killed a total of over 180 people, which is more than 180 bloody lives, starkly recorded in Jiang Tian's file, sealed for safekeeping. However, Jiang Tian did not leave. "Director Gao, this case is too important. My opinion is to interrogate Wei Yudao. Secondly, I can detail the case through the video here." Jiang Tian's eagerness to solve the case instantly contrasted sharply with Sun Haiba and Gao Xiaolong and Shenhan's eyes. One was focused on solving the case, while the other was concerned about influence and interpersonal relationships in such a critical department. Thinking of this, Gao Xiaolong couldn't help but exhale sharply, especially when they continued watching the video. There were also forensic experts in the conference room watching. From the beginning, Jiang Tian was in hiding. Gao Xiaolong asked Xiao Jiang, "How do you know Wei Yudao had problems?" Jiang Tian grinned and replied, "Intuition. I can smell the scent of criminals." This statement surprised Gao Xiaolong, who looked at Jiang Tian. "You can smell it." Jiang Tian thought about his scanning radar and then nodded confidently. "Good kid." Gao Xiaolong's face was full of joy, admiring the scent emanating from Jiang Tian. He really hadn't expected Jiang Tian to have this skill. There was no doubt, as Jiang Tian had completely proven his abilities. Otherwise, how could he have noticed that Wei Yudao had issues and even followed him? However, Gao Xiaolong advised, "Although you made a contribution this time, never act on your own like this again. You're skilled, but drug dealers are extremely dangerous. If you notice anything unusual, you must report it immediately." That's right. Jiang Tian's private actions indeed posed a problem. Otherwise, Sun Haiba wouldn't have seized the opportunity to target Jiang Tian just after he had made a contribution. This also made Jiang Tian breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at Gao Xiaolong's admiration, he realized that in his previous life, Gao Xiaolong had already sacrificed himself, even causing a major earthquake. Now, because of his appearance, he had changed his own fate, his family's fate, and most importantly, Gao Xiaolong's fate. Because this was an elder with great contributions. Moreover, because of the importance this elder placed on him, Jiang Tian knew that his future was about to be smooth sailing, walking a path completely different from his past life. The video recorded by Jiang Tian was also playing, but due to the night, it was slightly unclear. However, the terror within could still be felt. As the sound of barking dogs rang out, Jiang Tian was indeed discovered immediately. Gao Xiaolong's expression turned serious. Watching the 4 drug dealers rush over, he felt a jolt in his heart. From a different perspective, who could easily handle such a situation as a drug enforcement officer? Then, as Jiang Tian moved swiftly, almost killing with every move he made, Gao Xiaolong gasped in shock. Even Shenhan's face changed. Xiao Jiang, are you interested in coming to the provincial department? She was tempted. Shenhan was completely moved. This kind of talent, who could resist? Did he still want to poach? Gao Xiaolong glanced at her. Then, when over 20 drug dealers rushed out of the factory, even the experienced Gao Xiaolong felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He was sure that if it were someone else, they would have already surrendered. Gao Xiaolong couldn't even imagine how one could escape being surrounded by over 20 ruthless armed drug dealers. What they witnessed next was pure terror. Jiang Tian's speed was astonishing. He almost changed positions after every shot. If he were even a second slower, he would have been shot to pieces. Dangerous. The subsequent silent assassinations were even more frightening. In just a few minutes, until Wei Yudao was captured, Gao Xiaolong suddenly realized he was drenched in cold sweat without even noticing. Dangerous. Too dangerous. If it were anyone else, they would have definitely been caught. Feeling wronged? Gao Xiaolong let out a breath and turned to Jiang Tian to ask. After such a perilous battle, achieving a great feat by taking down the entire drug factory, he had to face being locked up by the leaders again. Gao Xiaolong felt guilty towards such a heroic police officer. Not feeling wronged, just serving the people, Jiang Tian said with a flash of his eyes and a smile. Good. Gao Xiaolong was even more relieved. He originally thought that Jiang Tian, being young, would definitely feel anger being treated this way. But who would have known Jiang Tian had matured so much? With Jiang Tian's achievements and abilities, along with his background, even if he faced Sun Haiba head-on, Sun Haiba wouldn't be able to do much. However, if he acted impulsively without thought, it would be hard to take on significant responsibilities, only capable of charging in a battle. Now, seeing Jiang Tian's performance, Gao Xiaolong felt a strong desire to nurture talent. This is my phone number. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Gao Xiaolong took out a business card with only 5 words. Headquarters Gao Xiaolong, along with a phone number. Hiss. Shenhan looked at this scene in shock. What did this represent? Shenhan was very clear. Gao Lao was someone who couldn't tolerate any nonsense, and had never done such a thing before, openly protecting someone. And now, he had directly left a contact number. Shenhan knew this meant Jiang Tian had completely entered Gao Xiaolong's sight. Jiang Tian quickly put away the business card. Despite his more than 10 years of indulgence in his past life, he was unable to suppress his excitement at this moment. This represented that in the future, he, Jiang Tian, not only had a director for a father, but also a big shot at headquarters as his backing. While it might be impossible to have this big shot help him with backdoor dealings, Jiang Tian knew that if he needed to rely on backdoor connections with his current abilities, it would be better to buy a block of tofu and crash into it. What Jiang Tian needed now was a fair and just environment, and Gao Xiaolong could provide that. Just as Jiang Tian had just taken a card, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. He noticed someone standing at the door of the conference room. Upon looking, he realized, oh my, isn't that Sun Haiba? But why did this guy's eyes look a bit red? A bit jealous? Exploded. Sun Haiba was indeed furious. He felt like his chest was about to explode. Gao Xiaolong actually gave Jiang Tian his own business card and contact information. This fair and just big shot had made an exception for Jiang Tian. His jealousy exploded. This meant Jiang Tian was going to soar to new heights. Sun Haiba felt dissatisfied inside. Wasn't Jiang Tian just lucky and a bit skilled? But would that be enough to charge recklessly? Though Sun Haiba had no achievements, he had put in hard work too. Why couldn't he be looked at more favorably? Chapter 42, Who Gave You the Right to Target Heroes? Chief, you called for me. Rest assured, we have properly resolved all follow-up issues. After our city's bureau's arduous investigation and treating every offender equally and without discrimination, we have reached a detailed conclusion regarding this case. Sun Haiba stepped forward and quickly spoke up, although he did not seek credit for himself. He was constantly trying to present himself. However, he did not expect that when Gao Xiaolong heard his words, he instantly became furious and coldly sneered. Your so-called equal treatment is to let a major drug lord sit on the sofa without being arrested and interrogated, while locking up the greatest hero who captured the drug lord and uncovered the drug manufacturing factory. Chief, mainly I considered Wei Yudeo's special identity as a Congress representative, and after reporting upwards, we would handle it accordingly, Sun Haiba explained. Strictly speaking, he had a point, but he forgot that Gao Xiaolong was a person who could not tolerate any injustice. Hearing this explanation only made him angrier. So you can lock up the hero? Sun Haiba, who gave you the right to target heroes? Who gave you the right to use privileges? Let me tell you, power is given by the people, and equality for all is both a proclamation and a bottom line. Just because you have a little identity, you can treat even a major drug lord differently. What else are you afraid to do? Boom. The entire conference room was shocked by this scene, especially when the anti-narcotics officers heard Gao Xiaolong's words. They were already filled with rage, and even the assisting criminal police had fire in their eyes. Gao Xiaolong's words resonated with them. If they achieved merit, would they also be locked up just because the enemy had a bit of identity? Who would dare to act in the future? Gao Xiaolong was also considering this issue. Sun Haiba, who was waiting for praise, looked confused, sweat unwittingly oozing out, staring blankly at the furious Gao Xiaolong before him. He did not think he had done anything wrong. Sun Haiba, you are in this position to solve cases, not for any personal relationships. Black is black, and white is white. There are no personal relationships involved. You locked up a comrade who made great contributions for personal reasons. What do you want to do? Gao Xiaolong pressed down on the table, his face exuding a powerful sense of pressure as he stared directly at Sun Haiba. At this moment, Sun Haiba was very flustered, more so looking back at Jiang Tian. This bastard. Sun Haiba's eyes turned red as he watched Gao Xiaolong's merciless reprimand, then glanced at the business card in Jiang Tian's hand. Sun Haiba's eyes were filled with resentment. Damn it, he truly deserved it. Sun Haiba, regarding this matter, I will discuss it with the headquarters. Is it suitable to place you in such an important department? Additionally, Director Shun has decided to give you a provincial notice of punishment, Gao Xiaolong continued. Buzz! Sun Haiba's face turned pale. It's over. Sun Haiba knew he was finished. His political future was over. But unfortunately, Jiang Tian did not have time to watch Sun Haiba's performance as he was already pulled out of the conference room by Zhao Wei, heading to the hospital. Brother Jiang, why didn't you call me when you acted? Zhao Wei asked, feeling lost. Didn't you say you were picking up your sister from the airport tonight? I thought I would go check the situation myself, Jiang Tian explained calmly. Jiang Tian clearly remembered that in his previous life, when Zhao Wei sacrificed himself, Zhao Wei's sister arrived that night. He had a chance to turn things around, but it was ruined by that despicable woman Wang Yifei. What about me? Li Zijing, sitting next to Jiang Tian, pulled him over, carefully observing him as if trying to see if he had any injuries. Later, when she saw Jiang Tian's body, apart from a bit of dirt on his clothes, there were no injuries, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. I have to say, as a young man, being so close to a girl made Jiang Tian feel a bit inappropriate. Of course, the most important thing was that Li Zijing was 2 or 3 years older than Jiang Tian and had a very pure appearance, giving the impression of a classical beauty at a glance. Jiang Tian discreetly moved a bit away to ease the tension. Didn't you say that blind date asked you out for dinner? Jiang Tian replied. Speaking of which, Jiang Tian remembered that in his previous life, Li Zijing had sacrificed during the battle yesterday, and her blind date seemed to be a bad person as well. He was involved in a scandal and was later arrested. Jiang Tian looked at Li Zijing in front of him, feeling he should do something since she had always taken care of him after joining the police force. And now she was under his command, especially with some written reports and case issues, as well as the police case handling processes. Li Zijing managed everything in an orderly manner. Che, there's not a single good man. Your sister Li Zijing will never get married in this life. I am anti-marriage. Li Zijing complained. All right, originally I wanted to treat you all to barbecue, but forget it, Jiang Tian shrugged. Li Zijing's face immediately fell. Jiang Tian accurately pinpointed her fatal flaw. Although she had a good figure, her well-known gluttony was notorious. Forget it. You're not a bad person, Li Zijing said, pouting with a dark expression. Jiang Tian said nothing more. The case involving Wei Yudao was basically coming to an end. The follow-up to uncover more would just be a tedious task. However, Jiang Tian also knew that for some matters, letting go was necessary. He had already taken the greatest credit for himself. The remaining small contributions would be given to colleagues, which was a qualified way to handle the situation. Those small contributions would not bring any change to Jiang Tian, but would allow everyone in the police force to have a good impression of him. This deal was too worthwhile. I wonder how Xiao Bo would feel if he had the chance to return and see everyone so fond of me. Jiang Tian thought while looking out the window. Soon, the car arrived at the hospital. Although Jiang Tian was fine, the police still issued a certificate and even ordered him to stay in the hospital for a night. At that moment, Wei Yudao's capture, although late at night, still caused a huge shock. Who is Wei Yudao? In the entire Yanhai area, he was involved in both legal and illegal dealings, especially with a huge reputation, and his subordinate industries influenced various sectors in Yanhai. In the provincial cadre residential area, Mu Yaxin returned home exhausted. She looked somewhat haggard, feeling a huge impact that the man she thought she could trust for a lifetime turned out to be that kind of person. However, when Mu Yaxin got home, she was surprised to find her father, who previously expressed disgust toward Xiao Bo, actually took the initiative to ask about him today. Mu Yaxin, you don't know? The narcotics team of the city bureau has been on fire these days, killing 100 or 200 drug dealers abroad. This morning they cracked the drug trafficking case at Yin University, and then tonight they directly took down a big tiger Wei Yudao in our Yanhai. It is said that Wei Yudao is a major drug lord, and the most astonishing thing is that all these cases were solved by the city bureau, and Xiao Bo is part of the narcotics team, right? Mu Yaxin's father said with amazement. Wei Yudao is a major drug lord? Mu Yaxin was shocked. Even she had heard of Wei Yudao's reputation. Yes, it is said that all of these cases were cracked by a rookie narcotics officer. Although his name hasn't been released, but it is said to be Jiang, and Gao Lao seems to regard him highly. Mu Yaxin's father, amiable and approachable, carried an undeniable aura of someone in a high position. It's him. Mu Yaxin immediately thought of Jiang Tian. At this moment, she developed a strong curiosity and desire to explore Jiang Tian, along with an unrecognized sense of admiration. It seems that Xiao Bo has passed the test. As far as I know, this must involve at least 2 or 3 collective efforts. If he puts in a bit more effort, Xiao Bo might even earn individual merit. It looks like he has cleared this trial. Muya's father nodded with a big smile. Aye, Muya be tadlip. She wanted to completely sever ties with Xiao Bo, but she couldn't bring herself to make that decision. The education she received since childhood taught her to be loyal and steadfast. Although she had no real relationship with Xiao Bo and nothing was confirmed, if she changed her mind easily, wouldn't that be like being fickle? I understand, but Dad, I want to go camping tomorrow. You can't let anyone follow me. Muya wanted to quietly think about how to handle the situation. She held her phone, looking at Xiao Bo's little essay on it, filled with various apologies and a pleading tone, begging for her forgiveness just this once. Chapter 43. Endless physical strength. I am invincible. You can do as you please, City Hospital. The morning sunlight spills in. However, on a special hospital bed, Wang Yifei finds it hard to accept. I'm sorry. We've done our best, but unfortunately, your left leg's nerve is severed. You will likely need a cane to walk in the future. This is the doctor's regretful statement. For Wang Yifei, it feels like a bolt from the blue. Does this mean she will become disabled? Wang Yifei used to look down on disabled people with disdain, maintaining a lofty fairy-like attitude, especially after learning about Jiang Tian's identity. Being pursued by a second-generation rich kid made her feel on top of the world. And now, to tell a little fairy that her leg is disabled? No, this isn't true. You must be doing this on purpose. You doctors must be doing this deliberately. Little fairy Wang Yifei is furious to the point of losing her sanity. As the effects of the anesthetic wear off, her left leg loses all sensation. driving Wang Yifei almost to madness. I'm sorry, we've done our best. The doctor's expression turns cold. This is simply unreasonable. And if it weren't for the fact that the other party had lost a leg, he would have kicked her out of the hospital today. Also, your medical fees have accumulated to 130,000 yuan. Please settle it as soon as possible. The doctor coldly handed over the bill. He initially wanted to give her some time to gather the money, but now, the hospital won't be merciful. If Jiang Tian were here, he would be very familiar with all of this. In his previous life, Wang Yifei acted this way, but it was always Jiang Tian who cleaned up the mess. Oh God, what should I do? Where would our family get that much money? The doctor frowned slightly, not wanting to get entangled. If the fees cannot be paid, we will have to stop the medication. If an infection occurs, the patient may ultimately need amputation. In the ward, as soon as the doctor left, Wang Yifei's parents rushed in, feeling as if the sky had fallen. After crying and complaining, Wang's mother seemed to think of something, her eyes lighting up as she spoke. Jiang Tian, right daughter, didn't you say that Jiang Tian is a second-generation rich kid? These officials must have money. Hurry. Ask him for money. Wang Yifei's father also reacted. Yes, definitely ask that waste for money. He used to buy you a phone, give you gifts and designer bags. He must have money. Wang Yifei's parents are ordinary workers who have saved a bit of money. But Wang Yifei has a younger brother who is about to get married and needs financial support, so they are even less willing to take it out. At this moment, Wang Yifei paused, and hearing Jiang Tian's name made her hesitate, not knowing how to explain. Because Wang Yifei felt that Jiang Tian had changed. He used to obey her every word, but after seeing her and Xiao Bo in a hotel room, Jiang Tian became different. If she were to say she regretted it, Wang Yifei would feel a void from losing Jiang Tian, this cash cow. But she didn't realize that the things he bought for her were all earned through Jiang Tian's hard work at part-time jobs. I can't get in touch with him, Wang Yifei said hesitantly. Wang Yifei's father, Wang Chong, immediately became furious. Is it because you had an accident that he disappeared? That jerk. If he dares not care about you, I will report him. His dad is some director, right? I will go to report him. He has bought you so many things. He must be corrupt. If Jiang Tian were here, he would understand this family's ugly face very well. In his previous life, this family used all of Jiang Tian's parents' inheritance of over 100,000 yuan for Wang Yifei's brother's wedding and house purchase, and it was still not enough. This family is not a good bunch. While they were in a heated discussion, they saw a large group of people in white shirts walk by outside the ward. Are those high-ranking officials? Wang Chong swallowed. Even someone as ignorant as him knew that those in white shirts with flowers on their shoulders were definitely big shots. The most terrifying part was that there were also some people in suits following them. And the doctor who had just been so arrogant before was now standing respectfully with his hands clasped in front of him, waiting for the group to pass. He even smiled at the man at the door, calling him the director. Could the hospital's director only accompany them? Wang Chang's heart trembled, and he immediately understood that these were even bigger figures. The elevator in your hospital is not very reasonable. We have to change elevators to get to the 4th floor. Gao Xiaolong commented as he led the way. What? You're saying Gao Xiaolong is not from the health system? Sorry, Gao Xiaolong's rank is here. He can manage all public security issues, and it's fine to comment on something unreasonable. It turns out Gao Xiaolong had personally monitored the case after understanding it last night, and had stayed up half the night, feeling uneasy about Jiang Tian, this precious asset, early in the morning. Good heavens, it has taken so long for Yunhai to break the deadlock. Comrade Jiang managed to solve 2 highly influential major cases in just one day. After thinking it over for half the night, he ultimately negotiated with Director Shun to jointly apply for an honorary title of Drug Enforcement Pioneer for Jiang Tian. However, considering Jiang Tian's young age, just having graduated and already being promoted once, promoting him again felt like over-pushing. This honorary title is considered a significant merit medal, and thus, they came early to report this good news to Jiang Tian. Director Gao, the 1st floor can go directly up, and we can also transfer on the 4th floor. It's not necessary to change elevators. It's just that we happen to take this elevator on the 1st floor, the director explained. Gao Xiaolong smiled slightly. Comrade Jiang Tian is a good comrade and also a little hero of our public security system. We must use the best equipment for examination and the best psychological experts for assessment and treatment. This is of utmost importance. I must say, it's too convenient. Gao Xiaolong also had a task, which was to rectify the drug prohibition and security issues in Yanhai. He had been unable to find a breakthrough for several days. And Jiang Tian's appearance was like a sharp knife directly in Gao Xiaolong's hands, cutting through the layers of criminal organizations in Yanhai. As the group moved away, their voices fell clearly into Wang Chong and the others' ears in the ward. Good, that cold-hearted waste Jiang Tian is actually in this hospital. That's great. Those leaders are here. And if he doesn't want to pay, we'll make a scene, we'll report their corruption. Wang Chang's face was filled with joy. Wang Yifei, who had originally wanted to explain, instantly swallowed her words. She didn't want to undergo amputation. She still hoped because the doctor said that with good recovery treatment, she might still be able to walk normally in the future. But this required a high medical fee. Now, Wang Yifei could only rely on Jiang Tian. With leaders here, Jiang Tian must be cornered, right? Hope ignited in Wang Yifei's heart. Huang Mei, silly woman, hurry and follow. Wang Chong pulled Wang's mother and jogged to catch up. The two were dressed rather plainly. Gao Xiaolong and the others glanced at them, thinking they were just the patient's family and did not think much of it. Psychological rehabilitation is on the 12th floor. The elevator arrived quickly. The director personally led the way in front. At this moment, Jiang Tian was bored, looking at his attribute panel. After a night of effort, Jiang Tian successfully upgraded one of his attributes to red. Perfect shot, gold. Scanning radar, gold. Martial arts master, red. Exceptional talent, blue. Traditional Chinese medicine novice, white. Disguise proficiency, green. Transcendent memory, green. Gambling skill proficiency, green. Somewhat pleasant melody, white. Evil value, 18,300. Special mission, blessing of the god of wealth. Please collect 3 first-class merits. God in charge of body shape. Collect first, second, and third-class merits. Jiang Tian lay on the bed with his eyes closed, but at this moment he was thinking about whether he would be awarded 2 first-class merits. After all, the incident at Yin University was a significant achievement. Discovering the drug manufacturing factory at night, especially considering what was done, should normally warrant 2 first-class merits without any surprises. However, since he already had 1 first-class merit, would they really grant him 2 in a row? Jiang Tian expressed his doubts. But looking at the total of 18,000 he received, the capture of Wei Yudao was definitely the main contributor, accounting for a full 5,000 evil points. That's right, one person contributed 5,000. Jiang Tian had never encountered someone with such a terrifying evil value before. Undoubtedly, the crimes were too numerous to mention. In terms of physical capabilities, exceptional talent had already given him 3 times the human limit in strength. If it were red, wouldn't that mean starting at 10 times? And what about gold? Jiang Tian felt a bit tempted. This combined with the red martial arts master could unleash the most powerful force. At that time, Jiang Tian felt he could really walk sideways. Should he make a move? Jiang Tian thought to himself. He directly clicked to upgrade exceptional talent. In the next moment, Jiang Tian felt a surge of flame within him, as if it suddenly ignited. All his muscles trembled. There was also a strange feeling flooding him. Exceptional talent, blue. Endless stamina, red. At this moment, you have gained endless source power. As long as you have enough food, your strength will have no upper limit. This is impressive. Jiang, you seem a bit different, Zhao Wei. The caregiver exclaimed in surprise. Yesterday, Jiang Tian had originally told them to leave, but they insisted on staying, claiming that their supervisor had instructed them to stay and assist. And they couldn't leave since it was paid. Last night, Jiang Tian's mother came by, and to his surprise, both caregivers had occupied the 2 beds, forcing his mother to leave helplessly. Li Zijing also nodded in agreement. Just a moment ago, they all felt goosebumps, as if they had seen some primordial beast. However, Jiang Tian didn't have time to respond. The next moment, there was a knock on the door, and before Jiang Tian could turn his head, Gao Xiaolong had already pushed the door open and entered. However, Jiang Peng did not follow. Jiang Tian had learned from a phone call yesterday that his father had been interrogating Wei Yudao overnight at the city bureau. Aside from Gao Xiaolong, Jiang Tian noticed that Shun Ting had also arrived. Beside Shen Han was a woman dressed in a white shirt. Yes, a woman. She looked to be around 30 to 35 years old, giving off an aura of high coldness and a judgmental demeanor towards everyone. Director Bai, Jiang Tian squinted. He recognized her as Bai Chiu, the head of the anti-drug team at the provincial department. In his previous life, although he was at the bottom, he had seen her photo during a national award ceremony for heroic models. That ceremony honored the police officers who sacrificed their lives in the line of duty. At this moment, Bai Chiu was also examining him with a curious gaze. Chapter 44 Honor Award. Anti-drug pioneer, even someone as aloof as Bai Chiu, was astonished by Jiang Tian's achievements, which she witnessed firsthand yesterday when she arrived at the scene to participate in the investigation. The shocking scene left even her stunned. Chief Gao, we conducted a thorough psychological evaluation of this comrade and ensured there are no issues. Physically, he is also exceptionally healthy, with no injuries. The director quickly interjected. Good. Gao Xiaolong's face was filled with joy. Chief Gao, what is this about? Jiang Tian looked somewhat confused, mainly overwhelmed by the presence of such big shots. Chief Gao said no more. There's also Director Shun and President Bai. As a mere anti-drug officer, he felt unworthy in his previous life. He never even hoped to meet these people. Chief Gao smiled slightly. Comrade Jiang Tian, I am here on behalf of the Ministry of Public Security to award you a commendation. Now stand by. At that moment, Wang Chong and his wife had cautiously approached the hospital room door. They heard a steady voice resound. Comrade Jiang Tian is fearless in the face of danger, rooting out evil and fighting criminals with strict law enforcement. He charges to the front when encountering crime, displaying bravery and fearlessness, fully embodying the spirit of the new era of the People's Police, especially in his outstanding performance against drug dealers, to commend his excellence and promote righteousness. The Ministry of Public Security has decided to award Comrade Jiang Tian the honorary title of Anti-Drug Pioneer. We hope that Comrade Jiang Tian, who is being honored, will cherish this recognition, continue to work hard, and strive for further achievements. Buzz, Li Zijing and Zhao Wei, who were beside Jiang Tian, widened their eyes. Since the big shots entered, they had kept their heads down, trembling. Once Gao Xiaolong finished speaking, they exploded with excitement. At this moment, they had only one thought. What kind of divine captain have we followed? My brother will always be my brother, Zhao Wei gasped. Anti-drug pioneer. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. Although it wasn't a national hero model title within the entire police system, the title of anti-drug pioneer was undoubtedly a significant recognition for him. Moreover, Jiang Tian was not in a hurry, as he had only been reborn for 2 days and had only joined the police force for a month. Normally, he would have to intern for another year, yet he had already been promoted out of turn. Wanting too much could backfire, even though Jiang Tian was not afraid. Building a tall building requires a solid foundation. In this life, besides wanting to eliminate evil, he also wanted to be someone of importance. Thank you, Chief. Gao Xiaolong shook his head. Your honorary certificate is already being processed by the Ministry of Public Security, and it will be delivered to you in a few days, along with your merit medal. Jiang Tian felt somewhat disappointed, thinking he would be able to gather the blessings of wealth today. In fact, besides Li Zijing and Zhao Wei, 2 more people outside were also shocked. Old Wang, what is the honorary title of anti-drug pioneer? Huang Mei asked somewhat nervously, having noticed the leaders in white shirts treating Jiang Tian favorably. At that moment, Wang Chang's eyes were filled with excited surprise. What do you mean by anti-drug pioneer? It must be a significant achievement, especially with so many leaders present. This will definitely lead to a bright future for him. He loves Wang Yifei so much. Not only can he get money from medical expenses, but he can also threaten them. For his bright future, maybe he can extort some from them. These officials have plenty of money. We just need to ask for a small portion. Moreover, Wang Chong was already thinking about quickly getting his daughter Wang Yifei to establish a relationship with Jiang Tian. No matter what, even if they had to rely on him, they could still make a fortune through Jiang Tian's connections. Wang Chong seemed to have discovered a path to wealth. Who are you? What are you doing here? At that moment, the guard stationed at the door finally shouted at the 2. We're the patient's in-laws. What kind of attitude is this? Wang Chong confronted them boldly. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian was conversing with Bai Chiu. Comrade Xiao Jiang, our team has a recent case. We received news of a drug transaction in the Dongqing district of Yanhai. We hope you can assist us when the time comes. Bai Qiu asked with an unruffled gaze. In reality, Bai Qiu wanted to investigate and test whether the situation was as terrifying as reported. Mainly, Jiang Tian's young face and the lingering aura of youth made Bai Qiu feel somewhat hesitant. Dongqing District? Jiang Tian's expression changed slightly. He was very familiar with that name, as a significant case had erupted there before his rebirth. Bai Qiu had sacrificed herself during that operation because of insufficient preparation, falling into the hands of drug dealers. The consequence was that she was tortured to death by those ruthless drug dealers. No problem. Jiang Tian nodded without hesitation. Good, then we'll leave first. You take a rest today. There's no need to go back to work, Gao Xiaolong patted Jiang Tian reassuringly. Outside the door, Huang Mei was still in disbelief. Old Wang, why didn't we go in when the leaders were here? Are you stupid? We first threatened this waste to pay for Yifei's medical expenses. If he refuses, we'll chase after those leaders and expose this waste's evil deeds, Wang Chong said with a cold smile. No matter how rich the second generation was, they had dealt with this waste before. He believed they could easily manipulate him. So, as Gao Xiaolong and the others just left, a discordant voice rang out. Jiang Tian, Yifei's treatment fees are overdue. What are you doing? The medication has been stopped. If anything happens to Yifei, we won't let you off. Jiang Tian slowly turned his head and, upon seeing those two faces, felt no surprise. He remembered that in his previous life, these two were even worse than they were now. There were many times Jiang Tian wanted a divorce, as he couldn't stand the torment from Wang Yifei and her family. However, he was bound by the child, and with so many relatives in her family, including 3 or 4 uncles and a large group of cousins, he felt trapped. What if Xiaobo married Wang Yifei? Jiang Tian looked at them and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If he could directly pass his tragic past on to Xiaobo, it could be quite interesting. Jiang Tian couldn't help but shudder at the thought because he knew Wang Yifei too well. As far as he understood, she and Xiaobo initially got together for true love and excitement, but later it was definitely for Xiaobo's power. Without Jiang Tian, once the initial novelty wore off, Wang Yifei's bad side would fully emerge. At that time, she would make Xiaobo's whole family suffer terribly. Xiaobo came from a mountain village, and marrying Wang Yifei would be a huge burden for his family. With that thought, Jiang Tian pretended to be surprised. Uncle Wang, we have already broken up. Didn't you know? In his previous life, Wang Chong forced Jiang Tian to give money for Wang Yifei's brother to buy a house and pay a bride price. However, in this life, Jiang Tian was curious to see how Xiaobo would handle all of this. Break up? Jiang Tian, how dare you break up with our Yifei? You waste. You can't just walk away without taking responsibility. I will report you. We will go to the higher-ups and expose how you officials bully ordinary people. Huang Mei suddenly jumped out, crying and causing a scene. Wang Chong frowned. Jiang Tian, you can't just do this because Yifei is injured and needs money. If you really do, I will go to your leaders. Just think about it. Your bright future could be ruined. How could your leaders promote you then? With you guys, my bright future will be ruined. Jiang Tian thought coldly, but on the surface he shrugged and said, Uncle Wang, you have it all wrong. Yifei has never let me touch her. Wang Chong was stunned. When they learned about Jiang Tian's identity, the couple forced their daughter to agree to Jiang Tian's pursuit, thinking that she was already in a relationship. Even if they hadn't been intimate, they believed she couldn't escape responsibility. Their daughter was too conservative, wanted to keep her first time for her wedding night. Wang Chong played the role of the good cop. Jiang Tian sneered in his heart. That worthless woman is conservative? You think too highly of your daughter, don't you? Unexpectedly, while refusing to let me touch her, your daughter is in a hotel with some bastard outside. Moreover, the medical expenses are not just because of her leg. It's because your daughter was hit too hard while pregnant. Most of the money went to preserving the pregnancy. It's that bastard child. After coming to the hospital, Jiang Tian specifically checked Wang Yifei's medical records and found that the child hadn't been lost yet. Jiang Tian couldn't help but exclaim that the bastard child was indeed resilient. It hadn't been knocked out yet. What did you say? I'll fight you. You worthless piece of trash. Huang Mei went crazy and attempted to charge forward. Slap. Jiang Tian slapped her, slightly raising his hand, and the slap sent the hefty Huang Mei flying back, spitting blood. You hit me, you murderer. Police brutality. Huang Mei cried and wailed. At that moment, even Wang Chong was sweating bullets, unsure how to handle the situation because they realized they couldn't control Jiang Tian at all. What happened to this kid? This money-losing product. At that moment, Wang Chong felt like he could kill Wang Yifei. Instead of looking for me, you might as well find that bastard. He played with Yifei and didn't take responsibility. That's one thing. Moreover, since Yifei and I have no relationship, asking me for money constitutes extortion. However, asking for money from the child's father is fine. If you don't believe me, I could do a DNA test, Jiang Tian proposed. Huang Mei stopped crying, forgetting about being hit, and Wang Chang's eyes lit up. As long as they could gain something, get money, it didn't matter if Jiang Tian was replaced by someone else. After all, that money-losing product must have found someone better. Better just means more money, right? Hiss. Who is that man? Quickly tell me. Wang Chang's eyes turned red. That bastard is called Xiao Bo, also from Yanhai. However, he currently rents a place in Shengxiang community. By the way, he and I are both drug enforcement officers, but we've both been suspended. He is probably at home. Jiang Tian kindly revealed the information. Wang Chong and Huang Mei didn't even speak. They almost ran out of the hospital room. At that moment, Jiang Tian felt relieved, but could already foresee that Xiao Bo would face serious consequences. Goodness, tens of thousands. I wonder if Xiao Bo's parents can even afford that. In the room, only Jiang Tian remained to watch the drama, along with the stunned Li Zijing and Zhao Wei. They needed time to accept this shocking news. That Xiao Bo, is he even human? Zhao Wei's worldview was shaken. He had already thought Xiao Bo was a scoundrel, but didn't he expect it to be to this extent? Wang Yifei isn't a good person either. In the past, Captain Jiang, I envied how good you were to Yifei, yet she still didn't want to let you touch her. Li Zijing also spoke up for Jiang Tian. Little Li, if I treat you well, will you let me touch you? Jiang Tian asked in surprise. Pa pa pa. Li Zijing pretended to be disgusted and rolled her eyes, but when she turned her head, no one noticed her slightly flushed face. Chapter 45. Eating at a street stall. Did the credit come to the door? Yinshan Prison is the most famous prison in the entire Yanhai province, without a doubt. The people detained here are either serving life sentences or serious offenders nearing execution. In any case, they all have long sentences, and getting out is nearly impossible for them. Given the importance of this prison, its security measures are naturally very strict. Under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for inmates to escape. It is something that could never happen in their lifetime. However, the most feared thing in any situation is an accident. On this day, a light drizzle fell from the sky. In the evening, a loud siren suddenly echoed throughout Yinshan Prison, completely shattering the tranquility. From the warden down to the lowest-ranking guard, everyone was in a panic, because someone had escaped from Yanhai Prison. Jiang Tian's memories from his previous life were not mistaken. During the day, after completing the discharge procedures, Jiang Tian took 2 teammates to the streets to try their luck. To be honest, their luck wasn't too good. After wandering around for a while, Jiang Tian didn't find any major criminals. At most, they caught 3 or 4 petty thieves, which were inconsequential to him. However, this thoroughly excited Zhao Wei and Li Zijing. In the evening, while Jiang Tian was having barbecue with the 2 of them, they had just handed over a petty thief who stole a mobile phone. Jiang Tian was somewhat disinterested, thinking, damn it, what kind of ability does he have? An eternal motion machine? He wanted to take down drug dealers, but after wandering the streets for half a day, he only caught a few petty thieves. Jiang Tian felt this was an insult to his scanning radar. Jiang Tian fell into thought, feeling that his line of thinking might be wrong. Captain Jiang, I'm so happy. Today we solved 3 cases in a row and saved the people's property safety, Zhao Wei said with satisfaction. Jiang Tian sighed, thinking this silly kid was so easily satisfied. Delicious, delicious. Listening to the chewing sound around him, Jiang Tian turned to look at Li Zijing, whose mouth was covered in grease. Honestly, if it weren't for seeing it with his own eyes, no one would believe that such a pure beauty could eat barbecue like this. Boss, another round. Oh, today Brother Jiang is treating, we must feast. Li Zijing raised her little hand to say, I'll make you burst. Jiang Tian downed a bottle of beer in one go. For his physical condition, 1 bottle of beer really had no effect. But just as he put the bottle down, he felt his vision dimming. He didn't know when a person had appeared behind him. Just as Jiang Tian was about to set the beer bottle down, he felt a hand on his shoulder and heard a voice filled with alcohol. "Beautiful girl, what's the point of drinking with two little dogs? Our brothers at that table are short a person. Come drink with us." As he spoke, the arm exerted force, seemingly trying to shove Jiang Tian aside. Jiang Tian looked up at the person speaking. What he saw was a man with tattooed arms and a rather large build. On the road, Jiang Tian was quite surprised. In this area of Gongzi Ridge, you can ask around. My older brother is called Dog Brother. Dog Brother invites beautiful girls to drink, and as for you guys, you could just get lost. My older brother has no interest in drinking with two little dogs, the tattooed man said arrogantly. Jiang Tian slammed the cup down on the table. Following his gaze, he saw a group of people sitting at the barbecue table nearby, roughly 3 or 4 people. The leader was a young man in his 20s, who raised his cup and smiled slightly when he noticed Jiang Tian looking over. However, this attitude showed that he had never taken him seriously. Strong-arming women? Jiang Tian inadvertently glanced at his scanning radar. Jiang Hu name, Dog Brother. Evil value, 1900 points. Jiang Tian's spirit shook. This evil value was not less than that of Wei Rong, the drug dealer. Good guy, Jiang Tian thought. I searched for half a day without finding anyone, and now a barbecue meal brings them right to my door. Of course, on the other hand, Jiang Tian was not surprised. Not to mention around the millennium, even 10 to 20 years later, such situations were common. In a world where there is light, there will always be darkness. The familiarity of the scene, especially as he looked at the surrounding barbecue diners who turned their heads away upon seeing Dog Brother, made Jiang Tian realize this was definitely not the first time it had happened. At this moment, the tattooed man who tried to shove Jiang Tian aside had a confused expression. Because just now, when he exerted force, Jiang Tian, who looked weak, had not budged an inch. Looks like the little dog is not me. It's you with such little strength? Jiang Tian grabbed the tattooed man's wrist. Do you dare to fight back? The tattooed man was shocked. In his years of roaming Gongzi Ridge, he had never encountered anyone who dared to stand up to him. This kid is doomed. Once Dog Brother has his eyes on him, there's no good end. The onlookers eating barbecue were even more startled by this scene. Such situations brought a heavy feeling to Jiang Tian, as it represented the social crisis and chaos people had become accustomed to. At this moment, Dog Brother, not far away, also seemed somewhat surprised, his lips curling into a slight smirk as he said lightly, "This is interesting." Damn, showing off in front of Captain Jiang? Zhao Wei gasped. 200 drug dealers were killed by Brother Jiang, and a bunch of thugs dare to be this arrogant? They're missing their chance. Jiang Tian glanced at the scanning radar again. August 2001, assisted Dog Brother in forcibly taking women and even killed men. Evil value 200, not the main offender, mostly assisting, but these were definitely heinous crimes that warranted a death sentence. You all watch closely. We cannot show mercy to such social scum, Jiang Tian said to the two. In the next moment, puffed. Jiang Tian pulled the opponent's wrist, and as the tattooed man leaned forward, his knee quickly struck the tattooed man's critical area. Quick, precise, and ruthless, although this move was not lethal. It could definitely incapacitate the opponent. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could even be heard, not to mention the critical area. Zhao Wei took a sharp breath, instinctively clenching his legs, raising his head to see the previously arrogant tattooed man bent over like a shrimp, rolling on the ground while making hissing sounds, his eyes almost popping out. So ruthless. But Zhao Wei quickly recalled Jiang Tian's methods of taking down those drug dealers. Oh, that's fine. Bang! Kid, you're so bold. Do you know who I am? Dog Brother slammed the table and stood up. A cold smile spread across his face. However, the next moment, beads of sweat began to drip from Dog Brother's forehead, as a dark gun muzzle was aimed at his head. Just now, Dog Brother had only thought about how beautiful Li Zijing was, harboring intentions to get closer. But who knew he would encounter such a ruthless character? Does he have a gun? Dog Brother had one too, but he wouldn't dare to reveal it so openly in such a blatant manner. Jiang Tian smiled as he looked at Dog Brother's previously confident expression that had now vanished in an instant. Slap! Jiang Tian stepped forward and delivered a heavy slap, causing Dog Brother to spit blood. and the previously calm demeanor disappeared without a trace. "Is it Brother Dog? Let me hear you bark a couple of times," Jiang Tian said. "Don't bully me too much. Who doesn't know the reputation of Brother Dog around here?" Brother Dog's face turned grim, and he was determined to find a chance to kill them. But the next moment, bang! It wasn't Jiang Tian who made a move, but Li Zijing, who kicked Brother Dog in a crucial area and said, "What kind of nonsense is this, Brother Dog? From now on, you should be called Sister Dog." If it weren't for her, Li Zijing, and if she were with a powerless woman, she couldn't even imagine the outcome of being targeted by such a person. Brother Dog bent over in agony, feeling as if he was shattered yet somehow could still be saved. But before he could cover his vital area with his hands, he heard a cracking sound. Brother Dog looked completely confused. "My hands? Who tied my hands? Hey, why do I have a pair of silver bracelets on?" When he looked up, Jiang Tian was holding an ID and said, "We're from a city bureau. You are suspected of assaulting a police officer and obstructing official duties. Let's go for a trip." "The city bureau? Police?" Brother Dog was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian looked at the bright red dots in his mind. This belonged to Brother Dog. Moreover, Jiang Tian had figured out the pattern. A crime value of 1,900 was definitely not just from intimidation related to organized crime. By analogy, among various types of crime, Jiang Tian had discovered a pattern. Drug dealers were the most prevalent. Drugs, gambling, and organized crime can never be separated, but among all criminal activities, drug dealers had the highest crime value and posed the greatest threat. Chapter 46. Capturing the Dog Brother on Lock Mountain. A terrifying existence. Run. Dog Brother's subordinates, apart from the tattooed man, included 3 others who immediately turned to flee. No need to chase them. If they run, the monk cannot escape the temple. "First, let's capture this Dog Brother," Jiang Tian called Zhao Wei, who was about to pursue. Since Jiang Tian knew Zhao Wei's identity, he couldn't let Zhao Wei take risks. Hee. Zhao Wei scratched his head, looking at the handcuffed Dog Brother with an excited smile on his face. "I need to go to the hospital. I'm seriously injured," Dog Brother said, cold sweat covering his face as he clutched his vital area. "Brother Jiang, what should we do?" Zhao Wei was a bit worried about things going south. "I'll teach you." Jiang Tian grabbed Dog Brother by the hair and slapped him twice on the face without mercy. Compared to the future, Jiang Tian felt that the best part was the lack of so many social media outlets, allowing for bolder actions, especially when dealing with criminals. These damn beasts shouldn't be treated kindly. I'm not going. Dog Brother screamed in agony. Back at the city police station, there are not many people left. Only the on-duty administrative staff, Yu Hui, and the team led by Captain Guo, who is on duty today, with a few others. "What's going on here?" Captain Guo looked at Jiang Tian and his team with a chill running down his spine. "Brother Guo, organized crime, openly attempting to force Zijin," Jiang Tian casually explained. "How brazen." Captain Guo's face changed. "Brother Guo, let's use some methods on him. I feel there's more than just organized crime involved. He has the scent of something else on him," Jiang Tian explained. Captain Guo had always taken good care of Jiang Tian, and if he could uncover something during the interrogation, Jiang Tian would not hesitate to share some credit. "Really?" Captain Guo's eyes lit up. "Yesterday, I didn't get any credit at Yun University. If it weren't for Jiang Tian, even Principal Ing might have been sacrificed, and then it would really be the end of the world. Yu Hui, check this Dog Brother's identity information for me." After Captain Guo left with his men, Jiang Tian sat down next to Yu Hui. "Hero Jiang, I see you not only accomplished something, but also became a big hero. Your mouth has become sweeter." Yu Hui exclaimed in surprise. "I was young and didn't understand before. Please forgive me, Sister Yu Hui." Jiang Tian scratched his head and suddenly remembered. Before crossing over, he followed Xiao Bo, who taught him never to engage in personal relationships within the police force and to focus on handling his cases. He believed this and genuinely did so when he first entered the police force. As a result, that beast Xiao Bo secretly slandered him behind his back, using him as an example of someone who befriends others. This made it difficult for him in the police force, leading him to trust only Xiao Bo, who had treated him well. Thinking back, there was a reason for others' bad attitudes. Jiang Tian remembered that when he first joined the police force, Yu Hui greeted him, but he didn't even acknowledge her. Reflecting on this, Jiang Tian really wanted to slap himself. Soon, Yu Hui began typing away on the computer, using the police system to search. "What? No name?" The photos taken when he came in were directly uploaded to the computer for automatic comparison. With an accuracy rate of 99. His registered residence is Zhangjiajin in Dongqing District, named Zhangjiagu. He owns 2 nightclubs in Dongqing District, located in the city center and south of the city. However, he has a criminal record. He was previously forced into rehab for drug use, Yu Hui said. This is all surface information. Investigating is easy, but for Jiang Tian, this is already enough. Sure enough, I wasn't wrong. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. He was now 100% certain that this guy was definitely involved in drug trafficking, and the scale of his business couldn't be small. Let's go investigate Dongqing District. Just as Jiang Tian was about to act, suddenly, an urgent phone call rang. At that moment, Jiang Tian seemed to realize he had forgotten something important. Hello, this is the narcotics control team. Okay. Yes, we will gather our personnel immediately for support. Yu Hui's face was serious. After hanging up the phone, her gaze turned to Jiang Tian, just as she was about to say something. Jiang Tian's phone rang. Taking out his phone, he found it was actually Song Ligua calling. Once the call connected, Song Ligua's voice rang out. During the engineering renovation at Yinshan prison today, a drug dealer sentenced to death, who was supposed to be executed, managed to escape with a guard's gun during the renovation. You need to lead a team to patrol all areas near Yinshan. I'll send you the photos later. Hiss. Jiang Tian's expression changed drastically. It was at this moment he remembered what he had forgotten. That's right, it was Muya. To be honest, in the past 2 days since his rebirth, Jiang Tian had been eager to take action and make changes, but due to so many events happening, he had forgotten such an important matter. According to his past life, if Xiao Bo really rescued Muya, then no matter how much he claimed that Xiao Bo was worthless and a beast, it wouldn't change Muya's determination. She would be devoted to Xiao Bo for life. If Muya had her family and father's help, Xiao Bo would definitely be able to revive himself and might even reach the position he held in his past life to harm others. Thinking about this, Jiang Tian's brow furrowed. Damn it, if Xiao Bo really came back to life and had a big backing in the future, it would make him so angry he could spit blood. Damn it, how could I forget such an important thing? Jiang Tian slapped his head. But you must be careful. That drug dealer is very skilled, having learned MMA combat skills with strong combat power. It was reported that he stole the gun and ran away, but in reality, he directly killed 2 guards with 1 blow each, Song Ligua said seriously. Jiang Tian's expression tightened. This incident was indeed far more complicated than he had understood in his past life. In his past life, Jiang Tian only knew that according to Xiao Bo's boasting, he had saved Muya and captured the escaping drug dealer, which made Muya devoted to him. But now it seemed the problem was far from simple. He remembered very clearly that soon after this operation in his past life, the Ministry of Public Security awarded multiple joint operational departments. And this award seemed more like a posthumous honor. In other words, this operation had resulted in many casualties. Then Xiao Bo must have concealed the situation at that time. And it probably wasn't as he claimed. If this line of reasoning is correct, it means this operation is quite terrifying. Although Jiang Tian had already prepared himself mentally, when he fully armed himself, put on his police uniform, and stepped out the door, he still felt suffocated. Yinshan prison is located in a suburban area. However, even though the city center was almost under lockdown, police were already stationed at various intersections, especially when Jiang Tian approached the mountain from his memory. He found that the checkpoints on the road were increasing. Are you crazy? One drug dealer has caused such a big commotion? Zhao Wei found it hard to understand. Even when they got there, they had to open the car doors and check the compartments. They were public police vehicles, yet they were still checked. This is not an ordinary drug dealer. Even if it were, if someone escaped from prison, it would definitely be a province-wide incident, Li Zijin explained. TCH, why not say it's a national incident? Zhao Wei muttered. Jiang Tian looked out the window and casually said, you can't deny it. Shawshank's escape shocked the whole world. Shawshank? Zhao Wei was dumbfounded, staring at Jiang Tian, because he had no ability to refute. Ha ha, look, even little brother Jiang supports me. Li Zijing laughed heartily while hugging Jiang Tian's shoulder without caring about her image. Captain Jiang, are we going to investigate the prison? Zhao Wei asked. Jiang Tian shook his head, his gaze distant. In his previous life, he had already been suspended at home for reflection at this time. and there were not many flaws in the case afterward. He didn't even know where the drug dealer was caught specifically. However, Jiang Tian wasn't particularly anxious because the fleeing drug dealers would definitely leave traces otherwise in his previous life. Xiaobo wouldn't have had the opportunity to participate in the police force at this time. Given Mu Ye's conservativeness, it was absolutely impossible for her to give Xiaobo any further opportunities before she recognized him. Sure enough, moments later, a voice came through the walkie-talkie on Jiang Tian's chest. All units, assemble. 3 minutes ago, a villager reported seeing someone suspected of being a fugitive heading to Baishan. Everyone, immediately gather at Baishan and seal off all exits and main roads. The entire mountain is to be locked down. Others didn't catch it, but Jiang Tian, who had tuned into this task communication channel, recognized the voice of the person on the other end, Shunhan. This was Shunhan. Shunhan personally leading the operation was enough to prove that Jiang Tian's speculation was absolutely correct. The Municipal Bureau's anti-drug team has received the message and is providing support. Chapter 47. Heavy losses. Bad news continues to emerge, Brother Jiang. It's time to make a contribution. Zhao Wei's face was flushed. Li Zijing's gaze was fixed on Jiang Tian. And without a doubt, in just 2 days, Jiang Tian had completely changed the impression he made on everyone at the police station. Especially with the cases Jiang Tian had solved in these 2 days. Both Li Zijing and Zhao Wei were in awe of him. They would believe him even if he claimed to be omnipotent. What are you looking at? This case is not that simple, Jiang Tian said irritably. For a drug dealer, we have deployed thousands of armed police and officers from the provincial and municipal police departments. What kind of waves can he still make? Zhao Wei held his gun, his face showing no signs of tension. Jiang Tian glanced at Zhao Wei, but said nothing. If it weren't for his past life's experience, Jiang Tian would have shared a similar mindset with Zhao Wei, or even been more reckless. However, after more than a decade of being grounded at the grassroots level, Jiang Tian had long matured beyond his years. All units, urgent alert. Attention! 3 armed police officers have encountered an accident in Baishan. The drug dealer is ruthless and may even disguise himself in police uniforms and equipment. All units, conduct a thorough search in groups of 2 or more. If found, shoot to kill on the spot. Warning, the suspect is extremely dangerous. Prioritize your safety. Just as Jiang Tian arrived at the foot of Baishan, the urgent voice crackled through the radio. This left Zhao Wei and Li Zijing in the vehicle exchanging worried glances, their expressions pale. This doesn't seem like a normal drug dealer. This drug dealer is extremely dangerous, Jiang Tian said with a knowing expression. How do you know that, Brother Jiang? Zhao Wei asked in surprise. Jiang Tian explained ambiguously. Mega martial arts is a highly lethal and powerful close combat technique internationally, with all moves aimed at vital points. Once engaged, someone like you wouldn't last around. With the title of martial arts master, Jiang Tian understood the principles and power behind this famous fighting style. Of course, the version of mega martial arts that circulated was far inferior to what Jiang Tian knew. The mega martial arts in his mind, also known as ancient mega martial arts, was stronger and more terrifying than the watered-down version people talked about. Jiang Tian just found it unnecessary to use it, as he was already well-versed in various fighting techniques. Jiang Tian didn't abandon them. Given the current situation, going up the mountain alone could lead to being shot by friendly forces at any moment. Brother Jiang, the municipal and provincial police have all come in on overtime, and the entire Yinhai Armed Police have been deployed, right? Zhao Wei couldn't help but exclaim. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow, his mind continuously scanning like a radar. Baishan was vast, stretching for dozens of kilometers. Finding the drug dealer would be extremely difficult. Coupled with the suspect's alertness, even with a kilometer-scanning radar, if he were to search alone, he wouldn't know when he could finish. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian felt a bit anxious. He was afraid that his appearance might lead to something happening to Mu Ye or that, like in his past life, Xiaobo would truly turn the tables. Not to mention Mu Ye's beauty, Jiang Tian didn't care about that. But he absolutely would not allow Xiaobo to succeed in directly latching onto a powerful benefactor. Xiaobo was just as compatible with that woman Wang Yifei. Does anyone know if there are any good spots to see the scenery around here? Jiang Tian asked. I know. If you go a few thousand meters ahead, there's a path up the mountain. On the southern hillside of Baishan, There's a cliff where you can see the continuous mountain range and half of the sea of clouds. Li Zijing immediately raised her hand. Jiang Tian looked puzzled, seemingly not understanding how Li Zijing knew this. After a pause, Li Zijing explained, "Sometimes when I have nothing to do, I like to come here to hike and enjoy the scenery and breathe in the fresh air." Little Jiang, are you going to see the scenery? Attention! 2 armed police officers have sacrificed their lives in the eastern part of Baishan. All units, attention! Everyone, surround the eastern region. The voice of Director Shun came through the radio. The east? Jiang Tian gasped, instantly realizing that he had found the enemy. Now, Jiang Tian was faced with only 2 choices. The east, where the new trace was discovered, or the southern hillside. Which place to choose? If he chose the east, it could be a ploy to lure the tiger away from its mountain, allowing the suspect to escape from Baishan. If such a suspect escaped, Jiang Tian would feel his scalp tingle. With such skills, once he got out of the area, it would be impossible to catch him. This would also bring shame to the entire Yanhai. Choosing the southern hillside could lead to Muya being sacrificed due to the butterfly effect because Muya might not necessarily be on the hillside. Moreover, it would take at least over an hour to reach the southern hillside. Bang! Provincial Department. The lights were bright, but the atmosphere instantly exploded. 7 people had already sacrificed their lives. Gao Xiaolong clenched his fists. When he first received the news, he didn't take it too seriously, but now, Gao Xiaolong was shocked, his scalp tingling. With such skills, this was an unprecedentedly dangerous individual. Even the trio had not escaped the drug dealer's clutches. The methods were too terrifying, all one-hit kills. Shenhan looked at the photos transmitted back on the screen, his eyes red. Fighting against evil means facing terrifying danger at any moment. No one knew what kind of deadly weapon the criminal might produce next. No one knew when they might sacrifice themselves. However, they could not accept that this prison escape had already resulted in 7 casualties, including the 2 who died during the escape that made 9 people. Gao Xiaolong spoke angrily. The suspect is too vicious and arrogant, covered in mud, making it impossible to find him with thermal imaging. So far, there haven't even been any eyewitnesses. We can only follow in their wake. Why has such a dangerous criminal been allowed to escape? Gao Xiaolong shouted angrily. This is a major incident. Another major incident. Although Gao Xiaolong was here to work, he had only slept a few hours in the past 3 days. Don't be fooled by how leisurely Jiang Tian seemed after solving cases. The aftermath of dealing with those drug dealers was the most labor-intensive and terrifying. Investigating the upper and lower lines and identifying the drug dealers and users involved in this network all had to be sorted out. And now, the situation was still unresolved. Wei Yudao, who had been captured by Jiang Tian, hadn't even confessed yet. He seemed to know that speaking would lead to a dead end, so by keeping quiet, he could at least stay alive. No matter how they interrogated him, Wei Yudao was a tough nut to crack, refusing to say a word. They were currently looking for opportunities to break through from Wei Yudao's secretary. The handcuffs and leg shackles had no keys, but he found large scissors used for cutting steel bars from the engineering team to cut off his shackles and escape. Sun, the head of the criminal investigation team, smiled wryly in resignation. The suspect's methods are too ruthless and strong. For him, night is like being in water. No matter how many of us there are, we can't catch him as he runs around hunting. The bodies found in the east could very likely be a ploy to lure us away. Not only is he skilled, but he's also smart. Gao Xiaolong gritted his teeth. Seal the mountain and tightly guard all access points. Wait until morning to go in. This is the only solution I can think of. Moreover, not only that, but among the sacrificed personnel, there was also a missing radio, which meant the suspect could know their operational commands. After a moment, Director Gao leaned on the table and added, by the way, relay the order. Whoever captures the suspect will receive a first-class merit award and issue a nationwide level wanted notice with a bounty of 300,000. Soon, orders were issued to various places across the province. This lid had become too big to contain, just as the order to seal off the mountains was given. At the foot of the mountain, Xiaobo had already found the location. Unable to make contact, his phone still held the last message from Mu you sent the night before. Let us take a good look at our relationship tomorrow. Don't look for me. I'll find you when I figure things out. This was the text Muya sent to Xiaobo before blocking him. Xiao Bo was terrified and immediately went to Mu Ya's home, where he learned from her family that she had gone camping. Of course, until now, Mu Ya's family had a changed view of Xiao Bo because they were unaware of the issues and circumstances involved, so they revealed Mu Ya's true intentions. Xiao Bo was jolted. He clearly remembered that Mu Ya had once expressed her longing for Baishan, wanting to see the scenery there. If that were the case, Xiao Bo felt there was nothing to worry about. The key point was that this afternoon, Sun Haiba called him to inform him that there was a major operation happening across the province. A death row inmate from Yunsan prison had escaped, and he was a skilled criminal who had not yet been caught, seemingly having fled to Baishan. Of course, Sun Haiba did not expect to capture the criminal. That was impossible. Instead, he used this as an excuse to smoothly reinstate Xiao Bo, who had been suspended, citing a shortage of personnel. However, upon hearing this news, Xiao Bo instantly realized that his opportunity had come. Chapter 48, Discovering Traces, Rewriting History, even though Xiao Bo didn't want to admit it. He had to recognize that ever since the incident at the police station, the persona he had built in front of Mu had completely collapsed. The distance between him and the pursuit of Mu Ya, the rich second-generation beauty, was growing further, and so was his chance to change his fate. Especially with that useless Jiang Tian now opposing him, Xiao Bo felt anxious. He knew clearly that coming from a rural village, his only chance to climb up was to rely on a partner through marriage. Now the opportunity had come. Seizing this chance would make Mu Ya completely infatuated with him. In the future, Xiao Bo could rely on Mu Ya's family to achieve great success. Moreover, he had a priority advantage over everyone else. No one knew Mu Ya was in by mountain. No one knew she was in danger. And no one knew better than him that finding Mu Ya and protecting her out of by mountain would lead to success. Therefore, Xiao Bo couldn't afford to delay. If someone found her first, it would be over. Just as Xiao Bo was heading up the mountain, Jiang Tian didn't waste any time and ordered, "You two go check for clues at the site of the sacrifices at Dongshan." "What about you, Brother Jiang?" Zhao Wei asked. Jiang Tian frowned and said, "I'll head south. The south is close to the border, and I suspect he might be trying to lure us away. Maybe I'm thinking too much, but anyway. You guys go check the situation and report back any intel." Indeed, Jiang Tian was mainly focused on finding Mu Ya quickly. But if you go alone and encounter someone, it could easily lead to misunderstandings, Li Zijing thoughtfully remarked. Right now, people are forming teams of 3 or 2. Acting alone can easily be mistaken for a drug dealer. And it would be ridiculous if you were shot without any distinction, Jiang Tian explained. The situation is urgent, and our team from the city bureau has already gone south. You guys go ahead and stay in touch via radio, Jiang Tian said. He was also concerned about making mistakes. However, at that moment, he couldn't figure out the direction. With their presence, he could quickly learn about any situation in the east. It was unfortunate that Jiang Tian had too little useful information at hand. After the two left, Jiang Tian didn't delay any longer, as every moment could put Mu Ya in danger. More importantly, every second he delayed increased the chance of these heroic police officers facing danger. Having been honed for over a decade in the lower-tier system, Jiang Tian understood all too well how difficult the work of a grassroots police officer was, especially in this era. Dealing with cases involving even a hint of organized crime could lead to catastrophic consequences. "Stop. Move again, and I'll shoot." As Jiang Tian was running through the dense forest, a sharp voice suddenly rang out, accompanied by a powerful flashlight beam, although the reflection was blinding. Jiang Tian squinted his eyes and could vaguely see the thermal imaging on the person's face. "Don't shoot, it's us." Jiang Tian sighed helplessly. He was running quickly through the dense forest, and not bringing Zhao Wei and the others was to save time. Normally, he wouldn't have been detected, but the thermal imaging was too glaring in the dark. "Report your police number, and throw out your ID." Jiang Tian complied out of necessity, and bright lights flickered on. Jiang Tian squinted his eyes. Soon, one person stepped forward, bent down to pick up Jiang Tian's ID, looked it over, and then carefully scanned his face before turning to say, "Captain, the ID is real." Finally, the powerful flashlight was moved away from Jiang Tian's face, and everyone lowered their guns. The leader of the group, surrounding Jiang Tian, finally stepped forward. A man in his 30s extended his hand and said, "I'm Song Han, the captain of the anti-drug team from the East City branch." "Brother, Why are you alone? Where are your people? Jiang Tian, from the city bureau's anti-drug team. My teammates are waiting for me up ahead, Jiang Tian casually replied. The criminals are extremely dangerous. Brother, be careful, find your teammates, and retreat quickly. The higher-ups want us to head down the mountain ASAP. Upon hearing brother team, Songhan waved his hand enthusiastically to send him off. It's no wonder that although Jiang Tian's name had been revealed and he had accomplished great things in recent days, the teams below were unaware of it. They certainly couldn't spread it widely because he was an anti-drug officer. People in the lower branches knew that there was a hero in the city bureau who had made significant contributions, but they didn't know the name, as broadcasting it widely would almost guarantee retaliation against an anti-drug officer. Unlike criminal police, where family members are not targeted, drug dealers are often organized and premeditated criminals. The intricate relationships always leave a chance for retaliation. Behind every rule lies a bloody lesson. Jiang Tian ran swiftly, his speed remarkable. A normal person would take at least 1 or 2 hours to jog through the dark. But Jiang Tian reached his destination at the foot of the southern mountain in just half an hour. Muya was indeed here. Jiang Tian instantly breathed a sigh of relief, his face relaxing completely. He was genuinely afraid that his butterfly effect would lead to an accident for Muya, or that Xiaobo would show up, turning his revenge into a joke. Fortunately, he still made it in time. In his line of sight, Muya was squatting outside a tent, starting a fire. A portable stove was burning, but the food inside made Jiang Tian's pupils shrink because there was too much. Muya, a height of 7 meters, weighed just over 100 pounds. There was no way she could have prepared such a large pot of food. Jiang Tian instinctively glanced at the scanning radar and saw a scarlet duck glowing brightly. A deep red, nearly black, that was currently in the tent. Damn, I almost overlooked this, Jiang Tian thought in shock. It was indeed here. He then carefully observed and noticed a black gun barrel pointing out from the gap of the tent. She had been taken hostage. Jiang Tian's heart sank, and he felt an urgent need to obtain criminal investigation entries. He was currently lacking in that regard, but fortunately he had the scanning radar. Otherwise, walking out openly might have gotten him shot immediately. Now, Jiang Tian eagerly looked at the hidden drug dealer in the tent, which likely meant that the person had criminal investigation entries. Jiang Tian slowly drew his handgun from his waist, preparing to shoot into the tent. Just then, a loud gunshot rang out. Chapter 49. Instant kill, is that it? A deadly sense of crisis surged into Jiang Tian's mind, prompting him to instinctively dodge, just as a bullet hole suddenly erupted in the tree beside him. Discovered? Jiang Tian was startled, but not entirely sure, as he had come quietly. To be honest, this was his first encounter with a master. Without a doubt, this drug dealer was among the best of the best. Muya was also frozen in place, her eyes struggling to turn toward the direction of the bushes. Stop hiding, I see you. Look at what's above your head. A voice came from the tent. Jiang Tian looked up and found a colored ribbon above him. A trap, or rather, counter-surveillance? Jiang Tian had to admire it. After all, he still lacked criminal investigation awareness. Criminal investigation includes both surveillance and counter-surveillance. So strong, it was likely they could trigger investigation entries. Jiang Tian's eyes brightened. After all, trying to get investigation entries from a group of criminals was simply absurd, and criminal investigators wouldn't commit crimes to obtain them. What does it matter to kidnap a woman? You do your thing. Why harm an innocent woman? Jiang Tian's voice came out calmly. At that moment, Muya, who was cooking, was instantly stunned. She recognized the voice. Just heard it yesterday, a voice she remembered clearly. Jiang Tian, it was Jiang Tian. God knows how desperate Muya felt. Originally just camping to calm her mind, who knew she would encounter a death row inmate who forced her to cook for him. The feeling of despair and helplessness was about to shatter Muya's spirit completely. In such a situation, when a familiar person appeared, it felt like a beam of light shining into her heart. Seeing the situation before him, Jiang Tian instantly realized that in his past life, Xiaobo must have appeared before Muya under similar circumstances. He didn't know how he survived, but he definitely wasn't a match for this drug dealer. If luck allowed Xiaobo to survive, it also completely won Muya's heart. So what about him now? Of course, Jiang Tian knew that by stepping forward, he was ultimately crushing Xiaobo's hopes. This time, Jiang Tian had completely extinguished Xiaobo's chance. If that wasn't enough, sorry, but Jiang Tian had photos with him. I don't want to kill anyone. You forced me to do this. I haven't harmed this woman. I just want her to make me a meal. You all force me. If I don't kill, I will die. The voice continued from the tent. The first rule of the police force: never trust a criminal's act of pity. Come out now. Don't report up. I won't harm you. As long as I eat, I will leave. If you don't come out, I will kill her, the drug dealer said. Hearing this, Jiang Tian understood that this drug dealer might still have some conscience left. In his past life, it was exactly because Xiaobo did this that he successfully won a woman's heart and survived. However, Jiang Tian could never place his hopes on a drug dealer. You've already killed 7 armed police officers, a heinous crime. Aren't you going to turn back? Jiang Tian rebuked. 7. Muya's face turned pale. Killing 7 armed police officers. This drug dealer was even more terrifying than she imagined. I will count to 3. If you don't come out, I will kill her. The drug dealer shouted without a response. Jiang Tian stepped out from the bushes. You came out? Muya's eyes trembled, tears streaming down her face. You shouldn't have come out. At that moment, looking at Jiang Tian stepping out from the bushes felt like a beam of light shining into her heart. What shook her even more was that Jiang Tian knew this person was a cold-blooded killer, yet he still stepped out of his safe hiding place for her safety. You police are always so foolish. Don't worry. If I say I want to kill you, I want to kill you, the drug dealer said. Watching Jiang Tian walk out with his hands raised, visibly relieved as he stepped out of the tent, Jiang Tian squinted, noticing a stone added inside the tent, behind which the drug dealer had been hiding. Jiang Tian was relieved that he hadn't acted rashly and fired. Otherwise, Muya might have died here. Although he wanted to take revenge on Xiaobo, Jiang Tian's feelings for Muya were genuine. In his past life, Muya truly was the light in his heart, the complete opposite of the beast that was Xiaobo. In his past life, Muya knew Xiaobo was a beast, enduring pain and torment, yet she remained bound alone for her entire life. He wanted to help Muya even more than he wanted revenge on Xiaobo. Jiang Tian never looked at Muya to prevent the drug dealer from noticing anything unusual. Turning his head, Jiang Tian seriously examined the drug dealer. He had seen the drug dealer's file. Zhou Zicheng, 28 years old, left the country at 16, suspected of joining a secret organization and receiving special training. He was caught while carrying drugs during a surrounding operation, which led to the sacrifice of 3 drug enforcement officers. He hadn't been executed immediately because they wanted to interrogate him for information about the mysterious organization behind him. Just seeing him for the first time gave Jiang Tian the impression of a well-built man, muscle solid, walking with a certain swagger. Zhou Zicheng saw Jiang Tian's young face and sighed. Tie yourself up with the rope. Saying this, Zhou Zicheng relaxed his guard. When he was 3 or 4 meters away from Jiang Tian, he pointed a gun at him with one hand and tossed the rope with the other. 3 or 4 meters. Even if Zhou Zicheng relaxed his guard, it was definitely 100% safe distance, at least for an ordinary person. But for Jiang Tian, did he understand the concept of breaking through the limits of human strength multiple times? Jiang Tian squinted, waiting for the moment the other party moved. To be honest, at that instant, Muya, who had been staring at Jiang Tian, did not see how he acted. She only saw Jiang Tian, who had been standing still, suddenly disappear. And by the time her retina captured the scene, Jiang Tian had already raised one hand to lift the drug dealer's gun hand, while the other hand delivered a punch to Zhou Zicheng's temple. An ordinary person would have been knocked out cold by this punch, but Zhou Zicheng was not. He tried to block with one hand, but as soon as he raised it, boom, Zhou Zicheng was instantly slammed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up, but after several attempts, his arms were still trembling. His head tried to turn several times, but couldn't. Not fainting was due to his terrifying physical condition. Zhou Zicheng's eyes widened. But the next moment, boom, Jiang Tian kicked Zhou Zicheng in the chest. Crack! The sound of his breastbone breaking echoed. Zhou Zicheng flew backward over 10 meters, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Then his body stiffened and finally fell silent. He was dead just like that. Jiang Tian cracked his knuckles. His consistent approach to these criminals was to eradicate them completely. Otherwise, as it stood now, the future troubles would be endless. Jiang Tian would not leave himself with future troubles. Although he wasn't afraid, with Zhou Ziqing's skills, if he targeted his family, Jiang Tian couldn't even bear to think about it. At this moment, a white light shone over Zhou Ziqing's corpse. There was an entry. Jiang Tian's eyes brightened. Rubbing his hands, he approached Zhou Ziqing. Upon seeing the entry, Jiang Tian was instantly delighted. It was it. Sharp investigation, White. After so long, Jiang Tian finally obtained a criminal investigation-related entry. Investigation is also a type of criminal investigation. For example, investigating signs of criminal activity, traces of crime, accurately restoring the scene, and events that have occurred in the past at the scene, etc. This is the biggest gain for Jiang Tian this time. Nothing else. Jiang Tian directly clicked on the hunting gear. Are you alright? At this moment, Muya looked at Jiang Tian with a gaze that became lost in thought, and only when Jiang Tian's voice sounded did she completely come back to her senses. In a hurry, Muya quickly stood up. Thank you. Thank you. Under the bright moonlight, Jiang Tian's face was clearly visible, with sharp features, appearing very serious and upright. He had just made a move and almost instantly defeated that fierce drug dealer. Muya then thought of Xiaobo useless, trash, a waste that drags others down, and also a gilded second-generation rich kid who posed a danger to him. She smiled. At this moment, Muya suddenly understood. Was he really useless? It must be that Xiaobo, seeing Jiang Tian's excellence, went to great lengths to slander him. Previously, Xiaobo even said that Jiang Tian should serve tea and water after joining the police force, which was essentially forcing him out of the police. Looking back now, it was all just to make things difficult. Thinking of this, Muya bit her silver teeth. Chapter 50. The complete exposure of the photos. Muya's mental breakdown. He had a natural admiration for the police, especially for someone like Jiang Tian, who perfectly matched her ideal image of a heroic officer. Watching Jiang Tian bravely confront the gunman in a crisis, and his incredibly swift and powerful means of neutralizing the drug dealer before he could react, filled her with a deep sense of guilt. She felt regret for misunderstanding Jiang Tian, a heroic policeman who had been slandered by that scoundrel Xiaobo. She had never hated anyone as much as she hated him at this moment. I'm sorry for believing Xiaobo when he called you a useless piece of trash, a troublemaker, and a tumor in the police force. I never imagined he would do such a thing. He is the real troublemaker. Muya solemnly apologized. Jiang Tian's brow twitched, because he did not hear any words of complete abandonment from Muya. That's right. Jiang Tian was very satisfied. This was the perfect woman in his memory, only filled with beautiful thoughts. It seemed that while she condemned Xiaobo, it also felt to Jiang Tian that she was apologizing on behalf of Xiaobo. Such a perfect goddess. Even though she remained loyal despite not being pursued by Xiaobo, if he had indeed pursued her. How could a man not rise to greatness with such a woman as a supportive partner? However, it was clear that Muya had completely lost faith in Xiaobo. She was just one straw away from being crushed. At this moment, a pained expression appeared on Jiang Tian's face. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Muya asked it, her face filled with concern. Her fair face was already sweaty from nervousness and fear, with fine hairs sticking to her face, making her pure and beautiful appearance captivating. Seeing you reminds me of my girlfriend. Jiang Tian sadly shook his head. What's wrong? Upon hearing that Jiang Tian had a girlfriend, Muya's expression showed a hint of anxiety that she herself did not even notice, but Jiang Tian felt it clearly. There's hope. Jiang Tian grinned. At this moment, he was finally sure that he had completely cut off all of Xiaobo's escape routes, as well as the possibility of marrying a wealthy woman and taking off. Yesterday, when Yunda was on a mission at the Kai Run Hotel to capture drug dealers, they discovered that she actually sighed. Jiang Tian sighed. Muya frowned it, her face showing deep disgust. She had a natural aversion to disloyal women. Such a woman is not worthy of a heroic police god like you. You will definitely have better in the future. Muya clenched her small fist in encouragement, but Jiang Tian looked at her with a hint of sadness. This made Muya slightly stunned. No, just say it. Why are you looking at me? Before Muya could react, Jiang Tian took out a stack of photos from his pocket. Showing me these is useless. Muya returned to her senses and smiled helplessly. She guessed they might be cheating photos, but she felt it was inappropriate to show such things, especially in this situation. She thought Jiang Tian might still be too naive and immature. However, Jiang Tian remained silent, reluctantly maintaining her composure due to the earlier situation. Muya took the photos and, aided by the moonlight, managed to see them clearly. It was a man and a woman embracing and kissing at the elevator entrance. This woman deserves to die. Her boyfriend is a heroic drug enforcement officer, and while he is facing dangerous tasks against drug dealers, she is cheating. Muya watched with gritted teeth. But then, why does this man's profile look familiar? Muya lifted her head in confusion and looked at Jiang Tian with wide eyes. Look below, Jiang Tian pointed. Muya flipped over the photo. In the next moment, boom, Muya's mind exploded. The photo was very clear, as it had been taken by Jiang Tian with a high-definition camera using semi-professional techniques. In the photo, the man being embraced by the woman was captured head-on. But this man was actually... Xiao Bo. Muya's face went pale. She looked up at Jiang Tian and finally understood why he had shown her these photos. You were on a mission, and Xiao Bo took your girlfriend to the hotel. So that day when Xiao Bo said he was on an important mission, he was actually going to find this woman to check into a hotel. And then he wanted to turn things upside down and take credit for your achievements? Muya's face turned pale as her mind seemed to be exploding. How could Xiao Bo have done such a thing? And how unfair was this to Jiang Tian? Jiang Tian had worked so hard on his mission, while Xiao Bo was sabotaging and harming the heroic police god behind his back. Although this was Xiao Bo's doing, he and you were no longer connected. It could only be considered a pursuer, and they were only in a slightly better relationship as friends. However, this was enough for Muya to feel guilty towards Jiang Tian. If it were a petty and narrow-minded person, they would definitely enjoy the spectacle of someone else's misfortune. But how could they risk their life to save themselves? Knowing that they had a good relationship with Xiao Bo, they could still selflessly save her. This was the police god she admired the most. Muya, you're really here, great. Quickly leave here. There's a vicious criminal around. It's very dangerous. I'll take you away. Xiao Bo ran out from a small path, his face filled with immense joy upon seeing Muya. I found you. Finally. I have a chance to mend our relationship. Xiao Bo believed in his abilities and was certain he could win Muya back. However, at this moment, he did not know that in front of him, Muya was holding photos, her fingers turning white from clenching too hard. Xiao Bo was just about to say something heartfelt to impress Muya, but suddenly turned and saw a familiar figure. Jiang Tian? Xiao Bo's face instantly filled with alertness and immense anger. Because he understood Muya's perfection too well, he was more afraid of being discovered in a compromising situation. In fact, he had pursued Muya without telling anyone in the police force and had done it secretly all along. Now, in the dead of night, with the moon hanging high in the sky, a man and a woman were alone together. However, Xiao Bo quickly thought of Muya's character and relaxed completely, because Muya was definitely not the kind of woman who would do such things. Jiang Tian, what are you doing here? You useless piece of trash. Instead of helping search the mountains, you came here to slack off. Trash is trash, fine. Muya and I still have things to discuss. You can leave. Xiao Bo instinctively spoke casually. Remember, when you're on a mission, don't slack off. Really? When no one is watching, you trash have no sense of responsibility at all. Xiao Bo had not realized anything yet, or perhaps, after being beaten up, he seemed to have forgotten the pain. It was also possible that Jiang Tian's image as a simple-minded loser was too deeply ingrained in his mind, and he habitually treated Jiang Tian as the same useless person he had always thought he was. Shut up, Muya coldly said with a blank expression. Looking at Xiao Bo, her eyes were very cold, devoid of any emotion, and she coldly questioned, he is a useless piece of trash? If Jiang Tian is a useless piece of trash, who has accomplished so much and saved me so bravely today, then what is Xiao Bo? Muya, did this useless piece of trash say something bad about me? Xiao Bo asked angrily, because he had never seen Muya like this before. Her eyes were too frighteningly cold. He instinctively thought that Jiang Tian had said something bad about him. This time, if Jiang Tian knew, he would definitely applaud. It seems that Xiao Bo really didn't guess wrong. But just then, a very urgent sound suddenly came from the jungle, a chaotic flurry of footsteps. Moments later, shadowy figures finally emerged from the dense forest, and reached the halfway point of the cliff. Jiang Tian showed no surprise on his face. After he dealt with the dangerous drug dealer Zhou Zicheng, he immediately notified the police team. However, Jiang Tian did not expect such a large contingent to arrive. Gao Xiaolong, Shun Ting, and the others almost came together, leading the group out. Gao Xiaolong's mood was very complicated. The freshness of the award for his achievement in the morning had not yet worn off. And in the evening, what a coincidence. The scene of his achievement was once again with this guy. However, Gao Xiaolong was just pondering and joking in his heart. In reality, he felt genuinely relieved. 7 armed police, the entire police force, bore the terrifying pressure. It was simply hair-raising. The impact was terrifying. If it weren't for Jiang Tian, who knows how many more people might have suffered. The most terrifying part was if Zhou Zicheng had escaped. Gao Xiaolong didn't know how to face the elders of Yanhai. Gao Xiaolong stepped forward solemnly. Comrade Jiang Tian, we have understood your mission situation. You have once again successfully safeguarded the lives and property of the people, fearlessly facing danger and tirelessly protecting the people. Chapter 51. It's broken. The first-class merit is wholesale at the silent cliff border. Xiao Bo stared in shock at the scene before him. He watched as the high-ranking leader, Gao Xiaolong, stood in front of Jiang Tian and even saluted him with great respect. You're a big leader. How can you act like this? Xiao Bo's eyes turned red. Chief, I didn't expect to come here for luck, and who knew I would actually encounter it? Jiang Tian said with a smile. This drug dealer's skill was such that 3 to 5 people would absolutely not be a match for him, and he also had dangerous weapons. Moreover, with hostages involved, not only did you successfully eliminate the drug dealer, but you also rescued the hostages without any harm coming to them. No one could erase your merit. Gao Xiaolong said solemnly. 7 armed police officers sacrificed their lives. And under the circumstances where hostages were being held, the opponent's skills were such that Jiang Tian took him down directly. Thinking of this, Gao Xiaolong looked at Jiang Tian with renewed seriousness. This strength far exceeded expectations, especially since he was a master of martial arts. Chief, the drug dealer is dead. According to our examination, he died from injuries including a shattered left temple and massive fractures to the sternum, a forensic doctor said as he approached. He is dead just like that? The most shocked was Muya, as she had seen Jiang Tian land just 1 punch and 1 kick. 2 moves, and he was done? Muya gaspet in dispedief. Is this the hostage? Gao Xiaolong turned with a big smile. He had just been focused on watching Jiang Tian and forgot about the hostages. But when he squinted to see the hostage clearly, his brow twitched uncontrollably. He looked again in disbelief. Hiss! Gao Xiaolong finally confirmed it. And beside Gao Xiaolong, Shun Ting, dressed in a white shirt, turned to look at Muya and was stunned. Xiaoya, what are you doing here? Shun Ting exclaimed. Uncle Shun. Muya waved her hand and smiled. Is that hostage you? Shun Ting gasped. Yes, Uncle Shun. The robber took me hostage to cook for him. Muya recounted what had just happened with Jiang Tian's appearance. Buzz. Shun Ting looked at Jiang Tian with a shocked gaze. Goodness. Now Shun Ting didn't even know how to admire Jiang Tian's luck. Who is Muya? She is the granddaughter of a big shot in the province. Especially considering the situation Muya just described, even Shun Ting felt cold sweat, stepping up and risking one's life to save the people. And if that person saved is the granddaughter of a big shot, it could lead to a better future for serving the people. Shun Ting was desperately comforting himself in his heart. To be honest, with this kind of luck, Shun Ting was stunned. Uncle Gao, Muya greeted Gao Xiaolong again. Her demeanor was neither humble nor arrogant, and her poise was measured. Jiang Tian couldn't help but click his tongue. To be honest, even in his past life, he only knew that Muya's family background was incredibly terrifying. Otherwise, Xiao Bo wouldn't be so desperately trying to cling to her. Jiang Tian had thought very highly of it, but now it seemed it was not enough, far from it. Xiaoya, what are you doing here at night? It's dangerous for a girl to come here, Shun Ting asked in astonishment. I came camping. I'm sorry, Uncle Shun, for causing you trouble. Muya apologized with her head down. But thankfully, Officer Jiang stood up to save me otherwise. As she spoke, Muya looked at Jiang Tian, her beautiful eyes shining with brilliant light. At the moment Jiang Tian stood up and took action against the robber, it was as if a ray of light had surged into her heart. And this scene, however, deeply pierced Xiao Bo's heart. Xiaobo watched this scene with blood-red eyes. At this moment, he felt like a clown. The whole world seemed to have forgotten him, or rather, they simply didn't see him at all. Jiang Tian stood at the center of the crowd, receiving compliments and praises from everyone, shining brilliantly. And he stood in the dark corner. Of course, what hurt him the most was the way Muya looked at Jiang Tian. The dazzling light in her eyes seemed to be filled with affection. It should have been his. Muya was his. But all of this was ruined by Jiang Tian. Rescuing Muya, marrying the rich and beautiful. Reaching the peak of life, Xiaobo had envisioned it perfectly, but reality had given him a resounding slap. Especially in the next moment. Jiang Tian, I now officially commend you on behalf of the Yunhai Public Security Bureau and the Kyoto Public Security Department, and I will report your achievements to apply for a first-class merit. Gao Xiaolong's voice rang out. Buzz! Xiaobo's eyes turned blood-red. First-class merit, another first-class merit. There must be an inside story. Otherwise, why would Jiang Tian so easily obtain a first-class merit? Clearly, he had just received one not long ago. Xiaobo recalled the moment he was slapped in the face the day before when Gao Xiaolong handed him a first-class merit medal. And now he was applying for another one. It was said that first-class merit could be received while lying down. Why was Jiang Tian able to stand and receive one after another? It exploded. However, Xiaobo did not know that in addition to these two, Jiang Tian had also received the honor of Drug Control Pioneer. Moreover, Jiang Tian also had a first-class merit medal under application. Adding this up, simply calculating, Jiang Tian already had 2 first-class merits on the way and 1 in hand. Xiaobo's mentality exploded. That's right, Yer is not that lowly a person. So what if it's a hero saving the beauty? Muya must like me. Muya is a good girl. How could she look at a waste like you? Thinking of this, hope reignited in Xiaobo's heart. Meanwhile, beside the drug dealer's corpse, Bai Qiu crouched down, carefully observing the body on the ground. Earlier, Bai Qiu had seen the 7 armed police officers he killed, undoubtedly killed with a single blow. This was a terrifying existence. But now, such a person looked so miserable at this moment. The skull and chest were both caved in, appearing extremely horrifying, and the death looked tragically dreadful. A single blow to kill. Bai Qiu gasped, his pupils contracting repeatedly. Did this happen because of that comrade Jiang? Bai Qiu turned his gaze to Jiang Tian, standing there. He really had to reevaluate Jiang Tian's abilities. Then Bai Qiu thought of the drug trafficking case he was investigating, and his heartbeat quickened. If Jiang Tian could help. Chapter 52 Breakthrough Progress. Starting today, as the police got to be honest, these past few days have felt dreamlike for Jiang Tian. In just under 3 days, he realized that he seemed to have truly changed the course of history. When Xiaobo approached, ready to volunteer to take Muya home before he could reach her, Jiang Tian heard Muya's voice. Officer Jiang, could you please take me home? Jiang Tian, who was communicating with Gao Xiaolong about the case and planning to return to the municipal bureau for a detailed task report, displayed a look of difficulty upon hearing her request. Uncle Gao, Officer Jiang saved me today. I was in such great danger, and I felt a bit scared without him. You wouldn't be unreasonable, would you? Muya playfully asked Gao Xiaolong. Uncle Gao immediately understood, a smile appearing on his face. How could that be? Your Uncle Gao is not an unreasonable person. All right, Xiao Jiang, you could take the night off. You've been busy all day, no need to go back. Just come to the provincial department tomorrow for a detailed task report. Your task today is to safely escort Xiaoya home. Yes, Jiang Tian nodded, pleasantly surprised. He genuinely did not expect Muya to defend him so much. No, or rather, Muya was too perfect, truly embodying the idea of following her husband after marriage. Never contradicting him in public. No matter the situation, she would always stand by her man. What man wouldn't want such a woman to support him? Jiang Tian felt the same way. Officer Jiang, thank you for your trouble, Muya said, her eyes turning crescent-shaped with a smile. Jiang Tian, following Muya amid the envious gazes of others, couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. In his previous life, he never imagined he would be in such a spotlight. Starting today, Jiang Tian could proudly declare himself as the police god. Especially when he passed by Xiaobo and saw his bloodshot eyes, Jiang Tian paused, straightened his chest, and in a way that Muya couldn't see, leaned in slightly and whispered in a voice only they could hear. I have to say, it's very smooth. Jiang Tian sneered. Thinking about his foolishness in his past life, he truly wished he could slap himself. He remembered how his son, whom he had raised for over 10 years, had been killed by a single blow, and before losing consciousness, Xiaobo had mocked him while embracing Wang Yifei. Jiang Tian, wanting to kill him and destroy his heart. But don't rush, this is just the beginning. Jiang Tian followed Muya without glancing sideways, strolling leisurely. In his past life, Xiaobo had made him wear a green hat for over 10 years, and ultimately, that son had killed him with a single blow. A transfer order had directly removed him from the system. In this life, Jiang Tian wanted to retaliate tenfold, 100-fold. Muya was just the beginning. Boom! The sky is falling. Someone has been killed. Someone has been killed. Xiaobo's head exploded in an instant. His eyes bloodshot as he watched Jiang Tian's departing figure. But at this moment, the shadows of the two had vanished. What truly drove Xiaobo to despair was that Muya had hardly glanced at him the entire time. Thank you for taking me home, Officer Jiang. Muya's voice was filled with a tingling sensation. Watching Muya's lively personality, which seemed infectious, Jiang Tian couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling pleased as he joked. Really? Just a thank you? Under the bright moonlight, Muya's bright eyes fixed on Jiang Tian. On the spacious downhill road, the two paused. Muya looked for a moment, then suddenly leaned closer, making Jiang Tian's heart leap with joy as he caught a whiff of her fragrance. Could it be? Hiss. Jiang Tian waited in surprise for a moment, only to find that Muya had merely brushed past him. Ha ha, just kidding, Officer Jiang. Muya's eyes turned crescent-shaped with laughter. Jiang Tian's mouth twitched. He knew that Xiaobo had pursued her for so long without even holding her hand. In his previous life, he had been quite conservative with Muya, had a clear understanding of her, so he didn't feel too disappointed, just a bit regretful. But the next moment, Jiang Tian felt a wave of warmth on his face. Looking again, he saw Muya now skipping down the road with her hands behind her back. Goodness! Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow, touched his face, and suddenly felt reassured. With a burning ambition inside. How wonderful! Jiang Tian smiled at her retreating figure, his gaze gradually settling. In fact, just now, Jiang Tian was merely testing how open Muya was with him and whether she had truly given up on Xiaobo. Now, Jiang Tian was certain. What are you still dawdling for, you fool? Muya turned and joked with Jiang Tian. However, Jiang Tian clearly noticed Muya's flushed cheeks and couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of the hero saving the beauty. The trick might be old, but it was precisely because it worked that it became a classic. But at this moment, Jiang Tian did not see. After Muya turned back, the blush on her cheeks had vanished, and she touched her lips, her eyes flashing with clarity. In a moment of oversight, Jiang Tian ignored Muya's intelligence. When Jiang Tian caught up, the bouncing Muya suddenly turned to him and said, Officer Jiang, those photos were brought by you on purpose, right? Huh? Jiang Tian's face was filled with shock, and his heart raced. He had become arrogant. Jiang Tian admitted that he had become arrogant. After his rebirth, with a powerful start, he had continuously achieved merits, and his reputation was outstanding. Unconsciously, Jiang Tian had begun to look down on everyone, even if Jiang Tian was unwilling to admit it. His expression darkened as he realized he had underestimated Muya. After all, he recalled the Muya from his memories, who was so intelligent. Even though she was young now, having been raised in such a family, she could not possibly be a naive vase. The reason Xiaobo had never succeeded was probably because Muya had seen through his true nature from the beginning, or at least had sensed something. Jiang Tian smiled bitterly, realizing he had underestimated her. I'm sorry. Although I know you prepared the photos in advance, and just happened to find me. Even if you want to use me as a tool to take revenge on Xiaobo, I accept it because you saved me from the drug dealer today. When Muya smiled, her bright eyes turned crescent-shaped, filled with charm, making one involuntarily develop fondness for her. Boom! At this moment, Jiang Tian finally comprehended the question that had puzzled him for a long time. Looking into Muya's trusting eyes, he finally understood why Xiaobo could pursue Muya in his past life. It was because of this incident. Based on Jiang Tian's observations, he could be certain that before this event, Muya definitely had no strong feelings for Xiaobo coupled with Muya's intelligence. She had likely already seen through Xiaobo's hidden true self. Thus, from the beginning, she had never considered developing anything too deep with Xiaobo. During this incident, when Muya was most fearful and her psychological defenses were breached, Xiaobo took advantage of the situation and saved Muya from the drug dealer. This allowed Muya to know some of Xiaobo's true nature, but still be able to ignore it. Jiang Tian was startled. Thankfully, it was just in time. If he had been a moment later, he was sure that even if Xiaobo was a heinous criminal, he wouldn't have been able to change Muya's feelings. However, when that man became his, Jiang Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of exhilaration. Not only was she intelligent, but she was also devoted to him, unwavering in loyalty. With a strong family background, a terrifying intellect, and fiercely protective of her man, Jiang Tian approached Muya with a serious expression, cornering her by the car. I swear, although the photos are something I wanted to show you, I never intended to use you as a tool to get back at Xiaobo. If I'm lying, let me stay single for the rest of my life, without descendants. Muya fixed her gaze on Jiang Tian, then suddenly chuckled and changed the subject. I drove here. She took out her BMW key, waved it, and tossed it to Jiang Tian. Being rich is great, Jiang Tian envied. However, he felt relieved knowing that he would soon have the blessing of the god of wealth. By then, he would definitely get a BMW, Mercedes, or Rolls-Royce. If you like, I can give you one to drive, Muya said with a smile. Jiang Tian could not agree to that. He drove her home safely. There wasn't much progress. As Jiang Tian knew when to stop, today had already seen significant development. Afterwards, he hailed a cab back home. Yes, just got home. Are you going to the business building tomorrow? Sure, let's leave work together at noon. After Jiang Tian and Muya finished their call, he still seemed to be in a dream. Thinking about the despair of his past life, he looked at the familiar yet strange ceiling. Slap! Jiang Tian slapped himself. It hurt. This was the only way to make him feel that everything was real, and that the hellish life of his past would never play out again. His father's weary yet excited face, his mother's kind and gentle demeanor, his lively and adorable sister, and that perfect woman from his past life. Everything was so perfect. Fate had been completely rewritten. Yet, lying in bed, Jiang Tian gazed at the ceiling, feeling as though he had forgotten something. Chapter 53. The Strongman Support. I'm the most unruly in the police force, Captain. We're at the Bai Dongshan area, and Haven T found anything unusual. It seems like there's no one here. Captain, are you listening? We seem to have lost contact with Song, and the walkie-talkie hasn't made a sound for a while. What's the situation on your end? Sisterly, why can't we reach the walkie-talkie? We can't get in touch with Brother Jiang either. On the east mountain slope, Zhao Wei held the walkie-talkie and looked at Li Ziqin. Li Ziqin scratched her head. How about we just call directly and see if the captain has any updates? Also, maybe they switched the task channel, since the robbers killed the armed police and might have gotten their walkie-talkies. That makes sense. As the morning sun shone into Jiang Tian's simple room, a sudden loud knock echoed through the stillness, accompanied by noisy voices. Jiang Tian opened his eyes to hear a voice outside. Jiang Peng, what is going on? Xiao Jiang works overtime every day, exhausted, and finally manages to get a good sleep. It's not even time for work yet. Why are you knocking on the door? There's an urgent matter. Jiang Peng's anxious voice came through. Jiang Tian instantly opened his eyes, leaped out of bed, and opened the door to see Jiang Peng. Dad, what is the matter? At that moment, his sister's room also opened, and Jiang Xiaoyu, wearing a cute pajamas, rubbed her eyes sleepily, looking adorably dazed. This was a scene Jiang Tian had dreamt of countless times in his previous life. However, ever since his parents left this world one after the other, Xiaoyu had matured a lot. Later, she was kicked out by Wang Yifei, which ultimately led to an accident involving Jiang Xiaoyu. Since then, Jiang Tian had lived in pain and guilt. Now, everything had been rewritten. That wretched woman Wang Yifei was no longer related to him. Wei Yudao is in trouble. Huh? Jiang Tian's expression darkened. In his previous life, after the incident at home, he sank to the bottom and was too preoccupied to care about Wei Yudao's case. Naturally, he had no mood to pay attention to it. Wait a minute. Jiang Tian's gaze slightly changed. He remembered from his previous life that he was certain he had no news about Wei Yudao's troubles, which was definitely being concealed, because afterward, there was no one from the city bureau involved in the follow-up investigation of Wei Yudao's case. At that time, Wang Yifei was still defending Xiao Bo and wasn't he involved in the case's subsequent developments. That was already 5 years later. Xiao Bo had become the head of the anti-drug squad in Yanhai City. The person leading the investigation was the head of the provincial anti-drug team. But it wasn't Bai Chiu, because in his previous life, Bai Chiu had sacrificed shortly after that mission. In this investigation, the head of the anti-drug team died of a sudden heart attack. This case had exploded completely, and Jiang Tian only knew this much because afterward, he was too distracted by Wang Yifei's family trying to extort money. This incident was a bit far back, mainly because Jiang Tian's information didn't include any news of Wei Yudao's death, so he overlooked these issues. We'll talk in detail on the way. Jiang Peng's face was serious. Jiang Tian put on his leather jacket. This era's characteristic style was leather jackets and jeans. He didn't wear his police uniform. Speaking of which, aside from joint operations, most anti-drug officers didn't wear uniforms when acting alone. Even when going to the police station, Jiang Tian mostly wore his leather jacket. Many people might not wear it for months. This gun is hard to carry. Jiang Tian looked at the gun on his waist and the silver bracelet, then turned and saw a pink dinosaur backpack where he placed the handgun and silver bracelet inside. "Brother, why are you carrying my backpack?" Jiang Xiaoyu asked sleepily, rubbing her eyes. "Your backpack is nice. I just like this strong pink." Jiang Tian followed behind, and as they left, he could still hear Jiang's mother complaining, "You shouldn't have listened to your dad. Ever since your brother became an anti-drug officer, he has been so busy he can't even come home. I say, it would be better to work at the finance bureau. There's never any overtime." "Mom, don't say that. Dad and my brother are ensuring the safety of people's lives and property. We can't be selfish. I admire my brother. He looks so cool when he's dominating at school." Jiang Xiaoyu said as she brushed her teeth. "How dangerous is it in a hail of bullets?" Jiang's mother was even more worried. What Jiang's mother didn't see was that while getting ready, Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled, and she took out her phone to edit a message. "Exiner, my brother likes strong pink, the flashy kind. My brother's birthday is in a few days. Let us buy him a pink shirt together. He will definitely like it." When Jiang Peng and Jiang Tian hurriedly arrived at the city bureau, the entire anti-drug team was silent. The forensic expert had come. Around 2 in the morning, Wei Yudao and his secretary had committed suicide. Song Li's face was terrifyingly dark. "Did they say anything?" Jiang Peng inquired. Wei Yudao didn't but his secretary couldn't hold it in anymore and was about to spill. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, he was gone? At 3 in the morning, we on duty had just checked everything was fine. Song Li's expression was grim. How could it not be grim? They could already imagine what expressions Gao Xiaolong or the provincial office would have upon hearing this. It could be said that Wei Yudao was a major case they were focusing on. The involvement of the drug manufacturing factory in this major case was immense. Over the years, how many drugs have been distributed and sold? That was a terrifying number. Following the clues could become a major breakthrough. Because of this, Gao Xiaolong specifically applied for a title of anti-drug pioneer for Jiang Tian, as Jiang Tian had effectively torn open a bloody hole in the impenetrable criminal city of Yanhai. Once they followed the clues, they could thoroughly unveil the dark side of Yanhai and then proceed to eradicate the poison. But just as they had discovered the cause, the person had vanished. Chapter 54. Excuse me, but my investigation skills are also quite impressive. Get the criminal investigation team to come over for a close investigation. Also, let's go through everyone who entered the police station last night. Jiang Peng slammed the table and said, his face full of anger. This was simply a slap in the face. A person died inside their police team and with solid evidence at hand. They were just waiting for more information from the interrogation, and now the person was dead. Jiang Tian stood at the door of the small interrogation room, looking at the body inside, where a forensic expert was examining the cause of death. How did he die? Jiang Tian's heart trembled. It was simply outrageous. To be murdered in the small interrogation room of their anti-drug team was something Jiang Tian couldn't even dare to imagine. According to the forensic expert's preliminary diagnosis, it seemed to be a death by poisoning. Captain Guo brought Jiang Tian into the conference room. His expression was grim. How could he be in a good mood? Just this one case, if handled well, would be a significant achievement, possibly earning him a second-class merit. If they could uncover the drug trafficking power behind Wei Yudao, he might even get a first-class merit. But now all of that was gone. At this moment, the room was already filled with people. At the front of the conference room stood a woman with glasses and disheveled hair, giving off a first impression of being unkempt. However, Jiang Tian did not dare to underestimate her at all. If Jiang Tian was the police god in drug enforcement after his rebirth, then this woman was the darling of the criminal investigation team, known for solving a major unsolved case in the past. She was rumored to be a genius in the criminal investigation team, but although they were in the same city bureau, Jiang Tian had rarely seen her. Everyone called her Miss Chiu. In his previous life, he had seen her photo in the party's newspaper. By then, she had already been specially recruited to the headquarters' 5th Bureau, spent some time there, and led a team to investigate a major unsolved case in Yanhai. But she also died unexpectedly. Jiang Tian hadn't thought much of it back then, but at this moment, a chill suddenly crept into Jiang Tian's heart. He realized the arrogance and terror of criminals. You feel safe until you touch a certain darkness. Jiang Tian unconsciously clenched his fists, and vaguely, he felt that the entire Yunhai seemed to be shrouded in an invisible dark force. Bai Qiu, and the newly appointed captain replacing Bai Qiu, the director replacing his father, etc. Alright, and Gao Xiaolong, was it really an accident? But no matter who it was, Jiang Tian smirked. He really wanted to join the fun. Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Tian. I just investigated the details of the 2 deceased. They both died from poisoning, and the time of death was around 3 in the morning. However, according to the surveillance, no one was seen entering the interrogation room at that time. Miss Chiu pointed at the deceased. What are your thoughts? How did the murderer deliver the poison? Miss Chiu looked at the people in the conference room. At this moment, Jiang Peng, Sun Haibo, and the other anti-drug team members all fell silent. Compared to criminal investigation expertise, they lacked knowledge in solving cases. No one spoke, and Miss Chiu's gaze suddenly turned to Jiang Tian. Officer Jiang, you have deduced the criminal facts regarding Wei Yudao and found their criminal gang. You should have some understanding of investigative reasoning. Can you guess how the murderer committed the crime? How would I know how they committed the crime? Jiang Tian rolled his eyes, but all eyes in the conference room turned to him. Sun Haibo chuckled and said, Miss Chiu, if it comes to physical action, just ask Officer Jiang. There's no need for thinking. Even if you gave Comrade Xiao Jiang a few more brains, he probably wouldn't be able to figure out the reason for the crime. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the room instantly turned cold. Jiang Tian's expression also grew colder. One should not underestimate the impact and malicious nature of this statement. In this system, good news doesn't spread, but bad news travels fast. If Jiang Tian failed to respond today, it would leave an impression on everyone in the system that he was a person who acted without thinking but had strong physical capabilities. In the future, leaders would definitely not consider someone without brains for promotion. In other words, a single sentence could negate all his achievements. However, Jiang Tian did not show any anger on his face. Instead, he felt like laughing, because Sun Haibo had unwittingly provided him with an opportunity to show off. System. At points, Jiang Tian directly opened his panel. Last time he upgraded by spending 10,000 evil points, he upgraded his physical ability to red, theoretically giving him infinite strength if he could replenish enough energy. Originally, he had 300 evil points, but after capturing the notorious criminal Zhou Zicheng, he gained an additional 900 evil points, bringing his total to over 10,000. Bulletproof gold, scanning radar gold, martial arts master red, endless physical ability red, sharp investigation white, evil points 200 upgrade. Jiang Tian directly upgraded his sharp investigation, deducting 100 evil points. Sharp investigation white, criminal investigation expert green. You are now capable of leading a team to solve moderately difficult criminal cases. Not enough. Jiang Tian knew that with Wei Yudao's murder and the dark forces lurking behind Yanhai, a massive power needed criminal investigation reasoning and logic. Continuing to upgrade, Jiang Tian watched as 1,000 evil points were deducted. Criminal investigation expert green, criminal investigation genius blue. You have now developed preliminary abilities that are well known and can solve most slightly complex cases. Evil points 100. Jiang Tian squinted, then looked at Zhu Tianxiu on the podium. Based on Jiang Tian's reasoning, Zhu Tianxiu was most likely at this level, a criminal investigation genius. coupled with Jiang Tian's hidden green attribute memory of being extraordinary. He carefully reviewed the case and indeed found many areas he had overlooked. And the criminal investigation logic appeared in his mind almost without thinking. Sun Haiba, smiling but in a joking tone, continued to belittle, "If you can't figure it out, just sit down quickly. No one is perfect. If Comrade Xiao Jiang has such good skills, if his brain were that good too, how would we brainy folk survive?" Deputy Director's son, have you figured out? Jiang Peng's face turned ugly. Everyone knew Jiang Tian was his son, and Sun Haiba dared to say such things, which was a blow to his authority. More importantly, belittling Jiang Tian was already an insult. Not yet. We're still investigating. However, I have some investigative ideas. Comrade Xiao Jiang can act if needed, but in terms of investigation, there's still a long way to go. Sun Haiba smiled. Who said I didn't know? At this moment, Jiang Tian spoke expressionlessly. You know, Sun Haiba wanted to see Jiang Tian embarrass himself on purpose, or rather, the two of them were becoming increasingly powerful in the police force. No one listened to him anymore. How could Sun Haiba tolerate this? Moreover, during the conflict between the two sides, seeing Jiang Tian about to soar, while he had only seen a first-class merit badge a few times in his life, Jiang Tian had already received several in a short time. In the future, if Jiang Tian grew up, the contradictions between them would be so great. No, he didn't even need Jiang Tian to grow, because Jiang Tian's achievements could even push Jiang Peng further. So now, even if Sun Haiba couldn't take Jiang Tian down, he had to find ways to annoy him periodically. Jiang Tian left his seat and directly walked to the podium. Chapter 55. The subordinates set a deadline for solving the case. Yinhai exploded in this case. The key point is where the poison of the two came from. There are only two sources. The first is hidden in their own bodies, but a normal person wouldn't hide poison on themselves, risking death at any moment, especially someone like Wei Yudao. So, there is only the second possibility, which is that it was delivered through the dinner that night. Jiang Tian said lightly, eliminating all impossibilities. What remains is the answer. With an extraordinary memory and Jiang Tian's criminal investigation genius, he could easily recall many places that others couldn't even think of or see, even discovering points of suspicion. Miss Zhou looked at Jiang Tian in shock. Sun Haiba sneered even more. They died at 3 in the morning. They were already dead by the time the food was delivered. Jiang Tian smiled without getting angry. Oh, has Deputy Director's son never thought that someone might have left a simple threat message in the food, informing them of the time of death, creating the illusion of a death at 3 in the morning? Large beads of sweat continuously dripped from Lu Haiba's forehead. Buzz! The scene was filled with anti-drug team members. In fact, logical thinking is a mode of criminal investigation thinking. Only professionals in this field can possess it. Anti-drug police spend most of their time investigating drug dealers and murderers, which is not their jurisdiction. At this moment, even without any evidence, this reasoning made them gasp in amazement. It seemed like it should have been so all along. Clap, clap, clap. The next moment, the conference room door was opened. Shinhan entered the conference room with Director Bai, continually applauding. After a brief silence in the conference room, the sound of enthusiastic applause instantly erupted. Each clear and loud clap seemed like a resounding slap in Sun Haiba's face, making his expression worse than if he had eaten something disgusting. Wonderful, too wonderful. I didn't expect, Xiao Jiang, that not only are you skilled, but you are also exceptional in reasoning, Shun Han said, incredulous. The case had serious issues. After receiving the news, he immediately brought Director Bai from the provincial department to the city bureau at the fastest speed, and behind them were also criminal investigation experts from the provincial department. At this moment, even this criminal investigation expert was applauding and candidly stated, although the truth of this case seems simple, figuring it out is definitely not a simple matter. The most valuable thing is that in such a short time, the scene was analyzed so quickly. Excellent. I didn't expect that besides Miss Chiu, there was another criminal investigation talent in the city bureau. The expert's words instantly shocked everyone present, like a loud slap to Sun Haiba's face. Because anyone could question, but only this criminal investigation expert, the tiger of solving cases in Yinhai, Li Kegong, who had previously cracked shocking national cases. was now a specially appointed expert in Yunhai and a contracted professor at the police academy. I just heard someone say that Comrade Xiao Jiang has no brain and is just showing off how smart he is. What can't solve cases? Can't fight drug dealers? Just talking in this conference room makes you capable? In this system, either you're capable or you are not. What you say doesn't count. Only what you do matters, Shun Han said sternly, sweeping his gaze across the room. The entire conference room fell silent. Their pupils were continuously constricting. Although Shun Han did not name names, Sun Haiba's face turned pale. The director's words were already quite heavy, especially some people. Their gazes had turned towards Jiang Tian, their eyes burning with eagerness, seemingly thinking of ways to get closer to him. The director's father, the approval of the director, the attention of the big shots in the capital. What a winner in life. In the conference room, looking at the radiant Jiang Tian, Xiao Bo, who was hiding in the corner, dare not make a sound or attract anyone's attention, was breaking down inside, even though he was unwilling to admit it. Facing Jiang Tian at this moment, he felt immense envy and even clenched his fists. Indeed, with the backing of the director's father and the director as support, and big shots directly stating they would look for him if needed. Meanwhile, he had terrifying reasoning abilities and could handle criminal cases. The most frightening part was that he had achieved great merits multiple times, receiving first-class honors until his hands were sore. How could he lose? To be honest, facing this situation, Jiang Tian truly didn't know how to lose. He even knew that even if a huge change occurred in the future, he would absolutely stand firm. At this moment, Miss Chiu looked at Jiang Tian, also in shock. Goodness, she had arrived early and after several hours of investigation and reasoning, had only just arrived at this point. Miss Chiu was confident that the sophistication of this method was something not many could think of besides her. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tian was singled out at the scene and mocked, while Miss Chiu was still thinking about how to apologize and compensate Jiang Tian, only to find Jiang Tian had given her such a big shock. Analyzed in such a short time? Officer Jiang, are you interested in joining criminal investigation? Miss Chiu's eyes sparkled, her gaze seeming to see through people's hearts. No. Jiang Tian decisively shook his head. The anti-drug police were currently very suitable for him. He had no thoughts of switching departments. After all, murder is a crime. But how could the level of evil be compared to a bunch of ruthless drug dealers? Miss Chiu looked regretful. Shun Han walked up to the podium, glanced around for a moment, and then spoke solemnly. The case of Wei Yudao had already reached the higher-ups. Waiting for good news, but unexpectedly, such an incident occurred. 2 people died brazenly under the noses of the city bureau. Simply audacious. The Ministry of Public Security has issued a deadline for solving the case, requiring the Public Security Department and the City Bureau to solve it within 10 days. At this point, everyone's expressions changed drastically. From a method of poisoning, it was clear that this was organized and premeditated. 10 days to solve the case? Impossible. Did the Ministry of Public Security treat this case as a criminal investigation case? It's not that easy to crack down on drug organizations. Song Ligua could no longer hold back and stood up. Do I not know how difficult it is? Wei Yudao undoubtedly has a huge backing, but is knowing help? This matter was personally ordered by the minister, explicitly requiring Yunhai to solve the case within a deadline, to stop the spread of evil forces and eliminate all criminal forces. Look at how Wei Yudao and the others died here. Don't you feel embarrassed? Shun Han shouted loudly. Once Song Ligua sat down with his head bowed, Shun Han continued, if there are difficulties, we will solve them. Regarding this case, a special task force will be established, with me as the team leader and Li Lao as the deputy team leader. Since it involves drug crime, the main team members will be drawn from the anti-drug team. Director Bai has a case and cannot participate. Song Ligua, Jiang Tian, Zhu Tianxiu, and the other names I mentioned. You can each bring 2 people to join the special task force to assist you. I will say this up front. After the case is solved, the entire special task force will be awarded first-class merit. The others were to await orders for mobilization and support. Boom! Everyone's eyes lit up, because Shun Han's expression was very clear. Solving the case and performing excellently might even earn personal commendation from the minister. Jiang Tian was even more invigorated. Good. It seemed like his path could only get wider. As for Xiao Bo, Jiang Tian quietly looked at Xiao Bo standing in the corner, a barely perceptible cold smile appearing on his face. He had seen him enter, but ignored him because there was no time. Of course, he will come back. Jiang Tian is not surprised. After all, Xiao Bo didn't make a big mistake, and no one has the right to dismiss him. Besides the behind-the-scenes manipulations. With Sun Haibaw's help, it would be easy to use the excuse of being short-staffed to cancel the suspension. But what difference will it make when he returns? How much impact can he create? Without Muya and without Jiang Tian's identity to assist him, Sun Haibaw is barely able to protect himself. What achievements can a person from a mountain village accomplish? Jiang Tian has been misremembered. Xiao Bo has been in the game for nearly 20 years without a single major contribution. Chapter 56. The Man Who Blows God and Ghosts. More impressive than Jiang Tian is getting out of hand. Yinhai is becoming increasingly excessive. Initially, I thought it was just a stubborn problem, but unexpectedly, just touching this stubborn issue instantly revealed a terrifying condition that was riddled with problems inside and out. In a well-decorated and grand office, Gao Xiaolong sat in the guest seat, looking at a serious and heavy-faced man across from him. Old Mu, the issues in Yinhai are far more serious than you and I imagined, and even more severe than what the Public Security Bureau anticipated, Gao Xiaolong continued to add. The man referred to as Old Mu looked at Gao Xiaolong, his face displaying a helpless wry smile. I didn't expect the problems in Yinhai to be this severe either. Indeed, the issues that have already been exposed are very serious. To what extent? Over half of the drugs in the country are flowing out from Yinhai. Because Yinhai connects to the Golden Triangle region, it fully embodies three advantages: safe and reliable routes, covert operations with no danger, and low transportation costs. However, at the same time, with the intertwining of gambling and drugs, the consequences of rampant drugs are various criminal activities, the existence of organized crime, and a significant amount of corruption, among other problems. This has further given rise to uncontrollable drug trafficking forces. Old Gao, the problems in Yunhai are very serious. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reported it to Kyoto and asked you to come over to supervise. Old Mu sighed. Gao Xiaolong nodded slightly. When I arrived in Yunhai, I felt suffocated, as if a tightly woven giant net was enveloping the entire Yunhai, with those drug dealers acting recklessly from top to bottom, yet difficult to act against. Fortunately, the anti-drug team in Yunhai has produced a genius. Mentioning that genius, Old Mu's spirit instantly lifted. You mean that little Jiang? Old Mu certainly had heard of this name. Jiang Tian's appearance rate had been extraordinarily high these past few days. Gao Xiaolong unabashedly praised him. That's right. Comrade Jiang Tian fully embodies what it means to be fearless in the face of danger, prioritizing the people, and bravely fighting. At first, I thought he was just good at shooting, but he surprised me immensely at the drug manufacturing factory 2 days ago. No matter how many drug dealers there were, he gave me an invincible feeling. To be honest, Gao Xiaolong had seen his share of experts like the secret bodyguards in Kyoto. But those were professionally trained from a young age, and even so, he felt those people's skills might only be slightly better than Zhou Cheng's, far from Jiang Tian's level. Hearing about Jiang Tian's achievements these past few days, Old Mu's eyes showed a hint of envy. Damn it, why isn't such an outstanding young man my granddaughter's husband? Wait, that's not right. That Xiao Bo is in the same police team as little Jiang, so they should be on par, right? Even if there's a slight difference. His level shouldn't be low, right? Suddenly, Old Mu remembered the complaints he had heard from his granddaughter, mentioning that there was a second-generation slacker named Jiang Tian in Xiao Bo's police team. Is it him? Such an excellent Jiang Tian is actually dragging Xiao Bo down? Then Xiao Bo must be even more outstanding, right? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Old Mu's face. Although Jiang Tian is excellent, the young drug enforcement officer pursuing my granddaughter, who seems to have some intentions, should also be very outstanding. What are you laughing at? Gao Xiaolong asked in confusion. Your municipal bureau has another outstanding young man besides little Jiang, and his abilities might not be inferior to that of little Jiang. Old Mu chuckled. Who? Gao Xiaolong was somewhat surprised. Jiang Tian is so outstanding, tearing open the evil wounds of Yunhai, continuously achieving great feats, which has already left him ecstatic. He didn't expect there was actually a second one, and not inferior to little Jiang? Who is it? Who exactly? Gao Xiaolong's face was filled with excitement. That outstanding young man comes from an ordinary family. His parents are farmers, and he worked while studying back in school. He is a very excellent young man. Old Mu began to praise without reservation. Because previously, when Jiang Tian hadn't shown his capabilities, Xiao Bo had mentioned many times that a little brother named Jiang Tian was like a useless person who always dragged him down. Now it should be that Jiang Tian has emerged. So how outstanding must Xiao Bo be as a master? Gao Xiaolong's expression grew more and more animated and excited. His name is Xiao Bo, huh? Xiao Bo. Gao Xiaolong rubbed his ears, thinking he might have misheard. It should be, right? Xiao Bo, this young man, has no background but can face second-generation elites without fearing power, arguing logically, and resolutely refusing privileges, and he has been pursuing my granddaughter. I didn't agree because I gave him a test to assess his character, asking him to get promoted within this year, based on his abilities. What's wrong? As he spoke halfway, Old Mu's gaze shifted to Gao Xiaolong. At this moment, Gao Xiaolong's expression was as strange as it could get. If it were someone else, the newcomer Gao Xiaolong wouldn't recognize them, but that clown-like Xiao Bo, the one with a dark psyche, filled with toxic calculations, and who questioned Jiang Tian's achievements, Gao Xiaolong was very familiar with him. Before Gao Xiaolong could speak, his phone rang urgently. It was a call from Xiao Shun. There must be progress from Municipal Bureau. Gao Xiaolong switched to speakerphone. Chapter 57. Are you still analyzing? Have you cracked the case? Time rewinds. Just before the two big shots took the call. Over at the Municipal Police Bureau, a special task force has already been formed, but essentially, Shun Han can only be considered a nominal figure. The real decision-maker is still the expert Li Kegong from the Municipal Bureau. Among them, including Jiang Peng. They all have nominal roles, but in essence, they're just administrative personnel and not involved in solving the case. The ones truly leading the investigation are still Li Kegong and Miss Chiu from the Criminal Investigation Department. As for the drug enforcement officers, they can only cooperate with the action. They can investigate and apprehend drug dealers, but asking them to handle a homicide investigation in a locked room? Sorry, even the elder Song Ligua can only watch helplessly, as there is no criminal investigation logic, and it's truly a foggy situation. However, Jiang Tian is an exception. Comrade Xiao Jiang, the director has long said that your skills are top-notch. You've killed hundreds of drug dealers. You are responsible for protecting Miss Chiu, and you have investigative logic. Working together with Miss Chiu, you will definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort, Li Kegong instructed. Jiang Tian naturally nodded. Miss Chiu, upon hearing this, was stunned. She looked at Jiang Tian in astonishment, her face filled with shock. You've killed hundreds of drug dealers? To be honest, although they both work at the Municipal Bureau, one is in criminal investigation and the other in drug enforcement. While there are areas of collaboration, there isn't too deep of a connection between the two sides. Moreover, the information from the drug enforcement side cannot be widely disseminated. Yes, Jiang Tian nodded as a matter of course. With you protecting me, I can rest assured, Miss Chiu said, still in shock, her gaze slightly dazed. It must be said, despite being such a messy woman with dead fish eyes, she truly appeared charming with that face. With Jiang Tian already possessing genius-level criminal investigation logic, he and Miss Chiu would pose questions to each other and provide supplementary information. Especially in urgent situations, Jiang Tian also interrogated the person delivering meals from the cafeteria. And the final result was predictable. There were 3 suspicious individuals: the cleaning lady from the Municipal Bureau cafeteria, a chef, and finally, the cafeteria owner. The cafeteria owner? To be honest, seeing Miss Chiu analyze, a smile appeared on Jiang Tian's face. What are you laughing at? Do you think I'm wrong? Miss Chiu frowned. Jiang Tian's relaxed smile gave her a great sense of displeasure. Miss Chiu believed that investigation is a sacred task, seeking justice for the innocent and ensuring that the guilty receive their due punishment. Therefore, she was extremely serious about solving the case. However, Jiang Tian's face was filled with relaxation, even giving off a feeling of disdain towards her analysis. Indeed, a lack of respect for her hard work. No, on the contrary, I think your analysis is very correct. Jiang Tian nodded in agreement. Then why are you laughing? Do you have other discoveries? Miss Chiu said, her mood displeased. Jiang Tian looked at his scanning radar and smiled. Why am I laughing? You could say that I suddenly realized that the entry function, while powerful on its own, when two compatible entries combine, the resulting power far exceeds that of a single entry multiplied several times. For example, Jiang Tian's infinite stamina combined with martial arts master skills results in a combat power that even he doesn't know if a world champion could withstand a casual punch from him. If he were to use techniques, he wouldn't even know how many it would take to kill. Similarly, when a criminal investigation genius combines with a scanning radar, a suspect appears. As long as there is a simple target brought before Jiang Tian or within a kilometer of him, he can see it instantly. And at this moment, Jiang Tian saw it. Brother Jiang, I brought you this. This is our cafeteria owner. Miss Chiu and Jiang Tian were in a simple small conference room, with the blackboard densely covered with Wei Yudeo's interpersonal relationships, such as family, wife, etc., and potential suspects. Just as Jiang Tian was about to say something, he saw Zhao Wei, who brought the person, looking at him with a resentful expression. Not just Zhao Wei. Standing at the door, Li Zijing had her arms crossed, leaning against the door frame, looking at him with a dark expression. Hey! Jiang Tian scratched his head. He finally remembered what he forgot yesterday. Brother Jiang, you didn't think of us when you made your achievement, but you remembered us when it was time to work? Zhao Wei was holding back his anger. Jiang Tian blinked. This is also an achievement. It's all for the people. If this case is solved, just think about it. Can you escape from a collective first-class merit? Oh, but if it can't be solved, entering the special task force will also lead to disciplinary action, Zhao Wei said, looking resentful. What are you talking about? With Brother Jiang here, is there any case that can't be solved? Jiang Tian scolded. Damn, Brother Jiang. I was waiting for this confident sentence from you. Zhao Wei admired Jiang Tian. Although this case is terrifying and the pressure is immense, with pressure from the provincial department and the Ministry of Public Security weighing down on them, it's precisely because of this focus that the credit after solving the case will be even greater. Besides, don't you know who Brother Jiang is? Last night, who knew where the suspect was? What if it was near you? Would I have scared them away? Last night, I had a sudden idea, and I asked Sisterly about the location. I had no idea beforehand, Jiang Tian explained. Oh, Zhao Wei looked a bit guilty, realizing he had wronged Brother Jiang. Behind Zhao Wei, Li Zijing was about to explode upon seeing Zhao Wei's expression. Last night, they were halfway up the mountain, changed a channel on the walkie-talkie, searched for most of the night, and no one answered on the walkie-talkie. They didn't dare to casually call Jiang Tian. They kept shouting until they encountered a retreating armed police team, only to learn that the case had been solved. They returned to the police station in the middle of the night, only to find out that it was Jiang Tian who solved the case. When they tried to call Jiang Tian again, his phone was off, as he had been chatting with Muya for too long, and his phone died. All that aside, the key issue was that Jiang Tian caught the suspect while they didn't get a single clue. How could they not be angry? However, Li Zijing looked at Jiang Tian, who was interrogating the case, and didn't explode. She just glared at the cafeteria owner unhappily. It must be said that the cafeteria at the municipal bureau is contracted out. The cafeteria owner is a relatively large local contractor, not only contracting their bureau, but also the cafeteria at Yin University. One can imagine how powerful this person is and how big their business is. Yet even Jiang Tian had to admit that the food prepared by this cafeteria owner was quite good and reasonably priced. Why did you come to the municipal bureau cafeteria last night? Jiang Tian questioned. Miss Chiu bit her pen, leaning on the table, staring at the cafeteria owner with her dead fish eyes. Yesterday was the end of the month, a day for checking accounts. The cafeteria knows I come to check every end of the month. It has always been this way, and the cafeteria staff are aware of this. The cafeteria owner said with a simple smile. Jiang Tian stared intently at the cafeteria owner. Without the scanning radar, even Jiang Tian, a criminal investigation genius, wouldn't he notice any anomalies. But now, looking at the blood red on the scanning radar, shining and blinking with light, he suddenly asked, who is behind Wei Yudao? This is also a method of interrogation based on criminal investigation logic, directly striking at the heart of the criminal to catch them off guard. Not going to say. Jiang Tian smiled slightly. He turned back to take a glance at Miss Chiu, who was still analyzing the situation. At that moment, she was confused, thinking, what does this mean? Are you saying that I'm still analyzing while you've caught the murderer? Chapter 58. 3 blows to scatter the drug dealers. Miss Chiu looked at Jiang Tian with a face full of astonishment, seemingly unable to believe that Jiang Tian would act so suddenly and be so adept at criminal investigation and interrogation. However, her dead fish eyes were fixed tightly on him. It was during surprise interrogations that criminals were most likely to reveal flaws. Yet the cafeteria owner, with a bewildered expression, showed almost no signs of weakness. Captain Jiang, here are the materials. At that moment, we walked in with a stack of documents, which Jiang Tian took casually. The documents were all about the cafeteria owner. Like Xiao Bo, came from a rural family and represented a minor rise to success. It was impossible to contract so many cafeterias without significant connections. So, was he feeling invincible? Jiang Tian observed the cafeteria owner's honest smile, which showed no signs of panic. He loosened his shirt, deciding it was time for the drug dealers and criminals in Yunhai to feel the force of brutality. Zhang Jing, Zhongfang Food Company, registered residence. Jiang Tian slowly read through the documents. I have nothing to say. I don't know Wei Yu Dao. Officer Jiang, if there's nothing else, I apologize, but I must leave. I have hundreds of millions in project funds waiting to be collected. Excuse me. The cafeteria owner, Zhang Jing, stood up. This was true audacity. His actions were measured and incredibly elegant. You might be misunderstanding yourself. Jiang Tian stepped closer. What misunderstanding? Zhang Jing looked at Jiang Tian with a puzzled expression. Crack. Jiang Tian directly locked Zhang Jing up. Others might be able to deceive him, but Jiang Tian was confident that his radar could not be wrong. Moreover, the case had a deadline. Therefore, Jiang Tian could only take some special measures. What are you doing, Officer Jiang? I hope you don't misjudge me. Zhang Jing showed no signs of panic even as he was handcuffed. Bang! In the next moment, under the terrified gazes of everyone in the office, Jiang Tian casually pulled a police baton from the wall. With one hard swing, he struck Zhang Jing on the head. Zhang Jing fell to the ground with a thud. What are you doing? Zhang Jing looked bewildered, covering his head, his eyes seemingly vacant, his tone slightly panicked. How dare you threaten a righteous police officer? Do you think that by pretending not to know, we won't be able to find out? You scum! Check the accounts from the month before last. Look at yesterday's date. The 25th, check your accounts for that month. Jiang Tian swung the baton, hitting Zhang Jing repeatedly. Hud. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Zhang Jing curled up on the ground, rolling around. Still pretending? Jiang Tian was genuinely frustrated. These criminals were truly arrogant. If they were innocent or uncertain, Jiang Tian would not resort to violence. However, he was now certain that this guy was definitely the murderer from last night. Knowing the murderer, Jiang Tian did not have time to play games. The safety of the people's lives did not allow him to show mercy. Was he swinging a police baton? No, it was the just judgment of the people. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. After 3 strikes, Zhang Jing's mentality collapsed. He had never encountered such a fierce officer before. The 3 blows shattered all his elegant pretenses. What method did you use to make Wei Yu Dao consume the poison himself? What does it have to do with him? Jiang Tian asked again. It has nothing to do with me, Officer Jiang. I'm being wronged. Zhang Jing feigned a miserable look. But at this moment, the cold light in his eyes was almost about to explode. When had he ever suffered such injustice in his life? Zhang Jing vowed that once he was safe, he would definitely kill this bastard. As for confessing, that was impossible. It would never happen in his lifetime. Without a confession, there would be no evidence. If he confessed, his crime would certainly lead to the death penalty. Among all criminals, drug dealers were the most ruthless and reckless because other crimes had a chance of survival unless it was intentional murder. But for drug dealers, one encounter could lead to a death sentence. Bang, bang, bang. But unfortunately, Jiang Tian's baton showed no mercy. Moreover, as a martial arts master, his control was very precise. On the surface, it might not seem like there was any visible pain, but the internal injuries caused by Jiang Tian's baton strikes were severe. Cough, cough. Zhang Jing coughed up blood, his face turned pale. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the conference room, Zhang Jing's screams caught the attention of Xiao Bo, who passed by and witnessed everything. Did you really think you could act recklessly just because you made a contribution? Do you still dare to force a confession? Xiao Bo's spirit jolted, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He even began to think about how to use this as leverage to threaten Jiang Tian regarding Wang Yifei. Otherwise, he would expose his actions. God knows what Xiao Bo felt when he returned home yesterday and found Wang Yifei's parents guarding his door, because he knew his matters might have been discovered. Ever since Wang Yifei's incident, he hadn't dared to go near her. At that time, Xiao Bo felt a wave of relief, because he knew Wang Yifei's parents were at his door for her sake. Luckily, he had escaped quickly. Now, he had been caught red-handed. No, I won't confess. I want to find the director and accuse an innocent person just to solve the case. You're truly insane. Xiao Bo sneered. What he didn't know was that at this moment, Jiang Tian took out his phone. He crouched down, grabbing Zhang Jing by the hair, and pulled out his phone, revealing a bloody photo. Look at this. Do you recognize her? If not, it doesn't matter. Let me tell you, this is Wei Yudeo's wife, who has been silenced. While I may not have the ability to give you an unsubstantiated sentence, capturing you for a few days is not difficult. At that time, whether you live or die doesn't matter, but think about your family. Don't look at me like that. It wasn't me. It was our captain who went to Wei Yudeo's house to gather information and found out she had been silenced by your boss behind you. Think carefully. It's better to confess early and get captured early for the safety of your family. You wouldn't want your family to be wiped out by the drug lord behind you, would you? Jiang Tian grinned. As for the so-called elaborate schemes and slowly solving the case, Jiang Tian didn't have that much time or leisure. Why would he waste days with a suspect over something that could be resolved with a police baton? Is it possible? Zhang Jing's pupils shrank. How could it not be possible? Once you have the possibility of leaking information, think about whether you might be eliminated by your boss behind you, Jiang Tian said slowly. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Jing's face. Since I dare to lay hands on you, I already have evidence. Capturing you is more than enough. You can't escape. Accept your fate. Now think about your family. That's what's most important. Jiang Tian continued to apply pressure. Don't say anymore. Zhang Jing, not knowing whether it was from the blows of the baton or fear, beads of sweat dripped onto the ground. After a moment, Zhang Jing struggled to cough up a mouthful of blood before gritting his teeth and saying, "If I confess, not just me, even you won't survive today." Oh, Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. A big fish. This is a big fish. Great, he liked this kind of big fish. He wanted to see if someone so formidable could withstand his 3 strikes. At this moment, the conference room was silent. No one spoke. They all stared blankly at Zhang Jing. Do you think I'm joking? I wouldn't dare to defy that person at all. Not to mention you. Do you know how your former director died? Zhang Jing gritted his teeth. Hiss. Jiang Tian inhaled sharply. No wonder this case reached the highest levels, even prompting the Ministry of Public Security to personally intervene and command the investigation, mobilizing over 1,000 personnel to Yunhai for the inquiry. The former director died while in office, and Jiang Peng took over as a successor. The previous director's death was quite natural. He was hit by a truck on the road, and the driver, a drunkard, crashed into a reservoir after the incident, resulting in his own death. In short, it was almost seamless with no flaws. Jiang Tian didn't expect that this would involve the former director. Some matters are better left untouched. Once they are uncovered, no one can contain the fallout. Zhang Jing was filled with hatred. Jiang Tian's 3 police batons and threats indeed scared Zhang Jing. What seemed like a simple conversation struck deep in Zhang Jing's heart. That person was truly terrifying and ruthless. Mentioning his name showed just how formidable he was. Jiang Tian's smile gradually faded. Although Jiang Tian was arrogant, he would not underestimate anyone, especially someone as ruthless as Zhang Jing, whom he needed to take down decisively and quickly. If he could silence his own subordinates, what about enemies? Thinking of this, a sense of urgency rose in Jiang Tian's heart. On the other hand, everyone in the conference room was flushed with excitement. If they had encountered this situation under normal circumstances, they would have been terrified. But now, with Jiang Tian by their side, who would feel afraid? Meanwhile, Shenhan looked at Xiao Bo, who burst into the conference room, feeling a bit dazed. Did he act too hastily? Director Shun, to meet the deadline. That comrade Jiang Tian has already been coerced into confessing. I didn't intend to involve you, but I can't bear to see the municipal bureau fall into ruin under Jiang Tian's misguided leadership. Director Shun, please believe me. I am not lying about the risks of coercing a confession in such an important case. Exactly. Other things can be overlooked, but this incident absolutely must not have any mistakes. The focus is not on the beating, but on avoiding false information. Coercing a confession in this case would be a disgrace to the Ministry of Public Security. Xiao Bo, can you take responsibility for your words? Director Shun stood up, his face serious. I swear, Jiang Tian is definitely an innocent person coerced into a confession, and there is no connection to this case. Xiao Bo desperately tried to prove himself, believing his opportunity had come. Besides handling Wang Yifei's troubles to threaten Jiang Tian, Xiao Bo ultimately made another choice. He would gamble everything on his future. If he lost, he would have nothing left. Xiao Bo could not bear the cost of failure. Chapter 59. Is the cafeteria poisonous? It exploded. Deputy Director Sun, are you also like this? Director Shun looked at Sun Haiba. That's right. Based on Xiao Bo's current character and position. How could Shen Han possibly have the time to meet Xiao Bo alone? What is Xiao Bo even worth? At this point, he is the lowest rank, even lower than Jiang Tian in terms of police rank. An ordinary person without any special tasks has no authority, and moreover, Shen Han doesn't have the time to meet him alone. In the end, Xiao Bo still found Sun Haiba. In fact, to be absolutely sure, Sun Haiba was brought secretly by Xiao Bo to the door of the conference room, for where he saw Zhang Jing inside, bloodied and mangled. Surprise. Sun Haiba's face was instantly filled with joy. What kind of case is this? The Ministry of Public Security is paying special attention. The Provincial Bureau is leading the handling, and a special task force has been established to solve the case. One can imagine how much importance the entire system places on this case. And for such an important case, it is only natural to be harsh during the interrogation. The pressure to solve the case is great, and in special circumstances, using special tactics can be understood. However, if innocent people are coerced into confession, it is serious. For such an important case, if a miscarriage of justice occurs, it's not just Jiang Tian who would be unlucky. Even Shen Han could be implicated, and he might not even be able to keep his position. How can this issue not be serious? Of course, Shen Han is not a fool, mainly because Jiang Tian is young, and he has made significant achievements at a young age. Shen Han is worried that Jiang Tian might impulsively go astray. Are you sure coercion? Shen Han frowned and asked. That's right, the person who was beaten is our cafeteria's boss, Zhang Jing. This person has contracted our cafeteria and also the cafeterias of Yunda and many government agencies. He has always been praised for his quality and affordability, and he is honest. Director Shun, I can guarantee that Boss Zhang is absolutely innocent. Sun Haiba quickly spoke up. Let's go take a look. Shen Han stood up. He didn't return to the Provincial Bureau, but went directly to the City Bureau, which was convenient since he is the head of the Special Task Force. Even if it was just for show, he had to keep an eye on things from the start. As they walked, Shen Han frowned. Even if they can't solve the case within the time limit, at most, it would just result in a minor reprimand. The pressure is still on their leaders. Jiang Tian is so anxious that Shen Han couldn't help but doubt whether his and old Gao's actions were right. After all, Jiang Tian is too young, and making an exception to let him join the Special Task Force and giving him heavy responsibilities, wouldn't that make him eager to prove himself and possibly make huge mistakes? These are serious issues. At this moment, Xiao Bo, in order to show off, was running ahead like a sycophant, his face filled with excitement. That's right, he was desperately trying to impress Director Shun, already fantasizing that Director Shun would value him and let him take Jiang Tian's position on the Special Task Force. After solving this case, he would immediately gain widespread attention and change Mu Ye's impression of him. But he didn't know that at this moment, Shen Han was looking at him with a frown, thinking to himself, what kind of drug enforcement officer, who has not learned anything good, is resorting to scheming against his own colleague? Who would trust someone who likes to report behind others' backs, especially someone who reports up the chain? At the end of the day, Xiao Bo at this time is still too young. Just based on this point, even if Jiang Tian really fell, it wouldn't be his turn. So when Jiang Tian was dragging Zhang Jing to record the written confession, looking at the shocking crimes on the confession, it was truly beyond words, and Jiang Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought that the radar scan could never deceive him, but he didn't expect the charges to be this severe. Simply deserving of 1,000 deaths. Miss Chiu bit her silver teeth, looking at Jiang Tian in shock, never expecting him to have the guts to accurately identify the perpetrator. Officer Jiang, how did you find out? It's too hateful. This Zhang Jing truly deserves to die. The charges were shocking, and Miss Chiu's eyes widened as she stared at the charges, her pupils contracting. Because this guy actually dared to poison in the police force? Seeing this charge, to be honest, Miss Chiu felt her scalp tingle, almost exploding. As soon as this guy appeared, I smelled the stench of drug trafficking on him, Jiang Tian shamelessly stated. Hiss! Miss Chiu's eyes were filled with astonishment. But at that moment, Xiao Bo jumped out impatiently to scold him. Jiang Tian, you useless fool. What do you think the city bureau is? What did I teach you before? The first bottom line is that you cannot coerce confessions. Did you learn that from a dog? This is such an important case. And you dare to create a wrongful conviction? Who gave you the courage to wrong innocent people? Xiao Bo was full of excitement. He stepped forward and first brought up his identity as Jiang Tian's mentor. In reality, what kind of mentor is that? A regular police officer who just got confirmed less than a year ago. How could he possibly have a so-called apprentice? It's simply ridiculous. But from another angle, Xiao Bo was intentionally elevating himself. Jiang Tian hadn't spoken yet, but Miss Chiu's astonished eyes had already turned to him, looking dazed and foolish. However, if one really thinks she is foolish, that would be the true folly. Chapter 60. Officer Zhang's heartfelt care as Zhang Jing, the target of coercion, turned around to face the incoming person. His feelings were quite complex. However, he had resigned himself to his fate for the sake of his family. Indeed, the people behind him were too terrifying. Rather than believing the boss behind him, at this moment, Zhang Jing found himself trusting Jiang Tian instead. Moreover, when he confessed, Jiang Tian had promised him one condition. If he confessed, Jiang Tian would ensure the safety of his family. At this point, even if he kept his mouth shut, could his boss trust him? Without police protection, his family would still be in danger. Although there was police protection, it was still dangerous. And Zhang Jing had no other choice. It was too tragic, simply too tragic. Jiang Tian, do you have any humanity left? A straightforward person like Zhang Jing could also be subjected to such cruelty. Even if it was a time-limited case, you shouldn't be so confused. I know Zhang Jing very well. He is an excellent supplier for our police department, and I even personally recruited him. Sun Haiba, with a gloomy expression, stepped forward to accuse Jiang Tian. At this moment, Jiang Tian was still immersed in the shocking news about the poisoning incident involving the police department. Goodness. So this Zhang Jing bastard actually added ingredients to the dishes and soup out of competition? Goodness, can this thing be eaten? Jiang Tian broke out in a cold sweat. If he didn't have a golden finger, he might have ended up in trouble too. This guy actually poisoned our drug enforcement officers? Has he gone mad? He had no idea before, but now he had uncovered a piece of information that nearly made his brain short-circuit. If this got out, it would surely become a huge joke. Our professional drug enforcement officers were actually poisoned by someone. You recruited him? Jiang Tian was still reeling from the news when he heard two blatant accusations directed at him. He turned to look at Sun Haiba with a fierce glare. This bastard. Jiang Tian squinted. After being targeted repeatedly, he had been too busy in the past few days to find evidence of Sun Haiba's misconduct. Unexpectedly, Sun Haiba jumped out himself. What a stroke of luck. Yes, precisely because I recruited him, I know how honest Boss Zhang is. Xiao Jiang, what you are doing is violating the law and challenging the bottom line of the law, which is absolutely intolerable. Boss Zhang, rest assured, our municipal bureau will definitely give you an explanation, Sun Haiba said, stepping forward with righteous indignation. Xiao Bo followed suit, stating, the emergence of such a scoundrel in the municipal bureau is our fault. Don't worry. We have called the director personally to support you and clear your name. We will never allow coercion to happen to you. After saying this, Xiao Bo even reprimanded Jiang Tian. What are you doing? Hurry up and apologize to Boss Zhang. Do you really think that just a little credit can allow you to override the law? Who gave you the audacity? Who gave you the power? The two took the opportunity to point fingers at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian wasn't angry. He smiled and turned to Zhang Jing with a meaningful look. Boss Zhang, would you like me to apologize to you? No, no, no. Zhang Jing shook his head frantically. Boss Zhang, don't be afraid. With us here, Director Shun is also present. No one can wrong you. This scoundrel is simply a tumor in our police department, and he will be cleaned out sooner or later, Sun Haiba said, stepping forward to support him, with a smile on his face, waiting for Jiang Tian to express his gratitude. However, Jiang Tian suddenly became agitated. I don't need your support. No one has wronged me. I was moved by Officer Jiang's heartfelt care and voluntarily confessed. Who asked you to come and clear my name? Boom! Jiang Tian's words instantly left Sun Haiba dumbstruck, as if he had become a clown. Xiaobo also looked blank. They had finally seized Jiang Tian's Achilles heel and were stepping hard on it, yet the person they were defending spoke such words at this moment. Boss Jiang? Sun Haiba was stunned. No, what does this mean? That's right, I have confessed. The deaths of Wei Yu Dao and his son were caused by me. I added threatening messages and poison to their food last night. What? Sun Haiba and Xiaobo's faces turned green in an instant. But it didn't stop there. Jiang Tian continued, I am guilty. I even added poison to your food to increase competitiveness. Boom. Goodness. This time, even Shen Han couldn't sit still. Director Shen clenched his fists, his face dark as he stared at Sun Haiba and Xiaobo. Just a moment ago, he had almost misunderstood Xiao Jiang. Fortunately, he hadn't spoken hastily, but at the same time, Shen Han's face darkened as he fixed his gaze on Sun Haiba. You recruited the cafeteria staff. You guaranteed there would be no issues. Now, what else do you have to say? Boom! Sun Haiba's face turned pale. After a moment, he suddenly turned around. Slap! Sun Haiba slapped Xiaobo hard across the face. Xiaobo, what else do you have to say? You came to me with alarmist rhetoric, slandering comrade Xiao Jiang. I was kind enough to call you back to the police department, and this is how you repay me? I see you're the real tumor in the police department. Xiaobo opened his mouth to say something. Slap! Sun Haiba slapped him again. Shut up. From now on, you are suspended. Go home and write a reflection, and you will also receive a formal reprimand and a major demerit. Buzz! Xiaobo's face lost all color, and beads of cold sweat dripped down. A major demerit would follow him for life, especially since he had grand dreams. Yet his aspirations were crushed before they even took off. The test for Muya's family was for promotion this year, and now, not only had he failed to achieve that, but he had also been given a major demerit. Muya felt increasingly distant. The more he thought about it, the more Xiaobo felt his dreams slipping away. Jiang Tian sneered, quietly watching the dog-eat-dog scene unfold. Enough! Director Shen shouted angrily. Sun Haiba, what did you say about slandering Comrade Xiao Jiang? Comrade Xiao Jiang is achieving merits in the field, yet you are behind, pursuing and persecuting the meritorious officers in the team, harming the heroes of the police department. No wonder the Municipal Bureau's drug enforcement has made no progress over the years. The cafeteria owner you personally recruited is a drug lord, allowing drug lords to poison right at the Municipal Bureau's doorstep. Very well, you're doing great. Do you think you can escape unscathed? I tell you, that's impossible. I will seriously report this to my superiors and apply for your removal from your position. Boom! Sun Haiba was stunned. In fact, Jiang Tian also knew that the incident was too significant. The entire Municipal Bureau had been poisoned, and someone had to pay the price for it. Simply slandering Jiang Tian and then being dismissed wasn't enough. Even if Jiang Tian made great contributions, he wouldn't have that much face. The real reason was that the person Sun Haiba recruited turned out to be a major drug lord, which was a huge provocation to the entire Municipal Bureau and the entire public security system. Therefore, the reality was that Shen Han immediately reported the incident to Gao Xiaolong. That's right, Comrade Xiao Jiang quickly identified the real culprit and decisively used special means during a critical time to make the criminal confess. However, at this time, the main person responsible for bringing the drug dealer into the department, Deputy Director of the Municipal Bureau Sun Haiba and his subordinates, were desperately defending the criminal while insulting Comrade Xiao Jiang. Shen Han provided Gao Xiaolong with a detailed report of the incident. At this time, Mu Lao was just bragging about Xiaobo. When Gao Xiaolong received the call, he was also on speakerphone. So, when Gao Xiaolong heard that Jiang Tian had locked in the real culprit, he was overjoyed. Old Mu was still considering whether the young man, Xiaobo, had any credit for it. After hearing Shen Han's words, Gao Xiaolong instantly became furious. What did you say? How can this happen? Yinhai cannot allow such things to occur. Old Mu also nodded in agreement. If this matter is not handled properly, the consequences will be very serious. The responsible parties must be severely punished, especially in such an important unit as the Municipal Bureau. We cannot allow such leaders to exist. Gao Xiaolong agreed. Sun Haiba must be given an opportunity to be transferred from his position. We cannot allow such a harmful element in the police force. This Sun Haiba is a tumor in the police. I noticed it last time and gave him a serious reprimand, hoping he would reform, but unexpectedly, this tumor showed no sign of repentance. At this point, Old Mu frowned and said, "Speaking of which, Yunhai's drug enforcement cannot be delayed. We are at a critical moment. We must not let a big move affect the drug enforcement operation." Does Sun Haiba have many followers? Shinhan, on the phone, could hear clearly. Upon hearing Old Mu's voice, he immediately disclosed everything without any concealment. Not many. Besides Sun Haiba, there's also a guy named Xiaobo. When Xiao Jiang was handling the case, he was the one who set up obstacles and hindered the special investigation team. He's just a junior officer. And speaking of this Xiaobo, he's truly a tumor. More harm than good. A junior officer? Just one? Wait a minute. Xiaobo. Chapter 61. The truth emerges. Xiaobo. Is he the Xiaobo that I remember? Old Mu has a very cheerful personality and agrees with his children having the freedom to date, without any prejudice regarding family backgrounds. However, the premise is that they must demonstrate their value and capability. In fact, after learning that Xiaobo is someone who came from the mountains, he felt an added sense of goodwill and decided to give him a small test. If Xiaobo has the capability, he wouldn't have any objections even if he married his only granddaughter, Muya. Although this condition seems a bit challenging, it's actually quite easy to achieve with some effort, simply needing to be promoted a year ahead of schedule and perform excellently. Just moments ago, Old Mu was praising him to high heaven. He thought that if Xiaobo had such a close relationship with Xiao Jiang during these past few days, he must have also achieved a lot, exceeding expectations. But unexpectedly, he heard this name at this moment. He thought it would be at the awards ceremony. Xiaobo, Old Mu exclaimed. Shinhan touched his head and said, "That's right, this Xiaobo is extremely jealous." Previously, when Gao Lao came to the city bureau, he specifically went to Xiao Zhang's home to suggest that Xiao Zhang's mother let him take a shortcut, deliberately setting a trap for Xiao Jiang to be misunderstood by Gao Lao. He knows this matter well, and when the misunderstanding was resolved and the truth came out, Gao Xiaolong was also present, so Gao Xiaolong nodded in agreement, indicating that what was said was correct. Buzz! Old Mu was stunned. Is this the refined young man from his memories? How could he have such a malicious heart, even deceiving him? Is it possible? Old Mu opened his mouth, wanting to ask if there was a mistake. But the next moment, Shun Han's voice continued. Not only that, because Xiao Jiang performed excellently. I specifically investigated and learned about Xiao Jiang. It turns out that this Xiaobo, out of jealousy for Xiao Jiang's father being a director, secretly slept with the women that Xiao Jiang had never touched but was pursuing to satisfy his perverted desires. When Xiao Jiang was capturing the big drug lord Yan, this Xiaobo was in a hotel with one of the women Xiao Jiang was pursuing. Bang! Good heavens! Not to mention experiencing it. Even just hearing it made Old Mu unable to contain himself and slam his hand on the table. Gao Xiaolong's expression turned serious. He was unaware of this matter. However, recently Shinhan had been paying special attention to Jiang Tian, so he conducted a detailed investigation. Because of his investigation into Jiang Tian's past relationships, Shinhan couldn't help but gasp when he learned this. He hadn't acted out because the drug lord was more pressing, especially since the Ministry of Public Security had recently issued a directive to crack down on cases, so these matters were temporarily set aside. Wanted to ask Xiao Jiang how to handle them. Absurd, simply absurd, Old Mu fumed. Gao Xiaolong looked at the enraged Old Mu, confused about why Old Mu was angrier than him. Did he know Xiao Jiang? A tumor. This is a tumor, a harmful horse of a group. Old Mu continued to scold. Gao Xiaolong couldn't understand that Old Mu's fury was more due to being deceived by Xiaobo's facade. He had failed to see that Xiaobo was such a beast. By the way, you just mentioned that there's a young man in the city bureau's anti-drug team who is even better than Xiao Jiang, and they are currently short-staffed. What's his name? Transfer him to the special case team and see how it goes. Gao Xiaolong said with great interest. For these matters, there are subordinates to handle them. The so-called high officials do not suppress those at the bottom. With someone like Xiao Bo, even Song Liguo would be out of place. These big leaders wouldn't intervene at a lower level. Gao Xiaolong merely expressed his attitude, and the subsequent matters would be handled by Shen Han. What he wanted to know most was still about that excellent young man. At this point, old Mu's expression changed, and his tone became somewhat hesitant. After Shen Han reported his work, he also knew what to do. After finishing the call and walking in, he glanced at Sun Haibo and Xiao Bo without saying anything, then turned to look kindly at Jiang Tian. In fact, right now, Jiang Tian had no time to deal with Sun Haibo and the others. At this point, the victory and defeat were already clear. Sun Haibo was finished, and Jiang Tian knew it well. As for Xiao Bo, without those ridiculous opportunities and relying solely on scheming, he had no hope in life. Moreover, now Xiao Bo's reputation was completely ruined. His colleagues in the unit avoided him like the plague. Because who didn't know that Xiao Bo had slept with the woman Jiang Tian was pursuing out of jealousy? Who would dare to associate with a tumor like Xiao Bo? What if he took a dislike to you? In other words, Jiang Tian's exposure of this black mark successfully elicited empathy from the people, and from another perspective, it even alleviated some potential backlashes from Jiang Tian's earlier reckless achievements. Once Jiang Tian had the chance, Sun Haibo's reassignment would not be such a good thing. When Jiang Tian did things, he either didn't act, or he would strike hard and eliminate the threat completely. Having the opportunity meant Sun Haibo's end. The crimes committed were enough to warrant a death sentence. Since that was the case, why bother? Jiang Tian turned his gaze to the report in the hands of the inspection department. After the interrogation, Jiang Tian immediately had the inspection department people come to take the food from the cafeteria for testing. Because it was urgent, the results came out quickly. Captain Jiang, here is the inspection report. The food indeed contains a large amount of poppy substances, which can cause immense harm to the body. And there is even a high probability it could lead to sudden death, the inspection department personnel said, their faces pale. The sky has fallen. Everyone's eyes widened. Sun Haibo staggered, nearly falling to the ground. He knew that this was completely over. What a joke. Even if the news spread, the entire city bureau would become a laughingstock. The terror of this responsibility, even if nothing happened today. Sun Haibo's actions in contracting the cafeteria to Zhongjing made him the first responsible person who could not escape. Because it was too crazy. An unprecedented level of madness. Are you still human? Jiang Tian yelled angrily, swinging his police baton, drenched in cold sweat. Thankfully, they found out early. If people had been eating this stuff for years, it could have killed them without anyone noticing, and the entire city bureau would have collapsed. This is simply digging a grave. The first crime was shocking, and Jiang Tian looked forward to the next steps. Before he could examine it closely, Zhongjing began to confess everything in a rush. Jiang Tian perked up his ears, his face serious, because he wanted to know what that big boss behind the scenes was actually trying to do, and whether the ambush on Gao Xiaolong that night was planned. If it was a coincidence, then fine. If it was indeed premeditated, if it was planned, Jiang Tian could hardly believe there were such audacious people. Who was the person behind you? Jiang Tian couldn't sit still. No, such a dangerous person must be dealt with severely. A person so utterly ruthless cannot be allowed to live. Zhongjing wiped his bloodied face and said, "Have you heard of Mr. Yin? Initially, he was the one who instructed me to poison you, but the dosage was always controlled. Starting 3 days ago, he told me to increase the dosage and even wanted me to find an opportunity to add pig oxytocin to your water dispenser, a lethal dose. However, I didn't dare and couldn't find the opportunity." Damn. Jiang Tian's scalp tingled. It was impossible to defend against. These drug dealers were excessively malicious. Wait, 3 days ago. Jiang Tian stood up, squinting. 3 days ago, the night of the capture operation. Sure enough, Jiang Tian's spirit jolted. He was now 100% certain that Gao Xiaolong's past experiences were not an accident, but were already planned. The mastermind behind it all is this so-called Mr. Yun. Everyone in the room is dumbfounded at this moment. That was close. Damn, that was close. From another perspective, Jiang Tian has practically saved them. What is his name? And where is he? Jiang Tian is angry. Damn it, his past life was so miserable. Aside from Xiaobo and Wang Yifei, the death of Gao Xiaolong was the critical reason. Very well, this Mr. Yin now has a compelling reason to die. I don't know. I don't even know his real name, nor do I know what he looks like. He is very mysterious, always contacting me using anonymous phone cards. Zhang Jing shook his head. The clues are cut off. Miss Chiu, with her dead fish eyes, finally spoke. Based on her criminal investigation experience at this stage, it's basically impossible to find anything. Jiang Tian didn't say anything. The name Mr. Yin sounded somewhat familiar to him. He was sure he had heard it in his past life. With his extraordinary memory, Jiang Tian kept recalling. Just at that moment, he looked up and saw Xiaobo staring at him with a face full of jealousy. At this moment, even Shun Han was standing behind Jiang Tian, watching without participating. Miss Chiu was expressionlessly scrutinizing Zhang Jing with her dead fish eyes. Everyone was watching Jiang Tian perform. Xiaobo's eyes were practically like those of someone with conjunctivitis. So anxious, watching Jiang Tian about to achieve something again, which was even harder for him to accept than being killed. The most terrifying part was that he could only watch and was directly burdened with severe disciplinary action. Of course, at this moment, Xiaobo didn't know that he had completely socially died, and his reputation was utterly ruined. Not to mention his political future, even his own future was in jeopardy. Entangled with Wang Yifei's entire family, it was so miserable that Jiang Tian felt lingering fears. So, Jiang Tian ignored him and instead stroked his chin. The information about Mr. Yin was becoming clearer and clearer because it seemed that just a few days after Gao Xiaolong's death in his past life, shortly after his mother was captured, Jiang Tian had encountered someone claiming to be Mr. Yin while drowning his sorrows in a bar late at night. At that time, he looked down on him with a mocking smile, and Jiang Tian felt confused, but now he was jolted awake. That mocking expression must have been the look of a victor admiring their spoils, treating him as a trophy. Back then, Mr. Yin stood there with such elegance, looking so high and mighty that it even made Jiang Tian feel immense envy. That bar, Jiang Tian's eyes brightened more and more, mainly because after so many years, such a trivial matter, if not for his extraordinary memory, he wouldn't have been able to recall it at all. The clue has emerged. Chapter 62. The Wheel of Fortune turns. Bozy, you're sweeping the floor. Officer Jiang, where are you going? Miss Chiu, who was behind Jiang Tian, hurriedly called out as she saw him leaving. Regardless of the circumstances, at least there had been some progress. Even though the lead had come to a halt with Zhang Jing, there was no useful information here either. They didn't know the appearance or even the age, had never seen the person, and all contact was through anonymous phone cards. Continuing the interrogation would yield no results, so I'll go out and look for clues, Jiang Tian explained. In fact, Jiang Tian glanced at the time. It was already noon. His date with Muya was about to begin. Goodness, a date with Muya. How could Jiang Tian be late? Going out to look for clues? Miss Chiu was taken aback. How could you find clues outside? Right now. Zhang Jing was the only person who knew anything. At the very least, they could arrange something to use Zhang Jing for planning. You don't think that after capturing Zhang Jing, Mr. Yin wouldn't know, do you? He probably received the news long ago. It's impossible to use Zhang Jing for planning. Let me see if there are any other clues, Jiang Tian said. As of now, Jiang Tian had 2 first-class merits and 1 second-class merit, and was still in the process of applying for more. However, Jiang Tian would not miss any opportunity to achieve merit, especially with this Mr. Yin. In his past life, if it weren't for the other party's mockery and their arrogant demeanor, such a trivial matter would have been completely forgotten by Jiang Tian, even with his extraordinary memory. From a criminal investigation perspective, Mr. Yin's behavior was a typical psychological response of criminals returning to the scene after the crime. The difference was that after harming Gao Xiaolong and even causing the downfall of countless drug enforcement officers, that so-called Mr. Yin, in his past life, came to see the plight of the first victim. Moreover, when Mr. Yin appeared, the bar was crowded with people. Therefore, Jiang Tian was certain that even if Mr. Yin was in the bar, there would definitely be clues related to him. While thinking, Jiang Tian bid farewell to everyone. Wait for me, I'll go with you. Miss Chiu chased after Jiang Tian. No, Jiang Tian shook his head directly. What a joke, this is a date. What does bringing you along mean? The team leader told you to protect me. Miss Chiu glared at Jiang Tian with deadpan eyes. Fine, 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 Jiang Tian sighed. Damn it. How can Miss Chiu's sloppy appearance not hide her natural beauty? A pair of deadpan eyes look ugly on others, but on Miss Chiu, they added a lot of charm. Taking her out wouldn't be embarrassing. Just a bit of a third wheel. Where are we going? Miss Chiu asked. The commercial trade building, Jiang Tian replied directly. Coincidentally, Jiang Tian remembered that the bar was just down the street from the commercial trade building. In fact, due to the special task force, under the guise of handling a case, Jiang Tian was driving the police team's business car, a plain black Santana. Ding dong. I've arrived, waiting for you at the east gate of the commercial trade building. A moment later, a message sounded on his phone. Jiang Tian took out his phone to check. Yes, it was a message from Muya. She and T stood him up. Meanwhile, at the city bureau, as Jiang Tian was leaving, Shenhan looked regretfully at Xiaobo and Sun Haibo. The higher-ups had already started the process of transferring Sun Haibo. As for Xiaobo, if he hadn't completed his internship, he would have been fired long ago. But now, since he was a formal employee, dismissal was impossible. How to handle this? Shenhan stood at the door and called Jiang Tian, intending to ask for the opinion of the person involved. Jiang Tian. I see that the environment at the city bureau is not good, and I don't know how to work here. So from now on, you will be responsible for the sanitation work at the city bureau, Jiang Tian said as he drove, with Miss Chiu on the other end of the call. That makes sense. Shenhan's eyes lit up. Anyway, they would transfer him first and not add any burden to Jiang Tian. Otherwise, who knows what trouble might arise again. After hanging up, Shenhan smiled at Xiaobo and said, Comrade Xiaobo, originally, due to your mistakes, you could have been dismissed, but now, we have decided to assign you to be responsible for the sanitation work of your police team. Sweeping the floor? Xiaobo, who was about to leave, looked completely bewildered. Chapter 63. Date Yunhai does not allow such an impressive person. Today is undoubtedly a nightmare day for Xiaobo. He thought he could achieve something, but instead he was slapped in the face hard, and to top it off, he was assigned to clean the office. Yes, although he couldn't be fired, or rather, the organization had very strict controls regarding dismissals. Even a department head would find it incredibly difficult to suspend an ordinary employee. Because of this, there is a saying, as long as you don't want to improve, you can afford to give no one face in the organization. However, one must also be prepared for the possibility of being assigned to a department you could never have imagined if you truly make a huge mistake. Cleaning? Xiaobo was dumbfounded. How could this happen? Why did it come to this? He thought about how he had been thriving in the police force for the past few days, and now he had ended up like this? Jiang Tian. Yes, that's right, it was Jiang Tian. Xiaobo's eyes turned red. If it weren't for Jiang Tian, he would still be as outstanding as before, and even being guided by Sun Haibo. But now, looking at Sun Haibo's gloomy face, he felt a pang in his heart. Useless. I see you as the useless one. You keep calling Jiang Tian useless, but have you ever made any achievements? You constantly mislead me and incite me against Xiao Jiang. If it weren't for you, how could I have been reassigned? Sun Haibo was even angrier. In fact, the conflict between Sun Haibo and Jiang Tian and Jiang Peng arose because Xiaobo was instigating it from the start, claiming that Jiang Tian was useless. Using this uselessness, he could easily take Jiang Peng down. At that time, Jiang Tian did indeed seem a bit useless, and Sun Haibo believed it. After all, Xiaobo had been scheming against Jiang Tian, while Jiang Tian was still following Xiaobo around serving tea and water. And now, wait, Sun Haibo's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. Xiaobo, you despicable creature, have you already colluded with Jiang Tian? Are you conspiring with those two to openly target them while secretly aiming at me? Yes, that's right. If it weren't for that, how could one person's change be so drastic? Jiang Tian had been hiding his intentions, clearly to deal with him. Director Sun, believe me, I didn't Xiaobo's scalp tingled as he tried to explain. If he lost Sun Haibo's support at this moment, he would truly have nothing left. After all, even if Sun Haibo were reassigned, his rank was still there. Whether he went to a retirement department or elsewhere, it would be easy for him. Plus, Sun Haibo had his own connections in this system. If he was willing to help, Xiaobo might still have a chance to turn things around. Meet the conditions at Muya's home and seek Muya's forgiveness. Indeed, Xiaobo still harbored great fantasies about Muya. At this point, pretending in front of me. Let me tell you, today's situation is caused by you. If I'm not doing well, I will make sure you suffer with me. Sun Haibo said angrily before turning to leave. Xiaobo felt so frustrated that he nearly spat blood. Of course. In stark contrast to Xiaobo's miserable state was Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian brought Zhu Tianxiu to the commercial building to meet Muya. Upon meeting, Jiang Tian noticed that Muya had changed into a pure white dress. Steady. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. No wonder they said that today, Muya, with light makeup, standing at the entrance of the commercial building, was a beautiful sight to behold. In his past life, Jiang Tian was in immense pain at this moment. In his past life, Xiaobo was flourishing, leveraging the connections left by Jiang Tian's family to achieve success in both career and love. Even winning Muya's heart and reaching the peak of his life, while Jiang Tian was living in despair. However, in this life, things had unknowingly turned completely opposite. Jiang Tian was promoted and received a raise, achieving success in both career and love, while Xiaobo had unknowingly sunk to the lows of life. Jiang Tian smiled slightly. No, this is still not enough. An important case had come up at the municipal bureau. Coming back to his senses, Jiang Tian first apologized and explained to Muya. It wasn't long before the matter became the most important. Muya smiled at Zhu Tianxiu. I'm Zhu Tianxiu from the criminal group. I have an important case that requires being close to Officer Jiang. You don't mind, do you? Zhu Tianxiu's deadpan expression was nothing new to Jiang Tian. Muya nodded and smiled. I don't mind at all. As they spoke, Muya leaned slightly closer to Jiang Tian, and Jiang Tian casually held her hand. This made Muya slightly stunned, and her face instantly turned red. However, what delighted Jiang Tian was that despite her nervousness, Muya only feigned a struggle for a moment before giving in. No matter how clever she was, this was still her first time being so close to a boy. Oh right, apart from last night with Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian's smile widened as he felt Muya's sweaty palm. He instantly understood that Muya and Xiaobo definitely had not progressed in their relationship. Today I'll pay for the expenses. In his excitement, Jiang Tian waved his hand. Made a fortune? Muya asked in surprise. You forgot? The escaped convict who kidnapped you had a bounty of 300,000. Jiang Tian explained. Indeed, the escaped convict who had kidnapped Muya was wanted with a bounty of 300,000. Although the reward had not yet been collected, Jiang Tian had 5,000 from the previous reward in hand. Moreover, once the credit came through, with Jiang Tian's fortune, he would have even more money. While Jiang Tian accompanied Muya shopping, he was actually scanning the area with his radar. The commercial building was very close to the bar from his past life. So while shopping, his radar covered the bar perfectly. Meanwhile, in a private room on the second floor of the bar, a man in black was using binoculars to watch the commercial building. After a long time, he slowly spoke. Target has appeared. Has he appeared? In the room, a man wore a faint smirk on his face. He had a long scar on his face, looking intimidating like a centipede. However, at this moment, the scar-faced man stood respectfully beside the sofa. Sitting on the sofa was a man dressed in a white suit with a white tie, slowly slicing an apple with a dagger. This Jiang Tian has been very active lately. Not only has he severed the connection with Wei Yudao, but I also received news that the operation a few days ago was turned around by him. Find a way to take him and his family out first. As the man in the white tie spoke, he gradually raised his head. A man nearing 40 revealed his face, showing no emotional fluctuations, as if he were casually disposing of a cat or dog. Clearly, such things were not new to him. After a brief silence, the man slowly said, "Let us take action directly in the commercial building and eliminate him. The Drug Enforcement Agency cannot allow such a powerful figure to exist." This statement seemed to issue a command, almost like a death sentence for someone. "Mr. Yin, please rest assured. We have prepared enough C4. No matter how he tries to escape, he won't succeed, especially since the operation is being handled by Lao Chun, who has never missed." The scar-faced man replied respectfully. Yes, Lao Chun's involvement is indeed foolproof. It was only at this moment that Mr. Yin finally finished slicing the apple and elegantly took a piece with his knife. Eating it. As he munched on the apple, Mr. Yin stood with his hands behind his back, from where he could even see Jiang Tian walking into the commercial building with two women. Even in death, he has 2 women accompanying him. That's quite a reward. Mr. Yin, isn't it excessive to use high explosives to kill him? Want to attract more attention from higher-ups? Scarface expressed some concern. Mr. Yin turned around, his expression unchanged, and said, "That's exactly why we need to use extreme measures to declare this. You don't know, but many people in Yanhai, and even back home, are mocking me now. If I don't do something, where will my face as Mr. Yin be? This dog can't be left alive after repeatedly sabotaging our plans." Bang! Just then, a crisp sound of breaking glass suddenly echoed at the door. Everyone in the room instantly turned to look, and in almost no time, they saw a woman dressed in a waitress uniform standing at the entrance, trembling and terrified as she looked at them, holding a fruit platter. Did you all hear that? Mr. Yun's lips curled slightly as he waved at the waitress. However, the waitress, filled with fear, tried to turn and run, but when she turned, she collided with a strong chest. With a thud, the waitress fell to the ground. Scarface angrily approached, grabbing the waitress by her hair and shouting, "You filthy woman. You heard it and still want to run?" Slap. Chapter 64. The sudden appearance of TNT. Before they even made a move, they were taken down. Slap. As he spoke, the scar-faced man delivered a merciless slap. The waitress was full of pleading, but the scar-faced man grabbed her hair and dragged her step by step into the private room. However, they didn't know that at this moment, Jiang Tian was with 2 women, but his eyes were glued to the scanning radar, already excited. That's right, he and T made a mistake. This was indeed the bar. Good heavens, Jiang Tian looked at the large red dot on the scanning radar, which was the biggest he had seen since acquiring it. At this very moment, the red dot was located in the bar from his past life memories. But that wasn't all. Another blood red dot appeared on Jiang Tian's radar, which had been following him since he arrived at the commercial building. Being followed? Jiang Tian was startled for a moment, but then he suddenly realized that if it was a tail, the scanning radar wouldn't have missed it. This was the terrifying aspect of the scanning radar. Within a kilometer, it could instantly pinpoint the exact location of the enemy. Give Jiang Tian a gun, and he wouldn't even need an 8-fold scope to take someone down within a kilometer. What's wrong? Miss Chiu asked, noticing Jiang Tian's distraction. The person behind has been following us for a long time and is wearing a mask. They might be targeting us, so be careful, Jiang Tian replied. However, he was also bold and confident, believing he could hide the 2 women if the other party really opened fire. He just wanted to see what the person behind was up to. Hiss, you can really notice that? How did you know there would be clues when you came out? Miss Chiu was confused. Originally thinking Jiang Tian had come out for a date, she now realized she had completely misunderstood him. Look, this must all be part of Officer Zhang's plan. I only know about these drug dealers. After killing so many of them and capturing Zhang Jing and Wei Yu Dao, even if I didn't want to provoke him, Mr. Yin definitely wouldn't sit still, Jiang Tian chuckled. He understood the arrogance and madness of these drug dealers all too well. In fact, he believed these people would dare to retaliate against his entire family. It might have already happened. If it didn't show up, that was fine. But Jiang Tian had even run into Mr. Yun's base. It would be strange if Mr. Yun didn't feel agitated upon seeing his enemy. Perhaps a plot against Jiang Tian's family was already in the works. However, there were some things he had to do to protect his family's safety. Jiang Tian had no choice but to take the initiative. You're very strong. Miss Chiu stared at Jiang Tian with lifeless eyes for a moment before speaking. Jiang Tian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Despite what she said, why did he find those lifeless eyes so adorable? After strolling around, in a women's clothing store, Muya handed her bag to Jiang Tian and went to the fitting room to change into a dress. Jiang Tian sat on the sofa in the resting area, closing his eyes to rest, but actually keeping an eye on the entrance. Sure enough, after a moment, a man wearing a mask pretended to look at clothes. Then he went to a corner of the clothes rack, secretly took out a strange, soft object from inside the clothes, and quietly placed it in the clothing compartment under the hanger. Just that. The man's lips curled up, just as he was about to stand up. The next moment, his shoulders suddenly felt heavy, and then a terrifying sharp pain shot through it. It was the kind of pain that pierced to the bone. And the next moment, crack! A crisp sound rang out. The masked man's face turned pale as he trembled all over because his scapula was broken. That's right. His scapula was broken. He stiffly turned his neck and saw a hand on his shoulder, meaning someone had just slapped his shoulder and directly broken his scapula. Along with that, he couldn't lift his entire arm, and he could vaguely sense waves of intense pain brewing. So much adrenaline coursed through him that he felt a dull ache. One could imagine the terrifying pain that awaited him once he calmed down after being injured. However, his endurance was beyond Jiang Tian's expectations. Although his scapula was broken with a slap, and he was sweating profusely, he only let out a muffled grunt without screaming. Jiang Tian had never seen such endurance before. "Come, let me see what you placed." Jiang Tian bent down to search the clothing compartment. But the next moment, the masked man suddenly pulled out a controller with a red button from his pocket, intending to operate it. He was quick, but Jiang Tian was even faster. In a flash, he pulled out a baton from his lower back, and with one swing, he snapped the masked man's wrist, preventing the remote from falling. To be honest, the speed was so fast that the masked man didn't see any movements. The remote with the red button was already in Jiang Tian's hand before it hit the ground. At this moment, Jiang Tian held the soft, squishy object as well. Jiang Tian squeezed it. It was very soft, almost like a lump of mud. However, without a doubt, Jiang Tian recognized this thing with his police academy knowledge. TNT? Damn it. Jiang Tian's pupils constricted. Good heavens. They went to such lengths to take him down? What gall. But at this moment, the most bewildered one was the masked man. He looked at the TNT and the remote in Jiang Tian's hand, and he couldn't fathom how these two items instantly ended up in Jiang Tian's grasp. With a broken wrist and a broken scapula, his injuries were severe. But the masked man remained silent. More importantly, instead of crying out, he even turned to run. Trying to escape? Jiang Tian sneered, holding the baton. Bang! He brought the baton down directly on the masked man's head, causing blood to gush forth, and the masked man fell to the ground, struggling. But Jiang Tian was ruthless. To be honest, without the scanning radar, Jiang Tian couldn't even imagine. If this homemade C4 exploded, it wouldn't just be the mall, the nearby shops. With dozens of people, would probably all be blown to bits. Lawless. This was simply insane. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. And Jiang Tian's strikes became harsher. So, when Muya came out, after changing in her dress, wanting Officer Jiang to admire her, she was met with a scene that left her dumbfounded. Jiang Tian was wildly beating a masked man with a baton, while the masked man was rolling on the ground in pain. What? Muya's beautiful eyes widened. Before she could speak, Jiang Tian shoved a squishy object into her hands. What is this? Muya was dumbfounded. TNT. Jiang Tian held the baton, bending down to strike the masked man. What? A drug dealer? A criminal? I didn't go looking for him. He came looking for me first, and he even dared to retaliate? The more Jiang Tian thought, the angrier he became. He had endured too much in his past life, and in this rebirth, he couldn't bear to be wronged. Whoever dared to make him suffer would trigger a reactive response. TNT? This? Not to mention Muya. Even Zhu Tianxiu was dumbfounded upon hearing the name TNT. Looking at the object in Muya's hand, it was indeed soft, and it even had a remote control, resembling TNT very much. If this were true, it wouldn't be a small case. Moreover, this was in a public place. If TNT were to be detonated, even with the amount in Muya's hand, if there were a bit more, the mall would likely collapse. What if it hadn't been discovered in advance? I will report to the team leader right away. Zhu Tianxiu's scalp is exploding, and there are some changes in his dead fish eyes. The man in the mask lying on the ground has had his hat knocked off, and his head is covered in blood. Outside the store, a crowd has gathered to watch, and some people are even taking out their phones to film. They're fighting, look. They're fighting. Quick, record it. Is this person crazy? They're going to kill someone. How can you do this? It's so tragic. Among the more than 20 people gathered at the store entrance, there are two young men and women who are pointing angrily at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian suddenly turned his head and frowned, asking, "What are you saying?" Chapter 65. Target of public condemnation? The criminal takes hostages, no? Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, he recognized the two people who were leading the accusations against him. Not only did he know them, but he was also very familiar with them from his past life. This was Xiao Bo's sister. Jiang Tian really didn't expect to encounter her here. As for the man, Jiang Tian was also very familiar. He was Xiao Bo's brother-in-law from his past life. However, after taking a closer look, Jiang Tian noticed that the two of them seemed to be in the early stages of a romantic relationship. Xiao Yuan. Jiang Tian had a deep-seated hatred for this woman in his past life. She had the audacity to come up with ideas to accuse him in front of Wang Yifei, someone she was familiar with. In fact, it was largely due to her that Wang Yifei was able to smoothly go out on dates with Xiao Bo. Every time Jiang Tian disagreed with her, she would immediately label him as stingy and criticize him with remarks like, "What kind of man are you?" As for Xiao Yuan's husband, Jiang Tian remembered clearly that he had also been deceived by her at first, and in the end, his fate was not much better. In his past life, it was because Xiao Bo had risen to power, while this man, despite having house in Yanhai, had to rely on Xiao Bo's influence. Overall, he was the type who could only endure knowing he was being cheated on. And now, these two were standing on the moral high ground to accuse him. Jiang Tian couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at? You almost killed someone. This is a crime, and we have already called the police." Xiao Yuan raised her chin and shouted furiously at Jiang Tian. "Young man, you are committing a crime." "Yes, young man, put down your weapon. You don't seem very old. No matter what happened, you shouldn't resort to violence." It was easy for ordinary people to be incited. With Xiao Yuan leading, others began to condemn Jiang Tian as well, making it seem as if he were the target of 1,000 accusations. Seeing so many people supporting her, Xiao Yuan grew even more confident. She took 2 steps forward and said to Jiang Tian, "You should immediately apologize to him and compensate for his losses, and you need to take him to the hospital. Otherwise, we bystanders won't let you off easily. You wouldn't want to be beaten so badly, would you?" As Xiao Yuan approached, Jiang Tian wanted to laugh. If he hadn't discovered this in advance, these people would have been dead long ago. Just the amount of TNT involved could easily blow up the commercial building, and it would be simple to kill dozens of people in nearby shops. If it exploded on a load-bearing column, it would be enough to collapse the entire building, potentially killing thousands of people inside, including those enjoying themselves and those working in the high-rise offices. So slap. Jiang Tian slapped Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan covered her face in disbelief. You dare to hit me, you bastard." Growing up spoiled, Xiao Yuan had never endured such anger. However, before she could finish her next sentence, Jiang Tian hit her with a police baton, causing her to fall to the ground. Wow! The crowd erupted. After all, even though Xiao Yuan was malicious in her later life, on the surface, she was still a young girl, easily evoking sympathy. "Let go of Yuan, you bastard." Xiao Yuan's boyfriend tried to rush forward. Jiang Tian swung the baton. He couldn't stand being wronged. After suffering so many grievances in his previous life and facing more after his rebirth, it would be a waste of his second chance. Just as he was about to confront them with the baton, Xiao Yuan's boyfriend roared, "You bastard," and positioned himself between Jiang Tian and Xiao Yuan. At that moment, the crowd surged forward, blocking the distance between Jiang Tian and Xiao Yuan, as well as the masked man. This led to a situation where an elderly man stepped forward, anger evident on his face. "Young man, don't make a mistake on top of another." It must be said that the local customs were still quite good. Many people criticized Jiang Tian, condemning him for injuring an innocent person, asserting that no matter the conflict, such methods were unacceptable. But the next moment, a sharp and fierce voice filled with murderous intent came from the back of the crowd. "Let him go. Everyone step aside, or I'll kill this woman." Chapter 66. It's really difficult to be a police god. Xiao Yuan looked back at the man who had kidnapped her with a face full of terror. The man's blood slowly dripped down from his head onto her face, which only made her more frightened. At that moment, she realized that the man had somehow produced a dagger and was pressing it against her neck. Boom! Everyone at the scene turned around in shock to witness this scene. They saw the man they had just rescued, now holding the girl who had stood up for him hostage. What is happening? They were somewhat bewildered, especially the elderly gentleman who had been following them, who now looked utterly dumbfounded as he glanced back and then at Jiang Tian. Yuan. Xiao Yuan's boyfriend shouted in panic. What on earth is happening? Young man, what just happened? The dignified old man approached Jiang Tian with a bewildered expression. Jiang Tian sneered and then reached into his pocket, pulling out his ID. I am the team leader of the narcotics division of the City Bureau. This beside me is a case-solving expert from the criminal investigation team. We were just pursuing a suspect who attempted a terrorist attack. Boom! Upon seeing Jiang Tian's ID, the crowd instantly erupted in shock. They felt as if they were being torn apart, especially when they recalled their earlier accusations. They couldn't help but feel their faces flush red with shame. They had just wronged Jiang Tian. Shame. Everyone's face was filled with embarrassment. "Officer, we didn't know what was going on earlier. We're really sorry," the old man said, his face flushed with shame as he forced himself to apologize. They had caused trouble. At this moment, even they had to admit that they had caused trouble. They could even be charged with obstructing justice, as their actions had led to serious consequences. It's fine. It's heartwarming to see that society has such compassion. Your intentions were good and commendable, but you need to think twice and not act so impulsively in the future. Jiang Tian expressionlessly put away his ID. Jiang Tian's words instantly made the crowd feel grateful. This meant that Jiang Tian had not pursued the matter with them, and even praised them. "What about how they acted earlier? You were on a mission. Why didn't you tell me? Why? Hurry and rescue me. My brother is also in your team." Xiao Yuan, in her fear, suddenly yelled at Jiang Tian in anger. "Young lady, how can you speak like that? You misled us into standing out and obstructing Officer Jiang's mission. You deserve it." "Yes, Officer Jiang, this woman is not a good person. She might be in cahoots with the kidnapper, deliberately trying to confuse us to save the criminal." "That makes sense. Yeah, this woman is really vicious." With a sudden shift in public opinion, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow and looked at the crowd supporting him, a smile of relief appearing on his face. His efforts to combat crime were not in vain. The public still supported their heroic police officers. The police are family. Xiao Yuan was directly stunned by the insults. After all, she was still young and her fighting skills were not high. Being scolded and slandered by so many people made her break down in tears. Jiang Tian couldn't help but sigh as he watched her. If this were in the future, Xiao Yuan would dare to do anything in such a situation. What to do now? Miss Chiu quietly walked up to Jiang Tian. "Have you reported it?" Jiang Tian asked softly. "The team leader knows about the TNT and has already brought people over." Miss Chiu couldn't help but click her tongue. "All right, let the team leader surround and seal off the nearby streets. This time, we've drawn out a big fish." Jiang Tian looked at the scanning radar, a cold smile appearing on his lips. As for Xiao Yuan, to Jiang Tian, she was just a minor accident. While talking, when Miss Chiu and the special case team were reporting, Jiang Tian calmly addressed the masked man holding Xiao Yuan. "Do you really think you can escape? Don't dream. I want to report you. You have to save me now, knowing I'm in the hands of a criminal, yet you still threaten the perpetrator. Are you deliberately trying to harm me? Trying to take revenge? Do you have any conscience?" Xiao Yuan didn't dare to say anything to the criminal, but when it came to Jiang Tian, she began to get a bit arrogant. "Shut up." Jiang Tian frowned. "I want to report you. You hit me, and you still want to provoke the criminal to kill me." Xiao Yuan continued. "You are right. I can't escape." At this moment, Jiang Tian's words seemed to strike the last psychological defense of the criminal. Looking at the surrounding crowd and his own injuries, he was already feeling dizzy. Jiang Tian's earlier heavy blow had severely injured him. One of his arms was incapacitated. If it weren't for his incredible willpower, he might not even be able to stand. Puff! The criminal acted ruthlessly, almost mercilessly trying to cut Xiao Yuan's throat. "Ha ha ha! Even if I die, I'll take a woman down with me. It's worth it." The criminal laughed savagely. And just at that moment, Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback, then cursed and pulled out his gun to shoot. "You really dare to act." With Jiang Tian's combat strength, he could now even eliminate the criminal before he acted. However, the importance of this case and the fact that this criminal was a key witness made it necessary to keep him alive. On the other hand, a dead terrorist has no merit, but a living one can provide more value and accomplishments. Jiang Tian was curious if completing the task of achieving 3 first-class merits would lead to even more first-class merit achievements. Therefore, if the criminal had to be kept alive, it would be to shoot the moment the criminal acted, perfectly disarming him while rescuing the hostage. That's right. As for whether the hostage would be injured or if the injury was fatal, that had nothing to do with Jiang Tian. After all, there are always timing discrepancies when it comes to shooting, right? Bang! Accompanied by the sound of the gunshot. Clatter! The dagger barely penetrated Xiao Yuan's neck before it instantly lost all its power and fell to the ground. Buzz! The masked man stared blankly at Jiang Tian. How is this possible? He distinctly remembered that Jiang Tian did not have a gun earlier. He was sure that Jiang Tian had no gun when he decided to act. When did this happen? What speed is this? With a thud, the masked man lost all his strength, collapsing to the ground, his hands hanging limply. One shoulder blade had been broken by Jiang Tian's strike, and the arm that had just held the dagger was now bleeding profusely. Chapter 67. What? It's him again, making achievements? Hurry and save me. I'm injured. It's all your fault. You really deserve to die. Why didn't the criminal kill you? Xiao Yuan's emotions collapsed, and at this moment, she instinctively looked for a soft target to vent her frustration. So, Jiang Tian's face was icy cold. Did that mean he had become the soft target? Do you have any conscience left? You can't be so heartless. If it weren't for Officer Jiang firing his gun, you would have been killed by the drug dealer just now. Muya couldn't bear to watch any longer. What does it have to do with you? If it weren't for him just now, how could I have ended up like this? Xiao Yuan angrily retorted. Do you think just because you're a police officer you can bully me, a common citizen? My brother is also in the municipal bureau. If you, a useless officer, don't give me an explanation, I will definitely file a complaint against you. At this moment, Jiang Tian was almost laughing in anger. If he hadn't acted, Xiao Yuan would have been dead long ago. Jiang Tian couldn't be bothered to waste words. Crack! Jiang Tian quickly handcuffed Xiao Yuan's hands. I am formally arresting you for obstructing official duties and endangering public safety. Xiao Yuan was stunned. Jiang Tian coldly smiled. Sometimes, talking big comes with a price, and it can only be said that Xiao Yuan was still too young. Obstructing Jiang Tian from capturing terrorists, just this charge, once investigated, would be enough to land Xiao Yuan in serious trouble. So, this is the downside of not knowing the law. Alright, if Jiang Tian remembered correctly, Xiao Yuan seemed to have entered society as a little gangster at the age of 14 or 15, so that was that. Meanwhile, an ordinary business vehicle was driving towards a municipal bureau. Lao Mu and Gao Xiaolong were sitting in the back seat, both frowning as they looked at the crowd gathered at the bureau. Lao Mu sighed. To be honest, although I manage political and legal affairs in many matters, it feels like being bound all over. The whole Yin province is like this, and I have a part of the responsibility for it turning out this way. As they were speaking, a vehicle with a license plate 003 gradually approached the bureau. Gao Xiaolong sighed heavily at Lao Mu's words, but then shifted the topic. Let's first see what progress has been made on this case at the bureau. That so-called Mr. Yin seems to be a big shot in Yanhai, but finding him won't be easy. This is a long-term battle. Lao Mu nodded gravely. Yes, but finding him is easier said than done. However, no matter how difficult it is, we must find him. Mr. Yin may be a key figure in Yunhai's anti-drug campaign. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the bureau. The two were there to inspect work, and one of the main reasons was the recent case discovery involving Mr. Yin, the poisonings in the bureau, and everything related to Mr. Yin. Each of these incidents was a bombshell case, poisoning the entire bureau and requiring oxytocin injections. It's insane. They also want to check if there were any issues with the officers' conditions. As soon as they got out of the car, they were greeted by Shan Han, Jiang Peng, and many other officers. Secretary, Chief Gao. Shan Han jogged over to greet them. You've gathered so many people. Is there a task? Lao Mu frowned slightly and asked. Shan Han quickly replied, Secretary, something big has happened. TNT has appeared in the commercial building. Boom! Lao Mu and Gao Xiaolong were momentarily stunned. Then their expressions turned furious. TNT, a terrorist attack? This is no small matter. The casualties from a terrorist attack would be significant, and the counterterrorism actions and scale would be large. Shan Han shook his head. It's a retaliation by drug dealers against Comrade Jiang Tian. Fortunately, Comrade Jiang Tian detected it in advance and confiscated the TNT explosives and remote control at the first opportunity. Xiao Jiang. Hiss. Gao Xiaolong gasped. Goodness. He made another achievement? Another great feat? It's him again? Gao Xiaolong's eyes widened in disbelief. It's him. And I've already sent people to seal off the commercial building. Comrade Jiang Tian said that his visit to the commercial building was coincidental and that he had no prior ambush. and he realized he was being followed to attack only after entering the building. To be absolutely sure, he didn't even use his gun. They wanted to blow him up with TNT directly. Clearly, this means they saw him enter the commercial building, and there must be big fish nearby. Shen Han said excitedly. What are you waiting for? Go quickly. Gao Xiaolong shouted angrily. I've already sent armed police to seal off the area. There will absolutely be no accidents. Shen Han patted his chest. Go to the scene, right now. Immediately go to the scene. Lao Mu also spoke urgently. All right, well done, Comrade Xiao Jiang. Gao Xiaolong's voice trembled with excitement as he spoke while getting into the car. This time, almost the entire force was mobilized. In recent days, the citizens of Yunhai felt that police cars in the urban area were much more frequent. Once everyone had left, Xiao Bo, holding a mop, gripped it tightly, his veins popping out. He had just heard that Jiang Tian had made another achievement. Damn it, such a big move. It must at least be a second-class merit, right? Xiao Bo was so jealous he was about to go crazy. Seeing Jiang Tian succeed was even harder for him to accept than his own punishment. Of course, Jiang Tian was unaware of what was happening at the bureau. At this moment, Jiang Tian had come to the masked man's side and pulled off his mask. The mask had dark brown bloodstains stuck to his face. Although it looked dirty, after so many years, Jiang Tian recognized him at a glance. No doubt about it. Do you have anything to say? Jiang Tian squatted down and asked slowly. Being caught by you only shows that I am not as skilled as you. No matter how you judge me, I accept it, but if you want me to say anything, sorry, that's impossible, the man replied. You don't say anything. Do you think I don't know who you are? Jiang Tian sneered. The man scoffed. Don't think about tricking me. I know a bit about your police interrogation methods, and they want to work on me. He thought this was a police interrogation tactic, but he didn't know that regardless of whether he spoke or not, Jiang Tian had already locked onto his target. That's right. In his past life, Jiang Tian had seen him right next to Mr. Yin. In his previous life, while drowning his sorrows in a bar, Mr. Yin had come down from the private room upstairs, and this man had been by his side, seemingly acting as a bodyguard. Lao Chun, if you don't speak, do you think I don't know you? And what about Mr. Yin behind you? Jiang Tian wiped the dirt from his hands onto Lao Chun. At that moment, Lao Chun, who was shocked, had pupils that kept shrinking. As for why he was so shocked, it was because Lao Chun's identity information was blank. In the country, he was essentially a presence with no information at all. He had lived like a shadow for years, hiding in bars as an important tool for handling dirty work. He was certain that absolutely no one knew him. Besides, do you think that the so-called Mr. Yin wants to kill me? Why am I not the one luring the snake out of its hole? Jiang Tian coldly stood up, because at this moment, armed police had already rushed in from outside. A terrorist attack, and a targeted attack against Jiang Tian. This behavior was simply provoking a dragon's reverse scales. To be honest, Jiang Tian had not expected Mr. Yin to have such audacity. You all stay here and negotiate with the armed police. Jiang Tian glanced at the scanning radar and immediately spoke to Miss Chiu. Then to Muya. After we're done, let's watch a movie. I have something urgent. Miss Chiu gasped. In fact, at this moment, Jiang Tian was chasing not for any other reason, but because several red dots in the scanning radar suddenly left the bars and were moving quickly on the road. Trying to escape? Jiang Tian would never let them get away. After running out of the commercial building, Jiang Tian drove his small government car, stepping on the gas and speeding away. On a street behind the commercial building, Mr. Yin sat in the back seat of a Rolls-Royce, resting with his eyes closed. The driver was nervously focused on driving. What are you nervous about? Those people are useless. They can't catch us, Mr. Yin said slowly. With his eyes closed, Mr. Yin appeared completely unhurried. I'm sorry, Mr. Yin. I didn't expect the mission to fail. Scarface admitted his mistake. It's not your fault. No one expected Old Chun would be discovered, Mr. Yin said, his gaze darkening when mentioning Old Chun. If one thought Mr. Yun's elegant demeanor meant he had a good personality, they would be gravely mistaken. Scarface understood this very well and lowered his head in fear. Chapter 68. Street Rampage. Give Mr. Yun some intensity. Mr. Yun did not feel the slightest bit of tension. He simply glanced at his watch and then turned to Scarface with a smile. No matter if it blew up or if we were discovered, such a big matter will take at least 20 minutes for the nearest police station to send support and seal off the area. We have plenty of time. It was clear that Mr. Yun was very familiar with the movements of the police. Scarface felt completely reassured because Mr. Yun had never deceived anyone. Moreover, while Old Chen's operation had failed somewhat miserably, Scarface had absolutely no doubts about Old Chen's loyalty. Therefore, it was impossible for them to betray him. This was something that would never happen in their lifetime. They could doubt other things, but in this regard, they would never have any doubts throughout their lives. Scarface looked at Mr. Yun with a hint of fear. Anyone who showed even a little disloyalty or dishonesty had been eliminated by Mr. Yun using various means. Not only were they killed, but even their families vanished due to accidents or were reported missing, always for various reasons. No one dared to betray Mr. Yun. As for the police, even if they were caught and interrogated, the police could not touch their families, right? Everyone has flaws. Even those without families have their shortcomings. And these were the means Mr. Yun used to keep them in check. Even Scarface was under his thumb. So, even if some people made money and wanted to retire, they couldn't do it. Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, just as they were preparing to escape towards the mountains, feeling justified in their actions, a sudden blaring of a car horn erupted. Mr. Yun was instantly enraged. Damn it, do you know what car I drive? A Rolls-Royce. What kind of junk car do you have? Mr. Yun turned to glance at the little Pusan behind him, which seemed to be trying to overtake, honking urgently. You dare not let me pass? Damn it, you're asking for it. Mr. Yun cursed. I drive a Rolls-Royce, and you dare to tailgate me? If you bump me, your whole family will suffer. Mr. Yun cursed under his breath. The driver of the Rolls-Royce was obedient, maintaining a steady speed. Bang, bang, bang. The honking continued relentlessly. If it weren't for today's special circumstances, I would get out and teach him a lesson. Mr. Yun cursed. In the next moment, he rolled down the window and raised his middle finger in mockery towards the outside. The next moment, bang! Mr. Yun suddenly banged his head against the driver's seat. Buzz! Mr. Yun was instantly furious. What the hell are you? What kind of car are you driving? How dare you hit me? I drive a Rolls-Royce. Have you eaten bear hearts and leopard guts? Stop the car. Mr. Yun shouted in anger. Crack! Mr. Yun got out of the car, his face full of rage, while Scarface followed closely behind, his scarred face seeming to come alive with fury. Who is it? Get the hell out of the car! Scarface shouted. Damn it, do you see what car this is? It's a Rolls-Royce. Just the emblem could buy your whole family's lives. Scarface angrily ran up to the Pusan and began punching and kicking the driver's door. At this moment, they were in a bustling street, and soon a crowd of onlookers gathered, pointing and discussing the scene. A Pusan crashing into a Rolls-Royce was big news. Wow, that Pusan is doomed. A Rolls-Royce? Selling at Woon T even by half of the emblem. The rear end is completely wrecked. The Rolls-Royce people are coming out. They look tough. Wow, they're really about to smash the car. The driver is in for it, definitely going to get beaten up. Yeah, I think he is going to get a serious beating. The onlookers were excitedly discussing the situation, but no one dared to step in, as Scarface looked very intimidating. And who told the Pusan to be in such a hurry? There was no shortage of schadenfreude in the crowd. Scarface, with a face full of murderous intent, shouted, Open the door, damn it, open the door. While cursing, Scarface crazily yanked on the car door, which creaked under the strain. Crack! In the next moment, the locked door was finally yanked open by Scarface. This driver is doomed. The crowd that had gathered was eager for the spectacle. A Rolls-Royce. I'll bet 50 cents that the driver will definitely kneel and beg for mercy. The onlookers were all excitedly anticipating the drama. Scarface wore a sinister smile. He wanted to see which little brat dared to crash into the rear of his Rolls-Royce and provoke Mr. Yun's anger. Today, in broad daylight, even if he didn't get a chance to kill him, he would make sure the driver received an unforgettable lesson, Scarface thought to himself. With a cold gaze, he looked in the driver's seat and sneered, Damn it, how dare you crash into me? Don't you know how to write the word die? Just as he was halfway through his speech, Scarface suddenly raised both hands and took a step or two back, trembling in retreat. What are you doing? Mr. Yun, not seeing the violent scene he wanted, felt a bit displeased. Unfortunately, Scarface did not answer him. As he retreated, the driver inside the car also began to get out. However, the first thing to emerge was a dark, ominous gun barrel. Buzz! What the hell? Chapter 69. The famous young man in the country Jiang Tian? Taking advantage of the moment, Mr. Yun's expression suddenly changed from calm to extremely grim. He recognized him. No wonder he was targeted the moment he appeared at the trade building. Jiang Tian smiled slightly, but his gaze on Mr. Yun was cold as ice. Damn it. This dog is so insane that he even resorted to using TNT for revenge, showing no regard for human life. Oh no. It should be said that the long-standing leniency in Yunhai has led to the continuous expansion of criminal forces. Eventually, even if they wanted to manage it, they couldn't face the large and terrifying criminal groups in Yunhai with local capabilities. They seemed like spiders that had spun a large and impenetrable web, but Jiang Tian's appearance was like a knife that cut through that web. These people had lost all humanity. Jiang Tian had always been merciless towards such individuals. Holding a gun in one hand, Jiang Tian pulled out a baton from his waist with the other, looking at the Scarface man. So fierce, I'm so scared. Bang! Such inhumane creatures needed to be educated and loved fiercely with a baton. The Scarface man was knocked to the ground with a single blow. The force was so great that he was almost knocked unconscious, hitting him right in the face. It's all a misunderstanding, sir. We shouldn't have met or known each other, and one should leave a line for future encounters. Don't be too ruthless in your actions. After the initial panic, Mr. Yin calmed down and smiled. Jiang Tian approached expressionlessly. Sorry, I am arresting you on suspicion of terrorism and endangering public safety. Think it over. Some things are beyond your ability, and some people are not someone you can offend. Otherwise, it will not only implicate you, but those two young ladies beside you are quite attractive. Your father is the director, right? Your mother works at the finance bureau? Mr. Yin narrowed his eyes. Even now, he showed no sign of panic, calmly revealing Jiang Tian's information. To be honest, you are very young and have done a lot of good work, enough for a promotion. Why risk yourself and even involve your family? You can recognize me, and while I'm curious about how you turn Lao Chun, don't act impulsively. You're still young, and the future is wide open, right? Mr. Yun's expression remained calm, clearly unfazed by Jiang Tian recognizing him and even mentioning his name. After a moment's thought, Mr. Yun reluctantly accepted that only Lao Chen's betrayal could have led to this. However, Jiang Tian's lips curled into a smile. Mr. Yun still hadn't recognized the situation. He didn't understand that Yunhai had become a national example, and the times had changed. Even Gao Xiaolong dared to act. These people simply didn't comprehend. Now, even the entire Ministry of Public Security was closely monitoring every move in Yunhai. Bang! Mr. Yun wanted to say something, but Jiang Tian struck him on the head with a baton, controlling the force so as not to kill him, but blood and flesh were certainly involved. His previously imposing face was now covered in blood. The times have changed. Have you heard that anti-terrorism only requires a coordinate, Mr. Yin? You are at the crime scene. As Jiang Tian spoke, he swung the baton down again. Crack! A handgun was knocked out of Mr. Yun's hand. In the next moment, Jiang Tian stepped on the hand where Mr. Yin had just held the gun, and with a crunch, Jiang Tian brutally broke it. You dare to show your face in front of me, you dog. A small drug dealer dares to threaten the city bureau and the public security department. You really don't know how to write the word death. Mr. Yin felt like he was about to spit blood, especially when he looked at the rank insignia on Jiang Tian's shoulder. He could hardly contain himself. Having spent his whole life commanding power and killing countless people, even many police officers had died quietly while investigating him. A few years ago, he had managed to eliminate the old director of the city bureau without a sound. And now, damn it, he was being publicly trampled underfoot by a rookie with a rank of just 1 bar and 2 stars, and those leather shoes really hurt when they stepped on people. I'm an anti-drug police officer from the city bureau, currently arresting drug dealers. Citizens are requested not to spread rumors, take photos, or create chaos outside. Otherwise, they will bear legal responsibility. Jiang Tian spoke loudly to the increasingly curious crowd. Suddenly, a series of urgent police sirens rang out. The armed police arrived, rapidly surrounding the area for security, followed by dozens of armed police rushing in to control the crowd, especially with armed vehicles stopping on the road. Loudspeakers repeatedly announced, "This is a secure area. Please do not gather and leave quickly." Fully armed, holding submachine guns, they completely surrounded the street. It turned out that just as the city bureau and armed police responded to the alarm, they received a call reporting that a gunfight had broken out on the street. With someone wielding a gun etc. Shun Peng from the city bureau was the first to be stunned, and after relaying the message to Shen Han was also stunned, along with Gao Xiaolong and Lao Mu, who were in the same car. The terrorist attack was not over, and now there was another gunfight on the street. Anyone who didn't know would think they had arrived in Gotham. Gao Xiaolong's face darkened. This statement was no joke, as quite a few people were mocking the chaos in Yanhai, and there was even a saying that the world's drugs come from Yanhai. Naturally, the name Gotham had also spread. Fortunately, they were very close to the street. After turning a couple of corners, Gao Xiaolong decisively decided to check the situation on the street first, while another part went to the trade building. One wave had not settled, and another rose. That Mr. Yin was too ruthless, and it was uncertain when he could be caught. Sitting in the car, Shen Han trembled with worry. There was nothing he could do. Both Gao Xiaolong and Lao Mu were people he looked up to. It seemed glamorous and high-ranking on the outside, but in front of these two big shots, there was no one he could afford to provoke. What is the situation ahead? Their car stopped at the outskirts of the street. Gao Xiaolong got out and frowned at Wei Sun, the captain of the anti-drug team from the city bureau, who was approaching. Wei Sun took a deep breath to calm himself, and then said to Gao Xiaolong, "Chief, we caught him. It's comrade, Jiang Tian. We arrested that Mr. Yin." "Oh, we've caught the criminal." "Wait, who did you say you caught?" Gao Xiaolong suddenly snapped back to reality, his face full of shock as he asked. "Mr. Yin has already been knocked out with a baton by comrade Jiang, but he assured his Mr. Yin." Wei Sun took a deep breath. "Buzz." After receiving confirmation, Gao Xiaolong shook his head, trying to remain calm, but after holding in for a long time, he couldn't help but laugh. Good, ha ha ha. As he spoke, Gao Xiaolong's eyes sparkled. He had once wondered if Jiang Tian would become arrogant or if he would harm this budding talent with premature promotion. But now, Gao Xiaolong finally understood that there was no premature promotion. Thus, Gao Xiaolong immediately expressed his joy with bright eyes. A true talent can withstand any test. Suddenly, Gao Xiaolong turned his head and asked, "Isn't Jiang Tian at the commercial building?" Chapter 70. Solving the case in 3 hours, shocking everyone just now at the commerce building. He had discovered Mr. Yun's whereabouts in advance. At that time, he wasn't very certain, but upon seeing him, comrade Jiang Tian was very sure. As he spoke, Gao Xiaolong directly led people into the street. As for whether Jiang Tian would lie, how could that be possible? The so-called catching rabbits by stirring up the grass was evident in the alert information, which stated that the driver who hit someone had a gun, and the person who was hit ended up dropping a handgun, stirring up the grass to catch the rabbits. Anyway, the criminals had no way to escape. If they could catch him, it would truly be miraculous. Lao Mu felt disbelief. Mr. Yin, although the name heard recently, was also mentioned after Jiang Tian solved the case. Still from the mouth of the canteen owner, this person was the boss behind Wei Yu Dao, and even killed Wei Yu Dao and Wei Rong among others. It can be said that this person's crimes are numerous and heinous. The most terrifying part is that this person has no name, no age, no gender, and even whether the name Mr. Yin is a code name or carries some other meaning is unknown. They had prepared for a long-term battle to capture Mr. Yin. However, if this Mr. Yin isn't fake, Gao Xiaolong gasped. Did you already have clues? After seeing Jiang Tian, Gao Xiaolong eagerly asked him. "No, I just came out for a date," Jiang Tian replied, scratching the back of his head. He couldn't say that he knew the clues about Mr. Yin from his previous life. In fact, many things had changed between his past life and the present. He wasn't even sure if Mr. Yin was in this bar. Unexpectedly, Mr. Yin was indeed there. "Kid, are you still on a date?" Gao Xiaolong was astonished. "That's good, young man, at your age. It's time to settle down and start a family. A man finds it hard to establish a career without a family." Just then, a voice sounded beside Gao Xiaolong. Moments later, an elderly man with a stern face appeared in front of Jiang Tian. "This is the leader in charge of our Yun province's political and legal affairs," Gao Xiaolong explained. "Hello, Secretary." Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. "This is a big shot. My surname is Mu. You can call me Old Mu." "Young man, don't be so formal," Old Mu said to Jiang Tian with admiration. "Surname Mu?" Jiang Tian's expression was peculiar. Could it be that Mu? What a coincidence. In fact, it wasn't that Jiang Tian couldn't recognize Old Mu. Mainly, in his previous life, Old Mu had nothing to do with him. And Xiao Bo in his previous life also knew that some things could be flaunted while others couldn't be mentioned. Therefore, regarding Mu Ye's family matters, it can only be said that it was a certain leader from the province with a very deep background. In reality, no one dared to say what that background was. Even he, who flaunted himself so much, wouldn't dare to say it. As for Mu Ye, if nothing happened, she naturally wouldn't reveal it either. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian's heart shook, and he couldn't help but marvel. "Hello, old Mu," Jiang Tian greeted. "Comrade Xiao Jiang, thank you for everything you have done for Yunhai. You have saved many people," old Mu said kindly to Jiang Tian. "It's my duty to serve the people," Jiang Tian replied earnestly. Old Mu's smile grew broader as he looked at Jiang Tian with admiration. After all, how could anyone not admire such an outstanding young man? As for the people around, they looked at Jiang Tian with envy. Even Wei Sun, the captain of the second team, had red eyes at that moment. Gao Xiaolong's regard was one thing. Even this leader from a political and legal affairs department valued him so much. The dual leadership system would prove that everyone looked at Jiang Tian with new eyes. What about his future? Even Wei Sun's mindset was greatly affected. One could imagine that if Xiao Bo were here, he might directly turn green with jealousy and faint from anger. Of course, Jiang Tian smirked. If he knew that Mu Ye's grandfather was of this level, what would Xiao Bo's feelings be? Jiang Tian was curious whether he would feel like wanting to commit suicide, losing all hope of living. Well said, to maintain such calmness after achieving merit, not being arrogant or inflated, and staying true to one's original intention. Old Mu valued Jiang Tian's humility even more, because Old Mu had seen too many people like Jiang Tian who suddenly achieved merit or recognition and then went down the wrong path. But from Jiang Tian, he saw not only confidence but also the humility that one should have. The future is limitless. Old Mu clicked his tongue. With such ability and wisdom, how could he not rise to prominence in the future? It's a pity that he has a partner. Old Mu clicked his tongue in his heart. Having a partner was something he couldn't do anything about. Originally, Old Mu wanted to give Xiao Bo a chance, but unexpectedly, Xiao Bo's true nature was exposed, leading to his complete social death. Not to mention Old Mu, even an ordinary person wouldn't want to associate with such a disgusting Xiao Bo, who even stole his teammate's girlfriend while she was risking her life on a mission. Saying he was an animal would be an understatement. After the news came out, who wouldn't avoid Xiao Bo? No one could escape, and everyone looked at him with disgust. In other words, Xiao Bo had now become a public enemy. After finishing his words, Old Mu turned his gaze to the three people lying in a pool of blood. At this moment, there were armed police squatting and watching, waiting for the ambulance to arrive. What are they doing? Old Mu was astonished. After all, the Mr. Yun in the case gave an impression of being unfathomable. The key was, what was the situation now? The three of them were in increasingly miserable conditions. In fact, it was because Jiang Tian had given Mr. Yun and the scarred face a severe lesson with a police baton, and the driver also tried to fight back but was dealt with by Jiang Tian, who educated him thoroughly with the baton. Therefore, when Old Mu discreetly glanced over and saw the bloodied baton in Jiang Tian's hands, he almost instantly understood. Thus, when everyone finished handling the matters and returned to the police station, the entire police station was in an uproar. You have to know that this time, with the Public Security Department issuing a time-limited order to solve the case, the pressure on the entire Yunhai was almost unbearable. From the provincial department to the city bureau, everyone was anxious, but they had no clues to grasp. Half a month, wasn't that asking too much of them? But they never expected that. After Jiang Tian went out for a stroll and came back, he had achieved merit, and the person was captured. It was too fast. The deadline for solving the case had just been issued in the morning, and by noon, in just a few hours, it was solved. To be precise, from the issuance of the time-limited order to the city bureau until now, only 4 hours had passed. Hiss! So impressive. Jiang Peng looked at his son, almost dumbfounded. So awesome. Dad, what kind of vision do you have? Jiang Tian replied speechlessly. No. The Ministry of Public Security has a maximum time limit of half a month to solve a case, and you solved it in 3 hours? Doesn't the Ministry of Public Security care about its face? Jiang Peng said in disbelief. All the listeners nodded in agreement. Although the injuries were severe, Jiang Tian was also careful, and Mr. Yin quickly regained consciousness. As an important suspect in the case, he was naturally interrogated first. To be honest, he had a somewhat inflated view of Mr. Yin. Jiang Tian stood in the observation room beside the interrogation room. Mr. Yin's initial performance, calmness, and nonchalance made Jiang Tian feel that this was a person of significance. However, before they could use any serious methods and were just about to play around a bit, "I confess." Mr. Yin spoke up, and after that he excitedly shouted at Jiang Tian, who entered the interrogation room with a terrified face. "Don't come over, don't come over." Just now, he had refused to confess, and as soon as Jiang Tian rushed in, he began to beat him mercilessly. He wished he could smash Mr. Yin's mouth with the police baton. "It's already a bloody mess now. It hurts too much. I admit, I am Mr. Yin. Don't let him in. I don't want to see him. I'll say anything." Because once he comes in, without saying a word, Jiang Tian went crazy and beat him up and mentioned the name of his bar. "Even if you don't say anything, the evidence of your drug trafficking has already been found, over 300 kilograms of goods, and you can't escape the 4 charges. Chapter 71. The Drug Dealer's Ledger. The coming thunderstorm. Mr. Yin clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. "It's over. This is really over." Mr. Yin never expected he would fall so easily. As for defending himself, sorry, Jiang Tian's baton would teach him a lesson, and even if he refused to admit it, it wouldn't matter. Because once Mr. Yin's identity was confirmed, even if he stubbornly denied it, his crime was already defined as a death penalty. Not to mention, in his bar, according to Jiang Tian's request, Captain Guo had directly gone back to his hometown to raid his house and seized 80 kilograms of drugs. But these drugs were definitely not all. They were very sure of that. "Yes, I wanted to kill Jiang Tian. The person was sent by me, but I just didn't expect Lao Chun to betray me." Mr. Yin was furious, as if he wanted to kill someone. As long as he could leave Yinhai and cross the border, no matter how chaotic things got in Yinhai, it wouldn't affect Mr. Yin at all. But to be precise, Mr. Yin came to Yinhai because there had been significant issues recently. In the past few days, the plan against Gao Xiaolong had failed, and even his subordinates had been discovered. Just as he had finished investigating and was preparing to take action against Jiang Tian, the next moment, he was caught. Now, sitting in the interrogation room, Mr. Yin felt a bit dreamy. Indeed, in Mr. Yin's mind, only Lao Chen's betrayal could have been discovered. As Mr. Yin spoke, everyone present was ecstatic. Even Lao Mu and Gao Xiaolong were observing from the conference room. When they saw Mr. Yin completely confess, they visibly breathed a sigh of relief. They really caught him. This kid had done it again. Gao Xiaolong clicked his tongue. He could already imagine that if this were reported, the Public Security Ministry would have to pay close attention to Jiang Tian. The Public Security Ministry had given a deadline of half a month to solve the case, but Jiang Tian caught the person in just a few hours. This operation, reporting it up, not to mention the Public Security Ministry, even if they watched it with their own eyes, it felt like a dream filled with fantasy. However, while they were still in shock in the interrogation room, Jiang Tian was personally sitting with the interrogation expert, with Miss Chiu beside them observing with dead fish eyes. "Actually, I'm from the neighboring country, not from here. I'm from the Yin family in Myanmar." Mr. Yin made a shocking statement. The Yin family? Miss Chiu was unfamiliar and inevitably had a lot of questions since, after all, these were criminal investigation personnel who didn't know much about foreign forces. But Jiang Tian had heard of it, just not in this world. He was familiar with it from his past life. The Yin family, one of the prominent families in Myanmar, might not have much reputation now, but in later generations, once fully exposed, these few families would have exploded completely. But it would be the kind of explosion that was infamously notorious. It even implicated domestic forces to the point of being unable to tolerate it any longer. Jiang Tian learned about the prominent families in Myanmar from his past life, but the expressions of the leaders, especially Lao Mu and Gao Xiaolong, changed drastically. What were they trying to do? Gao Xiaolong said angrily, "This is excessive." Lao Mu's face also changed, although it wasn't widely known, yet due to future reasons. The leadership was naturally very familiar with the forces of the neighboring country. "So, all the white powder you currently have comes from the Yin family. And the Yin family sent you here?" Jiang Tian inquired. Mr. Yin did not deny it. "The family doesn't care where we sell it. They just need to sell drugs to us, and we sell them ourselves. Wei Yudao is my subordinate, but I was dissatisfied with the family's drug purchase price. So I instructed Wei Yudao to set up a drug factory. Where is the ledger hidden? At this moment, Jiang Tian asked the most critical question. That's right. The ledger. Mr. Yun's so-called family forces were of no interest to Jiang Tian. As long as they didn't provoke him, it would be fine. But if they did, Jiang Tian would make them understand what fear is. Who knows, in a fit of anger, Jiang Tian might directly go to their hometown and wipe out the Yun family. And the so-called ledger is what the drug dealers possess, or rather, the most valuable thing. Small-time dealers wouldn't have it, but big drug lords definitely have ledgers. And through this ledger, they could even wipe out the entire drug crime network in one go. And the credit for this achievement, if Jiang Tian really managed to dismantle all of Mr. Yun's drug business network within the country, he even suspected that he might be awarded a special merit. Indeed, everyone held their breath. Chapter 72, Promotion and Salary Increase. Achieving success in career and love. The ledger is in the safe in the bar's basement, and the password is. There's nothing to hide. Mr. Yun sat in the interrogation room, watching Jiang Tian sharpening his knife and staring at him, which made Mr. Yun's eyelids twitch wildly. Well done. Gao Xiaolong looked surprised and then glanced at Jiang Peng. Jiang Peng instantly understood, took out his phone, and called Song Ligua. It's no wonder that although Jiang Tian has returned, there are many issues to handle on-site, especially since Jiang Tian exposed the situation at the bar and the suspects. Song Ligua had already blocked off the bar immediately. In this era, Jiang Tian didn't know if it was only Yunhai that had such a situation or if it was common across the country. The bar was always associated with the three vices: gambling, drugs, and prostitution. Jiang Tian took Mr. Yun and the leaders back to the police station as soon as possible, while Lao Chun had already gone for emergency treatment. Compared to Lao Chun, it could only be said that the injuries of Mr. Yun and his two companions were the least severe, although they were almost disfigured and their faces had swelled up in a short time. Song Ji, this is Jiang Peng. I want you to immediately take control of the entire YG bar. And also, there's a basement below the storage room inside the bar. The safe there needs to be brought back to the police station. It contains the ledger of a major drug lord. If this case can be solved, it might become one of the top 10 cases in the history of Yunhai and even the country, perhaps even used as a textbook case. Jiang Peng commanded with a serious tone. Hiss! On the other end of the line, Song Ligua was almost stunned by this surprise. Song Ji